The Communist International. 1919 to 1943 Documents. Volume 2, 1923 to 1928. The Royal Institute of International Affairs is an unofficial and non-political body, founded in 1920 to encourage and facilitate the scientific study of international questions. The Institute, as such, is precluded by the terms of its Royal Charter from expressing an opinion on any aspect of international affairs. Any opinions expressed in this publication are not, therefore, those of the Institute. The period covered by this second volume of annotated Comintern documents opens with the entry of French troops into the Ruhr in January 1923, an event which once again placed Germany in the forefront of Moscow's attention. The disputes which followed the fiasco of the attempted communist uprising in Germany in the autumn of that year merged with the struggles within the Russian Communist Party and produced a series of crises followed by sweeping changes in the leading personnel of both parties, as well as of the Comintern. For the greater part of the time the Comintern and its sections pursued united front tactics, exemplified in Britain by the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Unity Committee, and in China by the alliance with the Kuomintang. Both came to grief in 1927, and in 1928 these tactics were dropped in favor of a class-against-class policy, adopted in February 1928 and endorsed later in the year by the Sixth World Congress, at which the program of the Communist International was at last adopted. These pivotal events are clearly reflected in the documents presented here, to which explanatory notes have been added, compiled from a wide range of sources including the Trotsky archives and other unpublished material. The program is given in full. Other documents of interest concern communist trade union policy, instructions for communist fraction work in non-communist organizations, and the origins of the communist movement in such countries as India and Indonesia. The period covered by this second volume opens with the entry of French troops into the Ruhr, an event which heightened Soviet interest in German affairs. The disturbances which followed, the importance of the German Communist Party, and the bitterness of the quarrels among its leaders, explain the relatively large number of documents included here dealing directly with German affairs, and the attention given to them in more general documents from which extracts have been made. For a number of reasons the documents concerning the British Communist Party are more numerous than would be warranted by its size and significance. In the first place, relations between the United Kingdom and the USSR went through a number of crises in the period covered, while the formation of the first Labour government, the establishment of the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee, and the general strike, all gave rise to acute controversies within the Comintern. No justification is needed for the number of documents on China in the latter part of the volume. With the defeat of what was called One-He Chinese Revolution of 1925-7, and the dissolution of the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee, the United Front period of Comintern history came to an end, to be replaced, in the year with which this volume closes, by a policy summarized in the slogan Class Against Class, the parallel within the Third International of the policy of forced industrialization and collectivization within the USSR. What may be called the agrarian Soviet phase of the Chinese Communist movement is not dealt with here, although its beginnings were apparent in 1927, since it properly belongs to the later years. Interest in Italy and France declined after 1923 while Asia began to claim greater attention. Little is known about such communist movements as existed in the Middle East until after the period covered here. There are relatively more documents concerned with questions of organization than in the first volume. This corresponds with the greater output of organizational directives, only the most important have been selected for inclusion. The influence of the disputes within the CPSU is clearly discernible throughout these years. Between the Fourth Comintern Congress at the end of 1922 and the Sixth in the summer of 1928, the leading personnel of the Third International was almost entirely changed, largely as a result, direct or indirect, of the struggle within the CPSU. The introductory notes are, on the whole, longer than they were in the first volume. The documents published by the Comintern were greater in number and length, and it seemed useful to mention and summarize some which, for reasons of space, could not be included. Secondly, I have made extensive use in them of the Trotsky archives and the papers of Jules Humbert Draws concerned with his work for the ECCI before he was expelled in 1929. I owed the opportunity to do so to the generosity of the Rockefeller Foundation, whose grant to the Royal Institute of International Affairs enabled me to spend some months in the United States, and I should like to express my thanks here. To the librarian and staff of the Houghton Library at Harvard, which houses the Trotsky archives, to the director and staff of the Harvard Russian Research Center, where I consulted the Humbert Draws papers, to the Hoover Institute and Library of Stanford University, with its unrivaled collection of Russian materials, and to the Slavonic Division of the Library of Congress I also owe my thanks for their unfailing assistance and for the great friendliness with which I was received. I should also like to thank Mr. Peter Burton, Mr. E. H. Carr, Mr. H. Dewar, Mr. Theodore Draper, Mr. Paul Langer, and Miss Ruth McVeigh, who gave me the advantage of their specialized knowledge. To Mr. R. C. North I owe the opportunity to read, in his typescript copy, Mr. S. Tagore's account of the Indian Communist Party. I learnt much from Mr. J. Rothschild's study of the Bulgarian Communist Party, which I read in manuscript, and Mr. Marshall Windmiller and Mr. G. Overstreet allowed me to make use of the material they had collected for their book, since published, on Communism in India. To all of them I am grateful. As in the first volume, I have used mainly the German text of documents for these translations, comparing them when any doubt arose with the Russian. The only major discrepancy that came to my notice, however, occurs in the English version of the Bolshevization Theses, pages 199 to 200. It has not been possible to establish the correct names of a number of persons mentioned in this volume, since the use of pseudonyms was a common practice in a number of communist parties. Footnotes reproduced from the original are shown with an asterisk, footnotes added by me are numbered. J.D. April 1959. Contents. Preface v. Table of Documents 9. Documents 1. Appendix, the ECCI 572. Sources 576. Index 579. Extracts from an appeal from the ECCI and the RILU to all workers on the United Front January 1923 in Preaker, 3, 2, p. 31, January 6, 1923 in order to reconcile the CGTU, and to attract syndicalist organizations, the RILU, at its second Congress at the end of 1922, replaced its earlier method of collaboration with the Comintern, effected by reciprocal representation, by the establishment of a joint committee, consisting of 3 representatives each of the ECCI and the RILU executive, and 1 delegate from the Young Communist International, YCI. Its decisions, if unanimous, were binding on all organizations affiliated to the 3 bodies. Ad hoc committees were to be set up for special purposes. One of the earliest was the International Committee of Action Against the War Danger and Fascism, of which Clara Zetkin and Henry Barbusi were joint secretaries. Speaking at the June meeting of the ECCI later in the year, Zinoviev referred to the United Front as a strategic maneuver, necessary because the Social Democratic leaders had more popular support than the Comintern had believed. What is this strategic maneuver? It consists in our appealing constantly to people who, we know in advance, will not go along with us. A few days ago 2 international proletarian congresses were held in Moscow, the World Congress of the Communist International and the World Congress of the Red Revolutionary Trade Unions. More than 60 communist parties of all countries, revolutionary trade unions of the entire world, worked out a plan for future operations against the sharpening capitalist offensive. With unashamed cynicism the bourgeoisie are lengthening the working day, reducing wages, imposing new taxes, using lockouts against workers who take defensive action, and mobilizing their armed fascist bands against the working class. Instead of cutting down the enormous expenditure on the army and navy, on the maintenance of armed bands and a large police force, instead of pursuing a peace policy and using idle capital to support the ruined and exhausted working population, the unemployed disabled ex-servicemen, and the hungry children and proletarian mothers. Instead of that, the bourgeoisie are feverishly building new weapons and means of destruction, and holding the Damocles sword of new wars over the entire world. And at the same time they are draining the last living strength of the proletariat, snatching the last crust from the proletarian child. While in Russia, shattered by imperialist intervention, life is beginning to improve steadily, the situation in the capitalist countries is becoming more and more difficult and painful. In spite of the repeated disarmament proposals of the proletarian republic, the capitalist states are pushing militarism to the utmost. The situation will become more and more hopeless, unless the working class mobilizes all its forces. To the Communist International, therefore, comrades, the two Congresses call on you to form a united front against capital. Unless the working class is united in such a struggle, its separate groups and sections will be defeated one by one. That is why our Congresses decided to fight, before everything else and at any cost, for the unity of the trade union movement. But the bourgeoisie have powerful supporters in the Social Democrats and the trade union leaders. And precisely now, when it is more than ever essential to unite all forces, these gentlemen, who sell the proletariat to the Stinacies of this world and at the Hague ally themselves with bourgeois pacifists, are expelling communists from the trade unions. These expulsions are the fruit of a devilish conspiracy against the proletariat. Even the bourgeoisie could not have thought up anything better to disorganize the forces of the proletariat at a moment when a furious attack on the workers is being prepared. We call on all honest workers, men and women, regardless of their party affiliation, to defend the unity of the trade unions. Do not let the agents of capital destroy the unity of the working class. Defend that unity with your hard proletarian fists. The reformist socialist parties and the trade union leaders are acting on the direct instructions of the bourgeoisie, who are trying to beat the working class down section by section. At the same time they are trying by the most cunning tricks to deceive and mislead the working class. In Germany, social democracy pretends to be in opposition, while Ebert, the leader of that party, is president of the Stins Republic. In Italy the reformists ostensibly oppose the fascists, but in reality support them. In England the leaders of the Labour Party defend the government which keeps Ireland under by fire and sword. In reality the reformists are out to help the bourgeoisie at whatever cost to rebuild the capitalist world at the expense of the working class, and for this purpose they have to split the trade unions and the labor movement. Our Congresses brought the revolutionary trade union associations closer together than ever before. They instructed our executives to use every favorable opportunity to approach Amsterdam and the Social Democrats with the demand for a common fight against capitalist attack. This is where your support, the support of the working masses, is required. Force your leaders towards a united front. And if they stand out stubbornly against it, bring about a united front over their heads, sweeping away all obstacles to united struggle. The experience of working-class struggle has shown that capitalist governments are not prepared to renounce even a part of capitalist profits. They are not prepared to introduce a single reform, to make a single concession to the working class. Therefore, through united struggle to a workers' government. January 1923 you must fight for a government of workers' organizations. You must put the rudder of state into the hands of the delegates of the working class and push out the representatives of capital, of the banks, the stock exchange, the cartels. This is the goal that must light up your path of struggle. The oppressed people of the colonies and the young proletariat of Japan and China are uniting with us. Only the Communist International and the Red International of Labor Unions support the colonial movement against the London, Paris, and New York moneybags. United front with the young workers. United front with the village poor. United front with the oppressed colonies. All forces against the Moloch of capital, that is our chief slogan. Fight the disgrace of our time, the Versailles Treaty and the other so-called peace treaties. This treaty harbors new wars in itself. Not for nothing are new battleships and aircraft and artillery being built. We must arm ourselves to ward off the coming devastating war. On behalf of the Communist International, we proposed at The Hague the creation of a united front against war. Our proposal was flatly rejected. The leaders of the Second International voted for a resolution calling for a general strike in the event of war. But this is open treachery, for they have not disavowed defense of the fatherland. They rejected the proposal to conduct propaganda among the soldiers. They solemnly declared that in the event of war they would do as they did in 1914. At the Hague Conference they formed a bloc with the bourgeoisie and rejected a bloc with the revolutionary wing of the labor movement. Comrades! Proletarians! Choose your road. Which unity will you fight for? Unity with the bourgeoisie who are attacking you, strangling you, and stealing your last penny? No. 1,000 times no. You will fight for the unity of the working class. Letter from the Comintern to the American Workers' Party, January 1923 in Preaker, 3, 8, p. 60, January 11, 1923. The Fourth Congress of the Comintern in November 1922 had set up an American Commission, which included Inter alia Zinoviev, Bukharin, Radek, Kyosinin, and Lazovsky. It was chiefly concerned with the pros and cons of communist support for the Farmer Labor Party, to which a strong group of American communists objected, and with the disputes between those who wished to concentrate on illegal activities and those who advocated a legal party. The Commission recommended a legal party, with an illegal apparatus in reserve, and support for a labor party based, like the British Labour Party, on the trade unions. The Second Congress of the Workers' Party, which was held in New York at the end of December 1922, formally accepted the leadership of the Comintern, and applied for admission. For the Communist International has decided to admit your party into its ranks only as a sympathizing party. That, however, does not in any way diminish the importance of the tasks confronting you. The Communist International considers that the most important task of the American workers' movement is to unite the broadest possible masses of the workers under one common flag for a united mass fight against the capitalist offensive. Therefore, your party must regard it as a primary task to close the proletarian ranks and to rally all those elements who really oppose capital, not only on paper, but in action, not only with resolutions but with real struggles, and who are prepared to intensify that struggle. To win the masses, to liberate them from the influence of capital and of its hirelings, this is your primary task. This task, however, can be accomplished only if the party adapts itself to real life, intervenes in every conflict between capital and labor, supports the workers in every strike, carefully follows the daily life of the working masses, makes its press the mouthpiece of the daily needs and the daily struggle of the working class, generalizes these struggles and explains them from the standpoint of the principal basic ideas of the emancipation of the proletariat from the capitalist yoke. The correct application of united front tactics is particularly important. The curse and the tragedy of the proletariat consists in this, that in the yellow reformist leaders of the trade unions and the socialist parties the bourgeoisie have at their disposal faithful servants and agents, who rely on the labor aristocracy. The curse and the tragedy of the workers' movement consists in this, that the bourgeoisie have been able to exploit the gulf between skilled and unskilled workers, between the workers of different nations and races. Your young party must learn at all costs to unite the masses, over the heads of the yellow leaders and in spite of the yellow leaders. These leaders now want to split the movement. That was predicted by Jack London in his novel The Iron Heel. That is why your party must systematically expose these traitors to the workers' cause, by proposing a common fight with them for the basic demands of the working class, and uniting behind the slogan ever wider circles of workers. The question of work in the trade unions is particularly important. It is necessary to win one position after another in the unions, constantly emphasizing our slogan of the unity of the movement. It will be a difficult, long, and stubborn struggle. But history will decide it in your favor, comrades, if you conduct an energetic struggle with the necessary enthusiasm and unity in your own ranks. January 1923 5. ECCI Resolution on the Relations between the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang. January 12, 1923 Strategia I Taktika Kominterna, p. 112. In June 1920 Wodinsky was sent to China as Comintern delegate and established his headquarters in Shanghai. In July 1921 12 Chinese communists, including Mao Zedong, meeting in that city under the leadership of Chen Tuxiu, founded the Chinese Communist Party. The majority at this first meeting, which was attended on behalf of the CI by Mering, the Dutch communists Sneevliet, were unwilling to support Sun Yat-sen and the Kuomintang, KMT, and the first overtures were made at Moscow's instigation. At about the same time a Chinese communist group was being organized in France. It included Zhou Enlai and Li Lisan. In May 1922, at the Second CCP Congress, attended by 20 delegates, the party decided to affiliate to the Comintern, and to establish a united front with the KMT. The manifesto of the Second CCP Congress stated that the proletariat's urgent task is to act jointly with the Democratic Party to establish a united front of democratic revolution to struggle for the overthrow of the military and for the organization of a real democratic government. But a few weeks later, again persuaded by Mering, the Central Committee agreed reluctantly that members should join the KMT as individuals. Mering argued that the KMT was not a bourgeois party, but a coalition party of all classes. This was later defined as a coalition of four classes: bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, peasantry, and proletariat. Mering convened a meeting of the CC in August 1922 and urged entry into the KMT in order to transform it into a revolutionary force. Though the majority, including Chen, were opposed to this, Mering invoked the authority of the Comintern, and the proposal was agreed to. At the same time another Comintern representative, Dallin, was discussing with Sun Yat-sen the possibility of a KMT-CCP alliance. Sun Yat-sen, at first also reluctant, looked to Russia for practical aid. Arthur Ransome reported Sun Yat-sen as saying, "The Republic is my child. It is in danger of drowning. I call for help to England and America. They stand on the bank and jeer at me. Now there comes a Russian straw. Drowning, I clutch at it. England and America on the bank shout to me on no account to clutch that Russian straw. But do they help me? No. I know that it is a straw, but it is better than nothing." The alliance between the two parties was given a formal character after the joint statement issued on January 26, 1923 by Joff, representing the Soviet Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, and Sun Yat-sen. Borodin arrived in Canton as advisor to Sun Yat-sen from the Russian Communist Party in the autumn of 1923. He drafted, in English, the constitution of the KMT. According to Trotsky's own account, he was from the beginning opposed to the communists entering the Kuomintang. It had been first discussed in the political bureau of the Russian CP. 6. The Communist International 2. Since the independent workers' movement in the country is still weak, and since the central task for China is the national revolution against the imperialists and their feudal agents within the country, and since, moreover, the working class is directly interested in the solution of this national revolutionary problem, while still being insufficiently differentiated as a wholly independent social force, the ECCI considers it necessary that action between the Kuomintang and the young CCP should be coordinated. 3. Consequently, in present conditions it is expedient for members of the CCP to remain in the Kuomintang. 4. But this should not be at the cost of obliterating the specific political features of the CCP. The party must maintain its independent organization with a strictly centralized apparatus. The most important specific tasks of the CCP are to organize and educate the working masses, to build trade unions and thus establish a basis for a powerful mass communist party. In this work the CCP should appear under its own colors, distinct from any other political group, while avoiding any conflict with the national revolutionary movement. 5. In regard to foreign policy, the CCP should oppose any overtures of the Kuomintang to the capitalist powers and their agents, the Chinese warlords, and those hostile to proletarian Russia. 6. On the other hand, the CCP should try to persuade the Kuomintang to unite its forces with those of Soviet Russia for a common struggle against European, American, and Japanese imperialism. 7. While supporting the Kuomintang in all campaigns on the National Revolutionary Front, to the extent that it conducts an objectively correct policy, the CCP should not merge with it and should not during these campaigns haul down its own flag. Appeal of the Comintern and Profintern executives to all workers, peasants, and soldiers on the entry of French troops into the Ruhr January 13, 1923 in Preker, 3, 2, p. 75, January 15, 1923. A few days before the entry of French troops into the Ruhr because of Germany's failure to carry out the terms of the reparations agreement, the French and German Communist parties had called a conference at Essen, attended also by delegates of the British, Belgian, Italian, Czech, and Dutch Communist parties, the Comintern, the Young Communist International, the RILU and CGTU. The theme of the conference was the fight against Versailles. Germany had become a colonial country, and only the KPD could lead the struggle for national independence. A committee of action was formed of representatives of the French and German Communist parties and trade. January 1923. 7 unions. On their return, the French delegates to the conference were arrested by the French government. French troops occupied the Ruhr on January 11, 1923. A protest campaign was organized by the Comintern, and the Soviet government, apprehensive of a move against its only important ally, protested officially on January 13. The French Communist Party and the CGTU published protests denouncing the Versailles Treaty and the occupation. Resolutions of denunciation were passed at meetings all over Russia, and the Soviet cooperatives sent 1,400 tons of grain to the Ruhr cooperatives. Radek contributed an article on the Russian offer of grain to Germany in 1918, and referred to the complementary nature of the Russian and German economies that explains Russia's great interest in the liberation of the German people. Friendly feelings reflected their common interests. On February 4, 1923, the KPD organized at Essen a conference of factory committees in the coal and steel industry which passed resolutions calling for the withdrawal of Entente troops from Germany, for the formation of a workers' government, the arming of German workers, and an alliance with Russia, etc. Comrades, French capital is getting ready to commit a new and unprecedented crime. It is now hurling its battalions across the frontier in order to plunder Germany. Mankind is once more trembling on the brink of a new war, a prospect which means further tremendous sacrifices, greater famine, the annihilation of the proletariat, destruction, decline, and death. The victors in the World Massacre, who brag so loudly of their culture and justice, are now themselves tearing off their hypocritical masks and appearing frankly as thieves. The German proletariat is being broken under the hatchet of Entente capitalism. To make sure of their victory, the bourgeoisie are putting the French proletarian fighters in chains, killing and robbing them in Italy, throwing them into prison in England, organizing pogroms in Czechoslovakia. The whole of Central Europe will be given over to devastation unless the criminal policy of the financial barons is successfully countered. Workers of France. Soldiers of the French army. It is your duty now to do everything you can to stop Poincare's government from starting a new conflagration that will lay Europe in ruins. You must not let the Paris usurers trample down your German working brothers under the gendarmerie's boots. Your enemy is in your own country. The executioners of the working class must not be allowed to stain your proletarian honor. Do not let yourselves be degraded into wretched tools of Poincare. Do not become robbers of the German people. Carry the living word of the living truth to the masses. Stop capital by strikes and demonstrations. Go to the limits of your power and strength. Workers of Germany. What awaits you? A sea of suffering, a double. 8. The communist international oppression, starvation, and decay. The bourgeoisie are not even able to assure you your daily bread. They are doing business with their French colleagues at your expense, at the expense of the working class. And this is what they will go on doing. Unite then in a single powerful proletarian front for the fight to win a workers' government. Through this workers' government organize a defensive struggle against the foreign robbers. Stretch out your hands to your French brothers, who are ready to fight shoulder to shoulder with you against the criminal French bourgeoisie. Carry among the masses the slogan of union with Soviet Russia. Only in that way shall we be able to hold down the enemy. Workers of all countries. Working people of the countryside. You are all in danger of being dragged into a new massacre in the interests of capital. Against your governments put forward your will to defense, your will to struggle against capital, to struggle for your workers' power, for the European Union of Socialist Republics. The bourgeoisie are ready to begin a new fight for the division of millions of profits, to do to death millions of the working masses, to tear them to pieces and cripple them. Unfurl the mighty banner of the universal war of all the exploited against the exploiters, the financial barons, the diplomats. Tear the hypocritical masks from the faces of those leaders who want to pacify you and reconcile you with the bourgeoisie. Organize mass actions, organize a mass onslaught on the bourgeois governments. Letter from the Presidium of the ECCI and the RILU Bureau to the IFTU and the Second International proposing joint measures in support of the Italian proletariat January 15, 1923 in Preker, 3, 17, p. 124, January 26, 1923. This letter was followed 3 days later by an appeal to all workers and peasants to support the International Fighting Fund against Fascism that the two signatories had established. The world capitalist crisis, it was said, would bring fascism to power in all countries unless it was countered by working-class action. This and similar appeals were used as a pretext by the new Italian government for the arrest early in February 1923 of communists, socialists, and anarchists. Their propaganda was declared to be directed against the security of the state. You are aware of the present tragic situation of the Italian proletariat. With fire and sword, fascism is annihilating the workers' organizations, killing hundreds of Italy's proletariat. The Italian working class is being defeated in the struggle against the black reaction unloosed against it. If the international proletariat, regardless of political affiliation, does not get down to work and take energetic steps against the fascist monster, the Italian January 1923 proletariat will be bled white. The Communist International and the Red International of Labor Unions propose a joint examination with your representatives of practical measures of struggle against the fascist bandits, and the working out of a series of practical steps to help our Italian brothers in their struggle against reaction. We ask you to form jointly with us an international committee of action which will appeal to all workers' organizations of all tendencies throughout the world to take part in the struggle against fascism. If the workers of all countries do not break the power of fascist reaction in Italy, they will themselves fall victims to the fascism of their own countries, which is already raising its head everywhere. We are prepared to accept in advance all your proposals designed to fight Italian fascism and to help the Italian proletariat in its struggle for freedom from black reaction. Extracts from an open letter from the Comintern and Profintern to the Second and Vienna Internationals, and the International Federation of Trade Unions on the occupation of the Ruhr L6 January 1923 in Preker, 3, 12, p. 83, January 16, 1923. The French move into the Ruhr was variously interpreted by communist writers, though all agreed that it would intensify nationalism, encourage fascism, and aggravate the danger of war. The entire post-war history of Europe was interpreted by some as part of a French plan to establish hegemony in Europe, for which France needed the heavy industry resources of the Ruhr. Other writers analyzed the occupation as a maneuver of the French and German industrialists in combination to keep the workers of both countries in order. Loucheur, Stins, and Co. was the title of an article by Seydoux. Vacher, on the other hand, referred to a state of latent war between France and Germany which might at any moment become active. This was the official attitude of the KPD, which called for a united front in France and Germany to establish workers' governments. Virtually all writers believed that the occupation would strengthen the KPD, and force Germany into still closer relations with Russia. Bukharin, in a speech to a conference of Russian newspaper workers, said that the confusion and acuteness of the situation is of advantage to the proletariat, because the re-establishment and consolidation of the capitalist order in Western Europe would for us be most dangerous of all. For if the situation of the working classes were improved, they would become more passive, which would encourage reformism. There is now no longer any such prospect. The events in the Ruhr have been of extraordinarily great help to us. Chicherin, on the other hand, in an article published at the end of February, said the Ruhr occupation was injurious to Russia, which needed stable economic relations with other countries. French industrialists wanted peaceful cooperation with German heavy industry, but they also wanted to penetrate it. The occupation might be an episode on the road to cartelization. But so long as the French 10. The Communist International Government persisted in its action, and the German government demanded evacuation before negotiation, the crisis from which all Europe was suffering would persist. The IFTU, which in 1922 had considered calling a general strike in the event of French intervention in Germany, failed to agree on this step at a meeting held in February 1923, and appealed to the League of Nations to mediate between the two countries. Femin resigned from the secretaryship in protest, but became a member of its council the following year as representative of the Transport Workers' International Secretariat. On the 13th of this month, the ECCI addressed an inquiry to you about the steps you intended to take to carry out the decision of the Hague Congress on organizing a general strike in the event of the danger of war. The Russian trade union delegation at The Hague strongly urged that an international protest strike should be organized on January 2 to demonstrate to the international bourgeoisie the determination of the proletariat to fight against the war danger. The Russian trade union delegation at The Hague conference predicted the occupation of the Ruhr in January. The majority of the delegates at The Hague ignored our warnings. They were content with platonic protests, convinced that bourgeois diplomacy would manage to find a way out. Capitalist diplomacy did not find a way out, just as it has been unable for 4 years to establish conditions for peaceful world development. The occupation of the Ruhr confronts the world with an acute danger of war. The French government's plan in seizing the German iron and coal industry of the Ruhr is to force the German capitalists to pay. But this presupposes that the French occupation authorities will be able to administer the Ruhr, to keep its industry going, and to exert pressure on German industry by releasing or withholding coal. This plan has been frustrated by the removal of the coal syndicate from Essen to Hamburg. The French occupation authorities are faced with the impossibility of keeping Ruhr industry going. The difficulty of paying the miners' wages will increase from day to day. It follows that they will strike out beyond the Ruhr, to turn the screw on the German people more tightly. Reports are already coming in of preparations for mobilization in Poland. France will set its vassals on the move against Germany. But even if that were not contemplated, there might at any moment be clashes between French troops and the closely packed population of the Ruhr, which would drive nationalist feeling in Germany up to boiling point. If the military elements in France exploit Poincare's difficulties in the Ruhr to push him farther in his Rhineland policy, the policy of dismembering Germany, forces in Germany may easily be set in motion which will drive on to war in order to make use of nationalist fever to win power by a counter-revolution. The governments on both sides of the Rhine do not know today what they January 1923 11 will do tomorrow. The situation will become more acute on January 31, for Germany will not be able to make the payment due on that date. The unilateral action of the French government may then turn into general action by the Entente. And the German people may be called on to decide between complete subjugation and enslavement, or struggle. The Hague Conference resolved that the proletariat should use all means to ward off the danger of war, that should the danger arise, a general strike was to be organized. Now the danger is here. Only the blind can go on denying its existence. It is not only a danger of war between France and Germany. Such a war would set the entire east and southeast of Europe on the move. The Lithuanian attack on Memel and the events on the Romanian-Hungarian frontier show how unstable is the balance of the last few years, How forces are already beginning to be set in motion whose development would turn any conflict in Central Europe into a European conflict. We do not doubt for a moment that the leaders of the Amsterdam Trade Union International, like those of the Vienna and London Internationals, regard the situation in the same light. We therefore call on them to give practical effect to the solemn declarations made at The Hague only a month ago and to prepare the rapid organization of a mass strike. We call on them to meet us immediately to determine the necessary measures. The parties of the Communist International and the working masses who support the RILU will do their duty, as our French comrades have already shown. We propose January 31st as the date for the beginning of the mass protest strike. The duration of the strike will have to be determined by the Conference of Representatives of the 3 political and the 2 trade union internationals, which we suggest shall be called in Berlin for January 21st. Appeal from the ECCI and the RILU to all workers against death sentences passed in India. March 1923 in Prekar, 3, 48, p. 378, March 14, 1923. At this time no communist party had yet been established in India, although in May 1923 Evelyn Roy claimed that a communist party had been founded in October 1920 and had drawn up a program 2 years later. The leading Indian communist was M. N. Roy, who had been brought to Russia from Mexico by Borodin. From February 1923 Advance Guard, formerly and subsequently Vanguard, was published as the central organ of the Communist Party of India. It was published in Berlin, where Roy had his headquarters, and later in Switzerland and France. A number of young Indians had been trained in Russia, first at the military school in Tashkent, later at the University for Toilers of the East in Moscow. A number of those who returned to India to undertake revolutionary work were arrested, tried, and sentenced. In a letter to the Indian 12 the Communist International National Congress at the end of December 1922 the ECCI wrote that British rule can and will be overthrown only by a violent revolution, and argued that the peaceful means advocated by Gandhi could not be successful. In Prekar in January 1923 Roy wrote that Gandhi and the Congress Party represented the petty bourgeoisie, but the movement would eventually be captured by its radical minority, who wanted political action, not passive resistance. Gandhi's non-cooperation campaign was designed to get concessions for the petty bourgeoisie from the British government. At the meeting of the ECCI in June 1923 Lozovsky criticized the CPGB for not doing enough in India to counteract the activities of the Labour Party and the TUC. At this time Roy suggested a small illegal CP working through and controlling a mass workers' and peasants' party. The ECCI report to the Fifth Congress in 1924 said that their aim in India was to found a popular mass party as well as a proletarian class party. There were a number of small groups and study circles of a communist character, but attempts to unite them had so far failed. At the Congress itself Manuelsky, reporting for the Colonial Commission, attacked Roy for his emphasis on the social as distinct from the nationalist movement. This, he said, was a reflection of Rosa Luxemburg's nihilist attitude on the national question. The appeal refers to the trial of a number of Indians who, on February 4, 1922, had taken part in an attack on the Srishra police station, in which all except 2 of the policemen were beaten to death. The condemned men appealed, 38 were acquitted, 19 death sentences were confirmed, and the remainder were sentenced to varying terms of imprisonment. Imperialist justice has condemned 172 men in India to death. A year ago 228 men, accused of taking part in the disturbances which led to the burning of the Srishra police station and the murder of 22 policemen, were brought before the court. Now 172 men are to be executed in retaliation for the death of 22 policemen who fell in defense of law and order. The ferocity of this judicial murder is unsurpassed even in the bloody history of British rule in India. Since 1919 India has been the scene of mass murders and brutal repression. Beginning in Amritsar, British imperialism has freely made use everywhere of tanks, bombs, machine guns, and bayonets to smother the rebellious people in streams of blood. More than 30,000 men and women are in prison under various sentences for having taken part in the nationalist movement. More than 6,600 poor peasants from Malabar are serving hard labor sentences, 5 have been executed, and 70 hanged. In the Punjab 5,000 Sikh peasants are in prison, beaten and ill-treated there. This outrageous list is now to be extended by sending 172 men to the gallows. The great majority of the condemned men are poor peasants, driven to revolt by the intolerable burden of war taxes and high prices. The revolt was directed against both the native landlords and the alien government, who together sucked the peasants' blood. It took the form of a gigantic mass March 192 313 demonstration with nationalist slogans and under nationalist leadership. The demonstrations were peaceful, for the leaders of the nationalist movement are petty bourgeois pacifists who believe in the victory of nonviolence. But imperialism would not even allow a peaceful demonstration of the unarmed masses. The Srishra police opened fire on a crowd of about 3,000 who were making their way to a nearby market where they wanted to put up posters against the sale of foreign goods. This provocative act angered the peaceful demonstrators, who attacked the police station, and all the inmates were killed. The number of casualties among the rebels was never established, but it is easy to imagine the effect of fire on a crowd of 3,000 persons. Indignation spread rapidly to neighboring districts and grew into a dangerous agrarian uprising, which was suppressed by rapidly assembled military forces. The number of those who fell victim to the merciless hand of law and order is not known. After the suppression of the revolt, many arrests were made, and 228 persons were brought into court charged with murder and incendiarism. The case ended with 172 death sentences. The international proletariat, which is waging a bitter struggle against capitalism throughout the world, must not allow this imperialist mass murder to take place without protest. The revolt of the working masses of the colonial countries is a powerful element in the revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeois dictatorship, and the establishment of a new social order. Imperialism is trying to smother the revolt of the colonial masses in streams of blood. The proletariat of the imperialist countries cannot remain indifferent to this. Energetic action must be taken on behalf of our Indian comrades, who are waging a bloody struggle against the imperialist terror. Men and women workers, organize protest meetings and demonstrations which shall brand this act of imperialist mass murder and demand that the condemned men be set free. Call on the Second International and the Amsterdam Trade Union Federation to demand of their chief pillar, the British Labour Party, to save the lives of the 172 Indian peasants, whose only crime was their hunger, and who were in that state of unbearable hunger because they were forced to contribute too much to the waging of the war for democracy. Call on the 2.5 International to demand of its backbone, the Independent Labour Party, to give proof of its lofty avowal of pacifism. Proletarians of Great Britain, it is your duty to take the lead in this affair. Demand that the Labour Party take action in Parliament against this bloody deed of British imperialism. If the reformist leaders cannot be moved to action even by so flagrant a violation of every moral and juridical law which they recognize as authoritative for others, you must reject your leaders and take direct action yourselves in support of the right of 14. The Communist International subject peoples to rebel and in affirmation of the solidarity of the working masses in the fight against capitalism. Letter from the ECCI to the Franco-German Workers' Conference at Frankfurt, March 16, 1923 in Preker, 3, 49, p. 379, March 16, 1923. The KPD and the French CP called a conference at Frankfurt on 17–18 March to discuss international action against the Ruhr occupation and to organize the fight against war and fascism. On March 3 the ECCI and the Bureau of the RILU sent an open letter to all affiliated organizations urging support for the conference in its fight against the French bourgeoisie, the greedy and selfish policy of the German capitalist magnates, the covetous frenzy of the English industrial and financial sharks, the rapacity of the American moneybags and of their worthy partners in Japan, who were pushing the working masses of all countries into an abyss of mud and blood. The conference was attended by 243 delegates. Another report gives the figure of 232, including 10 from France, 9 from Holland, 6 from Russia, 3 each from Italy and Czechoslovakia, 2 from Britain, and 1 Indian. These were apparently all communists. Of the Germans, 17 were USPD, 9 SPD, and 181 KPD. The ECCI instructions to communist delegates were to work out a genuine, joint, clear, firm, and concentrated program of action for the most important sections concerned, and to work out a number of measures of an organizational and in part conspirative nature, and to put them into effect. Kolarov spoke on behalf of the ECCI on the war danger, Lozovsky for the RILU on the United Front, and Zetkin on fascism. Shatskin spoke for the YCI. Resolutions were passed on the Ruhr, the war danger, the United Front, the capitalist offensive, etc. A non-party international committee of action was appointed to direct the work and convene a World Congress. The Second International, the Vienna Union, and the IFTU had been invited to attend the conference, but declined, the first two stating that representatives of the British, French, Italian, Belgian, and German socialist parties were to meet in Berlin to discuss the question of reparations and the Ruhr occupation. On May 3, 1923, the Committee of Action invited the IFTU to cooperate. The IFTU replied that as a federation of affiliated organizations it could not itself decide on joint action. In any case, a united front implied mutual trust, and the communist parties had made it clear that they did not trust the IFTU. When the executive of the Communist International received the invitation to the International Conference at Frankfurt am Main sent by the Rhineland Factory Councils to all workers' organizations, it did not hesitate a moment in accepting. The Communist International places its entire influence at the service of that section of the German proletariat which is conscious of its international duty. A special delegation from the March 192 315. Executive of the Communist International will make known to your conference our views on all the burning questions connected with the occupation of the Ruhr. However, the executive thinks it particularly important once more to declare most solemnly to the entire organized working class of the whole world that the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals have again defaulted and openly neglected their elementary duty. All the resolutions passed by the Second and Amsterdam Internationals at their recent Hague Peace Conference have become scraps of paper. One of the best-known leaders of the Amsterdam International, Edo Fiman, stated publicly that nobody dreams of carrying out these decisions. Edo Fiman tries to shift the responsibility for this onto the proletariat by declaring that the international working class is split and helpless. This is the same argument that was used by some disguised social chauvinists when war broke out in 1914. They too tried to shift responsibility for the vacillating and treacherous attitude of the leaders onto the working class. It is true that the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals are helpless, but that is because they do not wish to do their duty. The working classes are helpless and split because the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals split them and so made them helpless. If the leaders were ready to form and operate a united front with the communists, the working class would have stronger forces. Once more we propose to the leaders of the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals a united front with the communists. We are ready to negotiate with the Social Democratic and trade union leaders, although our opinion of them has been again confirmed, and most strikingly, by recent events. At the present moment the chief enemy is French imperialism. The German working class can fight that imperialism successfully only if it defeats its own, the German bourgeoisie, forms a revolutionary workers' government, and then allies itself closely with the international working class, in the first place with Soviet Russia and the French proletariat. The Communist International is ready to do everything to form a real united front with the workers who belong to the Second and Amsterdam Internationals. But if the leaders of the social democratic organizations succeed once again in blocking the united front, the Communist International will in any case march at the head of the militant sections of the German and French working class. Up to now only the communist parties and revolutionary trade unions have done their duty. Only the German and French communist parties, led by the Communist International, have determined on a common path and begun the struggle together. Only the Communists have carried out their international duty in the struggle against French imperialism and landed in Monsieur Poincare's prisons because of their stand for the interests of the international proletariat. 16. The Communist International. The mere fact that at such a critical moment two large communist parties, the German and the French, have acted together is a great political event for the working class of the entire world. For us communists, international conferences are not parades, not empty demonstrations. What we desperately need is a real, serious merging of the day-to-day struggles of the various sections of the international working class. Politically, life is now internationalized to a very high degree. If bourgeois reaction is forced to make preparations on an international scale, the revolutionary proletarian movement is in even greater need of such action. The workers must learn not only to pass joint resolutions, but to act jointly, to coordinate their struggle, to prepare for universal struggle. The Frankfurt Conference is a signpost on the road of preparation for the victorious proletarian revolution. Stubbornly and relentlessly, with inexhaustible energy, the class-conscious workers of the various countries must work for the real unification of their struggles. The executive of the Communist International sends warmest fraternal greetings to the sorely tried workers of the Ruhr, to the militants in the French proletariat, and to the proletarian vanguard of the entire world. Extracts from an ECCI resolution on the KPD. April 1923 Bericht Executive, December 1922 to May 1923, p. 67 at the 8th KPD Congress in Leipzig at the end of January 1923, which claimed a membership of 218,513 deputies in the Reichstag. The main debate was not on the Ruhr, but on the United Front and the SPD. Policies about the Ruhr appear to have been divided. Ruth Fischer suggests that Radek, who appeared at the Congress under the name of Arvid, and his supporters kept the Ruhr question off the agenda because the Foreign Affairs Commissariat in Moscow wished to have its hands free to pursue a flexible policy in Germany, and was unwilling to have the KPD committed to a specific policy. Was the SPD the left wing of the bourgeoisie or the right wing of the working class? The right-wing majority in the KPD advanced the latter thesis, and were therefore in favor of united front tactics from above as well as below, that is, they favored a coalition policy in the Saxon and Thuringian governments. The elections of November 1922 for the Saxon Diet had given the SPD 40 seats, and the KPD 10, out of a total of 96 on a program of social reform, control of production by factory committees, etc. The left wing argued that a workers' government could only follow the mass struggle, not precede it. The voting was 118 against 59. Although the minority abstained from voting for the Central Committee, 3 of its members were elected to that body. It was said at the time that this was on Zinoviev's advice, but Radek claimed later that it was he who had insisted on their inclusion. April 1923-17. The debate between the two wings was continued in the press. In an article published at the end of March 1923, Ruth Fischer attacked the belief of the majority that the KPD could gain influence among the masses by pandering to their democratic illusions. The masses are not with us, not because they believe in democracy, but because they are afraid of coming to grips with the bourgeoisie. A genuine workers' government could not be based on parliamentary institutions, but only on the workers' mass organizations. The slogan introduced confusion and mistrust into the KPD, and weakened the belief in the revolutionary road. The idea of the SPD as the right wing of the working class, and not a counter-revolutionary party, was the beginning of liquidationism. A course of action based on democratic illusions would foster these illusions within the KPD. Brandler replied that it was not passivity and cowardice that kept the masses back from revolution, but their belief in the democratic road to political and economic power. Capitalist resistance to socialist measures introduced by a workers' government would lead to the extra-parliamentary mass struggle in the course of which democratic illusions would disappear. With the continuation of the Ruhr occupation, the conflict between the left and right, between those who advocated militant action and those who rejected an insurrectionary policy, grew more acute. The ECCI supported the right wing, whose outstanding representatives were Brandler, Thalheimer, and Clara Zetkin. In March 1923 at a local KPD conference in Essen where the left were very strong, Clara Zetkin, in the name of the ECCI, said the KPD would not endorse any adventurous action undertaken in the Ruhr. The minority accused the majority of revisionism and liquidationism, and wanted the KPD to advance the slogan of Occupy the Factories. They criticized collaboration with the left Social Democratic government in Saxony, arguing that it arrested the disintegration of the SPD. At the end of January the KPD votes had turned out the Lipinski government in Saxony. After several weeks, a left SPD government was formed with KPD support. An SPD bourgeois coalition government was the lesser evil, because it would destroy democratic illusions among the masses. To avoid an open split in the KPD, the Central Committee in April called a conference with representatives of the opposition and a common platform was drawn up. Representatives of both wings were called to Moscow. Brandler and Bottier appeared for the right wing, Fischer, Maslow and Thulman for the left, Zinoviev, Trotsky, Bukharin, and Radek for the ECCI. The meetings of the commission lasted 3 days. The Leipzig Congress resolution on the United Front was rejected as opportunist, but the opposition charge of liquidationism was also rejected. It was agreed that no revolutionary action would be taken in the Ruhr unless and until it were justified by the situation in the rest of Germany and in France. Stalin made one of his earliest ventures into Comintern affairs at this time, writing to Zinoviev and Bukharin that the KPD should be curbed, not spurred on. 4 members of the left wing were added to the KPD Central Committee, including Fischer and Thulman. The Central Committee meeting at the end of May endorsed these decisions against 2 votes, with 5 abstentions. The Central Committee's report to the 9th KPD Congress in the following year stated that it was at this conciliation conference in Moscow that the question 18 the Communist International of arming the German proletariat was first brought up as a practical matter, although the question of seizing power was not directly raised. The Comintern executive welcomes the convening by the KPD Zentrale of the Conciliation Conference, which is to eliminate the obstacles that have for some time hampered united action by all members of the party. The Executive Committee observes that all communist workers in Germany are filled with the desire for party unity. And in this the EC sees a pledge that after the conference, after the decision of the Executive, and once the Central Committee has finally taken up its position, debates about former differences within the party will be reduced to a minimum and carried on calmly, objectively, and impersonally, so that they will promote and not hinder party work. 2. The differences within the party arise from the slow pace of revolutionary development in Germany and the objective difficulties this causes, producing both right and left deviations in the party. It was the right deviation which the Executive and the Fourth Comintern Congress had in mind when they spoke of the dangers inherent in the application of United Front tactics. These tactics were applied by the right-wing elements not as a method of detaching the working masses from reformist policy, but as a method of adapting the Communist Party to the reformist leaders. The KPD Zentrale, whose policy has in general been correct, has not always managed to combat these dangers promptly. In some of its moves it lent support to right-wing tendencies by failing to note the danger, as for example when the Zentrale, in its resolution on the political situation and the immediate tasks of the proletariat submitted to the Leipzig Congress, spoke of the need to use as a point of contact the illusions and prejudices and needs of the broadest masses of the social democratic workers, or when, in the same resolution, it said the workers' government would carry on the fight with the instruments of power available in the bourgeois state. These turns of phrase are certainly incorrect. If the Communist Party fights against the dangers threatening the bourgeois state from the fascists, although it is the party of proletarian dictatorship and not of bourgeois democracy, this does not imply attaching ourselves to the democratic illusions of the social democratic workers. It is in defense of the immediate interests of the working class, which cannot, it is true, be satisfied by democracy, but which would be in an even worse position under white bourgeois rule than under bourgeois democracy. When the workers' government begins to put its program through, and has to defend its existence against the bourgeoisie, at that moment it. April 1923-19 must destroy the instruments of power of the bourgeois state and create proletarian instruments of power. It is by the use of such phrases that the Zentrale has fed mistrust in circles within the party which tend towards left deviations. In those circles, represented by the Berlin and Hamburg district committees, sound proletarian elements are dissatisfied because the CP is not yet able to conduct the struggle for the direct seizure of power. They fear that by fighting for the immediate and elementary interests of the working class, the party will become a reformist party. The Zentrale was right in opposing these left deviations when, as in the Ruhr question, they might have led us into isolated struggles, e.g. the demand by the minority for the occupation of the factories in the Ruhr, in which the party would have suffered severe defeats, or when, as in Saxony, they would have isolated the KPD from the proletarian masses who were finding their way to us. But the struggle against left tendencies can be carried on successfully only if the KPD Zentrale eliminates, primarily by a struggle against the right-wing elements, the reasons for the revolutionary mistrust of the left. The executive notes that the representatives of the opposition, in the statement signed jointly with the Zentrale at the conference, recognize that the existing tactical differences are not so great as to hamper collaboration of the majority and minority in the party. This is an admission that the charge that the policy of the Zentrale and the majority would lead to the liquidation of the Communist Party and of the communist theory of the state is unjustified. 3. As to the practical questions of KPD policy in dispute, the executive has the following to say: A. The Ruhr, the German proletariat in the Ruhr is between the upper and the nether millstone, the German and the French bourgeoisie. So long as there is no revolutionary movement in the unoccupied area and among the French working masses, so long as there are no signs of widespread disintegration among the French occupation troops, any attempt to occupy the factories would mean that the proletariat, dependent on the French occupation authorities, would have to supply them with the coal, and French imperialism, with this trump in its hand, could more easily reach agreement with German imperialism. The German bourgeoisie would then let loose on the communist workers all the scorpions of unleashed nationalism. B. Saxony, by the correct application of United Front tactics, the KPD has been successful in convincing the social democratic working masses of the harmfulness of a coalition with the bourgeoisie. Unfortunately it failed. 20. The Communist International from the first to conduct the struggle for a workers' government in Saxony as part of the struggle for a workers' government in the Reich. It was not strong enough to move the Saxon working class so far that from its revolutionary struggles a revolutionary coalition government of social democratic and communist workers might have arisen worthy of the name of workers' government. Support of the social democratic government on the basis of concrete conditions marking a step forward was therefore the only means which, 1. Guaranteed our contact with the social democratic masses, who were in a state of ferment, and, 2. At the same time did not impose on us full responsibility for the social democratic government. The executive reminds the KPD that the question of a workers' government cannot be satisfactorily solved within the framework of the individual lander, that on the contrary the danger exists that a solution within an individual land may compromise the idea altogether. It is therefore of vital importance for the party to exploit the threat of using the Reich executive against the social democratic Saxon government, and the danger of fascism, for a broad and energetic campaign throughout the Reich for a Reich workers' government. Only if the broadest working masses throughout the Reich rally for the struggle against the bourgeois Reich government and for the formation of a workers' government, will they find the determination to ward off the blows of the counter-revolution against the positions already won by the workers in the Länder. The German bourgeoisie, defeated in war, are compelled to wage a struggle against victorious Entente capital, are compelled to strain again and again at the chains of the Versailles Treaty. Concerned with maintaining their rule over the working class, and pursuing for this purpose a counter-revolutionary policy, they are nevertheless playing, in relation to Entente capital, a revolutionary disintegrating role. While prepared at all times to serve as the watchdog of international capital, if the Entente bourgeoisie were inclined to grant German capital the conditions for its restoration, the German bourgeoisie are forced, because of the failure of their efforts to reach a compromise, to pursue the revolutionary policy we have indicated. In their struggle against the Entente they cannot rely on the popular masses, on the contrary, they are condemned by history to repulse those masses. The German bourgeoisie can no longer act as standard-bearers of the national struggle for liberation, they are incapable of fighting seriously and victoriously against the Entente, nor are they really prepared to do so. Therefore in the long run the national and nationalist sentiments which they have released will be turned against them. It is the task of the KPD to open the eyes of the broad petty bourgeois and intellectual nationalist masses to the fact that only the working class, once it is victorious, will be in a position to defend German soil, the treasures of German civilization, and the future of the German. April 1923-21 Nation. Only the German working class, when it is in power, will be able to win the sympathy of the popular masses of other countries, and so make it more difficult for the imperialist powers to carry through to the end their policy of annihilating the German nation. Only the working class can by its victory bring about the closest relations with Soviet Russia, which is growing steadily stronger, and so create the basis for new advances by the German people. For the decisions of the Conciliation Conference, with their careful consideration of the executive's directives enumerated above, provide a basis for the united cooperation of all the parties' forces. For this reason the executive insists that no organs be established and no measures taken which might enlarge the differences that have not yet been completely eliminated. The executive therefore recommends the Berlin organization to refrain from asking approval for a special discussion organ, and it recommends the Zentrale to issue a discussion supplement to the Rotfahne, to be published twice a month, in which questions newly arising for the entire party can be critically examined. The executive takes for granted that the Zentrale will allow adequate space for dissenting opinions in this supplement, although of course it is the business of the Zentrale to decide whether or not a particular question should be discussed at any given time. It is obvious that when the Zentrale, after hearing all points of view, has decided on a particular tactical line, it cannot be criticized while the action in pursuit of that line is in progress. The executive calls on the representatives of the Berlin and Hamburg organizations to desist from work in other districts. A unified party policy is impossible if two political party centers exist simultaneously. The differences within the party were examined in the various resolutions of the party congress, they are under discussion in the Central Committee. The party is aware of the differences and the local organizations are able to keep themselves informed about the questions in dispute without the intervention of the representatives of the Hamburg and Berlin districts. While rejecting any step which might deepen the differences still existing, the executive requests the Zentrale, in order to complete the work of the Conciliation Conference, to establish more intimate links with such important proletarian centers as Berlin, Hamburg, and Essen, by strengthening the representation of the opposition on the Zentrale by one representative from each of the said districts, to be nominated by the local organization. The three representatives of the opposition elected at the Leipzig Congress to the Zentrale have shown by their work that they do not regard themselves as representatives of a separate group, but as 22 the Communist International representatives of the entire party. Stronger links with the oppositional districts will improve the party's striking power and help to crown the work of the conference, to make the KPD a unified vigorous revolutionary communist party. Extracts from a May Day manifesto of the Communist International April 1923 in Preker, 3, 62, p. 497, April 11, 2923. The bourgeoisie cannot restore the old normal conditions of pre-war capitalism, so they are making a desperate attempt to create a stronger and more powerful capitalism. They speak of peace and work, but their acts are acts of senseless destruction. They are organizing war and civil war. The new millennial empire of capitalism is to be established by turning the proletariat into a class of helots, a herd of draft animals. The capitalist offensive is intended to depress the workers' standard of living even below its pre-war level. The reformist parties openly and by concealed collaboration have done their part to help the bourgeoisie to attain this shameful goal. But they were too weak, and so the bourgeoisie have dropped them and now place their hopes on fascism. Fascism is only the continuation by other and sharper methods of the policy of the social patriots. What the social democratic leaders wanted but failed to obtain from the workers by cunning and friendly persuasion is to be put through forcibly by fascism, the subjection of the working class to conditions of life and labor without parallel even in the history of capitalism. Fascism is capitalism preparing for its final passage of arms with the proletariat. It reveals to the workers the true features of that bourgeois democracy from which the reformists expected salvation. Every single worker must be summoned to the fight against fascism. Against the united front of the exploiters, the united front of the proletariat. The workers are no longer inclined to believe that they get on best when they live in peace with the bourgeoisie. That policy has brought them nothing but wage reductions, higher prices, longer working hours, short time, unemployment, degradation, and forcible suppression. To which has now been added the growing danger of war. True, the bourgeoisie shout for peace, not from feelings of humanity, nor from a pacifist naivete, but only because it is their job to make profits. But they cannot establish peace. Every day the contradictions between the imperialist powers are growing more acute, and new ones are arising. War has become the normal state of affairs in bourgeois society, as we can see today from the events in the Ruhr. The fight against fascism and war and for the United Front is also the April 1923 fight for Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia is a thorn in the flesh of bourgeoisiety, which rightly sees in the mere existence of the Bolshevik state the permanent threat of world revolution, and it therefore hates Soviet Russia with the same ardor that it loved the counter-revolutionary system of Tsarist Russia. That is why it is the duty of all class-conscious workers to declare themselves unreservedly for Soviet Russia. In union with our Russian brothers they will defeat capitalism. The world revolution is approaching in spite of everything. The insane rage of fascism, the descent on the Ruhr, the cynical treachery of the Second International, all that will not save the bourgeoisie. Reply from Zinoviev to a letter from the representatives of the Mesopotamian people to the Comintern, April 1923 in Preker, 3, 16, p. 364, April 21, 1923. The introductory note to this letter gives no indication of the names of those signing the letter to which it was the reply, nor of the organization to which they belonged. It states that they were deported by the British from Mesopotamia and were at the time in Persia. The letter to the Comintern is dated December 21, 1922, and asks whether the Comintern will consider the situation created in our country by this violation of the principles of the League of Nations. This refers to the Anglo-Iraqi Agreement of October 10, 1922, and help us to liberate ourselves from the tyrannical yoke of the English, whose presence in Mesopotamia may be regarded as a constant threat to the general peace. There was no communist party in Iraq before 1932. Dear friends, I read your letter with the deepest interest. The tragic story of Mesopotamia's subjection reveals with the utmost clarity the hypocritical and treacherous policy of the English government. And where has English imperialism behaved otherwise? In India, Egypt, South Africa, everywhere its policy is the same: lies, treachery, and pitiless cruelty. I have just read in the papers that as a result of the unceasing reprisals of the English in Mesopotamia, a new and widespread revolt has occurred. The Communist International will follow the course of this heroic struggle with the greatest attention. The English hangman will probably try not only to drown it in the blood of the Mesopotamian people, but also to break it down from within by tricks and cunning. There have been rumors that they are going to proclaim an amnesty for the arrested and deported leaders of the liberation movement, and that they are even prepared to allow nationalist ministers to enter the cabinet of the treacherous Emir Faisal. I am sure that past experience will lead you to reject these hypocritical 24. The Communist International concessions. Clearly Sir Percy Cox's intention is to get a favourable vote ratifying the treaty between England and Iraq, and to secure his blood-stained rule over Mesopotamia. In your letter you observe that the regime established by English imperialism in your country violates the principles of the League of Nations. Obviously there is some misunderstanding here. The League of Nations was created after the war by the imperialist victors England, France, etc. so that they might more easily despoil the defeated. At the head of this predatory institution stands England itself. There is no difference between the principles of the League of Nations and the lofty principles which England is operating in Mesopotamia when it bombards the defenseless population from the air. In calling your attention to this misunderstanding, may I ask you to explain it to your comrades, so that they may avoid the grave consequences that would inevitably follow from an incorrect idea of the true nature of the so-called League of Nations. The emancipation of Mesopotamia will not be attained with the help and support of an imperialist state or of the League of Nations, but by the organized struggle of the broad masses of Iraq against the occupiers. To convince the masses that their material position will be made easier and better by driving out the English, to denounce with contempt all those treacherous Mesopotamians, with the Emir Faisal at their head, who would found their personal wealth on the oppression of their people, to win the confidence of neighboring countries. If this were accomplished, it would ensure the victorious outcome of your heroic struggle against English imperialism. The Communist International, which unites millions of revolutionary workers and peasants in England, France, Germany, Russia, etc., assures you of its sympathy and support in your struggle for freedom. If you, honored friends, think it useful to come to Moscow, I look forward to our meeting. If events make it impossible for you to come, I would ask you to collect and send documents, material, and photographs on the English regime in Mesopotamia. If you think it possible to write a pamphlet on this question, it would be useful to have it published in European and Oriental languages. With most cordial greetings, the President of the Communist International. May 1923. 25. Extracts from ECCI Instructions to the Third Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. May 1923. Strategia I Tactica Cominterna, p. 114. By the Third Congress, held in Canton in June 1923, most of the opposition to communist membership of the KMT, known as the Bloc Within, had been overcome. The revolution for which the party was to work was the bourgeois democratic revolution, in which the peasant question was paramount. Mering was replaced by Wodinsky as Comintern representative. The organization, peasant, and propaganda departments of the KMT were in communist hands. In the summer of 1923, Chiang Kai-shek went to Russia, where he spent 6 months. On his return he was made director of the Whampoa Military Academy, established in May 1924 with Russian funds and staffed with Russian advisors, of whom Galen, Blücher, was the chief. The Third Congress Manifesto stated that the KMT should be the central force of the national revolution and should assume its leadership. The KMT held its first Congress in January 1924. It agreed on a policy of alliance with the USSR and with the Chinese CP. 3 communists were elected to its executive committee, and 6, including Mao Zedong, to deputy membership. 1. The national revolution in China and the creation of an anti-imperialist front will necessarily coincide with the agrarian revolution of the peasantry against the survivals of feudalism. The revolution will be successful only if the movement manages to attract the basic element in the Chinese population, the peasantry. 2. Thus the central question of all policy is the peasant question. To ignore this fundamental matter, on whatever pretext, implies a failure to understand the importance of the socio-economic foundations on which alone a victorious struggle can be waged against foreign imperialism and for the thorough extermination of feudalism in China. 3. Therefore the Communist Party, as the party of the working class, must attempt to establish a union of workers and peasants. This can be done only by unremitting propaganda and by realizing in fact the slogans of the agrarian revolution. 4. Proceeding from these basic demands, it is essential to persuade the entire mass of poor peasants of the necessity of the fight against foreign imperialism, using as arguments the control by foreign capital of the customs, the salt monopoly, part of the finances, etc. 5. It goes without saying that leadership must belong to the party of the working class. The latest events in the labor movement, the huge strikes, have clearly demonstrated the great importance of the workers' movement in China. To strengthen the CP, making it a mass party of the 26. The Communist International Proletariat, to assemble the forces of the working class in unions. This is the overriding obligation of communists. 8. The CP must steadily push the Kuomintang onto the side of agrarian revolution. In the areas occupied by Sun Yat-sen's forces, it is essential to get put through the confiscation of the land in favor of the poor peasantry, and a whole series of other revolutionary measures. 9. On the other hand, we must fight by all means within the Kuomintang against any military agreement between Sun Yat-sen and the warlords, who are the agents of foreign capital and hostile to Soviet Russia, which is the ally both of the West European proletariat and of the oppressed peoples of the East. 11. The boycott movement against Japan, which is again beginning in China, must be fully exploited by the party. Our party must try to extend it into a general anti-imperialist movement of the Chinese democracy, aiming at the abrogation of treaties and obligations forced on China not only by England and America but also by other imperialist countries, extraterritoriality, the Boxer Indemnity, etc. The third enlarged plenum of the ECCI. The third plenary session of the ECCI was held from 12 to June 23, 1923. It had originally been called for May 20, but was postponed because of the crisis produced in Moscow by the Curzon Ultimatum. The ECCI telegram of May 9 postponing the meeting ran, in view of the ultimatum from England to Soviet Russia, which brings the danger of war into the immediate foreground, and to give our sections the opportunity to take the necessary organizational and agitational measures against it, the meeting of the enlarged executive is postponed to 10 June. It was attended by 75 delegates, including 21 members of the ECCI, representing 27 countries. Another source gives 69 delegates from 23 organizations, a third gives about 150. Representatives of the fusionist wing of the Italian Socialist Party were present. The workers' parties of the United States and Canada were included as sympathizing parties. The report of the ECCI covered the period December 1922 to May 1923. The formation of an organization bureau, Orgbureau, after the Fourth Congress had improved the work of the ECCI. An Eastern Department, divided into 3 sections for the Near, Middle, and Far East respectively, had also been set up. Rapporteurs had been appointed for each country to provide material for the Presidium. A great deal of attention was given to the dispute between the Soviet Union and Britain, which Radek linked with the occupation of the Ruhr. Britain, he said, was neutral on this question, because it hoped that French hegemony in Europe would be broken by German resistance. The British ambassador in Berlin had urged the German government to resist France. When both France and Germany were weakened, Britain hoped with American support to capture control of the Franco-German Iron and Steel Trust. When German resistance weakened, Britain asked Germany to pay reparations. Britain was risking the June 1923-27 enmity of both Germany and Russia in order to win France for its anti-Soviet policy. In reply to Neuwirth, Czechoslovakia, Radek said that Poincare's defeat was desirable because it would weaken the Versailles system. The Scandinavian delegates were extremely critical of over-centralization in the Comintern. The ECCI practiced absolute, not democratic, centralism. It should deal with and decide only international questions, and leave local ones to the national sections, which were allowed no room for independent action. The question had become acute in Norway. At the end of October 1922, a letter from Zinoviev and Bukharin to the Central Committee of the Norwegian Labour Party expressed the ECCI's astonishment at events in that party. It had not changed its name, or the name of its newspaper, Social Democrat, which criticized Comintern policy towards the Italian Socialist Party and the activities of the party fraction in the Norwegian parliament, and had raised the question of fusion with the right-wing Socialist Party. The resolution of the Fourth World Congress on the Norwegian Party was rejected by the Norwegian Party Congress in February 1923 and at the meeting of the Central Committee in May 1923 by narrow majorities. Zinoviev reported to the plenum that the executive had sent a whole series of our best comrades to Norway, including Bukharin, Radek, and Kolarov. The chief question in dispute was centralism versus federalism. He rejected the charge made by the Norwegian and Swedish parties that the Comintern was over-centralized. Høgland criticized the executive's action. A split in the Norwegian party would sound the death knell of the communist movement in Scandinavia. A Norwegian trade union leader had been expelled by the ECCI without a full knowledge of the facts, and without consulting the party center. The ECCI had published in Pravda a letter to the Norwegian Central Committee before the CC knew of it. It had selected a member of the Norwegian minority to represent that party on the ECCI, and its open attacks on the party leaders, particularly Tran Mael, had only made the conflict sharper. At the closing session Bukharin returned to the question. The Norwegian party, he said, wanted to control its internal and local affairs, to mandate its delegates, to choose its own ECCI delegates, and to be consulted about the choice of an ECCI delegate to Norway. This would give the International a federal character. It had made as many concessions as possible to the Norwegian party. In the Commission Strom, Sweden, introduced an amendment that the Young Communist International should refrain from inciting the Norwegian Youth League against the party. He voted against the resolution which, in the plenary session, was passed against the votes of the Scandinavian delegates. Falk argued that the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government was inapplicable in Scandinavia, and reserved the right of the Norwegian party to propose at the Fifth World Congress amendments to the Comintern statutes. It had from the first been opposed to the 21 conditions of admission. Influenced largely by the events in Bulgaria, the slogan of a workers' government was changed to workers' and peasants' government, and a resolution was passed explaining its meaning. This was to bring home the importance of the peasant question, which was vital for countries such as Poland. The Workers' Party in the United States had already issued the slogan of a workers' and 28 the Communist International Farmers' Government. The resolution stated that the overwhelming majority of the CI sections had been deplorably passive about work in the countryside. The peasants could not pursue an independent policy between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and had always been used by the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. They could not leave these rural positions to be monopolized by the enemy. If the peasants could not be won, they had to be neutralized. A workers' and peasants' government was the road to the proletarian dictatorship, not a denial of the dictatorship, but this did not mean parliamentary combinations with the representatives of peasant parties. A special commission, to which 10 additional delegates from Britain were invited, dealt with the situation in the CPGB. On their return H. Pollitt and R. P. Dutt took over the leadership, replacing those who had been the leaders of the small parties and groups which amalgamated to form the CPGB, and who represented federalist tendencies. During the sessions of the ECCI the CPGB was criticized particularly severely for failing to pay enough attention to the national question. It had completely failed to conduct propaganda on the Irish and Indian questions, on which its attitude was reformist. There was again a long debate on United Front tactics. In his opening remarks Zinoviev recalled that the CI had always been in favor of good relations with social democratic and non-party workers, but until 1921 they had not used United Front tactics. The change came with the ebbing of the revolutionary wave. Formerly we wanted to attain this goal over the heads of the leaders. We see now that this cannot be done. We shall have to go on appealing to the leaders, until the masses at last understand that our ideas are right. Is that nothing but a strategic maneuver? The answer depends on those leaders. If they really want a militant movement, it will not be a maneuver. But I do not for a moment believe that. They want to fight alongside us. Some comrades might ask whether this was morally permissible. He thought it was one way of organizing the working class. Our class is numerically strong enough to win the fight, and it is only because of the strength of social democratic influence among the proletariat that the working class has not yet triumphed. Should they openly admit the nature of this strategic maneuver? I am unconditionally in favor of any stratagem in the fight against an irreconcilable enemy, but only if it does not demoralize our own army. He cited the French CP as an example of the confusion that could be caused by not openly admitting the nature of this strategic maneuver. Trained had wanted to know whether United Front tactics were compatible with the insulting language used about social democracy. The meeting also passed a resolution on the assassination, in April 1923, of Vorovsky, the Soviet delegate to the Lausanne Conference. In an earlier statement, issued by the CINRILU on May 14, this had been attributed to the Entente, angered by Russian support of Turkey at Lausanne. The object was to intimidate the Turks. The British plan for the Straits was a threat to the national independence movement in the East. The shot in Lausanne was directed not only against the liberty of the Asiatic peoples. It was aimed also at the revolutionary proletariat of Europe and the entire world. At a memorial meeting in Moscow, Chicherin said the French, Italian, and Swiss governments were responsible. Turkey could win such inadequate concessions as it did at Lausanne. June 1923-29 only because of its diplomatic united front with Russia. The communist press had earlier attacked the Turkish government which, to curry favor at Lausanne, had dissolved the Turkish Communist Party and arrested many of its members. The report to the ECCI noted the difficulties created for the KPD by the Ruhr occupation. It had to fight the bourgeoisie, social democracy, and nationalist fever and still oppose French imperialism. Hence its slogan, strike at Poincaré on the Ruhr and Cuno on the Spree. In his opening speech, Zinoviev said that one satisfactory feature was the collaboration between the French and German parties. The KPD had not had the courage to come out openly and say that it was hostile to the bourgeois fatherland but would defend a socialist fatherland, that until it was strong enough to overthrow it, it would carry out the provisions of the Versailles Treaty and continue to pay reparations by expropriating the bourgeoisie, while waiting for the workers of other countries to come to its aid. We German communists, and nobody else, defend the interests of the country, the people, the nation. Those who believed in this policy had not the requisite energy and leadership to run a campaign on these lines, while the left opposition rejected the policy as opportunist. Radek said that in Germany emphasis on the nation was a revolutionary act, as it was in the colonies. The German bourgeoisie were ready to capitulate to France if they were given a free hand with the German workers. They wanted to provoke a communist uprising in the Ruhr and thus be able to say that the communists had opened the door to the French. Thanks to the cool head of the KPD, this plan failed. Shortly after the ECCI meeting, Radek wrote that the time for a general attack had not yet come, but was approaching. The KPD should accelerate it by expanding its organizational activities, making such compromises as were necessary with the proletarianized petty bourgeoisie. Extracts from the resolution of the Third ECCI plenum on the fusion of the Second and Vienna Internationals, June 1923 in Preker, 3, 128, p. 1120, August 3, 1923. The Fusion Conference of the Second and Vienna Internationals convened at Hamburg on May 21, 1923. 50 parties from 30 countries were represented. The International Committee Against Fascism and War wrote to the conference suggesting negotiations for a united front. The proposal was rejected. In a statement published shortly before the opening of the conference, the ECCI wrote that nobody who looks at the facts soberly will be surprised at the Hamburg Congress. He has long known that even in the intentions of its founders the 2.5 was only a temporary refuge for the politically homeless sham revolutionaries, and the entire history of that organization could therefore be nothing else than the history of its ordered retreat into the reformist camp. How could it be otherwise? The attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable, to be both international and national, proletarian and bourgeois, makes the centrist parties from the outset incapable of fighting, deprives them of determination, ruthlessness, and courage. These elements, now urgently seeking their way back into the Second International, formed themselves, once their hopes of 30 the Communist International finding a home in the Third International and of infecting communism with reformism were disappointed by the 21 conditions, into the 2.5. But a formal reunion with the declared reformists did not yet seem advisable. Now the 2.5 is on its way home, and the second will solemnly go and fetch it in Hamburg. The touching biblical idol of the son that was lost and is found again is to be presented on the stage of world history. but the gentlemen are mistaken if they think that the proletariat will play with resignation its assigned part of sacrificial lamb. What is the meaning of the fusion of the two reformist internationals? It means, above all, the liquidation of pseudo-radicalism. Reformists and centrists are distinguished from one another only by attaching a different value to revolutionary ideology. Revolutionary-minded workers were in imagination to experience the satisfactions which in reality the center was just as determined to refuse as the reformists. The center thought this policy particularly necessary at a time when the economic dislocation caused by the war, the victory of the Russian Revolution, and then the opening of the capitalist offensive threatened to rouse the proletarian masses to revolutionary struggle. They now think that that danger has passed. They think that capitalism has again become so strong that a revolutionary rising will seem hopeless to the masses, that there is therefore no longer any need to delude them with a revolutionary policy. The United Reformist Front will stretch not only from Adler to Niski, but deep into the bourgeois camp. It will be a bourgeois-proletarian united front. That says enough. The moment a workers' party takes up the attitude that the workers of any country are more closely bound by interest to the bourgeoisie of that country than to the workers of other countries, and that is the basic idea of reformism, it deprives the proletarians who adhere to it of the possibility of having their own movement, of historically independent activity. The workers become politically an appendage of the bourgeoisie, an unquiet, troublesome, burdensome appendage it is true, but still an appendage. Their movement becomes as dependent on the movement of the bourgeoisie as that of the shadow on the body which casts it. An international composed of such elements is dead even before it has really begun to live. We communists split the social democratic parties led by traitors in order to unite the proletariat, the reformists will unite in Hamburg in order to split the proletariat again. Nevertheless, the Hamburg Congress is a sign of progress. It creates clarity. The center is finished, sham radicalism at an end. The proletariat is being mobilized into two great camps. The yawning gulf between revolution and reformism which seemed to be bridged by the center is now visible to all. There is this side, and the other side, and only the two, and that creates the most favorable conditions for the fight for the proletarian united front. 1 In August 1914 the Second International forfeited its life by the most disgraceful political and moral bankruptcy. By amalgamating with it the 2.5 International has finally and formally put the seal on its own treachery. The 2.5 International was a halfway house between the June 1923-31 Second and the Third Internationals. But its brief life has shown that without the methods of the Comintern, against the Comintern, it is impossible to work for the revolution and the dictatorship, and that nationalization without the proletarian dictatorship is self-deception or a swindle. That is why the 2.5 International was condemned to oscillate perpetually between proletarian revolution and capitalist counter-revolution, between its hopeless nationalization and capitalist reconstruction, until it became ripe for capitalist reconstruction without extenuating phrases, for government coalition with the capitalists, for unification with the Second International. The 2.5 International was the expression of the radically minded section of the working class who stood for revolutionary class struggle and the united front with communist workers in that struggle, but were not yet ready for the proletarian revolution. But since it became more and more obvious that their way of struggle, their promised nationalization, their progress were hopeless, and since the workers organized in their ranks began to feel growing sympathy with the communist workers, the leaders had no other choice, if they did not want to lose their followers entirely, but to give the disappointed workers a new hope by pointing to a new road, the road of unification with the great masses of workers supporting the leaders of the Second International. So the leaders of the new International who have so often publicly asserted they were striving only for the unification of all three internationals and would not agree to unification with the Second International only, have yielded unconditionally to that Second International. 2. The Second International was the child of the epoch that has passed and died in the World War as a new epoch was coming into being to whose new and great demands it was not equal. The new Second International is stillborn. It will be buried at the first international conflict, the first serious difference between capital and labor. That is the Comintern's latest rival in the labor movement, a rival which is a guarantee of the Comintern's success. 3. The Hamburg International will soon be recognized by the workers still deceived by it as a bulwark of the bourgeoisie. Or it will fall to pieces at the first shot, as its predecessor did in August 1914. It is the task of the Comintern and its sections to accelerate this inevitable process. But this can and must be done only on the basis of the struggle for the united front of the proletariat on a national and international scale. The more tenaciously and sharply we wage that struggle, the sooner will the great majority of the working and exploited masses realize that only communism can liberate them from the horrors of capitalism and build a better future. 32. The Communist International Resolution of the 30th Plenum on the Program of the Communist International June 21, 1923 in Preker, in 108, p. 934, June 27, 1923 Bukharin reported on this question. There were 3 draft programs, his own, Vargas, and one from the KPD. Drafts for the section on partial demands had also been received from the British and Japanese. There were some important theoretical differences. The German draft, for example, advanced Rosa Luxemburg's theory of the accumulation of capital as an explanation of capitalist decline. As he had done when reporting on the program to the Fourth World Congress, Bukharin referred to the question of alliances between proletarian and bourgeois states. This was already a practical question, as was shown by Russian support for Turkey at Lausanne, or for the bourgeois government of Sun Yat-sen. The question of support for the revolutionary proletariat of one state by an already existing proletarian state was still theoretical, but would arise as a practical question in the future. This question would have to be included in the program. The extension of socialism was not red imperialism. Imperialism meant subjection to finance capital. Tsarism had iron discipline in its army, and the Comintern had iron discipline in its ranks. Tsarism had the Okhrana, and Soviet Russia now had the GPU. It was not the formal aspect, but the class content of an institution or policy that determined its character. In a letter to Severin in January 1923, Bukharin had written that if Poland were to attack a revolutionary Germany, the Russians might have to advance against Poland, and had elaborated other hypothetical cases in which proletarian states might have to make agreements with an oppressed or threatened state to oppose the stronger state that was oppressing or threatening it. Zinoviev had referred to this question in his opening remarks. Most comrades had kept quiet about the social democratic charge of red imperialism. Only trained, France, had said, well, why not? This was carrying left infantilism too far. The use of force against the bourgeoisie was legitimate, but this was to establish the proletarian dictatorship, not red imperialism. Bukharin suggested that the program should consist of a general theoretical statement valid for all parties, which, while outlining the maximum communist goals, would also explain why partial and transitional demands were necessary. Each party would then have in addition its own program, adapted to local circumstances. The resolution was passed without discussion. The enlarged executive thinks it necessary that a common general section should be included in the program of all the parties. It also considers it desirable that the program should deal with the following questions: Weltanschauung, Marxist materialism, attitude to religion, etc., the national question, the strategy of proletarian states, the workers' and peasants' government. Each party is to work up and forward to the executive the following material: 1. An analysis of the situation of the country in the present. June 1923 33. Epoch. 2. A list of partial demands. 3. Material on the attitude to other workers' parties. 4. Drafts for the national section of the program. 5. Opinions on the drafts for the general section already submitted, and further proposals for that section. Each party shall appoint one comrade to take responsibility for this work. The enlarged executive shall appoint a small commission to 1. Establish contact with the other parties, 2. initiate and conduct discussions on the question of the program, work out a draft of the general section of the program for the 5th Congress on the basis of all the material so collected, and also examine the programs of our national sections. Extracts from the resolution of the 30th CCI plenum on the trade union question June 23, 1923 in Preker, 3, 113, p. 971, July 5, 1923 Lozovsky reported on this question. Many comrades, he said, had interpreted the United Front as an armistice with the reformists. It was nothing of the kind. Ideologically, there was no armistice at all, and as far as action was concerned, a truce could be maintained only so long and in so far as the reformists really served the proletarian cause. In May 1923 the International Transport Workers' Federation, of which Edo Femin was secretary, affiliated to the RILU. Lozovsky stated that they were ready to enter an honest coalition with the left wing of the IFTU on the basis of the program worked out with the transport workers. Gallagher spoke of the need for the Communist Party to exercise control over the work of the RILU Bureau in the unions. In the last few months a great change has been taking place within the reformist wing of the labor movement, as shown by the formation within the Amsterdam International of a left wing anxious to form a united front with the Russian unions, and through them with the RILU and the organizations attached to it. 2. The reasons for this change are, 1. The failure of the Amsterdam International's policy of class conciliation, 2. The growing tendency of the working masses to move to a revolutionary position as a result of our tactics of the United Front and winning the unions. 34 The Communist International 3 The new situation confronts all communist parties with the question of the further operation of the tactics laid down by the Congresses of the Communist International. Mere propaganda for the United Front is no longer enough. Every worker must be made to understand the reasons for the United Front, the forms it should take, and the methods of struggle. The United Front must be given an organizational basis by the creation of joint committees adapted to local special circumstances. The most important task for the immediate future is to work out a concrete program of action according to industry and area. 4. Our struggle to re-establish the unity of the trade union movement must have its starting point in the factories where the workers feel the need for that unity most clearly. It has become clear that the factory committees are the most suitable bodies for the United Front, and therefore communists in those countries where there are no factory committees must fight among the broad masses for their establishment, and in the countries where they do exist must seek to revolutionize them and fight for an extension of their rights. The transference of emphasis to work in the factories and the fight to establish factory committees do not by any means imply that the committees are to replace the unions organizationally. That would weaken the workers' movement and must be decisively rejected. It would make our struggle to win the unions and turn them into industrial unions more difficult, and surrender the unions to the present reformist leaders. V. In countries where the workers are of various nationalities and races, communists must fight to get the workers of whatever nationality and race into the same union. But in this struggle to overcome national prejudices, the Communist Party, which embraces the workers of the predominating nationalities, must fight vigorously against those elements in the labor movement who seek, behind an international banner, to hamper the free development of the oppressed nations. 6. Vigorous resistance must be offered to the continuing splitting policy of the reformist unions. If groups of workers or unions are expelled, those expelled should be kept together and every effort made to get them re-accepted. In no case should opposition elements who sympathize with the expelled be withdrawn from the old unions. June 1923 35. In those countries where two parallel trade union movements exist, reformist and one revolutionary, the unions expelled by the Reformist Federation should join the Revolutionary Federation. But even in those countries, individuals and groups who are expelled should fight for readmission to the reformist unions so long as this seems to be in the interests of the revolutionary movement. 7. The session of the enlarged CI Executive asks the entire party press to follow more attentively the life and struggles of the unions, to explain in detail the activities of the revolutionary unions and of the minority oppositions and fractions. All communist parties must send regular reports on the activities of their trade union fractions to the Executive Committee, so that the experience of one country may be made the common property of the entire international movement. 8. Every member of the CI is obliged to join his appropriate trade union organization and to work actively in the communist fraction in that union or in the revolutionary opposition movement. Communist activities in the unions must be in accordance with the principles and decisions of the Red International of Labor Unions. The sections of the Communist International must make every effort to unite the trade unionists throughout the world under the banner of the RILU. Resolution of the 3rd ECCI Plenum on the Anglo-Russian Conflict, June 23, 1923 in Preker, 3, 113, p. 988, July 5, 1923. On May 8 a note from Lord Curzon, then British Foreign Secretary, complained of non-observance by the Soviet side of the provisions of the Anglo-Russian Agreement of 1921. In particular, it referred to anti-British activities by Comintern and Soviet agents in the Middle East and India. The note concluded with a conditional threat to sever relations. In opening the debate at the enlarged executive on the international situation, Radek said that the loss of the German market was a very serious blow to Britain, which now looked to its colonies more than before. This was the reason for the Curzon note to the Soviet government. It explained British anxiety about the expansion of Russian trade with the Middle East. Britain hoped to weaken Russia by provoking a Russo-Polish was. This referred to Marshal Foch's visit to Poland early in May 1923, which was followed in a few days by a visit of the Chief of the Imperial General Staff. These visits reinforced the disquiet created in Moscow by the assassination of Vorovsky, which some communist writers described as the first result of 36. The Communist International. The Curzon note. Newbold, CPGB, at the plenum suggested that King George V was behind the note, as he had been left a great many shares in Persian and other Middle Eastern countries by his father, King Edward VII. Trotsky's speech implied that Curzon's policy was a continuation of traditional British policy towards Russia. Litvinov's reply of May 11 to the Curzon ultimatum was conciliatory in tone. In the course taken by the Russian-English conflict, and in the manner in which it has just been settled, the enlarged executive sees proof of English imperialism's readiness to utilize every opportunity to proceed against the first workers' and peasants' state with threats of armed struggle and armed attack, in order to liquidate the most important achievements of the first wave of the World Revolution, just as it succeeded in destroying, in England itself, the conquests made by the working class in 1919. The expansion of Soviet Russia's power, the beginning of its economic consolidation, the reappearance of Russia on world markets as an exporter of food and raw materials, the strengthening of ties between the Soviet government and all sections of the working population, the steadily growing power and influence of the Communist Party, all these destroy English imperialism's hopes of exploiting Russia's economic needs to overthrow the Soviet government, of defeating it on the economic field, and bringing it into subjection to world capital. Since the strengthening of Soviet Russia is also bound to exercise an encouraging influence on the awakening peoples of the East, the English imperialist government is trying to force Russia to its knees and so make of it an English vassal, or at the least to provoke it into fighting. English imperialism indulged the hope that the universal hatred of capitalist governments for the Russian Revolution would induce other powers to join in the struggle against the Soviet government and so bring about general intervention. The enlarged executive congratulates the Soviet government on not allowing itself to be provoked by English imperialism, but instead, by a clear and decisive policy which involved certain sacrifices, on having avoided the rupture which England's ruling classes wished to precipitate. The enlarged executive expresses its sincere pleasure at the firm and conscious resolution with which the Russian working masses rallied protectively behind the Soviet government immediately the English ultimatum became known. It sees in this a pledge that, should the imperialist governments again one day unleash a new struggle against the Soviet government, they would encounter not only the resistance of the international working class to such a criminal attack on the achievements of the Russian Revolution, but would break their own teeth on the granite hard will of the heroic revolutionary people of Russia. The enlarged executive notes that the Second International found it possible, while protesting at its Hamburg Congress against Lord Curzon's June 1923 37 assault on the Russian Revolution and thus on the peace of the nations, to announce their solidarity with the Russian pacemakers of the Entente counter-revolution, the Mensheviks and SRS. In denouncing this support given to world imperialism, the enlarged executive calls on the workers of all countries to come out still more vigorously in defense of Soviet Russia. The English government has rejected all the Soviet government's proposals for an effective settlement of the questions in dispute. Any day may see the danger of a rupture of Anglo-Russian relations, even the danger of a new war. This sense of danger must be kept permanently alive among the proletarian masses of the entire world, so that they may be ready at any time to oppose the policy of attacks on the Russian Revolution. The enlarged executive calls on the working masses of the East to rally under the banner of Soviet Russia, which parries the blows aimed at the Eastern peoples fighting for their emancipation. Resolution of the 30 CCI Plenum on the Communist Attitude to Religion, June 23, 1923 in Preker, 3, 113, p. 988, July 5, 1923. The discussion on this question arose in connection with the Swedish CP whose leader, Höglund, had written that religion was a private matter in relation to the party as well as to the state. He said it was not an important question in the Swedish party, but Zinoviev had made it central. An explicit anti-religious campaign would repel many workers who were finding their way to communism. If their religious opinions were not in conflict with the party's political program and activities, they should be ignored. Britain as well as the Scandinavian countries was opposed to direct anti-religious propaganda, except as part of party education. Falk added that anti-religious propaganda would in particular antagonize the peasants. Bukharin said that in Eastern countries religion might play a revolutionary part, as the fight of religious fanatics in Asia against British imperialism showed. Zinoviev said, "In our party we exclude members, even those who fought 5 years against the whites, if they marry in church." To make religion a private matter in relation to the bourgeois state was a political question. It was intended to deprive the bourgeoisie of one of their means of oppressing the working class, the church. The dispute about religion was aggravated by differences on other matters. Höglund had supported the Norwegians in criticizing the exaggerated centralism of the Comintern. Humbert Draws, in Paris, wrote to Zinoviev that the ECCI resolution had offended some good Protestant militants associated with the French CP, and greatly embarrassed the Politburo. In view of the fact that erroneous statements have been made in the Swedish communist press, which might cause confusion among communists, the plenary session of the Comintern executive declares. 38. The Communist International Communists demand that religion shall remain a private matter in relation to the bourgeois state. In no circumstances, however, can communists declare that religion is a private matter in relation to the Communist Party also. Communists demand that the bourgeois state as such shall have no relations with religion and that religious associations shall not be connected in any way with the bourgeois state authorities. Communists demand that every citizen shall be free to acknowledge any religion he chooses or no religion, that is, to be an atheist, which normally every conscious communist is. Communists demand that in regard to the rights of citizens the state shall make no distinction which is based on religious affiliation. They demand that in official documents no mention should be made of the religious adherence of the citizen. They would deprive the bourgeois state of any power of granting any material or other support to ecclesiastical or religious bodies. Taken all together, this amounts to the demand that, in relation to the state, religion shall be declared a private matter. But in no case can the Communist Party remain indifferent to the fact that some of its members devote themselves, even as private persons, to religious propaganda. The Communist Party is an association, voluntarily formed, of conscious and advanced fighters for the emancipation of the working class. The communist vanguard of the working class cannot and must not remain indifferent to ignorance, unenlightenment, and religious obscurantism. The Communist Party is obliged to train its members not only in the devoted pursuit of a particular political program and economic demands and party statutes, they must also have implanted in them the clear-cut and homogeneous world outlook of Marxism, of which atheism is an essential part. It is obvious that anti-religious propaganda must be conducted with particular caution and after careful consideration, according to the kind of groups among whom it is being conducted. Communist anti-religious propaganda, particularly among young people, must be carried out according to a carefully elaborated program which takes any special circumstances into consideration. Occasionally members are to be found in a mass communist party who have not entirely discarded religious sentiments and prejudices. The party as a whole, on the other hand, and in particular its leading sections, must combat religious prejudices and carry on propaganda for atheism in an expedient manner. Active religious propaganda by leading comrades, especially intellectuals, is absolutely inadmissible, however up to date the form it takes. Communists are in favor of all workers, whatever their religious opinions, joining the trade unions which have a class character. Since, in many countries, there are still millions of workers of a religious turn of. June 1923 39. Mind, communists must draw them into the general economic and political struggle. In no circumstances should they be rejected because of their religious prejudices. In their agitation for a workers' government or a workers' and peasants' government, communists should in particular always emphasize that they are proposing a fraternal alliance with all workers, whether believers or atheists. Extracts from a resolution of the 30 CCI Plenum on Fascism. June 23, 1923 in Preker, 3, 113. p. 989, July 5, 1923 Clara Zetkin, moving the resolution, referred to fascism as the strongest, most concentrated, and classical expression of the general offensive of the world bourgeoisie. Historically, it was a punishment for the proletariat not having carried farther the revolution begun in Russia. It was a result of the breakdown of capitalist society and a symptom of the dissolution of the bourgeois state. It was recruited from the middle classes impoverished and proletarianized by the war, from ex-officers now unemployed, and from all those disappointed in reformist socialism who, instead of turning left, had lost hope in socialism. It had attracted thousands of disappointed proletarians who hoped that the will to build a new and better world would rise above class contradictions and find its embodiment in the nation. The Italian CP had seen in fascism only a militarist terrorist movement, not a mass movement with a broad social basis which had already won a political and ideological victory over the working class before it came to power in Italy. The communist parties must make the utmost efforts, politically and ideologically, to rescue those who had gone over to fascism, including the bourgeois intelligentsia. Against fascist force and terror the working class must organize for self-defense. Radek was the next speaker, and it was on this occasion that he made his famous Schlegeter speech. Schlegeter, a German nationalist, had been executed by the French on May 26, 1923 for sabotage in the Ruhr. He could not follow Clara Zetkin's speech all through, Radek said, because all the time I had before my eyes the corpse of the German fascist, our class enemy, condemned and shot by French imperialism. The fate of this German nationalist martyr should not be passed over by us in silence, or with a contemptuous phrase. Schlegeter, the courageous soldier of the counter-revolution, deserves honest and manly esteem from us, soldiers of the revolution. Against whom do the German nationalists want to fight? Against Entente capital or the Russian people? With whom do they wish to ally themselves? With the Russian workers and peasants, together to shake off the yoke of Entente capital, or with Entente capital to enslave the German and Russian peoples? Schlegeter is dead and cannot answer this question. At his grave his comrades vowed to carry on his work. They must answer, against whom? On whose side? If German patriotic circles do not decide to make the cause of this workers' majority their own, and so establish a front against Entente and German capital, then Schlegeter's road. 40 The Communist International was a road into the void, and Germany, faced by foreign invasion and by constant danger from the victors, will become the field of bloody internal battles, and it will be easy for the enemy to destroy and dismember it. Shortly after the ECCI meeting, Radek wrote that fascism was the reaction of the petty bourgeoisie to the situation created by the war, which the big bourgeoisie would use to restore their power wherever it was shaken or endangered. The conference at Frankfurt in March had described it as preventive counter-revolution, differing from ordinary counter-revolution by making a direct appeal to the masses with pseudo-radical slogans. Tentative moves to detach working-class followers of the nationalist parties had been made by the KPD before, and Radek's speech was greeted with applause, but Neuwirth attacked the KPD for competing with the German nationalists instead of fighting internationally. The majority spokesman replied that to win the masses to their side they must take their national ideology as the starting point. The nationalism created by the occupation of the Ruhr was a revolutionary factor which the KPD must exploit. The ECCI approved the tactics of the KPD in regard to the Ruhr. Neuwirth was correct in arguing that to fight the French bourgeoisie the German working class had to fight and defeat its own bourgeoisie, but the KPD were taking into account the objectively revolutionary role of the German bourgeoisie at this juncture. The bourgeoisie would fail, and it was for the KPD to prove that it alone represented the true interests of the German nation. In July 1923 a pamphlet appeared under the title Schlechter, in Auseinandersetzung, with contributions from Radek and Fröhlich, and from two prominent German nationalists, Graf von Reventlow and Moller van der Broek. The reviewer, L.B., in Inpriker, August 1, 1923, suggested that anyone who was surprised by its appearance, or by Radek's speech, had a confused idea of fascism. Fascism is not a bourgeois movement. It is primarily a movement of broad popular masses whose basic economic interests are hostile to the exploiting and impoverishing policy of the bourgeoisie. The movement was exploited by the bourgeoisie, but it had its own political and economic aims. Fascism was the political enemy of the revolutionary working class not because of historically irreconcilable class contradictions but because of the treachery of the Social Democrats, who had driven those masses into the enemy camp and now taunted the communists with trying to win them back. Nationalist and communist speakers appeared on the same platform in Germany until this was stopped, from the nationalist side, in August 1923. This was interpreted in Inpriker as a sign of the success of communist tactics. At the Fifth Comintern Congress in 1924 one German delegate attacked Radek's Schlechter policy. Radek replied that the Schlechter Declaration in the Rotfahne, though written by him, had been signed by Thälmann, Fischer, and Maslow, and his speech at the ECCI had been approved by that body, and specifically by Zinoviev. In September 1923 Humbert Draws reported to Moscow that KPD policy towards the German nationalists was creating uneasiness in the French party. Was it out to win the support of the nationalist German petty bourgeoisie and lose the support of the French working class for the German Revolution? They understand defense of the revolutionary fatherland after the conquest of power by the proletariat, but the defense of the revolutionary. June 1923 41 Fatherland by anticipation, while Germany is still the Patrie des Stins ruled by the bourgeoisie, is too subtle for them. Fascism is a characteristic phenomenon of decay, a reflection of the progressive dissolution of capitalist economy and of the disintegration of the bourgeois state. Its strongest root is the fact that the imperialist war and the disruption of the capitalist economy which the war intensified and accelerated meant, for broad strata of the petty and middle bourgeoisie, small peasants, and the intelligentsia, in contrast to the hopes they cherished, the destruction of their former condition of life and especially their former security. The vague expectations which many in these social strata had of a radical social improvement, to be brought about by reformist socialism, have also been disappointed. The betrayal of the revolution by the Reformist Party and trade union leaders has led them to despair of socialism itself. The weakness of will, the fear of struggle shown by the way in which the overwhelming majority of the proletariat outside Soviet Russia tolerates this treachery, and under capitalist whips drudges to consolidate its own exploitation and enslavement, has robbed these small and middle bourgeois, as well as the intellectuals, brought into a state of ferment, of their belief in the working class as the mighty agent of a radical social transformation. They have been joined by many proletarian elements who, looking for and demanding action, feel dissatisfied with the behavior of all political parties. Fascism also attracts the disappointed and déclassés, the rootless in every social stratum, particularly ex-officers who have lost their occupation since the end of the war. This is particularly true of the defeated Central Powers, where in consequence fascism has taken on a marked anti-republican character. In the period of revolutionary ferment and proletarian risings, fascism to some extent sympathized or at least flirted with proletarian revolutionary demands. The masses which followed fascism vacillated between the two camps in the great and universal class contradictions and class struggles. But with the consolidation of capitalist rule and the general bourgeois offensive, they threw themselves definitely onto the side of the bourgeoisie, where their leaders had stood from the beginning. The bourgeoisie immediately took fascism into paid service in their fight to defeat and enslave the proletariat. The old, allegedly non-political apparatus of the bourgeois state no longer guarantees the bourgeoisie adequate security. They have set about creating special class struggle troops against the proletariat. Fascism provides these troops. Although fascism by its origin and its exponents also includes revolutionary tendencies, which might turn against capitalism and its state, it is nevertheless becoming a dangerous counter-revolutionary force. That has been 42. The Communist International shone where it triumphed, in Italy. In Italy the door to fascism was opened by the passivity of the Socialist Party and the reformist trade union leaders. Its revolutionary phraseology won over many proletarian elements, which made its victory possible. The triumph of fascism in Italy spurs the bourgeoisie of other countries to take the same course in defeating the proletariat. The working classes of the entire world are threatened with the fate of their Italian brothers. It is the task of the conscious revolutionary vanguard of the working class to take up the struggle against victorious fascism in Italy and in the rest of the world where it is organizing. Fascism must be disarmed and defeated politically, and the workers organized strongly for self-defense against fascist violence. To accomplish this it is necessary to take the following steps. In every workers' party and workers' organization, of whatever tendency, a special body must be set up to conduct the struggle against fascism and its foreign representatives. This body shall, 1. Collect information about the fascist movement in its country, 2. Systematically enlighten the working class about the hostile class character of the fascist movement by articles in the press, pamphlets, posters, meetings, etc. 3. Systematically enlighten the recently proletarianized masses, and those threatened with proletarianization, about the nature of fascism and its functions in the service of large-scale capitalism. 4. Organize the defensive struggles of the workers by setting up and arming special detachments. Since the fascists are particularly active in their propaganda to young people, young workers must be drawn into the united front, and those over 17 should be included in the factory self-defense detachments. Workers' coordinating committees should be set up to prevent the transport of fascist gangs and their weapons. Any fascist attempt to terrorize the workers and hamper them to be ruthlessly defeated. 5. Draw workers of whatever opinion into the struggle. Call on all workers' parties, unions, and proletarian mass organizations for joint defense against fascism. 6. Fight against fascism in parliament and all public bodies, emphasize its imperialist and arch-chauvinist character, which increases the danger of new international wars. 2. The fascist forces are being organized on an international scale, and it is consequently necessary to organize the workers' struggle against fascism. June 1923 43. Internationally. For this purpose an international workers' committee must be set up which, besides exchanging experiences, shall organize international actions, in the first place against Italian fascism. This committee shall consider, 1. An international educational campaign, through the press, pamphlets, photographs, mass meetings, on the anti-labor character of the Italian fascist regime and its destruction of all workers' organizations and institutions. 2. The organization of mass meetings and demonstrations against fascism, and against the representatives of the fascist Italian state abroad. 3. The parliamentary struggle, getting parliaments, the workers' representatives in parliament, and international workers' organizations to send commissions to Italy to investigate the situation of the working class. 4. The struggle for the immediate liberation of communist, socialist, and non-party workers imprisoned or under arrest. 5. The preparation of an international anti-Italian boycott, the refusal to dispatch coal to Italy, the refusal of all transport workers to load and forward goods destined for Italy. International committees of miners, merchant seamen, railwaymen, transport workers, etc., to be set up for this purpose. 6. Material and moral support for the persecuted Italian workers by the collection of funds, hospitality for refugees, support for their work abroad, etc. The international red aid shall be used for this work, and the cooperatives should be drawn into it. The workers must be made aware that they will share the fate of the Italian workers if they do not engage in energetic revolutionary struggle against the ruling class and prevent the less class-conscious elements from joining the fascists. Extracts from the resolution of the Third ECCI plenum on the Italian question, June 23, 1923 in Preker, 3, 113, p. 994, July 5, 1923. After the Fourth Comintern Congress, Jules Humbert Draws, the executive's representative in Italy, reported that he found more hostility to the United Front in Rome than the Italian delegation had shown in Moscow. The ECCI in January 1923 had suggested that the fusionists in the Italian Socialist Party should call for a party congress. If the request were refused, they were to declare their fraction the party, loyal to the earlier resolution on amalgamation with the Communists. At the Congress of the Italian Socialist Party in Milan in 44, the Communist International, April 1923, the majority was opposed to fusion. Comintern supporters were told to stay in the Socialist Party, avoid giving pretexts for expulsion, and work to secure a majority at the next Congress. Nani made a very bad impression on me. He is a Jean Arriviste who has exploited the traditions of the Socialist Party to get control of Avanti, Humbert Draws wrote, adding that the Central Committee of the Italian Communist Party was trying to get rid of those who supported fusion by posting them abroad. Fusion could not be forced by the ECCI. Moreover, it might be better, under fascism, to have the socialist banner, with a reputation and prestige among the masses which the Communist Party had not yet won. He reported that the disagreements between the two other ECCI representatives in Italy at that time, Manuelski and Rakosi, had made the situation much more difficult. The ECCI report stated that the preparatory commission to effect the merger between the Italian Socialist and Communist parties had stayed too long in Moscow and moved too slowly. Meanwhile, the opposition in the Communist Party and the anti-fusionists in the Socialist Party had exploited the reluctance of the Communists to merge and campaigned against fusion. When the commission returned to Italy, most of its members were arrested. In his opening report, Zinoviev observed that the Italian Central Committee, led by Bordiga, still believed that Cerati, and not Mussolini, was the enemy. It had agreed to the merger as a matter of discipline, but the negotiations had been dragged out until it was too late. The vote of the Italian Socialist Party against fusion was not the last word but merely an episode. He proposed that the Socialist Party should be admitted to the Comintern as a sympathizing party, and that the CPI and SPI should establish a united front with the moral support of the Comintern. The spokesman for the Socialist Party said that the conditions put forward by the Communists were an insult to the fusionists in the SPI. Urbani, speaking for the Italian CP, said that unification could not be effected in Moscow. The CPI had made mistakes, but it was not solely responsible. The Socialists had sabotaged the negotiations, and the representatives sent by the Comintern did not agree among themselves. Giacomo referred to the difficulties created by Mussolini's victory, which had taken the CPI by surprise. When the resolution was put forward, Lunacharsky read a letter from the Italian Socialist Party, dated June 10, containing the resolution of the Milan Congress of that party, which stated that the delegates to the Fourth Comintern Congress had exceeded their mandate. The SPI wanted to renounce neither its name, nor its banner, nor its autonomy. The Comintern should be more flexible about the conditions put to parties in different countries with widely varying positions. It should accept the SPI as it was, without further discussion, otherwise the SPI would have to take action against those members whose entire activity in it consisted of getting it to adhere to the CI, and a united front would be impossible. Lunacharsky, reporting for the Commission, recommended that 2 members of the minority in the Italian Communist Party should be added to the Central Committee. The representatives of the majority stated that they would vote for the resolution, but wished it placed on record that they had done everything they could to implement the instructions of the Fourth Congress. Since the June 1923 45 discussion in the plenum and in the Commission has revealed deep differences between the methods of the Central Committee elected by the party majority, and now to be replaced, and the International, the passage in the resolution which states that the composition of the Central Committee must be such as to guarantee the execution of CI decisions can be interpreted only as meaning the elimination from the Central Committee of the tendency which up to now has been predominant in the party. Leadership. The resolution was passed unanimously. Meanwhile, in Italy, the Socialist Party split on the question of collaboration with the Italian CP. The majority found the terms unacceptable and expelled Cerruti and many of his supporters. In a letter to the Socialist Party in October 1923, the ECCI accused Nani and the majority of sabotaging the United Front. They were strike breakers who, objectively, were carrying out Mussolini's orders. It called on the members to reject these leaders and join the Communists. In January 1924, Humbert Draws reported that Bordiga's extremist policy was receiving less support. The proposal to form an electoral bloc with other proletarian parties had been accepted. The CP and the Fusionists were to issue a daily paper. The Socialist Party, he reported a few days later, had fortunately refused to join the bloc. If it had agreed, the clandestine, communist fraction in the Socialist Party would have lost the advantage. But we prevented this, when we realized the danger, by a letter from the fraction which suggested that acceptance of the proposal for an electoral bloc would mean the eventual capitulation of the Socialist Party. Cerruti was a problem, for, depressed and defeatist as he was, he could not be used in a responsible post and was difficult to use in a subordinate one. The Italian CP was opposed to putting him forward as a parliamentary candidate because it would increase his importance. It wanted the ECCI to find him a job outside Italy. But, wrote Humbert Draws, Cerruti is a leader despite us, and he has been a leader against us. He was of interest to them only as a leader, and if they could not use his popularity they need not use him at all. He was useful in so far as he could bring back those he had earlier alienated from the Comintern. Humbert Draws asked to be sent copies of the letters from the ECCI to the Italian CP and the Fusionists, otherwise he could not do his job properly. He wanted to know why Bordiga, who had been dropped from the ECCI in June 1923, had been reappointed. He complained on several occasions of the changes in Moscow on the question of amalgamation between the Italian CP and the Fusionists, a question, he said, of which the Fusionists were tired and by which the Communists were hypnotized. The Fusionists were angry because, although a Communist attended the meetings of their executive, they were not allowed to send a representative, even for consultation, to the Communist meetings. Their anger grew, he wrote to Zinoviev on March 15, 1924, when Avanti published a CP circular on the aims of Communists in the Socialist Party. They accused the CPI of duplicity and sabotage. Togliatti had told them that Humbert Draws had seen and approved the circular, but this was not true. The atmosphere of distrust in which the party lives is due to repeated manifestations of this absence of loyalty. Writing to Zinoviev again shortly before the Fifth Congress, he referred to the frequently shabby and underhand maneuvers of the Communists in 46. The Communist International operating the Electoral Alliance. The Communist editor of the joint Communist-Socialist paper had refused to publish a Fusionist resolution which referred to the CP circular as unfortunate, and the Fusionists now refused to admit a Communist to the meetings of their executive. The alliance gained 19 seats, of which 13 went to the Communists, 6 to the Fusionists. The resolution of the Fourth World Congress on the Italian question stipulated the fusion of the CPI with the majority of the SPI, who at the Rome Congress had voted for the Third International, and called for the utmost unity of all revolutionary workers against the threat of fascism. Events have shown that this resolution was and remains correct. While reaffirming it, the enlarged executive notes with deep regret that the wishes of the Fourth Congress have not yet been realized. The chief reasons for this failure are, 1. The fascist White Terror, the persecution of the working class, the unpunished murder of revolutionary workers, the countless arrests have temporarily driven the workers' movement into illegality and caused some degree of demoralization. Since the heaviest blows have fallen on communists, it is understandable that at the moment the more irresolute socialists are reluctant to amalgamate with the communists. 2. The right wing of the SPI conducted a systematic campaign against amalgamation with the communists, exploiting the unfavorable conditions in which the advocates of fusion found themselves. To some extent the failure was due also to the incorrect tactics of the majority of the CC of the CPI. Hypnotized by the previous struggle against Serrati's group, and suffering from extreme dogmatism, the CC majority failed completely to take into account that the situation in the labor movement had changed radically. Not only did they not campaign for fusion with the SPI, they actually frustrated the execution of the Fourth World Congress decision. The enlarged executive decides, A. In regard to the CP, 1. The international demands of the CC of the CPI, not merely formal acknowledgement, but practical execution of this decision. 3. The CP must use united front tactics adapted to Italian conditions, i.e. it must make proposals to the SP leaders in a form consistent with CI decisions. 4. The composition of the executive of the CP must be such as to guarantee the carrying out of these measures. B. In regard to the SP, 1. The enlarged executive notes that the present SP leadership relies. June 1923 47. On the votes of a doubtful majority. The Milan Congress was convened during the White Terror, which reduced the membership from 32,000 to 9,000. Nevertheless, more than 40% were in favor of amalgamation with the Communists. 4. The executive notes that at a moment when there is a crisis in the Amsterdam International and the most class-conscious left among the workers are drawing nearer to the RILU, the CG of the SPI found it appropriate to rejoin the Amsterdam International. 5. The executive must conclude from the above that up to now the SP leadership has acted in a fashion hostile to the CI. 6. The executive regards the Milan Congress and the present situation in the SP as a temporary episode. 7. The executive wishes to leave nothing undone which can accelerate the coming together of all revolutionary forces in Italy, and believes it is meeting the wishes of the majority of workers in the SP by welcoming the desire to draw closer to the CI expressed in the letter of June 10, despite the hostile actions referred to above. 8. To give practical form to this rapprochement, the executive proposes that the CC of the SP form a working alliance with the CP. 9. In proof of its solidarity with the SP workers, the executive requests the executive of the SP to send a delegation to Moscow to effect adherence to the Comintern. ECCI appeal to the workers and peasants of Bulgaria to oppose the new Bulgarian government. June 23, 1923 in Preker, 3, 113, p. 985, July 5, 1923. On June 8, 1923 the government of Stambulski and his peasant union was overthrown, and Stankov became the prime minister of the constitutional bloc which had engineered the coup. In the elections of April 1923 the peasant union had won 212 out of a total of 245 seats, the communists 16, and the socialists 2. The constitutional bloc, consisting of the bourgeois parties which had been virtually outlawed by Stambulski, also got 16 seats. The Bulgarian CP had from the first been unwilling to accept the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government for Bulgaria, arguing that they could detach the peasants from Stambulivski, and that the slogan was applicable only to countries where the workers and peasants were confronted by strong bourgeois parties. Relations between the peasant and communist parties were very bad, and at the time of Professor Tsankov's coup d'état the Central Committee advised neutrality as between two wings of the bourgeoisie, and called off resistance where it did occur. At a meeting of the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Party held on June 11 it was agreed that the battle between the new and the deposed governments was one between two wings of the capitalist class, in which the party and the masses had no part. At the ECCI meeting which opened a few days later, 48 the Communist International Zinoviev urged the necessity of joining forces with the Peasant Union against the new government. The Bulgarian party's attitude was a great blunder. If it entered the struggle, this might lead to the formation of a workers' and peasants' government. If it did not, the Tsankov government would remain in power and the party would be threatened. If, while the party remained passive, the masses took action, it would lead to a serious split in the party. Kabachev defended the Bulgarian party's policy. Stambulivski had no support in the towns, and only scattered support in the villages. Stambulivski himself was killed in the fighting. He had alienated the masses, and a communist call for an uprising would not have received their support. In the debate on the report of the ECCI at the Fifth Comintern Congress in 1924, Kolarov said the Bulgarian party was mistaken in thinking that the peasant government had lost the confidence of the peasant masses and become a government of the rural bourgeoisie. The party had been wrong not to apply united front tactics from above as well as from below. The United Front from above was initiated only after June 1923. Radek was instructed to examine the situation, and reported on the last day of the executive meeting. He bitterly attacked the passivity of the GPB. It had been caused not by the strength of the enemy, but by the absence of any will to fight. The party had even failed to understand that it was a defeat. It had neither allied itself with the Peasant Union, nor split it. It might have allied itself with the Macedonian nationalists to exert pressure on Stambulivski, but had ignored them. The ECCI had to bear responsibility, not for the incorrect Bulgarian policy, but for having failed to intervene earlier. This was a more serious defeat than the one suffered by the Italian party, which had been young and inexperienced. Stambulivski should have been supported as the only alien body in bourgeois domination of the Balkans. He had the support of the great majority of peasants. To quote the third volume of Capital and say that the peasantry is also a part of the bourgeoisie is to fail in revolutionary duty. Radek linked the Bulgarian events to his favorite thesis of Anglo-French rivalry. The Tsankov coup was part of the struggle between the two Western powers for hegemony in Europe, and its success fortified England's policy of encircling Russia. The Little Entente, clients of France, had supported Stambulivski's policy of fulfilling the provisions of the Neuilly Treaty. A week later the Bulgarian party met and endorsed the neutrality policy by a vote of 42-2. Kolarov, who had been sent from Moscow to attend the conference, was arrested and did not reach Sofia until August. On July 9 Zinoviev wrote in Prekar of the errors of the Bulgarian party. A peasant government that was both anti-proletarian and anti-bourgeois could not survive, but Kabachev's argument that the urban workers were indifferent to its fate was merely a pretext to make the working class responsible for the party's inactivity. The Bolsheviks had cooperated for a time with Kerensky against Kornilov, although Kerensky was no friend of the working class. On July 10 the Bulgarian GP published a resolution again approving the Central Committee's policy. The ECCI, it said, had not been well informed about the situation. The resolution was publicly criticized by Rákosi on behalf of the ECCI. Some local communists who had resisted the coup were arrested and tried. The CC of the Bulgarian GP disavowed them, 4 were sentenced to death. June 1923 49. Comrades. In Bulgaria a small clique of bankrupt bureaucrats, unemployed officers and speculators have captured the government by a military coup d'état. The same men who drove the Bulgarian people into the World War, who have 200,000 dead on their conscience, who were 3 times rejected by the Bulgarian people in democratic elections. The same clique has dared to seize power by a putsch. They are setting up a regime of furious terror against the great majority of the population, against the workers and peasants. The prisons of Bulgaria are being filled with workers and peasants, the villages are being subdued to the will of reactionary adventurers by punitive expeditions. They are shooting the leaders of the peasantry, but have not the courage to take responsibility for their actions. Tomorrow they will begin to massacre the leaders of the working class also. The white coup d'état of the Bulgarian bureaucrats, generals, and speculators took place with the consent and assistance of the Social Democratic Party, which is a section of the Second International. This party, which shares responsibility for the crimes of the Bulgarian war government, a party from which all workers have turned away so that it has shrunk to nothing, allowed itself to be used as a fig leaf for the counter-revolutionary revolt. It has thus shown itself worthy of Nevsky and Turati, who smoothed the way for the white revolt in Germany and Italy. The revolt was accomplished with the help of the scum of the European counter-revolution, officers of Virgil's army, and with the support of Horthy's hangmen and Romanian boyars. Capitalist Europe, which is hypocritically trying to incite the so-called civilized world against the Red Terror, is hastening to recognize these murderous and dangerous adventurers. The English government, the government of the English landlords and manufacturers, is supporting them, because it hopes to make Bulgaria a bulwark against Soviet Russia. The Italian government supports them because it sees in the military adventurers of Sofia helpers in the struggle against Yugoslavia. The whole capitalist world has approved the white coup d'état in Bulgaria. The fascist gangs in all countries see in it a proof that it is easy to trample the working people underfoot. We, the Communist International, the union of all militant workers in East and West, call on the Bulgarian workers and peasants, on the international working class, to fight against the Bulgarian putschists. Peasants of Bulgaria. The victory of the white gangs is a lesson you must understand if you want to free yourselves from the yoke which is being laid on you. Stambulski's peasant government was overthrown because it did not understand the need of uniting with the urban workers. The interests of the great majority of the Bulgarian peasants, who are poor, are at one with the interests of the urban workers and artisans. Stambulski persecuted the working class and so lost the one support which he could have. 50 The Communist International had in the towns against the clique of bureaucrats and officers who have for 40 years exploited and enslaved the Bulgarian people and want to go on doing so. Stambulski has paid for his policy with his life. But the Bulgarian peasants are still living, and they must fight if they do not want to go on being treated as cattle. We call on them to unite with the workers in the towns, and to begin the fight with the slogan of establishing a government of urban and rural workers. Workers of Bulgaria. Stambulski's government persecuted the labor movement in the interests of the village bourgeoisie and the village usurers, it sacrificed the interests of the working people in the towns and of the poor peasants. But if Stambulski's government persecuted the workers, Tsankov's government, the government of bureaucrats and generals, wants to annihilate them. Whoever mistakenly thinks that the struggle of the now triumphant white clique against Stambulski is a struggle between two bourgeois cliques in which the working class can be neutral, will now be taught better by the bloody persecution of the workers' organizations. The putschists are now the enemy, and must be defeated. Unite for the fight against the white revolt not only with the broad masses of the peasantry, but with the leaders of the peasant party who are still alive. Show them what the split between workers and peasants has led to, and summon them to a common struggle for a workers' and peasants' government. Peasants of Macedonia. Macedonian revolutionaries. You have let yourselves be misused by the Bulgarian counter-revolution for a coup d'état, although, as your past shows, your interests and your destiny are closely bound up with the interests of the working people, the interests of the revolution in the Balkans and throughout the world. Stambulski's government surrendered Macedonia to the Serbian bourgeoisie in order to get their support. It persecuted you bloodily. But do not think that the counter-revolutionary government is in a position to liberate the Macedonian people. It will fight against the Bulgarian workers and peasants, against your brothers, but not for the liberation of the Macedonian peasants. In order to secure its rule, it will betray Macedonia 1,000 times and oppress you, because it cannot tolerate a revolutionary peasant movement in Macedonia. Only a peasants' and workers' government in Bulgaria will arouse the sympathies of the peasants and workers of Romania, Yugoslavia, and Greece. That alone will clear the path for the establishment of a Balkan Federation of workers' and peasants' governments, which can alone free you without Macedonia again becoming the scene of bloody struggles in which your cottages will be burnt down, your fields laid waste. Macedonian peasants and Macedonian revolutionaries. However great your resentment of the Bulgarian Peasant Union and its leaders may be, none of you should give the slightest support to the White June 1923 51 terror government in Bulgaria. On the contrary, for the sake of your national liberation you must unite with the militant Bulgarian workers and peasants. Workers and peasants of Yugoslavia, Romania, and Greece. Resolutely oppose all those in the Balkans who support Tsankev's government. Surround the ambassadors of these governments with your hatred, surround White Bulgaria with the wall of your resistance, take advantage of every opportunity to help the peasants and workers of Bulgaria, the brave Bulgarian working people who are beginning the fight against the White government. Workers of Czechoslovakia, Austria, and Germany. The victory of the fascist group in Bulgaria will encourage the fascist adventurers in your countries. Be on your guard, be vigilant. Do not let yourselves be intimidated or taken unawares. Fight energetically against any help being given to White Bulgaria and learn the lesson of Bulgarian reaction and the mistakes of the Bulgarian peasants and workers. Exert all your efforts to create an alliance between the poor peasants and the workers against the attacks of the mercenaries of capital and of the military cliques, and learn to dare severe battles in the hour of danger, if you do not want to pay for your faint-heartedness with the lives of the best among you. Proletarians of all countries. We appeal to you to watch the development of events in Bulgaria most carefully. We appeal to you to let the broad masses know of all the outrages committed by the victorious clique of Bulgarian fascists against the working people of Bulgaria, helped by the capitalist governments of all countries. We appeal to you to mobilize these masses against the government of murderers in Sofia. The warning given by Sofia is as clear as the warning from Rome. The working classes of all countries are in danger. Prepare to defend yourselves. Open letter from the ECCI and the RILU to the Second International and the IFTU proposing a joint conference on German problems August 25, 1923 in Preker, 3, 140, p. 1220, August 31, 1923 The German government replied to the French occupation of the Ruhr by a policy of passive resistance, endorsed by the Reichstag by 284 votes to 12, the KPD voting against, and 16 abstentions. Radek wrote that the German bourgeoisie supported passive resistance because inflation was one way of reducing wages. In another article he argued that the German bourgeoisie would capitulate to France as the only way of bringing inflation to an end. Unrest and discontent mounted steadily in Germany throughout the spring and summer of 1923 and inflation made the lot of wage earners and others highly precarious. The June meeting of the ECCI, at which Radek made his Schlegeter speech, referred to the situation in Germany in general terms only, not as immediately revolutionary. The Cuno government resigned on August 11, amid a mounting 52 the Communist International wave of strikes, food riots, etc. This was attributed, by a writer in Preker, to the massive pressure of the KPD. On the following day Stresemann formed a government which included 4 members of the SPD, described by the KPD as the last reserve of the counter-revolution against the rising tide of the approaching proletarian revolution, and opened negotiations for settling the Ruhr dispute, thus ruling out the possibility of Germany seeking Russian support for continued opposition to the Entente. On August 27 the ECCI and RILU published an appeal to support the German proletariat who were in the greatest danger. Conditions in Germany are becoming more and more acute, unless all signs are deceptive, they are making for revolution. In these struggles the German proletariat will be opposed not only by the armed forces of the German bourgeoisie, there is the danger that, At the moment when the German proletariat, attacked by the German bourgeoisie, will be engaged in decisive struggles, the Entente bourgeoisie and their vassals will forget their hostility to the German bourgeoisie and hasten to their support. There is a danger that France, Poland, and Czechoslovakia will attempt the military occupation of Germany in order to subjugate the working class, in order to come to a final agreement with the German bourgeoisie at the expense of the German proletariat. There is a danger that English imperialism, by a naval blockade, and the vassals of the Entente in Eastern Europe, by a land blockade, will try to stop the import of food into Germany. Radek wrote that Stresemann was preparing to sell out to the Entente, whereas Germany's only reliable ally was Russia. Some days later he wrote that German capitulation to the Entente would endanger Russia, for the West would then seek to overthrow the Russian government and restore the old regime. Events in Germany confront the international labor movement with an extremely important historical task. 20 million German proletarians, the solid core of the international proletariat, are moving into the fight against the German capitalists and the imperialists of the Entente. The coming struggles will be the central events of the entire political history of the immediate future. Their outcome will decide the fate of the international labor movement for many years. The course of all political developments, and especially the course of the labor movement throughout the world, will turn on the outcome of the approaching German crisis. What happens in Germany is quite clearly of tremendous importance for other countries. In no country can the workers be indifferent to German events. Every honest proletarian whose heart beats for his class must hasten to the help of the German proletariat fighting under the red flag. The cause of the German workers is the cause of workers everywhere. We suggest that we examine jointly with you the practical measures which can and must be taken by all international organizations of the proletariat in support of the revolutionary German proletariat. Such support can be given in many ways. August 1923 53-1. Fascism is raising its head in Germany. The international organizations of the proletariat must help the German revolutionary workers to repulse fascism. 2. German capitalists are throwing tens of thousands of revolutionary workers onto the streets. These workers have nothing to eat. It is the duty of international labor organizations to rush help to these proletarian victims of the class struggle. The French and Polish bourgeoisie may perhaps try to give open help to the German capitalists in their attempt to defeat by arms the German workers' movement. The international labor organizations must be ready to nullify all such attempts. The struggle for peace is the chief duty of all to whom the welfare and the life of the worker is dear. The international proletarian organizations must be on guard. At your Hague Congress you issued the watchword, "Fight against war and for the safeguarding of peace." Now the danger is indisputably here. Bearing all this in mind, we propose that you convene with us a joint international conference, to be devoted to the following questions: 1. Organization of comprehensive support for the German workers by the international proletariat. 2. Prompt fighting measures for peace. We suggest that the conference be called for not later than September 10. The crisis is ripening so quickly that every day counts. We suggest that the conference be held in Moscow, but we are ready to have the discussions in any other city. ECCI Statement on Tsankev's action against the Bulgarian Communist Party. September 1923 in Preker, 3, 149, p. 1285, September 21, 1923. Although reluctant to abandon its earlier policy, the Central Committee of the Bulgarian CP, urged forward by Kabachev and Dimitrov, committed its party to the September Rising to establish a government of workers and peasants. The Central Committee report to the Bulgarian Communist Party in December 1948, reviewing the past, stated that in August 1923 the sound nucleus of Marxists, aided by the Comintern, gained the upper hand in the leadership of the party. The position had worsened since June, but even in September victory was still objectively possible. The rising had been planned for late October, but was called earlier because information about the plans had reached the government. On September 12 about 2,000 communists were arrested, and their newspapers and offices closed down. The Central Committee met to decide whether the rising was still possible, and set up a small revolutionary committee, which included Kolarov and Dimitrov. The night of 22 to 23 September was chosen, but again the government was warned in time, and no rising occurred in any major city. In a few small towns the rebels held out for a number of days. The Revolutionary Committee had directed the rising from a town near 54 the Communist International, the border of Yugoslavia, into which it fled on September 28, with a number of its followers. In the following month the Bulgarian CP moved its headquarters to Vienna. It denied Trtsankov's charge that the CPB had been preparing a revolt. It had only been preparing for the elections, and had risen only after the government's attack to stand at the head of a popular insurrection. This was the explanation given in the ECCI report to the 5th CI Congress in 1924. Local spontaneous insurrections had been provoked by government action, they were premature and ill-prepared and were therefore defeated. The brutal reprisals taken by the government won sympathy in the country for the communists who, standing with the peasant bloc in the elections of November 1923, received 218,000 votes, representing 31 seats for the Peasant Union and 8 for the Communists. In the Bulgarian parliament, Sakharov, one of the 8, on December 24, 1923, disavowed the rising and asserted that it had been forced on them by the Russians acting through Kolarov and Dimitrov. He and 6 others, the 8th deputy, Kabachev, was in jail, then pledged themselves to legal activity only, and were expelled by the Vienna Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party. At a secret conference of the party held in the following year the critics of the rising were defeated, and subsequently expelled, by the followers of Kolarov and Dimitrov, whose leadership had been approved in Moscow in February 1924, and who were appointed the Foreign Bureau of the Bulgarian CP. In May 1924 Bukharin reported to the RCP conference that the Comintern had had to interfere drastically in affairs in Bulgaria, where United Front tactics referred to the peasants, not to the weak Social Democratic Party. The Bulgarian CP's neutrality in June had been followed by an easy bourgeois victory, and when it did organize a rising the time was past and it was defeated. The Bulgarian comrades, he said, now admitted that the ECCI had been right. Events in Bulgaria have happened just as the Comintern predicted the day after the white insurrection of 9-8 June. The waiting attitude incorrectly adopted by the leaders of the Bulgarian Communist Party was utilized by the bandits who have rallied round Trtsankov to consolidate their positions before passing to the offensive. On September 12, on the pretext that the communists were allegedly planning a coup d'état, Trtsankov's gang arrested thousands of communists, including nearly all the responsible officials of the party. All communist newspapers were suppressed, all party trade union institutions destroyed. Trtsankov's government is spreading the lying report that compromising correspondence with Moscow was found on Comrade Kabachev and other leading party officials who were arrested, as well as letters from Comintern officials. The arrested leaders were declared to be hostages, who would be shot should any revolutionary movement break out. The executive of the Comintern declares that all the reports about the letters, about a conspiracy, and the rest are a malicious provocation. September 1923 55. Trtsankov's government, which is losing ground every day, is forced to take this slippery path, it is doomed to destruction, and this new provocation against the communists will only accelerate its decline. Trtsankov's gang is looking for an excuse to take proceedings against the leaders of the Bulgarian proletariat. Let Trtsankov and all his ministers and his eminent lackeys remember that they will have to answer to the Bulgarian workers and peasants and to the international proletariat for all their misdeeds. Let Trtsankov and his ministers and the gang leaders who support his party bear in mind that they will have to answer to the Bulgarian workers for the lives of the leaders of the Bulgarian proletarian movement. Not a drop of the blood they shed will be forgiven them when the day of reckoning comes. Bulgarian reaction may rage, but its days are numbered. The yellow Bulgarian Social Democrats, some of whom tried especially hard to prove by example that there is no baseness of which the parties of the Second International are not capable, may creep whimpering in the dust before the Bulgarian fascists. The alliance of the working class and the peasantry in a country like Bulgaria will, the moment it is formed, be unconquerable. The tactics of the present criminal government will help to bring this alliance about quickly. The Comintern sends fraternal greetings to the workers and peasants of Bulgaria in their hour of severe affliction. They must answer Tsankov's provocative policy by closing their ranks, by organizing illegal groups throughout the country, by mass agitation among thousands and millions of workers, and, when the moment comes, by forming a workers' and peasants' government. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the French Communist Party. September 1923 in Preaker, 3, 149, p. 1290, September 21, 1923 in April 1923 Humbert Draws reported to Moscow on the unsatisfactory state of affairs in the French party. The Central Committee was overloaded with work, El Humanite was losing readers, there was open hostility between Severin and other members. The party's greatest weaknesses, he wrote later, were its complete absence of political perspective and the lack of any Bolshevik discipline among the leaders. It had not, for example, discussed the agenda of the ECCI plenum of June 1923, and correspondence between Moscow and the KPD about the Ruhr had not been put before the Central Committee. The French working class was losing interest in the Ruhr, since it was clear that war would not break out. Radek complained later that the French party had not even staged a demonstration against the shootings in the Ruhr, and had none of its members working there illegally. Quarrels between the editors of El Humanite and the political bureau were frequent. Sellier and Trained, who were joint secretaries, disliked each other and invaded each other's work, and this had a bad influence. 56 The Communist International on the party's activity. The visit to Moscow by these two and Kakin in an attempt to settle their differences had brought no improvement. At the end of 1923 Humbert Draws asked the ECCI to send a delegate to the Congress of the French CP to work with Rákosi, whose methods he distrusted. After the Congress, held at Strasbourg, he reported to Zinoviev that the arrangements were scandalous. Even the Politburo did not know what the Congress ought to do. He and Rákosi were going to try to settle the differences between Trained, Severin, and Rosmer, and hoped to persuade Trained to resign as secretary. At the elections in May 1924 the Communists increased their representation from 13 to 29, the parties in the Cartel de Gauche from 170 to 309. The executive of the Communist International notes with satisfaction that the decisions of the Fourth World Congress on the French Party have been carried out by the joint efforts of the best comrades of the three fractions which previously existed. It may be stated with certainty that it was only by the exclusion of those elements which were alien to the proletarian revolution that the vanguard of the French proletariat were able to break in fact and finally with the bourgeoisie and to ensure for themselves for the future complete freedom of political action. Cooperation with the revolutionary trade unions is proceeding satisfactorily. The struggle for the United Front, which was possible once the unity of the party itself was secured, has already proved its revolutionary importance. It can be said with certainty that the continuation of this struggle in one form or another will lead to the re-establishment of trade union unity, to the recruiting of thousands and millions of workers into the trade unions, and to the parties winning the confidence of an ever-growing section of the proletariat. Our action in this field must be taken in such a way as to deprive the socialist and syndicalist saboteurs of any opportunity of saying to the workers that our proposals for unity have only a demonstrative character or that they are only a trap. Our proposals, in keeping with our real intentions, must be formulated quite concretely. But we must miss no opportunity of exposing pitilessly the hesitations, the sabotage, and the treachery of the official reformist leaders. The necessary balance between these two elements of our tactics can and will be established in practice. The parliamentary elections to be held next year will be the decisive factor in the French internal situation, and also for the progress of the Communist Party. Their significance extends far beyond the scope of the usual parliamentary mechanism. This time, under the false forms of so-called democratic parliamentarism, a thorough regrouping of forces and a change in the orientation of the various classes will occur. The present chamber was the result of the political torpidity of the war years. Financiers, industrialists, landowners, the new rich and the old, military and parliamentary cliques, in short, all the elements that the September 1923 57 war brought to the top, created after the victory of Parliament to their own liking, the chamber of the national bloc, of the embodiment of unfettered greed, of crude violence and vulgarity. On the other hand, this chamber is the most gross and reactionary embodiment of the illusions which the war planted among the masses. The chief element in these illusions was the conviction that Germany would pay. The emptiness of that hope is obvious today. The occupation of the Ruhr, like French policy towards Germany as a whole, is aimed at ruining Germany and making it for many years incapable of fighting an aim more or less successfully pursued. But the impossibility of getting payments from Germany only becomes more obvious. Hence it follows that French political life depends on the budget question. By clever political and financial maneuvers, the French bourgeoisie have up to now been able to postpone collapse. But it is becoming ever clearer that the crisis is unavoidable. All the problems of French domestic policy, and to a great extent also the problems of French foreign policy, are connected with the approaching financial crisis. At the present time, the political struggle consists in fact of the efforts of every class of bourgeois society to throw the financial burden onto the class below it. The bourgeoisie as a whole are determined to put the tax burden onto the workers and peasants. This makes it impossible for the present reactionary bloc of militarists and plutocrats to remain in power, for the bourgeoisie can only hope to avoid the financial crisis by plundering the working class in town and country, if the execution of this policy is entrusted to their radical and socialist hacks. That is the meaning of the left bloc which will follow the national bloc. The illusions of victory have faded. The radical bloc will try to use the illusions of pacifism and democracy for the same reactionary purposes. The problems to be solved are too refractory, and the new orientation of the bourgeoisie too difficult for this to be carried on behind the scenes. The elections will offer the spectacle of a great fight of classes and parties, while in reality the balance of the war and of victory will be struck. There are a number of circumstances which are highly favorable to independent action by the Communist Party. The bourgeoisie want to make the workers and peasants bear the costs of the war. The Communist Party comes forward as their defender against all groups and parties of the bourgeoisie. It opposes to the national bloc and the left bloc the bloc of the working classes in town and country. The best elements in town and country must by tireless work explain the meaning of the struggle going on within the bourgeoisie between the national bloc and the left bloc. They must show the necessity of the working class itself first uniting and then acting together with the peasants to defend the vital interests of the people which are acutely endangered by the financial crisis. 58. The Communist International. During the election campaign, the Communist Party must have nothing whatever to do with any form of parliamentary reformism and of place hunting, even if it is clothed in revolutionary phrases. The party should put forward as candidates only those people who are able to fling in the face of bourgeois society the accusations and demands of the workers which derive from their daily life, that is, in the first place, people from the factory and the field. The slightest attempt to build a bridge between the party and the left bloc must be punished in the sight of the entire working class by expulsion, but at the same time we must show the utmost initiative and activity in uniting the various sections of the working class on a purely proletarian basis. Only such a broad and vigorous policy can give confidence to the passive elements of the working class who are at present inclined to give their votes to the reformists, not because they have confidence in them, but because the reformists are less hated than the nationalists. Only the rallying of the workers on a united basis will give the poor peasants too the incentive to seek their salvation in an alliance with the proletariat. It is certain that the policy of our French party before and during the elections will also be of the greatest importance for the still large number of revolutionary workers who have not yet discarded their distrust of political parties as such. If these comrades see that for us the elections are only a means of carrying out the revolutionary work of rallying the masses, and that the Communist Party does not for a moment turn into an ordinary parliamentary party, but always remains the revolutionary force which shakes the foundation of the present system, then the ice of syndicalist mistrust will melt and our party will be strengthened by the addition of thousands of revolutionary workers steeled in the class struggle. Their confidence will be a far more important gain than the winning of a dozen seats in parliament. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to all members of the Norwegian Labour Party, October 1923 in Preker, in 167, p. 1425, October 29, 1923. The Central Committee of the NLP called a special Congress on 2–5 November to discuss differences with the CI. The majority was opposed to trade union affiliation to the RILU and to the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government, considered that religion should be the private concern of the individual member, and deplored the lack of democracy in the Comintern. Bull, Falk, and Tranmæl, who led the opposition to the CI, were followed out of the Congress by 169 delegates. The remaining no constituted themselves into a Congress of the Norwegian Communist Party. At the 13th Congress of the RCP in Bukharin attributed the split in part to the dispute within the Russian October 1923 59 party. Tranmæl and his followers supported the opposition. The resolution of the 5th Comintern Congress urged the ECCI to do all in its power to win over to the Comintern the proletarian elements in the NLP. The present leaders of the majority of your Central Committee have, without consulting the Comintern, called an extraordinary party congress for November 2, 1923 to discuss the differences of opinion between these leaders and the Communist International. Everything points to the conclusion that some of these leaders are aiming to split your party and to break with the Communist International. Anyone who knows the early history of the present internal struggles cannot escape this impression. None of you should forget that the present leaders of the majority, with Bull and Falk at the head, put through a resolution even before the last Christiania Congress which meant a break with the Communist International, and it was only the pressure of the Norwegian workers which compelled these leaders to abandon at that time their open splitting policy. From being open they became disguised splitters. Now they think the time has come to push things to a break. Bull, Falk, and unfortunately Comrade Tranmæl also maintain that the Communist International has made mistakes on these points: 1. The question of a workers' and peasants' government, 2. The religious question, and 3. The question of the Red International of Labor Unions. 1. A workers' and peasants' government. The Communist International decided to issue the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government. All the parties adhering to the CI, 56 in all, welcomed this slogan and can already point to certain political successes in this field. All the social democratic parties of the Second International gnashed their teeth because they realized that this slogan would open a road for the communists to the broadest masses of the workers and peasants. Now Falk and Bull, and unfortunately Comrade Tranmæl also, come out with the statement that this slogan may be all right for the rest of the world, but at the present time it is unacceptable for Sweden-Norway. Not satisfied with that, they declare that the acceptance of this slogan in Norway indicates a social democratic overvaluation of parliament and may lead to ordinary ministerial socialism. Comrades, why should this slogan not be suitable for a country like Norway? The Norwegian party has about 60,000 members only. The small and middle peasants and the fishermen represent a very large part of the population. Anyone who really wants to defeat the bourgeoisie and fight for the power of the proletariat must seek to win these sections of the population for the proletarian cause. Only those who want a narrow craft party, who are not really interested in overthrowing the bourgeoisie and 60. The Communist International putting power into the hands of the proletariat, can be indifferent to the task of winning the peasants and fishermen. Of course, only the industrial workers can and must act as the chief factor in the socialist revolution, in Norway as elsewhere, and in the formation of a proletarian government. But they can only do that if they understand how to carry the great mass of the small peasantry and the fishermen with them in the fight against the right, against the exploiters, against the bourgeoisie. If the Communist International is accused of a social democratic overestimation of parliamentarianism, we must point out that when the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government was first formulated at the meeting of the enlarged executive, the president of the CI stated, amid general agreement, that anyone who interpreted the slogan in a parliamentary sense would be in conflict with the spirit of the Comintern. The most important task of the Communist International is for communists to go to the villages with the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government, to conduct communist propaganda as widely as possible among the small peasants, and to stir them up for a common struggle under the leadership of the revolutionary proletariat. Only those elements who do not hesitate to use any means to split their own party and to discredit the Communist International could distort the slogan in the way some leaders of the present majority in Norway have done. To the religious question, the same is true of the religious question. How has this come about? Before the enlarged executive, the Swedish comrade Höglund published an article which aroused general antagonism in the Comintern. Unanimously, apart from a few Swedish and Norwegian comrades, the Communist International passed a resolution which drew attention to the ABC of communism. There was no mention of our wanting to repulse religious or semi-religious workers. Communists must win the entire working class, including those workers who are still organized in the Christian trade unions. But it is axiomatic that the class-conscious section of the working class, and above all the leading ranks of our party, must fight against religious prejudices and the priesthood, and it is a disgrace that it should be necessary to have to argue this thesis. Unfortunately, we had to remind leading comrades in the Swedish and Norwegian parties of this axiom. Their attempt to refer back to Marx on this question is more than peculiar. Every Marxist knows the phrase that religion is the opium of the world. We communists demand from the bourgeois state freedom for all religions, non-interference by the authorities in religious affairs. But that does not mean that within our party we will allow the workers to be stupefied by the fog of religion. Comrades, read the resolution of the enlarged executive of the Comintern, and you will see. October 1923 61 for yourselves the methods which the Bulls and the Fox use to fight against the International Organization of the World Proletariat. 3. The Red International of Labor Unions. The great majority of the workers in your country who are organized in trade unions are hostile to the yellow treacherous Amsterdam International and are body and soul for the Red International of Labor Unions, the Profintern. But the Bulls and Fox, who are helped by Lien and Tranmæl, are using every possible and impossible means to keep the Norwegian trade unions from joining the RILU. At a time when even the left wing of the Amsterdam unions is working for adherence to the RILU, at a time when new unions in the countries most important for the labor movement are daily joining the RILU, you have leaders calling themselves communists who work against it. What is the Red International of Labor Unions? It is the international association of all the sections of the proletariat organized in trade unions who really believe in the class struggle and are prepared to wage the fight against the bourgeoisie to the end. What reasons can honest revolutionaries have to remain outside such an international organization? Nothing but petty diplomacy explains this policy, diplomacy which represents treachery to the idea of the international association of the militant working class. People who have been active in the labor movement at the most for a couple of years, who have done nothing to prove their fidelity to the proletariat, dare to run an old and tried workers' party which they have already brought to the brink of a split. We all know and value Comrade Tranmæl as an old fighter. We were prepared to make all possible personal concessions to him, but the Communist International has only the sharpest mistrust of such ambiguous elements as Falk and Hackenmeier. Things have already gone so far that openly alien elements not only have rights in the Norwegian Workers' Party but actually claim the leadership. Will the class-conscious Norwegian working class go on tolerating such a degradation of its party? Tranmæl's group asserts that there is too little democracy and a too rigid centralism in the Communist International. The statutes of the CI were, however, unanimously ratified by all the communist parties. The leadership of the International reports on its activities twice a year to all sections, and our parties have up to now unanimously approved this policy. But what do the Fox, the Bulls, and unfortunately the Tranmæls also do? It was enough for an old and tried comrade to write a sharp article against Tranmæl for him to be immediately and in a dictatorial fashion excluded from the party, without being given the chance of justifying his 62. The Communist International position. This does not preserve the unity of a party, it destroys it. Only those people can act in such a way for whom any method is justified if it helps to break up the party. At the last Congress in Christiania the majority fraction won by 2 votes only. That was enough for them to use force against the minority and in practice to sabotage the decision to carry out all the decisions of the Communist International. Comrades, the decisive hour has come. Now is the time to prove your loyalty to the Communist International and to the idea of the unity of your own party. Call the splitters to order. Call to order those who do not submit to international proletarian discipline and who want to introduce among you the customs of the treacherous Second International. You must procure such a defeat for Foch and Bull, you must see that they remain in such a dwindling minority, that they will lose all desire to break up the Workers' Party. Get rid of the opportunist elements in your party and concentrate your attention on the questions which are today the most important for every thinking honest revolutionary worker in the world, above all on the German proletarian revolution. At a moment when one of the most important parties in the Communist International, our brother German party, is waging a life and death struggle, the leaders of the present majority in your party attack the Communist International from the rear. The yellow Social Democrats are rubbing their hands in joy. The bourgeois parties are heaping praise on Comrade Tranmere. The great mistakes he has lately made have misled him into conducting an anti-communist policy. Unity of the party at any cost. Real loyalty to the Communist International. All-out support for the German proletarian revolution. Down with the splitters and opportunists. That should be the slogan of your Congress. Choose as delegates only those comrades who agree to abide by the slogan. Take in your own hands the fate of your party, which was created by great efforts and great sacrifices, which up to now has enjoyed great affection and respect in the Communist International, and which the splitters are now trying to destroy. Extract from a letter from the ECCI to the German Communist Party on the Saxon Coalition Government December 11,923 in Preker, 4, 16, p. 169, February 4, 1924. According to Thalheimer, the question of direct revolutionary struggle arose when preparations were being made in Moscow to hold an anti-fascist day in Germany on July 29. The KPD manifesto issued on that day declared that civil war was inevitable. The KPD leaders were called to Moscow. The Politburo of the RCP met on August 23, decided that the time for revolution in Germany. December 1923 63 ripe and appointed a committee consisting of Radek, Piotrkow, Unschlicht, and Schmidt to supervise policy in Germany. In September the situation was discussed at great length with the Germans and representatives of some other European parties in Moscow, and, according to the report to the 9th KPD Congress, the great plan of struggle was examined in detail and decided upon. It was agreed to make preparations for insurrection, although no definite date was fixed, and a small revolutionary committee of German and Russian officers, directed by Skoblovsky, was appointed to direct the rising, which was to start in Saxony, where the presence of KPD ministers in the government, they did not actually enter the government until October 10, would, it was hoped, give them access to arms. In Saxony the SPD had formed a government under Zehner in March 1923 which relied on the KPD for its majority. The SPD government in Thuringia also relied on KPD support. Some of the German delegates to the Fourth Comintern Congress at the end of 1922 had suggested collaboration with the SPD to form a Saxon government, but this had been dismissed by the Russian delegation as pure opportunism. Some Red Army leaders were said to favor an offensive against Poland if Poland, at French instigation, intervened in Germany. A Soviet emissary, Kopp, was sent to Poland in October to negotiate about freedom of communication between Russia and Germany in the event of a German uprising. Throughout the Ruhr occupation the Soviet press took a strongly anti-French line, and warned Poland that any threat to Germany, taking advantage of the difficulties created in the Ruhr, would be interpreted as a threat to Russia. In a speech on the Comintern program 5 years later, Stalin said that in the autumn of 1923 the proletarian dictatorship was getting ready to render direct assistance to the German Revolution. While these discussions were going on, passive resistance in Germany was ended on September 26. On the following day a general strike in the Ruhr was the prelude to the proclamation of a state of emergency throughout the Reich. On the same day the KPD issued a manifesto to the workers of Germany on the Stresemann-Hilferding surrender to Poincaré. Germany would become a French colony, it would be dismembered, and its working class enslaved. The United Front of Capitalists, Generals, and Fascists was led by the right-wing SPD. An ECCI telegram to the KPD, dated October 1, on the decision to enter the two governments, also instructed the KPD to ignore Müller, this being the Reichswehr general who, acting on the orders of the Reich government, demanded the dissolution of the Red Hundreds in Saxony. The Government of Proletarian Defense was formed in Saxony on October 10, followed on the 16th by a similar coalition government in Thuringia. Zinoviev wrote of the classic proletarian character of the approaching revolution, and drew an analogy between Russia in the period 1905 to 1917 and Germany in 1918 to 1923. It cannot be too early, historically speaking, for the German proletariat to seize power. In action the KPD would win the majority of the German working class. Brandler arrived in Germany on October 8. The ECCI delegation, consisting of Radek, Pyatakov, Skoblovsky, Guralski, and Schmidt, also traveled to Germany later in October. The theses of the Central Committee of the Russian 64 the Communist International Communist Party issued in October 1923 for the forthcoming celebration of the 6th anniversary of the Russian Revolution stated that the development of the revolutionary movement in Germany opens up the prospect of a further consolidation of the economic and political power of Soviet Russia. Alliance with the revolutionary Germany will also strengthen Soviet Russia's international position. Zainer's government rejected the demand for the dissolution of the Red Hundreds, and ordered the Reichswehr to depose the Saxon and Thuringian governments. On October 20 the KPD Zentrale decided unanimously to call a general strike and launch an armed struggle, although it disposed of only 11,000 rifles as against the 500,000 planned for. It was, however, decided to consult the Conference of Factory Committees then meeting in Chemnitz before taking action. The refusal of the SPD to endorse the KPD proposals, and their rejection by the Chemnitz Conference, led to the reversal of the decision on insurrection. The earlier instructions were cancelled, but the cancellation did not reach Hamburg in time. There, after 2 days of small-scale fighting, in which no organized body of workers joined the communists, the revolt was easily suppressed. The Reichswehr intervened on October 21. General Müller marched his forces into Saxony, entered Dresden on the 23rd, and deposed the government after Zainer had refused to resign. Similar action was taken in Thuringia. In both states Reich commissioners were appointed in the place of the government. The SPD members of the Reich government then resigned. In November the KPD was declared illegal and its offices were closed by the police, but it continued to work more or less openly under a number of disguises. The prohibition lasted until March 1, 1924. Although the October defeat bedeviled Comintern and KPD affairs for years, the entire episode was at first treated fairly lightly. Zinoviev wrote, "Events have shown that our calculations were exaggerated. The KPD revealed many weaknesses and made a number of serious mistakes during those critical weeks, but we do not consider it mistaken in not bringing out the proletariat into a general struggle in October. The retreat should have been less passive. But the abstention from fighting a decisive battle was in the circumstances inevitable." The Central Committee of the KPD, meeting on November 3, charged the SPD leaders with full responsibility for the defeat. As Zinoviev had done, the struggle against them was a question of life and death. The resolution on the end of the November Republic said fascism had triumphed over bourgeois democracy. The fight against the fascist dictatorship, which would lead to the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship, might break out any day. It was drafted by Brandler and Radek, and carried by 40 votes to 13. The decision of the KPD to call off the insurrection had been unanimous, and there is no evidence that any of the Comintern delegates disagreed. By the end of the year, however, the fiasco of the German October led to one of the most severe crises in the history of the KPD in Bukharin's opinion, the most severe, which was aggravated when it merged, inside the Comintern, with the struggle going on within the RCP to settle the question of the succession to Lenin. Within the KPD, three groups disputed the leadership. The right wing. December 1923, 65, represented by Brandler and Thalheimer, argued that the decision to call off the rising had been correct because its prospects were hopeless. The left, which included Ruth Fischer and Thulman, maintained that the situation had been objectively revolutionary and that the defeat was due to timid and opportunist leaders who had never genuinely believed in the rising. The center, which included Romelli, Pike, and Koenen, believed that a retreat had been necessary, but it should have been a fighting retreat, not a passive surrender. The theses drafted by the right-wing majority of the Central Committee, dated December 1, 1923, opened with the words, "The October retreat was unavoidable and correct." The working class, though not prepared to fight for Weimar, was not yet ready to fight for the proletarian dictatorship. The theses of the left wing argued that between August and October conditions were ripe for the seizure of power in Germany. Failure was due to strategic and tactical errors. Some years after his expulsion from the KPD, Rosenberg, a left-wing member of the Central Committee, wrote, "There has never been a period in recent German history which would have been so favorable for a socialist revolution as the summer of 1923. The date of the letter given here is uncertain. The extract was quoted by Zinoviev at the 13th conference of the RCP in January 1924. He introduced it with the words, "As soon as we saw what course events were taking, we sent a confidential letter to the KPD Zentrale, to which the ECCI, including Trotsky, agreed. The political error was a necessary consequence of your overestimation of the degree of political and technical preparation. We here in Moscow, as you must be well aware, regarded the entry of communists into the Saxon government only as a military strategic maneuver. You turned it into a political bloc with the left Social Democrats, which tied your hands. We thought of your entry into the Saxon government as a way of winning a jumping-off ground from which to deploy the forces of our armies. You turned participation in the Saxon cabinet into a banal parliamentary coalition with the Social Democrats. The result was our political defeat. And what was still worse, there was an element of comedy in the business. We can stand a defeat in battle, but when a revolutionary party on the eve of revolt gets into a ridiculous position, that is worse than a defeat. In the Reich the party did not pursue a policy which could be and had to be the overture to decisive struggle. Not a single decisive revolutionary step. Not one even partially clear communist speech. Not a single serious measure to expedite the arming of the Saxon workers, not a single practical measure to create Soviets in Saxony. Instead of that, a gesture by Böttcher, who declared that he would not leave the government building until he was ejected by force. No, comrades, that is not the way to prepare a revolution. 66. The Communist International. Extracts from Instructions for Communist Fractions in workers' organizations and bodies outside the party, January 1924. 1 in Preker, 4, 24, p. 263, February 21, 1924. Introduction. The question of communist fractions in non-party organizations is closely connected with the need for communist parties to establish their influence over the broad non-party masses. In order to do this, every communist party must make use of agencies pursuing a communist policy in non-party surroundings. Communist fractions are such agencies. The correct carrying out of party directives depends on the correct organization of these fractions. It is these directives which ensure that the communists express a single will, pursue uniform tactics, and act in harmony. Without this, correct activity for a communist party is unthinkable. The existence of communist fractions raises the question of their relations with the party organs. There can be no satisfactory outcome to the work of the fractions if these relations are not defined, in harmony with the interests of the party as a whole. Communist fractions are not autarkic plenipotentiary organizations entitled to settle all questions of party life. They are subordinate to those party organs which are in charge of party activities in the given sphere and locality where the fraction has to work. In each factory, for example, the factory committee fraction is subordinate to the party cell, the fraction in a cooperative, town council, or trade union is subordinate to the town party organization in the person of its committee, while the fraction in any national organization or in parliament is subordinate to the central committee. It is in the interests of the entire party that fractions should strictly carry out the directives of the relevant party organs and work under their constant supervision. In their capacity as party members, the members of the fraction discuss and decide all party questions in their cell, in the aggregate district meetings, or in their local group. At these meetings they may complain about incorrect conduct of and instructions to the fraction. The activities of communists at national congresses and in parliament are the responsibility of the entire party. From this it follows that the Central Committee must exercise special care in selecting communist candidates for parliament, or the fraction members for trade union national committees, or for the Central Factory Committee organization. Careful selection will ensure that the party will not be compromised by the behavior of communists in these fractions and that the party line will be carried out in full. Great care in selecting parliamentary candidates minimizes the chance that they will fail to follow party decisions, for it the correct date is February 4. January 1924. 67 must be remembered that the more important the role of a communist fraction in a national body, parliament, national trade union committee, etc., the stronger the tendency may be to display independence in relation to the party. All efforts to create a strict organization, suitable for establishing contact with the broad masses and leading them in a victorious struggle against capitalism, will be fruitless if the communist parties fail to give sufficient attention to the formation of communist fractions in all non-party organizations or to establish the correct mutual relations between the fractions and the party organizations. While proceeding to organize fractions, it remains a condition of all party organizational activity that the center of gravity is to be shifted to the establishment of factory cells and to making them the foundation of the entire party organization. Instructions for communist fractions in workers' organizations and bodies outside the party. 1. In all organizations and bodies of workers and peasants, trade unions, cooperatives, cultural and educational societies, sports clubs, factory councils, committees of the unemployed, congresses and conferences, municipal councils, parliaments, etc., where there are at least 3 communists, communist fractions must be formed to increase the influence of the party and to carry through its policy in the non-party environment. 2. Communist fractions, regardless of their importance, must be subordinate to the corresponding party organization, the party cell, its bureau, the district or area committee in large towns, the town committee, the regional committee, or the central committee, according to whether the organization or body in which the fraction is working is of local or national significance. It is from these that the communist fractions receive the necessary directives. Their decisions must be strictly and precisely obeyed by the fractions. 3. When the party leadership discusses questions concerning a particular fraction, thorough preparations must be made, and for this purpose representatives of the fraction should be called in for previous consultation. 4. Communist fractions shall elect, in agreement with the relevant party committee, a bureau or presidium which is responsible to the relevant party body for the activity of the fraction. 5. Between congresses, conferences, the fraction in the Central Trade Union or Cooperative Committee is the body which covers and guides all the communists belonging to the union or cooperative. 6. The relevant party committee has the right to send members to the fraction and to recall any member of the fraction, which shall be informed of the reasons for such actions. 68. The Communist International 7. Candidates from the Communist fraction for trade union national committees and for the governing committees of other organizations or bodies may be nominated only in agreement with the appropriate party organ. The same applies to the recall and replacement of communists. 8. In internal matters and current work the fraction is autonomous. The party authorities should not interfere in the daily work of the fraction. Should the fraction and the party leadership disagree fundamentally on any question within the competence of the fraction, the question must be reconsidered by the leadership and the representatives of the fraction, with the object of reaching a final decision, which must then be operated by the fraction. 9. When questions of political importance are discussed by the fraction, representatives of the relevant party committee must be present. The committee is obliged to send representatives at the request of the fraction. 10. All questions pending in the organization in which the fraction is operating must be discussed in advance by the fraction or its bureau. 11. The fraction must report on its work to the relevant party organization, which lays down the tactics and the political line for the future activity of the fraction. 12. On every question about which a decision has been reached in the fraction, all fraction members must speak and vote in accordance therewith at the meetings of the organization in which the fraction is operating. Anyone breaking this rule will be subject to disciplinary measures by the appropriate party bodies. Extracts from an ECCI statement on the events in Germany in October 1923 January 19, 1924 Die Länder Deutschen Ereignisse, p. 95. As the dispute between the various factions in the KPD grew more bitter, and the quarrel within the RCP found its echo in other communist parties, the ECCI intervened in the debate within the KPD. Although the KPD center and left disagreed in their interpretation of the 1923 events, they were brought together to defeat Brandler, and to act with Zinoviev and Stalin in the fight against Trotsky. Brandler's chief defender in the ECCI was Radek, Trotsky's avowed supporter. The Politburo of the RCP met on December 27, 1923. It condemned Radek's support of the right wing in the KPD. He was trying to start a fractional struggle between the left and center. He had refused to obey the instructions of the RCP Central Committee, saying he was appointed by the ECCI, not the RCP. Formally he is right, but it is obvious that we must represent our party in the ECCI. Trotsky, Radek, and Pyatakov had sent their own theses to the KPD without submitting them beforehand to the RCP Central Committee. Radek rejected the charge of opportunism. It was at his insistence. January 1924 69 that the left had been represented in the German Zentrale, those now being attacked by the Russian Politburo, Brandler, Thalheimer, Zetkin, were founders and staunch pillars of the German Communist Party. In replying, Zinoviev remarked that Radek was always in favor of making concessions to the West, as shown by his vote in favor of the Irkwer concession. The criticism of Radek was endorsed by the Central Committee of the RCP, which met on 14–15 January 1924, and by the 13th Conference, which opened a day later. In December 1923 representatives of the KPD were summoned to Moscow, and on January 11, 1924 the Comintern Presidium discussed the lessons of October. In addition to the members of the Presidium, there were present other ECCI members then in Moscow, representatives of the Polish and Bulgarian parties, and representatives of the three wings of the German party. 5 draft resolutions were considered, one drawn up by Zinoviev, one by Radek and Trotsky, one each from the German left and the German center, and the last a composite one embodying parts of Zinoviev's draft and parts of the German center draft. Radek, as ECCI representative in Germany, spoke first. The 4 members of the ECCI delegation in Germany at the time had been in agreement throughout the events of October, although they had not been present at the Chemnitz conference. The operation had failed because the Saxon government had been unable to arm the workers, and because the SPD would not support the KPD plan. He had proposed the calling of a general strike, of a defensive character, but the KPD had rejected this on the ground that it would lead to an armed uprising, for which the prospects were hopeless. A great historical opportunity had been missed because of lack of revolutionary experience. The fight should have started earlier, in May, but the ECCI did not take the situation seriously until August. The June plenum should have had only one item on the agenda: preparation for the German insurrection. It was a mistake to have set the date for the insurrection in Moscow. It could only have been decided in Germany itself. Brandler had returned to Germany on October 8, and had entered the Saxon government on the 12th. Radek himself arrived on October 22, i.e. after the Chemnitz conference. Brandler accepted full responsibility for the decision to cancel the orders for an insurrection. He insisted that the objective circumstances were wholly unfavorable. Zinoviev, concerned with the dispute in his own party, had withdrawn his support from the KPD Central Committee, and made Radek and Brandler the chief scapegoats. They were known to have Trotsky's support, although Trotsky disagreed with them in his interpretation of the October events. He wrote later that the defeat arose from tactical errors, and was not inherent in the German situation. Radek had accused him, Zinoviev, of destroying the German Zentrale. The Zentrale had destroyed itself by its irresolution, its lack of the will to power. A drafting commission was appointed consisting of 2 supporters of the left, 2 of the center, 1 of the right, and Kuusinen for the ECCI. Zetkin proposed the addition of Radek and Brandler, but was outvoted. The Commission's draft resolution was presented on January 17, and on the 19th it was endorsed by the Presidium against the votes of Radek and Zetkin. Brandler, Walcher and Pike abstained. Pike's proposal that a paragraph should be 70. The Communist International added to the resolution explaining that, in the circumstances, and given the errors that had been made, it was right for the KPD to call off the insurrection, was rejected by 18 votes to 11. At the final session on January 21, Zetkin said she would vote for the resolution, as unity was essential, although it did not clear up the position, but rather drew a veil over ideas and facts on which clarity was essential in the forthcoming debates in the KPD and the Comintern. Radek also announced his willingness to vote for the resolution because as an executive we have always appeared united to the outside world. Zetkin, Pike, and their supporters added a minority declaration which contended that unity must be based on an absolutely clear analysis, which was lacking in the resolution. This gave an incomplete and partly incorrect analysis of the causes of the October defeat, did not state clearly whether the retreat was necessary, or criticize clearly enough the errors of the left opposition. Further disputes were therefore unavoidable. Prukniak, for the Polish delegation, also made a declaration. The resolution attributed responsibility incorrectly, part rested on the ECCI, which had been too optimistic. Zetkin, Brandler, and Thalheimer were the best and most devoted party leaders, and to discredit them would be a severe blow to the KPD. He objected to the charge of opportunism against Radek. This was both groundless, and damaging to the Comintern's authority. Differences of opinion in the past had not led to such charges. The resolution was published with a statement from Zinoviev that the right wing now had only 2 of the 27 votes of the Zentrale. The center had 17, the left 8. At the 13th conference of the Russian Communist Party, 16–18 January 1924, Zinoviev reported on the international situation and the Comintern. The opposition in the party, and Radek particularly, he said, had accused the ECCI of bringing ruin on the KPD. For our views, particularly on the German question, the entire Central Committee and the entire Politburo bear responsibility. The question is of the most direct interest to Russia. For that reason alone the representatives of the RCP in the CI were compelled to bring every question before the Politburo, and that was necessary in any case because of the situation in our party. Bukharin attributed the German defeat to the opportunism of Brandler and his colleagues. Brandler had misunderstood the United Front tactics as applied to Saxony. He had thought it meant cooperation with the Social Democrats, whereas it should have been used as a maneuver to break Social Democratic influence. In October we were mistaken in our assessment of the tempo of development, but as to the lines along which development was proceeding, these were wholly correctly formulated by the CI. Radek asserted that there was a revolutionary situation, but the KPD had been unable to exploit it. It had no arms, not only could it not engage the enemy, it could not defend itself. The June 1923 meeting of the ECCI had not even raised the question of power in Germany. The decision was taken in September, but both the right and the left wing in the KPD continued to act as before, although from August it had been clear that either the communists would seize power, or the fascists would. The fascists took the offensive first. They were better organized and showed more political initiative, and the KPD was shown to be not only without arms, but also without the masses. Radek challenged Bukharin's assertion. January 19, 2471 that the mistakes were due to Brandler's opportunist leadership. How, he asked, could they charge with opportunism a group that from the very first had advocated the split with social democracy, had borne the entire burden of the illegal struggle against the 1914-18 war, had gone into attack in March 1921. Brandler and Thalheimer were the victims of the party's weakness, which resulted not from their tactics, but despite them. Bukharin was exploiting the conference's ignorance of the facts. Brandler had from the first been doubtful about entering the Saxon government. If Brandler was opportunist, why did not the ECCI disavow him before October? When the ECCI representatives reached Dresden the night after the Reichswehr occupied the town, Comrade Brandler stated that he had given the order to retreat, and if the ECCI representatives thought it wrong, the couriers had not yet been sent out, he would submit without dispute. When the ECCI representatives approved the decision, Brandler said, "If you agree to the retreat, then you must sacrifice me, otherwise you will share with me the responsibility for the defeat." Radek asked what the ECCI had been doing while Brandler was making his mistakes. Or do you want to accept responsibility only for victories, not for defeats? He, Radek, attributed the defeat to the inadequate experience of the KPD. On December 7, with a full knowledge of the facts, Zinoviev had said that no other central committee was possible for the KPD. The resolution of the ECCI in January 1924 had precisely the same contents as the resolution of the KPD Central Committee of November 3, except that it added "down with Brandler" to "down with the Social Democrats and Fascists." In his Lessons of October, published in 1924, Trotsky wrote that Germany in 1923 was a classic example of how a revolutionary opportunity could be missed, but admitted that it would have been fatal to start an armed rising in October itself. In his critique of the Comintern program, published in German in 1929, he wrote, in connection with October 1923, that he was opposed to the intolerable system which tried to demonstrate the infallibility of the central leadership by periodic dismissals of national leaders. After his expulsion from the KPD, Thalheimer wrote that the change in the ECCI line about October 1923 in Germany came only in December of that year, and was a direct outcome of the dispute within the Russian party. On December 13 Radek had delivered a speech in Moscow in which he said that if the majority of the Russian Central Committee turned against Trotsky, not only he the speaker but also the leaders of the Polish and German parties would turn against the CC majority. It was some days after this speech that Zinoviev, at that time working with Stalin to prevent the assumption of leadership in Russia by Trotsky, sent a letter to the KPD containing violent attacks on the policy of its leaders. Zinoviev and Stalin had taken Radek's threat seriously, although Thalheimer did not support Trotsky. Trotsky in his Lessons of October had said that the situation in Germany in the autumn of 1923 was the classical revolutionary situation, not because he agreed with Zinoviev's change of tune, but to attack Zinoviev, who was the head of the Comintern when the fiasco occurred. Brandler had not wished to enter the Saxon government, but had agreed as a matter of discipline, and the entire KPD delegation in Moscow, which included Ruth Fischer, had agreed. Stalin had written to Zinoviev and Bukharin early in 72 the Communist International August 1923 that it would be a disaster if the KPD were to attempt to seize power without the SPD. The entire plan had been based on the assumption that events in Germany would develop as they had done in Petrograd in 1917, with factory committees taking the place of Soviets. Far from that being the case, the German government had consolidated its position by calling off passive resistance, stabilizing the currency, and reaching agreement with France. The bracketing of Poland with Bulgaria and Germany in the statement referred to the insurrection which broke out in Krakow in October 1923, in the midst of a wave of strikes. It lasted a few days and was suppressed. It does not appear to have been communist in origin. The events in Germany, Poland, and Bulgaria between May and November 1923 represent the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the international movement. In Germany, in connection with the development of the Ruhr crisis, the proletarian class struggle entered on a new phase, passing from that of the gradual mobilization of revolutionary forces into one concerned with the struggle for power. In view of the far-reaching importance of the German revolutionary movement, the historical change which occurred in August-September and the events of the autumn are of the greatest significance for the Communist International. The lessons and consequences of those events must therefore be thoroughly evaluated by the entire International. A united front tactics. It is necessary for communists in all countries to get clearly into their minds what the united front tactics are, and what they are not. They are tactics of revolution, not evolution. Just as the workers, and peasants, government cannot, for us, be a fixed democratic transitional stage, so united front tactics are not a democratic coalition, an alliance with social democracy. They are only a method of revolutionary agitation and mobilization. We reject all other interpretations as opportunist. We must keep firmly in mind that united front tactics have a meaning for the CI only if they promote the object of winning the bulk of the proletariat for the revolutionary struggle for power. The time will come when entire social democratic parties, now still strong, will collapse or, if they continue their treachery, burst as soap bubbles do, when entire strata of social democratic workers will complete the turn to our side. United front tactics promote and accelerate this process. 2. The revolutionary crisis in Germany. Shortly after the occupation of the Ruhr by French troops, the executive of the International directed the attention of all sections to the January 1924-73 approaching revolutionary crisis. The international conferences at Essen and Frankfurt were also devoted to these questions. In the months up to the winter of 1923, class forces in Germany moved steadily in favor of the proletarian revolution. From the beginning of the Ruhr movement, the 18 to 20 million proletarians were free of any nationalist sentiment. A profound ferment was at work among the 6 to 7 million petty bourgeois of the towns and the 4 to 5 million smallholders and tenant farmers. The democratic coalition policy was obviously bankrupt. The Social Democrats, who had shared the government with the bourgeois parties, had to decide whether they would make a firm alliance with the representatives of heavy industry and the reactionary army groups, and that is in fact what they did. It was and still is the task of the KPD to exploit the period of international complications following on the Ruhr crisis, the period of intense crisis within German capitalism, and the liquidation of the Ruhr crisis to overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish the proletarian dictatorship. For this purpose it should have mobilized the industrial proletariat for the fight against German heavy industry and against French imperialism, and at least neutralized the urban and rural middle classes, bringing them wherever possible under its leadership. The first task could have been accomplished only if the majority of the proletarian masses were liberated from any kind of social democratic influence, and so organized that they were ready for the fight against the capitalist positions. This task was only in part accomplished, the reasons will be discussed below. In the camp of the bourgeoisie, disintegration increased from week to week, confidence in the KPD grew steadily greater. This confidence should have been given an organized form, and all forces prepared for the decisive blow. The KPD and the executive of the Comintern, in discussions held in September with representatives of the 5 largest parties, came to the conclusion that the revolutionary situation in Germany had reached such a pitch that the decisive struggle was a question of the next few weeks. From that moment the party mobilized all the forces at its disposal and armed for the decisive struggle. The party worked feverishly to stir up every member and equip him to meet the demands of the struggle. In order to enroll the entire proletariat in the revolutionary fighting front, the party initiated and supported the formation of local action committees everywhere. Intensive work was done among railwaymen, electrical workers, and public employees. The executive of the CI focused the attention of the entire international, particularly the sections in the countries bordering on Germany. 74 The Communist International and in Soviet Russia, on the approaching German Revolution, and settled with each section its tasks. 3 The October Retreat and its causes. Despite all weaknesses, the KPD was in October consciously aiming at the revolutionary struggle for power. If, in spite of the revolutionary situation and the efforts of the KPD and the CI, there was neither a decisive revolutionary struggle nor a political mass struggle, that was due to a series of errors and defects which were partly of opportunist origin. Defective evaluation of revolutionary development. The party was too late in recognizing the stage of maturity reached by the revolutionary situation in Germany. Nor did the executive of the CI direct attention energetically enough to the approaching decision, so that the most important measures were taken in hand too late. At the close of the preceding period, Kuno government, entry into Ruhr, the question of power should have been brought up and technical preparatory work begun. The party was slow in recognizing the significance of the mass struggles in the Ruhr and in Upper Silesia as signs of growing consciousness of strength and of increasing political activity of the working masses. It began to make the necessary changes only after the Kuno strike. Tactical errors. The task of stepping up and expanding the numerous separate actions from July to September and giving them a political direction was not carried out. One of the most serious mistakes was the failure to transform the instinctive rebellion of the masses into conscious revolutionary militancy by directing it to political goals. The party failed to conduct energetic and lively agitation on behalf of the political workers' councils, and to connect transitional demands and partial struggles with the final goal of the proletarian dictatorship. The neglect of the factory council movement also made it impossible for the factory councils to take over for a time the functions of workers' councils, so that in the decisive days there was no authoritative center around which the vacillating working masses who had shaken off the influence of the SPD could rally. Since other united front organs, action committees, control committees, fighting committees, were not systematically used either to make political preparations for the struggle, that struggle became almost exclusively a party affair, and not a united proletarian struggle. Political organizational weaknesses and defects. The party developed in only a minor degree the capacity to consolidate organizationally its growing influence in proletarian mass organizations. January 1924 75. Even less was it able to concentrate its forces over a long period on a particular fighting task. Technical preparations, the refocusing of the apparatus for the struggle for power, the arming and internal consolidation of the Red Hundreds were carried out to a minimal degree. Mistaken estimate of the relation of forces. The over-hasty technical preparations in the decisive weeks, the emphasis on the action as a party struggle and on the decisive blow alone, without previous partial actions and mass movements, made it impossible to test the real relation of forces or to set the right date. Consequently, there was no reality or certainty in the calculation whether the majority of the working class at the decisive points was following the leadership of the KPD. What could be ascertained was only that the party was on the road to winning over the majority, without actually having its leadership. The party also mistook the character and role of the left SPD leaders. Even within the party the illusion grew that we could by mass pressure force those leaders to take up the fight together with us. The incorrect political strategic attitude in Saxony, the stubborn insistence on using the defense of the central German positions as the starting point of the decisive struggle was wrong. It led to the neglect of other important industrial and fighting areas, and, after the passive surrender of the Saxon positions, to a marked disorientation. It was a fatal mistake for the party to stake everything exclusively on the Saxon card, without providing a line of retreat should it fail, or having other plans for attack. As a result of all these mistakes and deficiencies in the party, and of the weakness of the working class, the decisive struggle for power was at the last moment avoided. In Bulgaria, where the party had never undertaken armed struggle, defeat may still become the basis of future victories, but in Germany, after the defeats of 1919 and March 1921, we were in a situation in which the communists should have been able to lead the masses to victory. For the Saxon experiment and the Hamburg struggles as class contradictions in Germany came to a head, with the economic crisis becoming more acute, and the party turning towards decisive struggles, the executive of the CI and the KPD initiated the experiment of the entry of communists into the government of Saxony. The purpose of this step, in the mind of the executive, was specifically military and political, and was defined in the following instructions. 76 The Communist International. Since, in our view, the decisive moment will come not later than in 4, 5, or 6 weeks, we think it essential to occupy immediately every position that can be of direct use. On the basis of the situation, we believe we must take a practical attitude towards the question of our entry into the Saxon government. Provided that the Zahner people are really ready to defend Saxony against Bavaria and the fascists, we must enter, immediately arm 50,000 to 60,000 men, ignoring General Müller. The same in Thuringia. On the assumptions originally made, this step was in accordance with the decisions of the Fourth Congress. The unleashing of revolutionary struggles, the fusing together of the working masses should have been the preconditions of entry into the Saxon government. The entry should have been supported by mass movements. Even if the direct military task had to be postponed because of the slowing down of the revolutionary process, communists should and could still have engaged in really revolutionary activity. Above all, they should have boldly raised the question of arming the workers. In the very first hours of their participation in the workers' government, the communists should have insisted, as their primary task, on the arming of the proletariat. They should likewise from the outset have exposed and condemned before the broadest masses Zahner's two-faced attitude, his concealed negotiations with the military dictators, and the entire counter-revolutionary role of the left SPD leaders. Only if the entire party had worked in correct revolutionary fashion could the Chemnitz Conference have turned out successfully for the party. The party let itself be taken by surprise by the enemy's blow, although intervention by the Reich had been expected. It was a still greater error that, although a general strike should have been proposed, nothing was done to get the conference from its opening to concentrate exclusively on defense against the Reich executive. That mistake was undoubtedly facilitated by the treacherous game of the left SPD leaders. The Hamburg Rising was the complete antithesis of Saxony. There it was shown that by sudden and bold attack by resolute forces the enemy could be militarily overwhelmed. At the same time it was shown that such an armed struggle, even if, as in Hamburg, it is regarded by the population not without sympathy and is supported by a mass movement, is doomed to failure if it remains isolated and cannot rely locally on a workers' council movement, the absence of which in Hamburg was felt particularly keenly. The struggle itself was hampered by contradictory instructions from the party center, and even the strikes in progress in Hamburg were called off because of the absence of reports of any struggle in the rest of the Reich and the news of the outcome of the Chemnitz Conference. January 1924 77. Nevertheless, the Hamburg struggle was called off with exemplary discipline. Its lessons are valuable for the party and the Comintern. Particularly noteworthy was the scoundrelly behavior of the Hamburg SPD leaders. The role of social democracy and the change in United Front tactics in Germany. The leading strata of German social democracy are at the present moment nothing but a fraction of German fascism wearing a socialist mask. They handed state power over to the representatives of the capitalist dictatorship in order to save capitalism from the proletarian revolution. It is not just now that these leaders of German social democracy have gone over to the side of capital. At bottom they have always been on the side of the class enemies of the proletariat, but it is only now that this has been revealed to the masses in a glaring light, by their completing the transition from capitalist democracy to capitalist dictatorship. This circumstance induces us to modify the United Front tactics in Germany. There can be no dealings with the mercenaries of the white dictatorship. This must be clearly grasped by all German communists and solemnly and loudly announced to the entire German proletariat. Even more dangerous than the right-wing SPD leaders are the left, the last illusion of the deceived workers, the last fig leaves for the filthy counter-revolutionary policy of Severing, Niski, and Ebert. The KPD rejects not only any dealings with the SPD center, but also with the left leaders until they shall have shown at least enough manliness to break openly with the counter-revolutionary gang in the SPD Presidium. The slogan of the United Front tactic in Germany is now, unity from below. The KPD must learn how to put the slogan of the United Front from below into operation. There is a greater ferment than ever before among the workers still belonging to the SPD. They see that their leaders are bankrupt and are seeking new roads. There is therefore no reason for us to reject local negotiations and agreements with SPD workers, when they are honest proletarians ready to prove their devotion to the revolution. The United Front bodies, factory councils, action committees, and control committees, must be interlocked and woven into a dense network, so that they can finally become the centrally directed apparatus for the proletarian struggle for power. 6 Immediate tasks of the party. The basic appraisal of the German situation given by the Comintern executive last September remains in essentials unchanged. The character. 78 The Communist International of the phase in the struggle and the chief tasks of the party are the same. The KPD must not strike from the agenda the question of insurrection and seizure of power. However great the partial victories of the German counter-revolution, they do not solve any of the critical problems of capitalist Germany. The KPD is therefore confronted with a number of immediate tasks, arising from the experience gained in the last few months. The party must organize the proletarian struggle against the abolition of the 8-hour day and of workers' rights. It must bring the unemployed movement into organizational and political association with the movement of employed workers, and so ward off the danger of the working class being split into hungry unemployed and workers who still have a crust of bread. The party will be able to do this work best if it prepares in advance for the forthcoming economic struggles in such a way that they are directed not only against wage reductions, but with a political purpose, under the slogan, "Work for the Unemployed." The party's agitation must bring home to the broadest masses that only the proletarian dictatorship can bring them salvation. This task must be linked to the goal of the political annihilation of the Social Democratic Party. It requires the organization of United Front organs and a clear objective in all partial struggles. The KPD must be good not only in agitation, it must also be a good fighting party. The arming of the workers and the technical preparations for the decisive struggle must be doggedly continued. Proletarian hundreds must be set up, not only on paper but in reality, relying on the sympathy of the broad working masses, won over by the active leadership of the KPD in all the day-to-day struggles and actions of the proletariat. The Communist Party is the only revolutionary party. It is strong enough to prepare for and achieve the victory of the proletarian masses against all other parties. This must become the firm conviction of every party member. The maintenance of party unity is imperatively demanded by the Communist International. The executive calls on the entire KPD membership to do everything possible to see that at the party congress the entire party unanimously and resolutely liquidates all fractional struggles and achieves full capacity for action. The executive of the Comintern reminds all members of the KPD and all other Comintern sections of the gigantic tasks arising from the present revolutionary crisis. It is firmly convinced that the experiences of the last few months have not been in vain and will, if seriously examined and evaluated, bring the victory of the proletariat nearer. January 1924 79. Extracts from a resolution of the ECCI on the organization of factory cells January 21, 1924 in Preker, 4, 24, p. 261, February 21, 1924 The reorganization of communist parties on the basis of factory cells was part of the attempt to Bolshevize them. The theses of the Central Committee of the RCP adopted to mark the 25th anniversary of the foundation of that party stated that, The experience of the RCP is the most valuable possession of world communism. Its history, victories, and defeats provide a source from which not only the Russian but the entire world proletariat can draw lessons and guidance on all questions of the theory and practice of the class struggle. In an article published together with the resolution, it was asserted that German experience had shown that the organizational principles of the Russian Party are completely valid for the West European parties also, but whereas some of these principles could be applied in Russia only after the revolution, in Western Europe they had to be in operation before. Organization on an area basis was a survival of social democratic practice, concerned only with the counting of votes. The resolution was passed unanimously, with the reservation that modifications might have to be made, in the light of experience, according to varying circumstances in the sections. At the same time, special instructions were issued by the Presidium for the organization of factory cells in Germany. It was laid down that a majority of the members of district and local committees must be members of factory cells. Unlike other sections, the KPD had to work out a timetable for reorganization, and report progress periodically to the ECCI. The Fifth Comintern Congress later in the year endorsed the resolution, and declared that since January it had become apparent that reorganization required, not a superficial tactical change, but basic reconstruction of the parties on Bolshevik lines. The parties themselves had not yet recognized this. Where factory cells existed, there was a tendency to limit their work to that of trade union fractions. They were, on the contrary, the primary party organization, recruiting members and sympathizers, collecting dues, etc. The social composition of the parties had to be improved. Industrial workers should form the majority. When this had been done, street cells could be dropped entirely, and non-industrial members attached to factory cells. The ECCI was asked to draw up instructions for all sections on local and central organization. The organization of the party must be adapted to the conditions and purposes of its activity. The final goal of our party is the overthrow of bourgeois rule, the conquest of power by the working class, the attainment of communism. Its immediate task is to win over the majority of the working class by active participation in the daily struggle of the working masses and the leadership of that struggle. This can be accomplished only by the closest association of our party organization with the working masses in the factories. With this in mind, the Third World Congress of the CI decided that factory cells were to be the foundation of the CP. This change has not yet. The Communist International been carried out in the majority of CI sections. In many sections the question of organizing factory cells has not even been raised in a practical form. The experience of the German Revolution, and of 1923, has, however, shown most clearly that, in the absence of cells based on the factories and of close connections with the working masses, the latter cannot be drawn into the struggle and led, their moods cannot be rightly appraised, the moment most favorable to us cannot be exploited, nor victory won over the bourgeoisie. Basic forms of local party organization. 1. The basis of party organization is the party cell in the factory. All communists who work in a particular factory must belong to that factory cell. Note, in factories with only 1 or 2 party members, these will be attached to the nearest factory cell, which must extend its work to cover all the factories in the area which have no cells. 2. Communists who do not work in factories, workshops, stores, etc. Housewives, domestic servants, porters, etc., shall be in street cells organized according to locality. Note, all members of factory cells who live in other districts must be registered with the district bureau of the district in which they live. The district bureau shall make use of them in the street cells. Members of cells in other districts who are assigned to a street cell by the district bureau may not vote in those street cells on questions on which they have already voted in their factory cells, questions of party principle, elections of party delegates, etc. 3. The unemployed remain members of the cell of the factory where they were previously employed. In cases of prolonged unemployment they may, with the permission of the district committee, be detached from that cell and transferred to a cell in the area where they live. 4. In small industrial centers, towns, and villages, where workers live close to their place of employment in factory or farm, homogeneous cells should be formed wherever possible around a factory or farm. 5. Factory cells and street cells shall elect a bureau or presidium of from 3 to not more than 5 members, who shall distribute the work among themselves. 7. In large towns with many factory and street cells, these shall be organized into districts, and districts into areas. The areas together make up the town organization. In small towns and villages, cells are organized into local groups. Note: the districts and local groups shall hold regular meetings of all members of all cells in their area. 8. At the head of every district and local group there shall be a bureau of 3 to 5 members elected by the general meeting of all cell members, or by delegate meetings, according to local circumstances. January 1924 8110. The leadership of town party organizations shall be elected at town conferences consisting of delegates from all districts in the town in proportion to their membership. 11. In order to strengthen the influence of the factory cells, more than half the members of the district bureau and the area committee must be members of factory cells. 12. In conditions of illegality, the higher party bodies have the right, in exceptional circumstances such as the arrest of the area committee, to appoint a new area committee, provided that a delegate meeting is held at the first opportunity to confirm the appointment or elect a new committee. Area committees working in illegal conditions should be kept as small as possible. Tasks of the factory cells. Emphasis in the party's political organization work must be shifted to the factory cells. By taking the lead in the struggle of the working masses for their daily needs, the factory cell should guide them forward to the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship. In addition to general party matters, the tasks of the factory cell are the following: 1. To conduct communist agitation and propaganda among the non-party working masses, and systematic work with individual workers in order to draw them into the CP. To distribute political literature in the factory, and even issue a special factory paper. 2. To work persistently and tenaciously to capture all official posts in the factory, trade union, cooperative society, factory council, control committee, etc. 3. To intervene in all industrial disputes and demands of the working masses, the cell should extend and deepen the movement, explain to the workers the political consequences of the struggle, and move them onto the path of broader struggle, not only industrial but political, and create a united workers' front against the bourgeoisie and fascism. 4. The cell must fight persistently in the factories against the followers and members of other parties, including the socialist and other labor parties, using for this purpose material about the activities of these parties which is comprehensible even to the backward strata of the working class. 5. To establish contact between the employed and the unemployed, in order to prevent conflict between them. 6. When conditions are ripe, to fight for workers' control of production, banks, estates, transport. 82. The Communist International. 7. To work among the women and young persons in the factory and draw them into the struggle. 8. Every cell member must take active part in all party work in the factory, assigned to him by the cell bureau or presidium. Apart from these special tasks in the factories, the factory cells also have territorial tasks. The most important of these are: 1. Political and organizational party work in the area where the members live, carrying through of election, housing, and cost of living campaigns. 2. Distribution of party literature, recruiting of new readers and new party members, agitation, propaganda, and individual recruiting in local organizations, clubs, etc., drawing sympathizers into demonstrations. 3. House-to-house agitation in the area, reporting on the party affiliation of local residents, on political work in the area, on fascist activity, observation of arms stores, etc. Extracts from an ECCI resolution on the British Labour government and the Communist Party of Great Britain, February 6, 1924, in Preaker, 4, 21, p. 235, February 16, 1924. The British Labour government, which took office on January 23, 1924, established de jure diplomatic relations with the USSR on February 1, 1924, a step which was welcomed by the Second Soviet Congress, meeting at the time, as historic. After the special conference in Moscow with CPGB representatives, called to discuss the reasons why the British Party was developing so slowly, it had concentrated on work in the trade unions. The ECCI report to the Fifth Congress in 1924 noted progress in this field, but complained that on the colonial question it had done as good as nothing. McManus, speaking on the ECCI report to the Congress, said that the object of the CPGB in working for affiliation to the Labour Party, which had been rejected by the Labour Party Conference in 1923 by 2,880,000 to 366,000 votes, was to have the opportunity to organize the workers against the Labour government and against the Labour Party. The entry into office of the English Labour Party is an event of the greatest significance. It reflects the awakening to class consciousness of more and more working masses, and their realization that both bourgeois parties merely represent the class interests of the possessing and exploiting minority. At the same time, the policy of the Labour government in England provides the test for the broadest working masses of the entire world, as well as for the peoples of the East, whether the ideas of the Second International about the road to socialism are correct. Cons. February 1924. 83. Quently, the attitude of the Communist International and the Communist Party of England to the Labour government's policy is of decisive importance for the development of the communist movement. This attitude will be determined by the following basic facts. The formation of a Labour government is the result of England's economic and political decline following the burdens and shocks inflicted by the war. The 4 million votes for the Labour Party in the election were not the result of its own stubborn, vigorous, and consistent work. It has taken over the government as a minority party, partly with the approval of the bourgeois parties, partly because of the disunity in the ranks of the bourgeoisie and their inability to overcome this disunity because of the tremendous tasks and difficulties left behind by the war. 2. The entire Communist International knows that the working class cannot free itself from economic slavery and political subjection unless the bourgeoisie are defeated in revolutionary struggle. But the majority of English workers have democratic illusions, instilled into them in particular by the Labour Party leaders. Now the Labour government will give the English working class the experience which will test the value of bourgeois democracy. The Labour government is not a government of proletarian class struggle, on the contrary, it aspires to strengthen the bourgeois state system by reforms and by class peace. If, contrary to our expectations, the Labour government were to be driven by proletarian class movements into a struggle with capital, that would sharply aggravate England's internal crisis. But if, as we expect, the Labour government betrays the interests of the proletariat, it will give the proletariat an object lesson on how to be cured of the illusions of capitalist democracy, and so immensely accelerate the movement of the working class towards a revolutionary position. It is for the Communist Party to do all in its power to carry out the following tasks: a. To mobilize the broadest masses of the English proletariat to exert pressure on the Labour government and the Labour Party to engage in serious struggle against the capitalist classes. b. Every effort must be made to help the workers to be convinced from their own experience of the utter unfitness of the Labour Party leaders, their petty bourgeois and treacherous character, the inevitability of their bankruptcy. For this purpose the immediate tasks of the English Communist Party are: 1. To launch a broad campaign at once concerning the promises made by the Labour Party leaders, as well as for other slogans designed to 84. The Communist International mobilize the class-conscious section of the working masses for joint action. In particular, disregarding the possibility that the Liberals and Conservatives may unite to overthrow the government, the demand must be made that the Labour government come out in favour of the following measures: a. To deal with unemployment by effective taxation of the capitalists, and by taking over, under state and workers' control, enterprises shut down by the capitalists. B. To take the initiative in nationalizing the railways and mines, these to be administered in conjunction with the workers' organizations. C. The government must take energetic steps to liberate the peasants and workers of Ireland, India, and Egypt from the yoke of English imperialism. D. It must be active in fighting the war danger in Europe and conclude an alliance with the Union of Soviet Republics. 2. The Communist Party must preserve its ideological, tactical, and organizational independence. It must appeal to all groups and organizations of the working class who demand of the Labour government a resolute struggle against the bourgeoisie. The Communist Party of England must realise that the objective prerequisites are now being created for its development into an influential revolutionary mass party. It must therefore do everything possible to plant its organisation deep among the revolutionary working masses, above all at their place of work. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the 9th Congress of the KPD, March 26, 1924 in Preker, 4, 48, p. 562, April 24, 1924. At the ECCI Presidium meeting in January 1924, Ruth Fischer declared that at the time of the Leipzig Congress, 1923, the KPD was on the verge of a split. This had been prevented only by the last-minute intervention of the ECCI. Between Leipzig and October, every action showed the disharmony between the mood of the workers on one side, and that of the KPD Zentrale on the other. Unless the leadership were changed, the KPD would split and its members would go over to the KAPD and the SPD. Zinoviev advocated a left-center Zentrale, in which proletarians like Thulman and Ramelli would have a majority. Fischer and Maslow had made mistakes, but patience must be shown towards them. It would be necessary to convene a special Congress to elect a new Central Committee. Neither the ECCI nor the RCP could take responsibility for nominating new leaders. There was good material for a new Zentrale. If the KPD did not make the necessary changes, the ECCI would, however reluctantly, have to intervene. New fractional struggles in the KPD would only revive the dying. March 1, 924-85. SPD. The civil war in the KPD must cease. The January resolution of the ECCI on the events of October was endorsed by the Central Committee of the KPD at its meeting on February 19, thus reversing the decision of its meeting in November 1923. The new Zentrale consisted of 5 representatives of the center and 2 of the left. In March, the reorganized Central Committee passed by a large majority a resolution condemning the opposition in the RCP. All factions in that party were anxious to get the support of the KPD. Zinoviev and Stalin each sent personal letters to Maslow and Ruth Fischer, leaders of the left wing, which carried the day at the Frankfurt 9th Congress of the KPD in April 1924. There were 118 delegates, of whom only 11 were avowed supporters of Brandler. Membership had fallen from 267,000 in September 1923 to 121,400 in April. The ECCI sent 2 letters to the Congress, dated 24 and March 26. The first dealt with trade union policy, and deplored the strong movement in the KPD to leave the unions and found new revolutionary unions. The left opposition in the German Trade Union Federation had called a conference at Weimar in autumn 1923, which was attended by 273 delegates, of whom 2/3 were communists. The decision to stay within the ADGB was carried against a large minority. New unions were formed of those expelled by the ADGB and some breakaway groups. The communist group, which opposed the policy of attempting to get those expelled back into the ADGB, its chief exponent was Schumacher, was expelled from the KPD. The letter of March 24 admitted that there were circumstances in which it was necessary to split the unions, and that the KPD should not tie its hands, but the general rule was to stay in and fight the union leaders, and try to capture the unions. The prime weapon in the fight against the union leaders was factory committees, on which the KPD should concentrate. They must not be allowed to fall under the control of the unions. The proposal to hold a conference in May of the trade union opposition was to be dropped in order to avoid giving the Social Democrats a pretext for expelling them. Under pressure from the ECCI delegation, the Congress adopted trade union theses which laid down that no communist could leave his trade union without the permission of the Central Committee. The chief ECCI delegate at the Congress, Manuilsky, was strongly opposed to the draft theses on the political situation put forward by Maslow, on the ground that they were mistaken about the Ruhr, the British Labour government, and the position of the German nationalists. Moreover, they criticized Comintern inactivity over the Ruhr crisis, alleging that since its third Congress in 1921 its policy had been directed to the most backward sections of the working class. This charge, he urged, was groundless. The elastic tactics of the Comintern were the outcome of firm principles, and for the KPD to accept Maslow's theses would be tantamount to a declaration of war on the International. Clara Zetkin, who was not present at the Congress, wrote a letter saying that if it was to be able to do its work in the future, the KPD must destroy the legend that the October defeat was the outcome of the errors of the leaders, especially Brandler, and not one forced on them by circumstances, including the political incapacity, organizational weakness, and inexperience of the party. Answering 86 the Communist International the charge of opportunism, she wrote, I do not attach much value to an amnesty from a party that finds no place in its leadership for men like Brandler, Thalheimer, Walcher, and Pike. The letter was described later by one of the majority spokesmen as a provocation. The political resolution put forward by Brandler's supporters received no votes. The one adopted stated that the defeat of the German proletariat was more severe than in 1919, 1920, or 1921, because victory had never been so near. The resolution on tactics, drafted by the left majority and the ECCI delegates, said that the party must now eradicate the last remnants of Brandlerism. The theory of the right wing was revisionist, and was bound to lead to the liquidation of the KPD. The proposals of the Comintern delegation for the composition of the new Zentrale were rejected by the Congress. Manuilsky expressed his misgivings, and announced that the question would be submitted to the ECCI and the Fifth CI Congress. The 15 members elected to the Zentrale included 11 of the left majority, and 4 of the center, among them Zetkin and Pike. The ECCI also criticized those who had argued that Russian state interests were in conflict with revolutionary policies, and who urged that the CI move its headquarters from Moscow and the sections should renounce Russian financial help. The disappointment felt after October must not lead to any revision of basic Bolshevik principles. All fractions should be dissolved, and attacks on members who loyally carried out party decisions must end. At the 13th Congress of the RCP, Bukharin said that the ECCI had for a long time supported the right wing in the KPD against the left, but when it became clear that the right wing was infected by social democratic opportunism, which was responsible for many of the negative aspects of the events of October 1923, the ECCI realized that there would have to be a change. As then constituted, the KPD was unable to attract the revolutionary working class elements among the left. Immediately after the Congress, Zinoviev wrote that the left wing in the KPD consisted of good and devoted revolutionary workers, and also of a group of intellectuals, some of whom were immature, without Marxist training or serious revolutionary traditions. These might do the KPD great harm. 2 years later, at the 6th enlarged plenum of the ECCI, Zinoviev revealed that 3 members of the Russian Central Committee had been sent to the KPD at the time of the Frankfurt Congress. Thulman had supported the ECCI, but the majority on the CC had wished the ECCI to withdraw its letters, and Stocker had been sent to Moscow to ask the ECCI not to insist on the application of its trade union policy to Germany. Only the threat of an open breach between the Comintern and the KPD had got the trade union resolution through the Congress. Lozovsky recalled that the ECCI had sent 6 delegates to the Congress, of whom he was one. They had held a 12-hour session with the Central Committee. He had said that the acceptance of Maslow's resolution would be tantamount to a declaration of war on the CI, and some of the worst passages had been deleted. Even so, the KPD had not wished to publish the ECCI's letter on the trade union question, the ECCI itself had then published it in Germany. March 1924, 87. Never before has a Congress of the KPD been faced with such immense responsibilities. It is no exaggeration to say that your Congress will determine for many years the fate of the KPD and therewith of the German Revolution. The international situation. The German bourgeoisie have won an apparent respite. What is now happening may be described as the shadow of an improvement in the international position of the German bourgeoisie. But it is only a shadow. The sword is still suspended over Germany. Either Germany will become a colony of victorious imperialism or it will accomplish the proletarian revolution. These are the alternatives confronting it. Two prospects of the German Revolution. The proletarian revolution in Germany is inevitable. The mistakes in estimating the tempo of events committed in October 1923 created many difficulties for the party. They are nevertheless merely an episode. The basic estimate remains unchanged. The revolution is approaching. We understand the passion with which the German comrades are discussing whether in October-November 1923 we should have taken up arms or whether the retreat was unavoidable. But the party must now, in spite of everything, look forward, not back. The party is not destroyed, it has kept its most important cadres. It has emerged from the period of illegality with honor and with its ranks unbroken. It must now put before the German working class, more sharply than ever before, the most important of all tasks: the preparation for the direct struggle for power, for the proletarian dictatorship. 3. Winning the majority. It is still a fundamental task of the party to win the majority of the proletariat and to draw over to its side as broad strata as possible of the fellow travelers of the proletariat from among the urban petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry. We should not underestimate the first successes of the fascists among the workers. They are extremely dangerous symptoms, to which the party must direct the most serious attention. If we fail to consider the national question as Bolsheviks should, we shall not win over the little man from the fascists, and to fail in that means to surrender hegemony in the revolutionary movement. 4. Party work among the non-proletarian population. The party which claims the hegemony of the revolutionary movement, which intends to win power in the state and transform the bourgeois republic into a Soviet republic, must also carry on its preparatory work. 88. The Communist International among the non-proletarian strata of the population. The working class and its party will be able to establish the proletarian dictatorship only if they are able to neutralize one part of the small and middle bourgeoisie in town and country, and to win the rest over to their side. V. United Front Tactics and Transitional Slogans. The ECCI has already laid down its views on this question in the theses adopted at the January session in Moscow. In our opinion, there is no reason to change what was then said. In Germany it is essential for us to use the United Front tactic only from below, that is to say, we will have no dealings with the official social democratic leaders. The tactics of the United Front from below must, however, be pursued honestly, consistently, and to the end. No fractional diplomacy can be permitted in this question. 6. Organizational questions. We are compelled to note that up to now the KPD has not organized itself on the basis of communist factory cells. But we cannot even talk of creating a serious revolutionary proletarian party, able to seize power from the hands of the bourgeoisie, unless the foundations of the party are communist cells in the factories. The CI thinks it high time to proceed from words to action in this matter. The Party Congress must set a date by which time the entire party shall have been reorganized on these lines. The Congress should resolve to maintain and improve the illegal party apparatus. We should in no circumstances rely on the continuation for any length of time of the present state of legality. 7. Arming the workers, the Red Hundreds. To arm the workers remains the party's most important task. What has so far been done in this respect is no more than a drop in the ocean. The German workers want to be armed, and it must be one of the most important tasks of the party to satisfy this desire. The party must work to strengthen the Red Hundreds, both those composed exclusively of party members, and those in which other revolutionary workers also take part. The German workers must be made to realize that the Red Hundreds are required in the daily struggle. Only when we accustom the Red Hundreds to the idea that they are to protect workers' demonstrations from attacks by the Reichswehr, guard leading militants from arrest, undertake a raid in order to procure arms for the workers, etc., will the Red Hundreds strike deep roots among the workers. They must be anchored deep among the working masses, in the factories. If they are, even the bourgeois authorities will be unable to touch them. March 1924 89. 8. The situation within the party. The triumph of the left wing of the KPD is of tremendous significance for the fate of the German Revolution. It undoubtedly reflects the profound processes at work within the working class, or at any rate within its vanguard. It testifies to the growing readiness for struggle, to the radicalization of important sections of the proletariat. But woe to us if we overestimate these symptoms, if we take what is desired as what is present, if we assume that the majority of the German proletariat is now ready to take up the fight under the leadership of the KPD left wing. That is not yet the case. It is the main task of the party to reach this goal. The severe crisis which the KPD is now living through can become the starting point of the rebirth and strengthening of the party. The party can now march forward along the broad road of revolution. It can at last rid itself of opportunist errors and take up a firm communist position towards the right and the left leaders of German social democracy. The chief task of the party is to put an end to fractional struggles within the party. The victorious majority should take intelligent political and organizational measures which will enable it to create a new regime in the party, to use all the party's valuable forces, whatever wing they belonged to previously, and lead the party to the fulfillment of the great historical tasks which confront it. Extracts from a circular letter from Zinoviev on the convening of the Fifth World Congress of the Comintern April 1924 in Preker, 4, 46, p. 535, April 18, 1924 Program. The Fifth Congress will finally have to confirm the program of the CI. The first drafts were published in connection with the Fourth Congress. In the 5 years of its existence, the CI has issued a number of fundamental documents, which will serve as the chief component parts of the program. The same Congress will have to confirm the programs of the largest individual sections of the CI. These must hasten to complete their preparatory work. Future tactics. This question will be discussed in association with another item on the agenda, the world economic situation. The Fifth Congress will have to draw up a balance sheet of the application of United Front tactics in the last few years. It is already quite clear that these tactics will again be subjected to sharp criticism. We should not hide from ourselves that in practice these tactics have repeatedly been used in a way tending towards opportunism. Nevertheless, the balance sheet will show a profit. United Front tactics remain correct for an entire epoch. It is merely necessary to 90. The Communist International take stronger precautionary measures against their distortion. Opportunist dangers from the right remain, now as before, the chief dangers for the CI. The CI is passing through a period between two waves of the revolution. One wave has passed, the other has not yet mounted. Important questions in dispute in the sections. The Executive Committee of the CI has this time placed the problems of 4 of its largest sections on the agenda. Russia. The Congress will learn of the present economic situation in the USSR, and draw up the balance sheet of the new economic policy. It will deal with the outcome of the recent discussions in the RCP and utter its decisive word on the discussion. Germany. The Congress will give a final appraisal of the conflicts within the KPD connected with the October retreat of the German proletariat. The Congress will undoubtedly take the same view of the opportunist tendencies in the KPD as the ECCI did at the time, and it will at the same time come out decisively against the ultra-left, but in fact non-Bolshevik, attitude growing up in the KPD, and condemn the tactical excesses from which the new KPD majority is not free. Italy. The Congress will undoubtedly agree on the immediate amalgamation of the Communists with the Third Internationalists, fusionists, in the Italian Socialist Party, and help the Italian CP to institute a still more decisive struggle against fascism and social democracy. Bulgaria. The Congress will determine its attitude to the very important events through which the Bulgarian CP has lived. The mistakes made by the Bulgarian CP majority in June 1923 are now admitted by that majority itself. England. For the first time in the history of the English labour movement, the conditions are now being created for the establishment of a mass communist party. In this sense, what is now happening in the English labour movement is more important than the events in Germany. United States. The American Workers' Party is becoming a mass party. It has to decide its attitude to the petty bourgeois third party which is being formed, and to the farmers. Japan. The Japanese workers' movement is only in the first stages of its development. The furious persecution to which Japanese communists are exposed has so far prevented the formation of a mass Japanese Communist Party. With communist participation, a mass workers' and peasants' party is being started in Japan. The trade union question will again claim an important part of the Congress's time. The more the influence of communists in the unions grows, the more furiously do the social democratic leaders try to accelerate splits in the unions. The provocative policy of the social democratic leaders has had important consequences in many places. Among the German left, April 1924-91 completely false and most dangerous attitude is growing on the question of further work in reactionary unions. With all the force of its authority, with the utmost vigor and decision, the Fifth Congress must come out against leaving the unions. No less important will be the discussion of the national question. The theoretical basis for solving this question has been laid down at previous Congresses. The Fifth Congress will have to give more concrete form to Comintern national policy in individual countries, particularly the countries of the East and the colonies. Without a solution of the national question and the agrarian question in a Leninist spirit, the CI cannot win a majority of the workers, and unless that is done, no decisive victory can be gained. The question of the attitude to the peasantry will be raised on the report of the formation of the Peasant International. The European communist parties have so far not done the 100th part of what should be done to bring over to their side the sections of the peasantry which can be won over to the working class. A new question on the agenda of the Fifth Congress is the attitude of communists to intellectuals, using the word in its broad sense, to include also the technical intelligentsia. Because of the general economic situation, the intellectuals in a number of countries are opposed, more or less sharply, to the existing regime. The CI must seize the initiative in this field, too, and show how living revolutionary Marxism differs from the traditional and lifeless formulation of the problem of the intellectuals. Without Lenin in the spirit of Leninism is the slogan of the Fifth Congress. The great leader of the CI is dead, but his work lives, and above all in the Comintern. The Fifth Congress will settle all the problems confronting it in the spirit of true Leninism. Lenin's teaching will remain the guiding star for all sections of the CI. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto to the workers and peasants of Japan, May 5, 1924 in Preker, 4, 61, p. 735, June 3, 1924. The Japanese Communist Party was founded secretly in July 1922 in Tokyo, by some Japanese who had earlier in the year attended the Congress of Toilers of the Far East in Moscow. It consisted of about 40 left-wing intellectuals. It gave its support to the General Labor Federation, Sadame, and was represented at the Fourth Comintern Congress at the end of the year. Its program, drafted in 1922 under the supervision, it is believed, of Bukharin, included abolition of the monarchy, confiscation of large estates and of the property of religious bodies, withdrawal of Japanese troops from China, Korea, Sakhalin, and Formosa, and diplomatic recognition of Russia. Arahata. 92. The Communist International chairman of the Central Committee, went to Moscow in the spring of 1923, and appeared at the June ECCI plenum under the name of Aoki. He did not believe that it was possible to establish a legal party in Japan, but Zinoviev argued in favor of doing so. It could not be assumed that the attempt would fail. In the same month, the Japanese police arrested a large proportion of the party membership, and further arrests were made after the September earthquake and an attempt on the life of the Prince Regent. The few leaders still at liberty advised dissolution, and this was carried out early in 1924. In June the ECCI set up a commission to study the Japanese situation. Katayama, speaking at the 5th CI Congress in June, referred to the steady growth of the Japanese Communist Party. The ECCI report welcomed the formation of a legal Japanese Workers' and Peasants' Party. Your country is in the power of a ruling class of militarists, landowners, bureaucrats, and monopoly capitalists who deny you every right, who pitilessly exploit you and suppress you with cruel violence. The class which rules over you is completely incapable of solving the economic crisis with which your country is permanently saddled, or of accomplishing the great task of reconstruction. At the same time the country is falling into the power of American finance capital, which will add to the evils you already suffer, the burden of exploitation by foreign capitalists, and turn your government into an instrument of foreign imperialism. Your ruling class also tries to employ cunning tricks to enslave you. They offer you apparent recognition of your labor unions if you agree to ensure the regime of your exploiters by sending delegates to the capitalist conference of the so-called International Labor Organization of the League of Nations in Geneva. They offer you the protection of the law in the form of a trade union bill which will in fact cripple the activities of your organizations. They are trying to corrupt your leaders by offering them high official positions. They offer to establish rural courts to settle, in the interests of the large landowners, disputes about rents and mortgages. They talk of universal suffrage, but have no intention of giving you the vote. They use every swindle to keep you in slavery. It is significant that before the 1905 revolution the tyrannical Tsarist government of Russia employed the same mixture of force and cunning. The government has dissolved the old parliament and appealed to the country. But you have no voice in the election of a new government. If you think that a change of government will bring any serious improvement of your position, you will be disappointed. You yourselves must take up the fight for your emancipation. You alone can put an end to reaction and open the road to the future development of your country. You have shown a good fighting spirit. But that is not enough. You must storm the citadel of reaction. Organize your forces for the fight for May 1924-93 your civil liberties. Hasten the formation of your workers' and peasants' parties, which alone will enable you to carry on your fight for freedom. Your party must be independent of the radical bourgeoisie. Carry on an untiring struggle for your program until you have put it through. Demand a democratic government, universal franchise, the right to form unions and to strike and to make collective agreements, freedom of political opinion, and the right of assembly. Workers and peasants of Japan. The vicious verdict on your worker comrades in Nagoya shows that the government is preparing the same fate for your comrades now awaiting trial in Tokyo. You must protest. Begin your campaign for political freedom with the demand for the setting free of all those who have been persecuted for their political opinions. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto against French imperialism in Syria, May 11, 1924 in Preker, 4, 57, p. 692, May 23, 1924. The Communist Party of Syria and Lebanon was founded in 1924, and admitted to the Comintern in 1928, but did not appear openly until 1930. A few individual communists in Beirut appear to have had influence in a Lebanese People's Party in existence in 1924-5, which organized opposition to the French mandate. No large-scale risings against the French occurred before 1925. French imperialism has a long and sad history. It was French imperialism which, by laying hands on Morocco 20 years ago, opened the era of rivalry and brutal greed in Europe from which the World War with its 10 million victims arose. The Versailles Treaty, which heaped it with spoils, could not satisfy its greedy appetites. In virtue of this robber treaty, whose black wickedness can never be sufficiently condemned, French imperialism got a foothold in Asia Minor, and though fear of Turkey has forced it to renounce Cilicia, it continues to keep Syria under military occupation. At the present time the French state, at the end of its resources, is trying to cover part of its expenditure by taxing the Syrian population. The Syrians cannot accept this without resistance. The payment of taxes to the invaders would be a recognition of the yoke forced on them. Refusals to pay have been reported from many districts. The Expeditionary Corps, scattered over a large area, is in a serious situation. In the last few weeks more than 200 young soldiers have fallen as innocent victims to the blows of the rebels. The Communist International does not confine itself to condemning. 94 The Communist International the actions of French imperialism in Syria as a violation of the right to national self-determination. It calls on the French proletariat to wage an energetic struggle against the instigator of the war, imperialism. It calls on the French peasants to join with the workers in this struggle against French industry's costly delusions of grandeur. The peasants have nothing to gain from French capital's conquest of Syria, except perhaps a greater burden of taxes because of higher military expenditure and the further prospect of seeing the blood of their children flow again. Decades ago the Second Empire flinched before the insuperable difficulty of conquering Syria, although at that time it did not have to deal with a Syrian people conscious of its strength, or an Arab nationalism awakened from its lethargy, supported as on unshakable pillars by the enthusiastic nationalism of an awakened Turkey and of the entire Near East, which is determined to fight for its independence and to repel by armed subjugation by an alien capitalism. The Communist International, including its French section, stands by the Syrians, in everything they may do to avoid the hated yoke of the guiltiest imperialism in the world today, the imperialism of Poincaré, Millerand, the Comite de Forges, and French finance. The struggle of the Syrian rebels is joined to the struggles now being waged in France by the mining, textile, and engineering workers. Syrian peasants and French workers form, perhaps unconsciously, an anti-imperialist united front. It will be the task of the Communist International and its French section to make everyone aware of the unity of this front. The Fifth Congress of the Communist International. The Fifth Congress met from June 17 to July 8, 1924, one report gives the number of those in attendance as 406, of whom 324 had voting rights, of these 117 were Russian, representing 40 parties. The Mandates Commission reported a total of 504 delegates, of whom 336 had voting rights, representing 41 countries. A third source gives a total of 510 delegates, 346 voting, representing 49 countries. 10 countries had only consultative voice. They included Australia, Hungary, Indonesia, Korea, and Mongolia. Another report gives the total of parties represented, both with full rights and consultative voice, as 52. The membership of the larger parties was given as 310,000 for Russia, 350,000 for Germany, 130,000 for Czechoslovakia, 50,000 for France, 16,000 for Norway, 12,000 each for Italy and Sweden, and 27,000 for the American Workers' Party, which was present as a sympathizing party only. Java, 2,000, China, 800. Efforts to unite the scattered groups of communists in Korea into a party had so far been unsuccessful. It was reported that a communist party had been established in Turkey after the Fourth Congress. It had been dissolved, re-established, and again dissolved. June-July 1924-95. In Persia there was communist activity in a few of the larger towns, where the trade union movement, though small and weak, was under communist control. In Palestine a party had been established at the end of 1923 and admitted as a section to the International. Its program supported the Arabs against the Anglo-Zionist occupation. In 1923 the Egyptian Socialist Party had renamed itself Communist Party and accepted the 21 conditions. It had about 700 members, but the arrest of its leaders had virtually put a stop to its activities. The Eastern Department of the ECCI, which had a sub-department in Irkutsk, was in constant communication with communist organizations in the Far East and the Middle East. It had no direct contact with the French colonies in North Africa, in which the French Communist Party had been very inactive. Representatives of the parties covered by the department had come to Moscow and settled important questions of policy with the Presidium. The Information and Statistics Department of the ECCI complained that the majority of parties did not reply to its letters and failed to complete the questionnaires sent to them. The press department reported that many sections had not yet appointed regular correspondents for INPRICAR. Between the 4th and the 5th Congress, the ECCI had sent 31 delegations to the sections with a total membership of 65. The events of October 1923 in Germany and the dispute within the KPD dominated the discussions. Bukharin had dealt with their repercussions on the RCP at its 13th Congress in May. The right wing in the Comintern supported the opposition in the RCP. In the ECCI, the majority of the RCP delegation had been attacked by some KPD delegates for bringing that party to the verge of ruin. He denied that the ECCI had fixed a date for the rising in Germany. It had only suggested a certain time limit to guide the party but had left the actual date to be determined on the spot. He accused Radek of mobilizing opportunist elements in other parties against the new KPD leadership. The ECCI had for too long supported Brandler's leadership, although this had no support in the KPD, precisely because it had thought so highly of him. The RCP Congress resolution approved the work of its delegates to the ECCI, condemned the right deviations defended by Radek, and in particular approved the ECCI line with regard to Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. The Central Committee was instructed to send more highly qualified workers to the ECCI in view of the importance of its work. The ECCI report to the 5th Congress dwelt on the importance to Russia of events in Germany. If an imperialist attack on Germany succeeded, it would then be Russia's turn. In October 1923, the Russian Party had explained to the Russian masses that a proletarian victory in Germany would improve Russia's difficult economic situation. At the same time, Soviet diplomats held conversations with the countries between Soviet Russia and Germany about non-interference in German affairs and maintaining neutrality. Zinoviev opened the attack on Radek and Brandler early in his report. Their theory that fascism had triumphed over social democracy was false. The Social Democrats had become the third bourgeois party. They had no intention of fighting fascism, or they would have drawn closer to the communists. They had in fact become a wing of fascism. Radek had distorted the idea of a workers' and peasants' government. 96 The Communist International. What had happened in Saxony showed how strong were the vestiges of social democracy in the KPD. Ruth Fischer also attributed the failure of the previous autumn to right deviations in the KPD, resulting from Radek's policy. Brandler should never have entered the Saxon government. Communists enter top-level negotiations in order to detach the social democratic masses from their leaders, not to conclude long-term alliances, which would be a rope round our necks. The farther they got from October, the more they were convinced that the struggle for power had been possible and necessary. Neither Radek nor Brandler believed in a German or a European revolution, but only in an alliance with reformism to protect the workers' interests within the framework of the bourgeois state. Radek was responsible for the rejection of the proposal, made by the left KPD leaders, to convene a congress of factory committees. He preferred the United Front from above. The party could not fight in October because it was crippled by opportunist leadership. But the hatred between the different factions of the KPD was now a thing of the past. If the ECCI had not intervened in January in favor of getting rid of Brandler and Co., the Berlin and Hamburg organizations would have left the party. Brandler and Clara Zetkin replied to Zinoviev and Ruth Fischer. Brandler said he was watching history being rewritten at the Congress. A legend had already grown up around October, and even those who witnessed the events were coming to believe it. Because of their disappointed hopes, he and his colleagues were really being accused of carrying out the decisions of the Third and Fourth Comintern Congresses. October was a failure because they had set themselves a false task and misjudged the relations of forces. They had led the workers into battle without sufficient preparation. That policy had been worked out in September, when the KPD leaders spent 4 weeks in Moscow discussing their plans with the ECCI. As Zinoviev had admitted in his opening speech, representatives of all the important communist parties were there, and none of them had challenged the proposal to prepare for and start a rising in Germany. They did not realize that they had lost the initiative. they had missed the opportunity at the time of the Kuno strike, and when the vote was taken at Chemnitz he had no alternative but to call off the entire action. Clara Zetkin came to Radek's defense, as she had 3 years before to Paul Levi's. Until recently he had been regarded as one of the staunchest supporters of the German left. If the Radek-Brandler policy was wrong, the ECCI must share the responsibility. Why had the left not criticized the ECCI before the October fiasco? The situation then was objectively revolutionary, but the party did not know how to exploit it, how to make the masses understand that civil war was their only road, how to utilize every local struggle and every partial demand for that purpose. The Saxon government would have been the right thing if it had been the achievement of a mass movement, supported by extra-parliamentary political organs of the proletariat. A workers' government could not be the starting point. Even in Hamburg there had been no widespread will to fight. If there had been, no orders from the party center could have stopped it. Neither the masses nor the party were ready for the fight. The German delegation, which did not include Brandler and his supporters, though they attended the Congress, put in a statement criticizing Radek's and June-July 1924-97. Brandler's conduct and leadership. The right wing represented nobody but themselves, as they had received no votes at the Frankfurt Congress of the KPD. The left-wing Italian delegates attributed the October defeat not to the actions of the German leaders, but to the mistaken decisions of the Fourth Congress on the United Front and to the policy of the ECCI. In December 1923 Humbert Droz had written to Zinoviev that nobody in France could understand the thoughtlessness, légrité, with which the German action had been prepared. In replying to the debate on the ECCI report, Zinoviev deplored Clara Zetkin's support of Radek. Her loyalty to friends was a political error. He enumerated 10 occasions on which the ECCI had had differences of opinion with Radek, but the ECCI could not have disavowed his actions for reasons which you will well understand. Clara Zetkin spoke on the crisis among intellectuals, a sign that bourgeois society was shaken and no longer able to carry out its mission. As part of the capitalist crisis, the question of the intellectuals became part of the question of the proletariat, whose mission it was to promote all the forces of production and of civilization. The brain worker was exploited just as much as the proletarian. Intellectuals felt themselves bound to bourgeois society, which needed them for its ideological superstructure. The crisis had brought the intellectuals into politics. They now expected change not from the application of reason and intellect, but from the pressure of the political struggle. Some were turning to fascism, others to democratic pacifism. The Congress approved the idea of a Balkan federation of equal and independent workers and peasants' republics, and passed resolutions on party reconstruction on a factory cell basis, on national questions in Central Europe and the Balkans, on Norway, Poland, Sweden, and Iceland, and on the publication of the complete works of Marx and Engels. The drafting of a resolution on the Negro question was referred to the ECCI. Jackson, USA, argued that the Negro problem in the United States was psychological as well as economic, and covered all classes of Negroes. It was a waste of time to use the same literature for Negro as for white workers. He reported on the Congress of Negro Organizations held in Chicago in February 1924, at which 10 communists had been present. The Congress was dominated by the ecclesiastical and petty bourgeois Negroes. Nevertheless, we were successful in the last 2 days of the Congress in provoking a split. In his criticism of the draft program of the Comintern 4 years later, Trotsky wrote that what the Fifth Congress should have done was to call the October defeat a defeat and expose its roots. Its announcement of a rising revolutionary wave was a refusal to face the implications of the 1923 defeat and the facts of capitalist stabilization. It should have noted that a new epoch was opening in which the masses would be inactive while the Social Democrats would advance, and it should have made preparations for this. Zinoviev had said that he had expected the revolution, but it did not happen. In fact, it had happened, but the Comintern was late for the appointment. The decisions of the Congress were bureaucratic whitewashing, they were a drag on the sections. Closing the Congress, Zinoviev listed its achievements. After a year and a half of severe reaction, the Comintern found itself with strengthened forces. It had 98. The Communist International cleared up the confusion about United Front tactics and eradicated opportunist deviations. It was now recognized that workers' and peasants' government was a synonym, in simpler terms, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, excluding coalitions with other parties. Its course was now set for the phase of democratic pacifism which capitalism had reached, and its work would be guided by the watchwords "Bolshevize the parties and to the masses." Extracts from the resolution of the Fifth Comintern Congress on the report of the ECCI June 26, 1924 in Preker, 4, 91, p. 1154, July 17, 1924. Zinoviev's tone in opening the Congress and reporting for the ECCI was not optimistic. After 5 years of the International, we have to state that the movement has not developed as quickly as we expected. We can all remember the time when Lenin thought that the victory of the proletarian revolution in all countries was a matter of months. They had mistaken the elemental discontent of the masses for a solid communist force. Half a dozen monarchies had fallen, and 1/6 of the earth was communist. The movement in Asia was advancing, while in the West the labor aristocracy had become part of the bourgeois state, in itself an index of the weakened position of the bourgeoisie. The democratic pacifist phase through which they were now passing marked the trough between two waves of the revolution, but the objective situation was still revolutionary. That was the key to their tactics, although the immediate future might bring more intense counter-revolutionary activity by the bourgeoisie. In the discussion which followed, and in which most speakers dealt with the situation in their own countries, Bordiga complained that there was no real analysis of the ECCI's report, whereas its work should be carefully examined. The Congress did not sit in judgment on the executive, but the ECCI sat in judgment on the sections, and each national speaker dealt only with that part of the report which concerned his own country. Nothing of a genuinely international nature was said. Bordiga also challenged the overriding authority of the Russian party. Its position at the head of the International was no guarantee that it would always be right. They must remember the special conditions of the Russian Revolution. The International was trusted because it represented the revolutionary proletariat of the entire world. On this question of differences between Russia and the developed capitalist countries, Zinoviev admitted that methods of agitation might differ, but asserted that, on cardinal questions like the proletarian dictatorship, conditions were the same for Russia, Germany, America, etc. Togliatti, Ercole, spoke against Bordiga's views. It was a choice, he said, between Bordiga and the International. Radek, like Bordiga, attacked the practice of promoting artificial unanimity. If in the Comintern we rely only on official discipline, we shall become an official skeleton, but not a living international. Discussion of the ECCI report, which occupied 11 sessions of the Congress, reviewed again the events in Germany leading up to the fiasco of October 1923. The meeting of the German Central Committee in November, attended by ECCI representatives, had, according to the report, given an incorrect analysis of the June 1924-99 situation and failed to criticize past errors. When the ECCI intervened, the majority in the committee split, and the greater part admitted that the ECCI was correct. This was followed by the exclusion of the right wing from the Central Committee at the meeting in Moscow of January 1924. The Frankfurt Congress of the KPD in April endorsed the change. The crisis in the German party had become so deep, Zinoviev said, that unless the ECCI had disavowed the old leaders, there would have been a split. He warned the KPD not to reopen the question of leaving the trade unions, and said the ECCI would continue to fight ultra-left tendencies in the KPD. Radek, who, since his views had been condemned by the 13th RCP Congress, had to get the permission of that party's delegation to the Comintern Congress to explain his attitude, made a long and witty speech, continually interrupted by the German delegation. He referred to Zinoviev's approval of KPD tactics in the Saxon government, written immediately after October The two chief lessons of October were that such attempts must not be made without proper preparation, and that, without a united front from below, there must be no united front from above. Brandler, speaking not as a member of the KPD delegation but as the accused, or rather the condemned, recounted the 1923 events and his part in them, maintaining that he had throughout been applying the tactics advocated by the Third and Fourth Comintern Congresses, and the policy proposed at the ECCI before October. Thalheimer condemned the way in which the ECCI intervened organizationally in other parties, not the intervention itself. Obliquely, he criticized the dominant position of the Russian party, which hampered the less experienced parties in their development towards maturity. Clara Zetkin said the account of October given by the KPD majority was a caricature. If the present Central Committee accused its predecessors of having pursued an opportunist and liquidationist policy since 1921, the same charge would have to be made against the ECCI for not having corrected that policy. The entire party, and particularly the Central Committee, was to blame for not having grasped at an earlier stage the revolutionary possibilities of the German situation, and for not organizing mass discontent into the struggle for power. The KPD delegation put in a statement objecting to the amount of time allowed by the Congress to representatives of the Radek-Brandler tendency who represented nobody but themselves. They trusted that the decisions of the Congress would eradicate right-wing tendencies in the CI so effectively that their advocates would never again be represented at its Congresses. In his reply, Zinoviev recounted the story of Radek's disagreements with the ECCI since 1920, 10 in all. Lenin had condemned Radek's attitude at the 1922 conference of the Three Internationals. Radek's agreement with Tranmæl in Norway was a rotten compromise. He had opposed the slogan of Soviets in Germany at the September 1923 meeting in Moscow. Zinoviev described him as a good journalist. The Polish Party, in which the majority supported the Russian opposition as well as the Brandler group in the KPD, came in for severe criticism. The attack on the Warski-Kościuszko-Wieleki majority was led by Stalin in the Polish Commission. Since the Polish Party was illegal, most of its leaders lived in the Soviet Union. They were accused of having misled the Polish Party about Comintern policy and the debate in the RCP, of having worked for the Russian 100 the Communist international opposition, and of having excluded from leadership those who really represented the Comintern line. A special commission was appointed to run the Polish CP and to convene a conference which would adopt a more correct line and elect a new Central Committee. The report of the ECCI noted that the failure of the Italian Central Committee to act energetically enough on the question of fusion with the left-wing socialists had made it necessary to change its composition and to put in members who would work for fusion not merely from discipline but from conviction. In the 1924 elections, when the electoral law had been changed to favor the fascist candidates, the two parties, in alliance, had won 19 seats, of which 15 were held by communists. How serious the quarrels in the Italian party were is revealed in the papers of Humbert Dras. In February 1924 he had written to Zinoviev that Bordiga was creating a delicate situation. The party had wished to put him up as a candidate in the elections, but, being an abstentionist on principle, he had refused, saying he had never known a communist parliamentarian. T.M. in disagreement with the party, and cannot therefore defend its policies in Parliament. A few days later Humbert Dras again reported on Bordiga's indiscipline. Bordiga had said that if the Comintern line kept on changing, discipline was purely arbitrary, they can choose another gramophone, he would not play the part of a marionette. The Central Committee could either ignore Bordiga or discipline him, but its position was weak because it was often reproached, directly and indirectly, with the fact that it had not been elected by the party and therefore had no authority over it. To ignore him would open the door to indiscipline and amount, in fact, to a renunciation of leadership, while disciplinary action against him, when the majority of the party were unaware that the Comintern no longer considered him the leader, would provoke a crisis. Tosca, Rossi, a member of the minority on the CC, had proposed that the Central Committee should resign to bring home to the ECCI the impossible position in which it had been placed since the last plenum. Manuelski reported on the Italian question. The Commission had agreed unanimously on a program of action for the Italian party, but this had not been accepted by the Italian left. The Commission recommended that as the Third Internationalists had been excluded from the Socialist Party, they should amalgamate with the Italian CP. The left wing, under Bordiga, refused to enter the Central Committee, and it was proposed that a letter be sent by the ECCI to the members of the Italian party on the ideological struggle waged by the Italian left for many years against the CI and its decisions, while keeping within the bounds of formal discipline. Togliatti spoke at the Congress on behalf of the Italian CP Center. Formerly he had supported the left wing, objecting to the admission of the Italian Socialists as a sympathizing party. The program of action for the CPI said that fascism was undergoing a crisis because it could not unite all sections of the bourgeoisie, and in its decay the communists might be confronted with the question of seizing power. The masses could be won from the reformist leadership by a united front in the factories. The Italian question was referred to the ECCI, which met immediately after the Congress. Manuelski said, the proposals of the Commission on the June 1, 924 101 composition of the leading organs of the CPI mark a serious intervention in the internal life of the party. But it had to be made, because all the fractions of the CPI demanded a settlement of the question. The Commission had to take a decision on the resignation of the 4 comrades of the left who belonged to the CC. Under our statutes and the decisions of the World Congresses, such resignations are wholly impermissible. But since the left comrades declared that they would collaborate in disciplined fashion in carrying out the decisions of the Congress, the Commission thought it could dispense with the strict application of statutory regulations. It took note of the resignations, or rather, no member of the left was included on the new list for the CC, which, on the proposal of the Commission, is to be composed of 9 members of the center, 4 members of the so-called right, and 4 Third Internationalists. That is by no means an ideal solution, but in face of the attitude of the left, it had to be adopted. All the Italian fractions had agreed to support these decisions at the next Italian CP Congress, which was to be convened by the new Central Committee. Bordiga had agreed that, in the circumstances, this was the most expedient course, and undertook to persuade the left wing to support the ECCI. The appeal to the Italian workers by the ECCI, dated July 23, 1924, on the amalgamation of the CPI and the fusionist wing of the Italian Socialists, made a strong attack on Nini, who had led the SPI in its betrayal of the Rome Congress resolution on fusion, 1922. Amalgamation added an estimated 3,500 members, and the CPI now claimed a membership of 25,000. Humbert Draws reported in October 1924 that Bordiga refused for the time being to go to Moscow to take up his ECCI post. If Terracini returned from Moscow and Togliatti took his place, the Secretariat would be completely in the hands of Bordiga and his supporters. In the districts, the CC representatives who opposed the decision of the Fifth Congress were gradually being replaced. At one district party Congress, Bordiga and Gramsci had debated for 14 hours the decisions of the Fifth Congress. Humbert Draws was recalled to Moscow at the end of 1924 at his own request, as the Italian police were getting suspicious. He urged the ECCI not to appoint Rákóczi as his successor. He would be very badly received. Kolarov introduced the debate on the agrarian question. For peasant parties, the sections were to use united front from below tactics, although they could occasionally also be used from above, as in Bulgaria. In July 1923 the ECCI had urged the sections to promote the establishment of peasant parties and to organize strong communist fractions within them. If we do not ourselves create such parties, they will arise of themselves but will work under the leadership of our enemies. The proposal to set up a peasant international, Krestintern, attached to the CI, had been accepted. This body had been formally set up in October 1923 at a conference of revolutionary unions of landworkers and revolutionary minorities in other unions. It was held in Moscow to coincide with the opening of the Russian Agricultural Exhibition, and was attended by 122 visitors representing, it was claimed, 40 countries. The council elected there included A.P. Smirnov, president of the RSFSR, Dombal, of the Polish CP, Ho Chi Minh, and Katayama. The Krestintern had a secretariat, but no other organized existence. The sections were to try to get peasant and agricultural labor organizations to affiliate. 102 The Communist International. Several speakers at the Fifth Congress emphasized the importance of the agrarian question in colonial countries. Varga attacked the ultralefts who argued against supporting the peasants' claim to land, because once they got land they would cease to be revolutionary. He agreed that the ideal would be for the peasants to receive their land from the proletarian dictatorship, but communists could not cut themselves off from the peasants by refusing to support their claims. The Congress endorsed the Krestintern statement that the peasantry could not win state power independently of the proletariat. Where peasant parties existed, the communist parties must work to give them a class character, and rid them of landowners and rich peasants, even if this meant splitting the peasant parties. Their slogan must be expropriation without compensation. Criticizing the CI program 4 years later, Trotsky derided the claims made for the Krestintern, and condemned the policies to which it had given cover, such as the overtures to Radic in Croatia, and La Follette in the United States. The assertion that what had happened in Bulgaria, Germany, and Poland testified to the ripening of new revolutionary events echoed Zinoviev's statement in December 1923 that taken as a whole, they signified the beginning of the second wave of the international proletarian revolution, and his remark in reporting for the ECCI that the KPD was not far from winning the majority of the decisive sections of the German working class. In his speech winding up the debate he spoke more cautiously. The time factor was most important. It was true that capitalism would break down, but there was a possibility that they were entering a relatively prolonged period of democratic pacifism in which capitalism would vegetate. It was also possible that capitalism would disintegrate rapidly. These were the two perspectives. Ruth Fisher reported for the Political Commission which put forward the resolution on the executive's report. Bordiga had put forward an alternative resolution which, she said, amounted to an attack on the Comintern and the ECCI. It had received only his vote. Radek and Bordiga in the Commission voted against the resolution, which was put forward by the Russian, German, French, and British parties. In Congress it was passed against 8 votes, those of the Italian left and of Macchi, a member of the French delegation in charge of work among the Italian communist émigrés in the French Communist Party. The Fifth Congress of the Comintern fully endorses the activities of the executive since the Fourth Congress, and observes that correct and firm leadership by the executive made an essential contribution to the emergence of the Communist International practically everywhere with greater strength from this period of savage attack by capital fighting for its dictatorship. The communist movement withstood this violent attack not without severe losses, and not without serious blunders and deviations. But in no country was the capitalist power able to destroy the organization of the communist vanguard or cut it off from the proletarian masses. During these great class struggles the Executive Committee took a June 1, 924 103 number of most important measures of decisive importance for the correct leadership of the sections of the CI. The Congress notes in particular the following cases: 1. At the international conferences in Essen and Frankfurt in the spring of 1923 the executive indicated correctly the practical tasks of intensified revolutionary preparation arising from the occupation of the Ruhr for the European proletariat, above all for the communist parties of Germany and France. 2. When in August the expansion of the revolutionary mass movement presaged a situation favorable to the decisive struggle for power in Germany, the executive immediately called on the party to direct its work towards the immediate seizure of power, assured the KPD of the utmost help in this work, and mobilized several other sections to give powerful support to the German Revolution. 3. After the October surrender in Germany, effected practically without fighting, and attributable to the treachery of the Social Democratic leaders and the failure of the Communist Party leadership, it was wholly correct and necessary for the executive, made aware of the strong left tendency in the German party, and with the support of the left, to condemn the opportunist attitude of the German Zentrale, and particularly the distortion of the United Front tactic in the Saxon government experiment, and to decide to draw the political and organizational consequences by a more vigorous and unrelenting struggle against opportunism. 4. Even earlier the executive, in line with the ideas of the left, had not only criticized the opportunist deviations of the Leipzig Congress of the KPD, but on 2 occasions before October added representatives of the left opposition to the Zentrale elected at Leipzig. Now, in collaboration with the executive, a fighting bloc against the right wing has been formed by the union of the left and center, and it has taken over the leadership of the party, confident that the mass of the membership would approve and ratify the expulsion of the politically bankrupt right wing, as in fact happened. This determined solution by the executive both helped the KPD and eliminated the dangers of a split threatened by the unbridgeable internal contradictions, and of the crisis in the German party developing into a crisis of the entire Comintern as a result of the feelings of panic which could be discerned here and there among the more uncertain elements. Credit is due not only to the German party, but also to the German working class, which vigorously demanded the ruthless eradication of right deviations, and which, supported by the International, found within itself the strength to come through such a severe crisis undiscouraged and with forces unimpaired. 5. Confronted by the danger of right deviations, which turned out to 104 the Communist International be far greater in the execution of the United Front tactics than could have been foreseen, the executive vigorously rejected all opportunist interpretations of these tactics, as well as every attempt to build them up into anything more than a revolutionary method of agitation and of mobilizing the masses, or of using the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government not for agitation for the proletarian dictatorship, but as a means towards coalition with bourgeois democracy. Similarly, in contrast to the opportunist outlook, the executive emphasized the true character of social democracy as the left wing of the bourgeoisie. 6. Relying on the lessons of the events in Germany for the development of party organization, the executive initiated vigorous measures in Germany and elsewhere for the formation of factory cells as the basis of party organization. In a few countries a noteworthy beginning has already been made in establishing the factory cell system. 7. In opposition to the short-sighted opportunist passivity displayed by the Bulgarian party leadership in the June coup d'état, the executive immediately sought by open and emphatic criticism to urge the party towards serious preparations for struggle against the expected counter-revolutionary offensive. We were not at the time successful in getting the party leadership to share the executive's opinion. But with the experience of defeat the executive's attitude was adopted as the party platform, on which the CP of Bulgaria reformed its ranks and got rid of the decaying right wing. 8. Similarly, with the collaboration of the executive and the support of the Central Committee majority, the French party was freed of the greater part of its opportunist ballast, and thus the party was consolidated. Very great difficulties were experienced in Norway, where the Communists, a badly organized minority in the opportunist Labour Party, had to wage a severe fractional struggle and were constantly exposed to the danger of being cut off by the ruthless anti-communist leadership. When the boundless presumption of the opportunist leaders of the NLP in regard to Comintern decisions developed into open and systematic sabotage, and, after the October defeat in Germany, turned into cowardly desertion, it was impossible to allow such behavior to continue under communist colors. Although it was realized that in a break between the leaders of the NLP and the CI a number of good proletarian members would for a time go with their anti-communist leaders, the executive was compelled to demand of the NLP Congress a clear decision for or against loyal cooperation with the International. That led to a split in the party and to the foundation of the independent Norwegian Communist Party. In 6 months it has won, particularly by its influential participation in big labor disputes, the authority of a revolutionary mass party. 9. At its second Congress in 1923 the Polish Party, with the active Kala. June 1924 105 Boration of the Comintern Executive, adopted decisions which gave it a Bolshevik foundation for the expansion and consolidation of party influence. But in its practical work, particularly in the period of mass struggle in October, the party leadership did not follow a correct revolutionary line. In the Russian and German questions, the Polish Central Committee supported the right wing and tried to suppress any left-wing criticism in their own ranks. 12. Right-wing deviations were also apparent on the question of the United Front in England and America, and on the attitude of the CP to the Labour Party leaders, in America, the so-called Third Party. The executive was able to convince the English and American comrades of the necessity to revise their ideas. The new and peculiar problems of the revolutionary movement in the Anglo-Saxon countries were considered in great detail by the executive many times, and the parties there will need much greater attention in future from the international leadership. 13. The executive also had to help overcome ultra-left deviations. In the Italian party there are still tendencies towards an un-Marxist dogmatism, which refuses on principle to apply the implications of a given tactic to the concrete situation and so restricts the party's ability to maneuver. The Italian Communist Party must now stand firmly and without reservation on the tactical ground of the Communist International, if it wishes to solve the problem of becoming a mass party. The amalgamation of the Third Internationalists with the CPI eliminates one question which caused differences between the CPI and the Comintern. But even after this amalgamation, the CPI must deal energetically with the question of winning over those masses who still adhere to the Italian Socialist Party. 13. In several countries, particularly France, progress was made in trade union work, giving it greater intensity and uniformity, and important successes registered, for example in England. In Germany last winter communists and sympathizers left the unions in large numbers because of anti-trade union sentiments for which the trade union bureaucracy was responsible. Since the KPD failed to oppose this dangerous deviation with vigor, the executive intervened energetically, until the decision of the Frankfurt Congress, with the emphatic support of the executive, called a halt to this catastrophic behavior and effected a complete reversal in favor of revolutionary work in the unions. 14. Propaganda among the semi-proletarian and petty bourgeois middle classes was frequently recommended to the sections as a means of combating fascism. In Germany the CP has had considerable success in this respect, in Italy, on the other hand, practically none. 15. The executive has emphatically directed all sections to carry out constant and active agitation to win the masses of the poor peasantry to 106. The Communist International support of the proletarian revolution. With this aim in view, the slogan of a workers' government was expanded to workers' and peasants' government. The foundation of the Peasant International, which has turned out to be a most important step, was carried through with the active cooperation of the executive. The elaboration of an independent communist agrarian policy will in the immediate future be one of the most important tasks of practically all sections. 16. On the nationality question, the executive had ample cause to remind many sections, for which this question is of the utmost importance, of their inadequate execution of the decisions of the Second Congress. One of the basic principles of Leninism, requiring the resolute and constant advocacy by communists of the right of national self-determination, secession and the formation of an independent state, has not yet been applied by all sections of the CI as it should be. 17. In addition to winning the support of the peasant masses and of the oppressed national minorities, the Comintern has to win the revolutionary movements of liberation, among the colonial peoples and all Eastern peoples, as allies of the revolutionary proletariat of the capitalist countries. This requires not only the further development of direct links between the executive and the national liberation movements of the East, but also closer contacts between the sections in the imperialist countries and the colonies of those countries, and above all an unceasing and relentless struggle in every country against the imperialist colonial policy of the bourgeoisie. In this respect, communist work everywhere is still very weak. As to work inside the army, the executive together with the executive of the Youth International made excellent practical preparations, Ruhr. Nevertheless, the sections which have the strongest imperialist powers to fight have all too often neglected Lenin's teachings about the fight against war, and the executive has had to call them to order. The CI still falls far short of being a real world party. The Congress reminds the sections of their duty to collaborate collectively in the further development of CI work by participating more actively than hitherto in the solution of international questions by regular reports and correspondence, as well as through their members on the executive. Experience has shown that it is often impossible to convene the national party congresses after the World Congress. Consequently, Congress repeals the decision on this question. No national party congress, regular or extraordinary, may, however, be convened without the agreement of the executive. Congress instructs the executive to demand more emphatically than before iron discipline from all sections and all party leaders. Congress notes that in some cases the executive, in order to spare the reputation of deserving comrades, did not proceed energetically enough against breaches. July 1924 107 of Discipline. Congress empowers the executive to act far more decisively when necessary and not to shrink from the most extreme measures. Extracts from a manifesto of the Fifth Comintern Congress on the 10th anniversary of the outbreak of war July 1924 in Preker, 4, 89, p. 1118, July 16, 1924. The manifesto was written by Trotsky. I workers and peasants. Remember what your rulers said and promised in the very first days of the war. You were told that the war would give a secure existence to the people. You were promised that after the war there would be no more military burdens to bear. You were assured that it would be the last war. Now, 10 years later, you can draw up the balance sheet. You can see how your confidence was abused. Even the victor states are incomparably poorer than they were before the war. If the bourgeoisie have swindled you, that was only to be expected. The bourgeoisie are our irreconcilable and pitiless enemy. But you were also swindled by those whom you looked on as your leaders. The Social Democrats, who won the confidence of the workers by their speeches against the bourgeoisie, moved to their side on August 1, 1914 and lent all their authority and weight to help them carry on the slaughter to the end. The Social Democrats promised as the outcome of the war a just, democratic, and honest peace between the peoples. They lied. Their deception was conscious and calculating. They knew that the peace would be dictated by the victorious imperialists. A dishonorable war conducted by the bourgeoisie with the dishonorable support of the Social Democrats could only end in a dishonorable peace. Germany and its allies were crushed and dismembered. To justify the enslavement of the German people, an enslavement no less despicable than the war itself, the socialists in all victorious countries repeated, with their bourgeoisie, Germany is being punished because it wanted and provoked war. What hypocrisy, and what stupidity! Even if it were true that the Hohenzollerns and Habsburgs were alone responsible for the war, should a people be punished for the misdeeds of the dynasty by which it was oppressed? Should the German proletariat be throttled for the crimes of its bourgeoisie? But can any honest man with a clear head believe even for a moment that responsibility for the war rests exclusively on Germany and Austria-Hungary? Do we not know the insatiable imperialism of the English bourgeoisie, the oppressor of the colonial peoples? Do we not know the repulsive greed of the French stock exchange? Did not Tsarist Russia in alliance with France and England? 108 The Communist International plan to seize Constantinople and the Straits. The imperialist war resulted from the clash of the unleashed desires of both parties. The ruling classes of both camps are responsible for the war, for its 4-year duration, for its victims and destruction, for its insane outcome in Versailles. No less responsibility rests on the social democratic politicians, the patriotic trade unionists, the accomplices of the bourgeoisie, the voluntary agents of imperialism, the socialist lawyers of the Versailles Peace. The same people, the same politicians, the same traitors who for 4 years helped the blood-stained Hohenzollern gang to wipe out the German people restrained the workers at the end of 1918 from getting rid of their exploiters. If after the war the power of capital survived in a Europe shaken to its foundations, that is due solely and entirely to the Second International, the watchdogs guarding the gates of the bourgeoisie. 2. There is not a single healthy spot in Europe. Economically, Germany has been thrown back for decades. The fragments of the Austro-Hungarian Empire are separated from each other by barriers of barbed wire. Even worse is the situation in the Balkans. France is collapsing under the weight of war debts and the burdens of militarism. Italy is weakened and cannot recover from the convulsions which shake it. England cannot even dream of regaining its pre-war strength. The occupation of the Ruhr by French troops in January of last year meant a direct continuation of the imperialist war. The victors dealt the last blow to the vanquished. But how could it happen that the working masses of France and of all Europe did not prevent this new robber attack? If you think about it, workers, you will see that it was only socialist support for the French and German bourgeoisie which made the occupation possible, involving as it did the further ruin of Europe. We repeat, if the working masses of France and Germany had decided to make the sacrifice involved in a revolutionary rising which the Ruhr occupation itself required of them, the bourgeoisie would have been overthrown, militarism destroyed, and peace and labor would celebrate their triumph in Europe. But it is precisely at such critical moments, moments of life and death for the bourgeoisie, when the future of the workers is at stake, that the Social Democrats maliciously destroy the united front of the proletariat, bring irresolution into the workers' ranks, promote discouragement, isolate the Communist Party, and become the pacemakers of capitalist reaction. Once the bourgeoisie are convinced that the revolutionary surge has been beaten back by the united efforts of fascism and social democracy, they think it expedient to restore a less bloody, less exacting, more normal regime, one clothed in the rags of legality. Only yesterday the fascists, July 1924 109 occupied the foreground, flourishing revolver and dagger, while the Social Democrats acted as assistants behind the scenes. Today, when the immediate danger seems to be past, the bourgeoisie hurry the fascists off the stage, lead out from behind the curtain the radicals, reformists, and Mensheviks, the apostles of legality, democracy, and peace, and advance them to the front. Conservatives, radicals, fascists, and Mensheviks come and go, but militarism remains, piling up stocks, improving weapons, drafting new plans, waiting until the worst memories of the last war have faded, until the Social Democrats have succeeded in reconciling the workers once again to the idea of the impregnability of the bourgeois state. Then it will again openly take the road of universal plunder. Then the hour of the new imperialist war will strike. 3. The causes and occasions of a new war follow with iron necessity from the last war and the Versailles Peace. The ruling classes of France feel more and more strongly that the regime of terror they have established in Europe cannot endure much longer. The French bourgeoisie, the reactionary as well as the radical, fear German revenge, but at the same time provoke it. On their side the German bourgeoisie, who are ready to come to an agreement at the cost of the people, are waiting impatiently for the hour of revenge to strike. The antagonism between England and France in Europe and the colonies is growing more and more acute. The military programs of the two allies, particularly in aircraft and chemical warfare, are designed with reference to the approaching Anglo-French War. While Aerocou specifically, the General Staff in Paris is drawing up plans for a future air offensive against London, and the British staff is busy planning return visits. The strongest antagonism is that developing along the line where the interests of the British Empire collide with those of the United States. In the last 2 years it has seemed that a lasting agreement had been reached between these two giants. But the appearance will persist only as long as the economic boom in North America, based largely on the home market, and this is now unmistakably nearing its end. America's productive forces must seek broader outlets on the world market. America's foreign trade can expand primarily at the expense of British foreign trade, and the American merchant marine and navy at the expense of the British. The period of Anglo-American understanding must be succeeded by one of steadily growing conflict, which in its turn involves the danger of war on an unparalleled scale. The antagonism between Japan and the United States retains its full force. The prohibition on the immigration of yellow people gives the 110 The Communist international imperialist struggle in the Pacific the character of a racial struggle. If the United States and Great Britain clash, the role of Japanese militarism will be an incomparably more active one than it was in the last war. The growth of the revolutionary movement in the East in these last 10 years gives the colonial rule of the imperialist powers the character of open military violence. The constitutional illusions and hopes of reconciliation among the enslaved masses of India are fading. The parties of national liberalism and petty bourgeois utopias are melting into the void. The revolutionary movement is penetrating deeper and reaching wider and wider masses. A strong, centralized, revolutionary party is required to take control of this movement and deal British imperialism its death blow. In dismembered China, the imperialist powers have introduced a regime of masked military occupation, using paid Chinese troops. Here, as in India, a revolutionary organization is being created, whose mission it is to free China from its foreign and native rulers. 4. In a concealed form, war rules mankind even today. For what is the new solution of the reparations question, the experts report, but the application of methods of war to the solution of economic problems? America, whose pockets are bulging with European money, relies on France's military strength and prescribes a particular economic regime for Germany as a punishment for having lost the war. Only downright charlatans can assert that the report offers a peaceful, democratic solution of the question. In fact, the Entente is dictating its decision with its guns in position. The German bourgeoisie have agreed to this because they hope, with the help of foreign capital, and if necessary foreign troops, to settle accounts with the German proletariat. The workers are being forced into a heavier yoke, deprived of all the achievements of the revolution, their working day lengthened and its intensity stepped up. By these means the German bourgeoisie hope to make the workers bear once again all the burdens, deprivations, and sufferings of the period of primitive accumulation. The weakening and degrading of the German proletariat will help the European bourgeoisie to make the working class in other countries afraid of German competition. Finally, American capital is preparing, with the help of its experts, to control Europe, that is, to rule it. This monstrous plan to enslave the European working masses by Anglo-Saxon capital with the help of French militarism has been accepted and approved by the parties of the Second International. In doing so, the Entente socialists have found a hypocritical, pacifist cloak to cover the robber policy of their bourgeoisie, with which they are in full accord. The German Social Democrats look to the re-establishment of a strong capitalist. July 1, 9243 regime to give them victory over the communist danger. Amid an outcry about communist plots and an international chika, there is unfolding before our eyes a vast conspiracy of capital against the workers of Europe and the entire world. The organizer of the conspiracy is Finance Capital, with its headquarters in New York and its branch in London. The most important executive work is assigned to the French Stock Exchange. The interpreter, defender, and advocate of the conspiracy is social democracy and the Amsterdam trade unions. The experts in treachery come to the aid of the experts in capital. Again we ask, what is it that prevents the workers and peasants from rising as one against militarism, which is destroying them? The answer is, international social democracy, the Mensheviks, the Second International, the Amsterdam trade union bureaucracy. That is the chief lesson of the imperialist war. That is the basic conclusion to be drawn from the past decade. We want our words to reach the ear of every working man and woman in town and country. We want to awaken revolutionary discontent in the hearts of the oppressed. The bourgeoisie are preparing a new war, and social democracy is corrupting your minds so that it can the more easily betray you and sell you out. The chief occupation of the pacifists today is their fight against the revolution and especially against the Red Army. They are opposed to the revolutionary use of force, to rebellion, to the civil war. But the bourgeoisie are armed, the workers unarmed. By opposing the arming of the workers, the pacifists are supporting capitalist militarism and so clearing the road for a future war, which makes their appeals to humanity and civilization the more repellent. And if you prove to them that they are supporting the militarism of their bourgeoisie, they always reply with a reference to the Red Army, implying that the existence of the Red Army, which was created by the Russian workers in defense against the imperialists, justifies the arming of capitalist states to plunder the world and suppress the revolution. but it would be the greatest stupidity to believe that there is no longer any danger of war on the workers' and peasants' state. The growth of communist parties consolidates the international position of the Soviet Union, while it troubles and angers the imperialists. When the direct danger of revolution rises again, the imperialists may once more turn to large-scale military intervention. Between the capitalist world and the Soviet Republic agreements are possible, but not reconciliation. Just as the governments of MacDonald and Ario will at a certain moment have to give way once more to more open and more resolute reaction, so at a certain moment different interests may and will cut across. 112 The Communist International, the agreements of capitalist countries with the Soviet Union. That is why the Red Army and the Red Navy are necessary. 6. The fight against militarism cannot be postponed until war itself breaks out, for then it would be too late. The fight must be waged now, day in, day out. The first step in this fight is to refuse the capitalist state the budgetary means to arm, to give it no confidence or support. The inhuman sufferings of their fathers and elder brothers must be tirelessly recalled to the working and peasant youth, and transformed into burning hatred of those responsible for the war. Young men should join capitalist armies with the determination to turn their weapons not against their proletarian brothers, but against the class enemy, the bourgeoisie. The artificial barriers between the army and the working class must be torn down, and contacts maintained with the barracks. The conscious soldiers should be organized in small groups. Revolutionary organizations for the railways should be formed of the best and most courageous proletarian fighters. Particular attention should be paid to armaments and ordnance factories. In each of these there should be a solid militant cell, able when the decisive moment comes to carry all the workers along with it. The bourgeoisie are not afraid of pacifist sermons or of the Social Democrats' threat of a general strike, but they tremble with hate and fear at any report of a small illegal cell in the railways, in the munitions factories, and especially in the army and navy. The revolutionary education of the colonial peoples is becoming a vital question for the proletariat. If the bourgeoisie are seeking by oppressing the colonies to maintain and perpetuate the oppression of the proletariat, we on our side must look to colonial revolts to help the revolt of the proletariat. National and race prejudices are a product of slavery and nourish slavery. An avowed or masked chauvinist mentality is the best support of militarism and a certain means to prepare new wars. A relentless struggle must be carried out against national prejudices and racial arrogance. Not only open hostility, disdainful behavior, an iron-eagle attitude, but even the patronizing, condescending tone of the whites towards yellow or black people must be sharply condemned by working-class public opinion as a repulsive violation of solidarity, malicious strike-breaking. The workers in the colonies must be taught to regard white workers as their brothers, and to do that the white proletariat must learn to act as brothers to the colored population of the colonies. Proletarians of Europe, pay more attention to the colonial question, devote more of your forces to revolutionary work in the colonies. There, where the bourgeoisie would wish to find their most reliable supporters, they must instead be dealt a damaging blow. July 1, 924-113. Workers of the colonies. Slaves of imperialism. Brothers. Awake to struggle and independence. The Communist International is on your side. At the present moment our first and most urgent task in the struggle against war is to fight the capitalist conspiracy which goes by the innocent name of experts' report. In this, as in everything else, the first blow must be directed against social democracy. Social democracy is frightening the workers with America's tremendous power, it requires subjection and obedience of them. It predicts decline for Europe and before all for Germany, if it refuses obedience to American capital. But we communists say to the workers of Europe, your salvation lies in irreconcilable war against the experts' report, against those who defend it and carry it out. Social democracy must be cleared out of the way, and the bourgeoisie overthrown. We have to seize power and guide it along socialist channels. If Soviet Russia was able over a number of years to stand out against capitalist Europe and America together, the victory of the European proletariat will be the more certain when, after capturing power, the states of Europe come together in a Soviet Federation, the United Workers' and Peasants' States of Europe. The revolutionary movement in America would then receive a tremendous impulse. The European Socialist Federation will in this way become the cornerstone of the Socialist World Republic. This is the mission of the Communist International, a stupendous mission, but it can be accomplished. Extracts from the Theses on the World Economic Situation adopted by the 5th Comintern Congress July 1924 in Preker, 4, 119, p. 1565, September 16, 1924. Varga reported on this subject. There was an upward curve in world economy within the general trend downwards that marked the crisis. Capitalist world economy had ceased to operate as a comprehensive system, the situation was bound to deteriorate, and create favorable objective possibilities for successful proletarian struggle. The earlier sections of the Theses dealt with the capitalist offensive, which had brought some temporary gains to the bourgeoisie, but the world market and the world investment market had not been re-established. The agrarian crisis, the growth of autarky, the widespread series of currency crises, the difficulties of inter-allied debts, etc., still dominated the scene. The Theses were adopted unanimously, as they had been in the Commission. The report of the Commission was given by Pepper. In the late autumn of 1923, at the suggestion of the American president, a committee was set up to examine the reparations question. It was presided over by General Dawes, and met first on December 7, 1923. Its report, which recommended a sliding scale of reparation payments based on the earnings of the German economy, was accepted by the SPD and the German unions. The 114 The Communist International Comintern launched a large-scale campaign against the Dawes report, treating it as a further move towards rapprochement between Germany and the West, and consequently as inimical to Russia. 6. Reparations and international contradictions. The position of Soviet Russia. The question of reparations is still unsolved. The attempt to squeeze reparations out of Germany in foreign currency shattered the German currency and the entire capitalist economic order in Germany. This brought class contradictions in Germany to such a pitch that the danger of social revolution or of a nationalist chauvinist coup became immediate and acute. 22. Until recently, political contradictions among the imperialist great powers, France, England, the United States, as well as the acute contradictions among the various social classes within each state, prevented any attempt at combined action on the reparations question. 23. The plans of the militarist and heavy industry circles in France were to attach the left bank of the Rhine and the Ruhr to France, politically and economically. This would in fact have made Germany into a French colony. France's military superiority to England in decisive arms, submarines, aircraft, would be finally consolidated by the incorporation of the Ruhr and the large chemical plants. The violent and predatory occupation of the Ruhr was an attempt to realize this imperialist program. 24. France's momentary military superiority made it impossible for England to oppose French plans by force. It contented itself with supporting German passive resistance openly and secretly in the hope that the two opponents would so weaken themselves economically that they would have to submit to England's demands. 25. England feared German economic revival as much as French military superiority. Consequently, its policy was directed not to liberating Germany from the burden of reparations, but to its economic enslavement, while preventing its incorporation in the French imperialist system. 26. Because of the boom, the American bourgeoisie had no inducement to intervene directly in European affairs. Those in favor of participation in solving the reparations problem, that is, in exploiting the German proletariat, were part of the industrial bourgeoisie. Banking capital, particularly the Morgan concern, which would like to make large loans and at the same time get control of the German iron industry, and finally the farmers, who hope for a rise in food prices. With the end of the boom and the need to find new sales outlets for goods not taken up on the home market, Interest in Europe is increasing and participation in July 1, 924-115. The exploitation of Germany appears more desirable to the American bourgeoisie. 27. The Ruhr War ended with Germany's surrender, after the German bourgeoisie, instead of making sacrifices, exploited passive resistance to enrich themselves and to rob the treasury. But France proved too weak to seize its victory. The rapid fall of the franc in the spring of 1924 forced France to seek the aid of English and American banking capital. It had to abandon the French solution of the reparations problem, the dismemberment of Germany, and agree to a new solution in accordance with English and American interests. 28. The experts' report is an attempt by the bourgeoisie of the imperialist powers to solve the problem in common. The report expels Germany from the ranks of independent states, and brings it financially and economically under the supervision of the Entente bourgeoisie. The system of reparations payments it envisages is designed to guard the mark against a new collapse and so to guard Europe against the danger of proletarian revolution. The French iron and steel industry is to get the necessary fuel. Control of taxation, finance, and transport is, on the other hand, to protect the West European industrial countries from serious German competition in the world market if Germany reaches its pre-war productivity. The reparations problem is insoluble. Entente capitalism is incapable of finding a way of squeezing reparations out of Germany without exposing its own economy to the most serious dangers. 29. The economic and political position of the USSR has grown much stronger in the last few years. The chronic sales crisis in the European industrial countries gives the Russian market particular importance. The hope of transforming the Soviet republics into a capitalist colony of the Entente was shattered by the vigorous resistance of the Soviet government. Therefore, despite bourgeois interest in the Russian market, a further intervention against Soviet Russia is by no means excluded. 30. But the capitalist crisis may become so acute that the Entente bourgeoisie see no other prospect of suppressing the revolutionary movement than a new war, either against Soviet Russia or among the Entente powers. Imperialist war or proletarian revolution remain the sole alternatives. 7. The sharpening of class contradictions. 31. The process of concentration and cartelization, of the formation of cartels and trusts, is proceeding more rapidly in the present period of capitalist decline. The gulf between the small group of capitalists controlling these concerns and the medium and petty bourgeoisie is growing steadily deeper. 116. The Communist International. 32. In countries where the currency has depreciated, inflation has wiped out the property of the petty bourgeoisie. The rentier has disappeared. The income of the members of the free professions, of public servants and employees, has sunk below the pre-war level. Some have thrown themselves into the fascist movement, others have swelled the ranks of the revolutionary proletariat. 33. The agrarian crisis is ruining millions of farmers and peasants. The blind adherence of the peasantry to capitalist society is weakening. 35. The restrictions on immigration into America have closed the safety valve which emigration always represented for European capitalism, and so deepened the revolutionary ferment in the European proletariat. 8. Prospects and tasks. 36. In the immediate future we must reckon on a phase of crisis in the United States, which has already opened with great violence. The creeping crisis in the European industrial countries is bound to turn, if any serious attempt is made to operate the experts' report, into a new phase of acute crisis which will spread simultaneously to all European countries. The opinion of the social democratic theoreticians, Hilferting, that capitalism has surmounted the post-war crisis and is entering a boom is unfounded. This idea only serves the interests of the bourgeoisie. It is designed to hold back those workers who are still hesitating to join the communist revolutionary movement. 37. The immediate future will witness further serious struggles between the proletariat, which wishes not only to repel new capitalist attacks but also to regain at least its former position, and capital, which is objectively incapable of meeting the requirements of the proletariat. The political disintegration of the middle classes, their vacillation between bourgeoisie and proletariat, give the proletarian struggle great chances of success if the Communist Party succeeds in sharpening the economic struggle and turning it into political struggle. 38. Whether the present phase in the period of capitalist decline leads to the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, or to a new and prolonged relative stabilization of its class rule, depends to a large extent on the ability of the communist parties to exploit, organizationally and politically, the objectively revolutionary situations which will develop. Class rule will never break down automatically, without a resolute, persistent, selfless offensive by the revolutionary proletariat. Great mass movements of the proletariat are inevitable in the immediate future. If the communist parties succeed in finally breaking the hold of the social democratic and nationalist fascist parties over the proletariat, mobilizing the majority of the decisive July 1924 117 strata of the proletariat under their leadership. These struggles will lead to successful struggles for power. Statutes of the Communist International adopted at its 5th Congress July 1924 in Preker, 4, 119, p. 1569, September 16, 1924. The ECCI had been instructed by the 4th Congress to amend the statutes adopted at the 2nd Congress in 1920 in accordance with subsequent decisions. Piatnitsky reported for the commission which had examined the statute drafted by the Orgbureau of the ECCI and published on June 3. Of the earlier statutes, only 3 paragraphs remained, 2, 3, 10. The Italians in the commission had proposed a number of amendments, including the deletion of para 17 on sympathizing parties, but none had been accepted. They had therefore abstained from voting in the commission, and no votes had been cast against the draft. Rossi, Tosca, proposed that the statutes should explicitly forbid fractions within a party. This was rejected on the ground that it would prevent the ECCI from itself organizing fractions in cases where this was considered expedient. Rossi and Terracini were equally opposed to fraction formation from above, describing it as a very effective method of disorganization. Piatnitsky explained that there was no question of the ECCI forming fractions, but it might find it necessary to support one tendency in a party against another. The statutes were adopted unanimously. I. Principles 1. The new International Association of Workers is a union of the communist parties of the various countries in a world party, which fights as the leader and organizer of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat of all countries to win the majority of the working class and broad strata of poor peasants for the principles and aims of communism, for the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship, for the foundation of a world union of socialist Soviet republics, and for the complete abolition of classes and the realization of socialism, the first stage of communist society. 2. The new International Association of Workers is called the Communist International. 3. All parties belonging to the Communist International bear the name Communist Party of such and such a country, section of the CI. In each country there shall be only one Communist Party belonging to the CI. 4. Whoever acknowledges the program and statutes of the CP of the country in which he lives, and of the CI, may be a member of the CP and the CI. Members of a primary party organization are those who take an active part in its work, obey all decisions of the party and the CI, and pay their dues regularly. 118. The Communist International 5. The basis of party organization, its foundation, is the factory cell, in factory, mine, workshop, office, shop, farm, etc., to which all party members working in that place must belong. 6. The CI and the Communist parties are built up on the basis of democratic centralism. Its fundamental principles are: a. The election of both lower and upper party bodies at aggregate meetings of the party membership, at conferences and congresses. b. Periodical reporting by the elected bodies to their electors. c. Obligatory recognition of the decisions of superior party bodies by the lower bodies, strict party discipline, and prompt and precise execution of decisions of the ECCI and leading party organs. Party questions may be discussed by party members and organizations only until they have been decided by the relevant party organ. Once a decision has been reached at a CI Congress, a party congress, or by the leading party body, it must be carried out unconditionally, even if part of the membership or some of the local organizations do not agree with the decision. In conditions of illegality, it is permissible for the lower party bodies to be constituted by higher ones, and for members to be co-opted if approved by the higher body. 2. The World Congress of the CI. 7. The supreme organ of the CI is the World Congress of all the parties, sections, and organizations affiliated to it. The World Congress discusses and decides the most important programmatic, tactical, and organizational questions connected with the activity of the CI as a whole as well as of its individual sections. The World Congress alone has the right to change the program and statutes of the CI. Ordinary World Congresses of the CI shall be held at least once in 2 years. The date of meeting shall be determined by the ECCI. All sections send delegates, whose number is determined by the ECCI. The number of votes accorded each section shall be determined each time by a separate Congress decision, which shall take account of the size of the membership of the party and the political importance of the country in which it operates. Binding mandates are not allowed and shall be declared invalid in advance. 8. An extraordinary World Congress of the CI may be convened at the request of the parties which, at the preceding CI Congress, together accounted for at least 1/2 of the total voting strength. 9. The World Congress elects the President of the CI, the Executive Committee of the CI, and the International Control Commission, ICC. 10. The seat of the ECCI is determined by each World Congress. July 1924 119. 3. The Executive Committee and its apparatus 11. The ECCI is the leading organ of the CI in the period between World Congresses. It issues binding directives to all parties and organizations affiliated to the CI and supervises their activities. The ECCI publishes the central organ of the CI in not fewer than 4 languages. 12. Decisions of the ECCI are binding on all sections and must be carried out by them without delay. Sections are entitled to submit appeals against ECCI decisions to the Congress. But until such decisions are repealed by the Congress, sections are not freed from the obligation to carry them out. 13. The central organs of the sections affiliated to the CI are responsible to their Congresses and to the ECCI. The ECCI has the right to annul or to amend decisions of both the central organs and the Congresses of the sections, and to take decisions which the central organs are obliged to carry out, see Para 12. 14. The ECCI has the right to expel from the CI parties, groups, or individual members who act contrary to the program, the statutes, the decisions of the World Congress, or the ECCI. Such parties and individuals have the right to appeal to the World Congress and to the enlarged executive. 15. The ECCI ratifies the program of every section of the CI. Should it not ratify the program, the section has the right of appeal to the World Congress. 16. It is advisable to publish decisions and official documents of the ECCI in all party newspapers of the CI sections. Publication in the central organ is obligatory. 17. The ECCI is entitled to admit to the CI, with consultative voice, organizations and parties which sympathize with communism or stand close to the CI. 18. The ECCI elects from among its members a presidium, which is a permanently functioning body, conducting the entire work in the periods between meetings of the ECCI. The presidium reports on its activities to the ECCI. The president of the Communist International is president of the ECCI and of the presidium. 19. The ECCI elects an Orgbureau, which shall discuss and decide all organizational and financial questions of the ECCI. Appeals against decisions of the Orgbureau may be made to the Presidium, but such decisions remain in force until annulled or amended by the Presidium. The ECCI determines the composition of the Orgbureau. The Secretariat of the ECCI is attached to the Orgbureau. 20. The ECCI elects a secretariat, which acts as the executive body of the ECCI, the Presidium, and the Orgbureau. 120 The Communist International 21. The ECCI elects an editorial board for the monthly organ of the CI, as well as the editors of other CI publications. 22. The ECCI appoints an international secretariat for the Communist Women's Movement, and in collaboration with it takes all decisions, whether political or organizational in nature, necessary for the international women's movement. 23. The ECCI organizes departments for information and statistics, for agitation, propaganda, and for organization, and an Eastern department. The ECCI is entitled if necessary to set up other departments, and in general to shape the working machinery as expedient. 24. The ECCI and the Presidium of the ECCI are entitled to send plenipotentiary delegates to the individual sections. The delegates receive instructions from the ECCI and are responsible to it for their actions. These delegates must be admitted to all meetings and sessions of the central organs and the local organizations of the sections to which they are sent by the ECCI. The ECCI delegates carry out their mission in closest contact with the Central Committee of the section concerned. Nevertheless, they may, in the interests of the consistent execution of ECCI directives, put forward opinions differing from those of the Central Committee of the section concerned at congresses, conferences, or meetings called by the committee. It is the special duty of the ECCI delegates to supervise the execution by the sections of the decisions of the ECCI and the CI congresses. 25. The ECCI shall meet at least once a month. 1/2 of the membership of the ECCI constitutes a quorum. For the enlarged executive 26. To deal with particularly important questions which do not need to be settled immediately, the ECCI shall convene, at least twice a year, in the period between World Congresses, a session of the enlarged executive. In addition to the members of the ECCI, the attendance at the enlarged executive shall include representatives of all sections of the CI. The number of such representatives from each section is determined by the CI Congress. There shall be a meeting of the enlarged executive immediately before the World Congress. V. The International Control Commission 27. The tasks of the International Control Commission elected at the World Congress are, a. To examine complaints by individual members or entire organizations against disciplinary measures taken against them by their sections. July 1, 924 121 and to make proposals thereon to the ECCI, which shall then reach a decision. B. To audit the finances of the ECCI. C. To audit the finances of the individual sections if requested to do so by the ECCI, the Presidium, or the Orgbureau. The Control Commission does not intervene in political and organizational conflicts within the sections of the CI. The seat of the ICC is agreed upon between the ECCI and ICC. 6. Relations between the CI sections and the ECCI 28. The central committees of all sections of the CI and of all organizations admitted to the CI as sympathizing organizations are obliged to send the ECCI minutes of their meetings and reports on their activities. 29. Resignation from office, whether by individual members of the Central Committee of any of the sections, or by groups, shall be regarded as an act disorganizing the communist movement. Every leading post in a communist party belongs to the CI and not to the holder of the office. The members of the Central Committee of each section may resign office only with the consent of the ECCI. Resignations endorsed by the Central Committee of the party without the agreement of the ECCI are invalid. 30. Sections of the CI, particularly sections in neighboring countries, should establish the closest connections with each other in matters concerning organization and information. These connections may take the form of reciprocal representation at conferences and congresses, as well as of the exchange of leading personnel, if agreed by the CI. Copies of reports made by these representatives to their sections are to be sent to the CI. 2 or more sections of the CI which, as in the Balkans or Scandinavia, are in special relations with each other because of the political similarities in their struggle may, with the agreement of the ECCI, form a federation in order to coordinate their action. Such federations are under the control and direction of the ECCI. 31. Sections of the CI must pay regular contributions to the ECCI, the amount to be determined by the ECCI. 32. All national congresses, ordinary and extraordinary, may be convened by the sections of the Comintern only with the consent of the ECCI. If no congress has been held before the World Congress, the section must, before the selection of delegates to the World Congress, convene a party conference or plenary session of the Central Committee to deal with questions concerning the World Congress. 33. The Young Communist International is a full member of the CI and subordinate to the ECCI. 34. Communist parties must be prepared to carry on their work. 122. The Communist International illegally. The ECCI is obliged to support them in their preparations for illegal work and to see that the work is carried out. 35. Members of the CI may move from one country to another only with the consent of the Central Committee of the section concerned. Communists who have changed their domicile are obliged to join the section of the country in which they reside. Communists who move to another country without the consent of the CC of their section may not be accepted as members of another section of the CI. Extracts from the Theses of the 5th Comintern Congress on the Propaganda Activities of the CI and its Sections, July 1924 in Preker, 4, 119, p. 1572, September 16, 1924. The report of the Executive to the Congress noted that the ECCI Propaganda Department had not been working satisfactorily, and was in process of reorganization. The theses foreshadowed the establishment of what came to be known as the Lenin School in Moscow. The aims and objects of communist propaganda. 1. Struggles within the CI are at the same time ideological crises within the individual parties. Right and left political deviations from Marxism-Leninism, are connected with the class ideology of the proletariat. Manifestations of crisis at the Second World Congress and after were precipitated by left infantile sicknesses, which were ideologically a deviation from Marxism-Leninism towards syndicalism. The present internal struggles in some communist parties, the beginning of which coincided in time with the October defeat in Germany, are ideological repercussions of the survivals of traditional social democratic ideas in the communist parties. The way to overcome them is by the Bolshevization of the communist parties. Bolshevization in this context means the final ideological victory of Marxism-Leninism, or in other words Marxism in the period of imperialism and the epoch of the proletarian revolution, over the Marxism of the Second International and the syndicalist remnants. 2. The Bolshevization of communist parties does not mean the mechanical adoption of measures taken by the RCP, but the concrete application of Bolshevik methods to the concrete conditions of each country in the given historical epoch. Only if the communist parties acquire theoretical understanding of revolutionary practice can they become real leaders of the masses, conscious of their aims, reduce the possibility of mistakes to a minimum, and accomplish the emancipation of the working class. Without revolutionary theory, no revolutionary. July 1924 123 movement is possible. The role of vanguard can be filled only by a party which is guided by a vanguard theory, Lenin. It is therefore one of the primary tasks of the CI and its sections to make Marxism-Leninism the common property of all members. For this purpose cadres must be created who are in full possession of these theoretical weapons, and who can in turn equip the broadest circles of the party membership with them. Before propaganda work can be built up, every communist party must recognize the importance of theoretical mastery of Marxism-Leninism. They must all realize that revolutionary activity by no means implies indifference to the theoretical problems of the emancipation of the working class and to the requirements of a theoretical struggle. On the contrary, practical successes in the revolutionary struggle can be won only by clear theoretical understanding, widespread theoretical clarity within the communist parties. 3. Theoretical work in the spirit of Marx, Engels, and Lenin is practically at a standstill in almost all sections of the CI. That is the more dangerous since theoretical work makes the analysis of concrete conditions possible. The discovery of the concrete forces which make for revolution, of the conditions and prospects of revolutionary change, makes it possible to determine more precisely party policy, organization, and agitation. Theoretical work of this kind gives the political work of the parties greater certainty. It is only the indifference of some of the leading comrades to theoretical questions that explains the emergence within the Communist International of theories which are completely incompatible with Marxism-Leninism. The first consequence of these theories is confusion among the leading cadres or party masses. But then they enter the field of policy and tactics in the form of left or right deviations. Even the propagandist training of the party masses leaves much to be desired. That is a natural result of the failure of leading party circles to grasp the necessity of this propaganda work. The overwhelming majority of the party masses came to the party because they became convinced of the treacherous character of opportunism and reformism, and of the purely proletarian class character of the communist parties. They reached this conclusion almost entirely by empirical means, in the midst of the daily economic and political struggle. This is an immense advantage to the parties and to the CI in comparison with the Second International, but it also means that the party proletarian masses may themselves be burdened with survivals of social democratic ideology. This social democratic heritage cannot be eliminated in a mechanical way, it must be tackled by systematic propaganda of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, by implanting in them at least its basic principles and methods. 124 The Communist International 4. In the person of Lenin. The CI and all communist parties had a sure guide in the domain of theory and political practice. Only Leninism, which Lenin and his collaborators, the old Bolshevik Guard, created as the theory of the proletarian revolution, can replace him. Lenin's death must give as great an impulse to the propaganda of the theory of Marxism-Leninism in all sections of the CI, as it has done in the RCP. Because of the ideological state of the parties, and particularly because of the shortage of capable leading cadres, this task falls to the CI. 2 General organizational measures concerning propaganda. 5. What is most characteristic of the present state of propaganda is the fact that until now neither the CI nor the individual parties have set up any special organs for propaganda work, or have only quite inadequate ones. 6. A further serious obstacle to the propaganda of Marxism-Leninism is the inadequate distribution of Marxist-Leninist literature, both the original sources and popular studies and readers which would facilitate the conduct and popularization of propaganda work. In many Western countries the classical works of Marxist literature rank as bibliographical rarities. As for new works, they appear very seldom. 7. Another serious obstacle is the inadequate contact among Marxist theoreticians. Among the Marxists in the various CI sections who are active or interested in matters of theory, there are no contacts which would enable them to organize a division of labor, an exchange of experience, and hence to do more fruitful work. 8. The immediate concrete tasks of the CI in regard to the central direction and promotion of propaganda activity are: a. To organize and expand the agitation and propaganda department, to staff it with trained Marxist-Leninists well versed in organizing propaganda work. Systematic survey of the propaganda work of the sections, evaluation and exchange of experiences, helping the parties to work out concrete methods and forms of party training. b. To reorganize and expand the publishing work of the CI, with the object of supplying the parties with theoretical and propagandist literature. c. Publication of a propagandist journal for the instruction of party officials, particularly propagandists. The aim of the journal will be to facilitate the exchange of experiences, work out questions of the training program, guide, and systematize party training. The journal is to be published in German, French, and English. d. In order to be able to meet the requirements of at least the most important parties for theoretically trained workers, the CI will summon July 1, 924-125 to Moscow for a prolonged period a number of party workers from the German, English, American, Czech, Italian, French, and Eastern sections, and if possible others, who will devote themselves exclusively to the study of Marxist-Leninist theory and practice. E. To convene and arrange a conference of those in charge of propaganda work in the most important sections, and of heads of party schools, to work out the most important concrete tasks of party education. F. To give effective support to the Youth International in the education of young communists. 3. Organizational tasks of the sections in propaganda work. 9. Wherever possible, but at least in all the most developed mass communist parties, agitation and propaganda activities are to be treated as a special branch of the party apparatus. 12. The obligation of all party members, and particularly of elected officials, to study must be raised to the level of a party decision. All party members must be asked to acquire a minimum of political and theoretical knowledge, at least enough to enable them to answer questions by non-communist workers about the program, objects, and tactical principles of the Communist Party, and to rebut the most obvious forms of petty bourgeois and social democratic prejudice of the workers in their factories. For the system of Marxist propaganda. 15. Varying propaganda systems and methods must be used according to the varied conditions and stages of development of the sections. The following instructions may be regarded as applying to all countries and parties. A. The system of party training must cover all party members in one form or another. An effort must be made to see that every member acquires at least an elementary knowledge of Marxism-Leninism. B. Every part of the system of communist training and propaganda must be directed to practical and definite ends and wherever possible cover homogeneous groups. C. Every part of the system must be a self-contained whole and cover clearly defined independent work. It should not be considered merely as preparation for a higher stage of training. 16. To cover as high a proportion of the party membership as possible, despite the shortage of intellectual and material resources, the system of propaganda institutions must be organized on two lines: party schools and self-education. 126. The Communist International. 17. Every party must try to set up a central party school, b. elementary party courses, evening classes, lecture series, one-day Sunday schools, etc. 18. The Central Party School will serve advanced party workers who have already mastered the principles of Marxism-Leninism. It will systematize, extend, and deepen their knowledge, and so train new cadres of propagandists. 19. The object of the elementary courses is to provide a foundation of elementary political knowledge. To train the party membership for active party work and for individual propaganda among the working masses. 20. Between these two extremes, various other forms of party training may be organized according to the special circumstances of the country and the party. 21. Communist parties should not neglect those schools which, under the cloak of impartiality, are concerned with workers' education, workers' universities, labor colleges, trade union schools, etc. The parties must try to combat the dangers to a proletarian class ideology in these schools, get as much influence in them as possible, and get them under their control in order to make them of use for communist training. 22. Since resources are inadequate for a comprehensive system of schools, and the school system by itself cannot lead to the complete and thorough acquisition of Marxist-Leninist theory, the interest of party members in self-education must be aroused and self-education organized on the widest possible scale. 24. The executive of the CI must see that within the next year a model school and a few model evening classes are set up at least for all the important parties. 26. The parties must direct their attention to the further training of communist students and other communist intellectuals. Communist students must not be isolated and cut off from the party. Existing communist student fractions or cells are usually closed and unsystematic self-education study circles, usually of little use to the workers' movement. They must be turned into useful propaganda instruments by giving them the guidance of well-trained members with experience in the practical workers' movement. The members of these student groups, without exception, must also take part in practical party work. V. The syllabus and methods of propaganda. 28. The direct political object of the propaganda of Marxism-Leninism, to promote the Bolshevization of the party, training everywhere must be connected with the current political problems, the tactical and organizational tasks of the CI and the various communist parties. The July 1924 127 syllabus and methods of propaganda work must adhere to this principle. 29. Any mechanical separation which suggests that Marxism is the theory and Leninism the practice of the revolutionary workers' movement should be avoided. Both Marxism and Leninism contain the theory and the practice of the working class struggle for emancipation. They signify the unity of revolutionary theory and practice, in contrast to the Marxism of the Epigones, the Marxism of the Second International, which even in its so-called orthodox form separated theory and practice, and rejected revolutionary action even when it was recognized in theory. Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. More precisely, Leninism is the theory and tactics of proletarian revolution in general, and of the proletarian dictatorship in particular, Stalin. 30. At the higher stages of communist training, Marxist-Leninist economic theory and theory of the state must be included in the syllabus. Comprehensive and thoroughgoing propaganda of the theoretical and tactical problems of armed insurrection and civil war is very important. So are the Leninist principles concerning the national and colonial question in the countries where the subject is relevant. 31. At no stage of Communist Party training should the philosophic aspects of Marxism-Leninism be ignored. Marx and Engels and Lenin were all militant materialists. 6. The organization of Marxist research and writing. 33. Leninism implies not merely the renaissance of revolutionary Marxism, but also an extension of its theoretical and practical content. 34. We have international centers for theoretical work in the sense of scientific research in the field of Marxism-Leninism in the Marx-Engels Institute, the Lenin Institute, and the Communist Academy. It is the task of the CI to make the results of research at these scientific institutes the common property of the international communist movement. Extracts from the Theses on Tactics in the Trade Unions adopted by the 5th Comintern Congress July 1924 in Preker, 4, 119, p. 1577, September 16, 1924. In January 1924 the Presidium had published a resolution sharply criticizing the tendency in a number of Comintern sections, particularly the KPD, to leave the reformist trade unions, and making suggestions for organizing trade unionists expelled from their unions, as well as those who were not in any union. It recommended the application of united front from below tactics to all parties. In opening the 5th Congress, Zinoviev said that withdrawal from the unions 128 the Communist International would mean that in a period of illegality the party would be no more than a sect. Lazovsky, introducing the Theses, said the unions were the natural channel between the party and the working class, only Soviets were more comprehensive in character. But the links between the ruling classes and the trade union leaders were growing stronger. The IFTU supported the occupation of the Ruhr and the Dawes Report. In protest against the IFTU's role as strike-breaker, unionists were turning more and more to the Communist Party. Consequently the reformists, who were a tool of fascist reaction, hated the Comintern and Profintern more than ever. This had reinforced the belief among many communists that the unions could not be won. On the contrary, the fight for unity gave communists their best opportunity to win over the masses in the unions. Where the unions were already split, the communist parties must work for a joint congress to re-establish unity. This did not mean that occasions might not arise when it would be necessary to found parallel organizations of those who had been expelled from the unions or who had left, but their purpose must be to keep together the forces working for unity. Communists in trade unions must remember that they were in the first place communists. They could not have an independent policy. They must redouble their efforts against Amsterdam's policy of splitting the unions and make more careful preparations for trade union congresses. For the reformists, and in this they are quite right, the Comintern, the Russian Revolution, and the RILUR1. The Factory Committee, and the trade union were the natural field for united front tactics. This emphasized the importance of the greatest defect in all their work, and the root of all their weaknesses, that they had not yet established factory cells. Lozovsky went on to enumerate 15 immediate tasks, covering fraction work, the formation of factory committees and their coordination on a regional basis, the organization of the opposition to the reformist leaders under communist control, propaganda for unity where there were parallel organizations, opposition to the anarchist idea of the autonomy of the trade union movement. Special attention should be given to industries of crucial importance in the class struggle, such as transport, public utilities, etc., and to establishing and maintaining contact with trade unionists doing national service legally if possible, illegally if necessary. A practical platform must be worked out for each union. Our parties have usually spread their work equally over all sections of the workers, whatever their occupation. But it is essential to select, from the entire mass of the proletariat, a few branches of industry to which quite special attention must be paid in virtue of their role in the forthcoming class struggles. The success of the work of communist parties must be measured by the success of their activities among the workers of the most important branches of the national economy. The reformists were beginning to take an interest in the trade union movement in the colonies, but they were doing so as agents of imperialism. This had to be exposed and denounced. Revolutionary trade union propaganda in the colonies should receive greater attention from the parties concerned. Schumacher, of the KPD, said it was impossible to continue to work in the old trade unions. He pleaded for a return to the earlier policy of forming new unions, because wherever communists acted as communists in the unions they would be expelled. Schumacher, who was disavowed by the German delegation and July 1924 129 subsequently expelled, was the subject of a special Congress resolution which declared his attitude to be inconsistent with the decisions of the World Congresses of the Comintern and called on all who had left the unions to return. In the debate Heckert referred to his presence at the December 1921 Conference of French Trade Unions where the unfortunate split occurred, and where the CP, despite a warning telegram from Lozovsky, did nothing to stop it. We always thought that this split was a mistake. Train reported that they were trying to re-establish trade union unity by means of a conference of all unions. They were often met by the argument that, if they wanted unity, they would first have to establish it internationally. McManus asserted that the GPGB was organizing the minority movement in such a way that it would be a constant threat to the reformist leaders of every trade union. The question whether the Comintern should seek and promote the amalgamation of the two trade union internationals aroused heated controversy. Early in 1923 the IFTU notified the RILU that it would no longer maintain communications, but would deal only with the Russian unions when this appeared useful. At the Vienna Congress of the IFTU in May 1924 a resolution was adopted, on the initiative of the British delegates, regretting the continued absence of the Russian trade union organizations from the International Federation due to their refusal to accept its rules and constitution, and recommending the IFTU Bureau to continue consultations with the object of securing the inclusion of Russia in the international trade union movement. In his opening report to the Congress, Zinoviev said that the attitude of the British unions at Vienna showed that there was a crisis in the IFTU, but this should not be exaggerated. The British stand had been partly demonstrative, because of the negotiations then proceeding for an Anglo-Soviet treaty. The RILU, he said, was founded at a moment when it seemed that we would be able to break through the enemy's front by a frontal attack and quickly capture the unions. You know, comrades, that the movement later subsided, that the whole problem, all the tactical difficulties of the CI in these 5 years, have arisen precisely because the development was much slower than we thought. Social democracy has partially consolidated its position, in the trade unions too. Now we must fight it by roundabout means. Lozovsky said the IFTU leaders had become instruments of fascist reaction. The IFTU had instructed its bureau to enter into negotiations with the Russian unions, with the object of affiliation on the basis of the IFTU statutes. They could reject this out of hand, or they could agree and dissolve the RILU, or they could propose instead a World Unity Congress with proportional representation. Bordiga attacked the suggestion that the RILU should be liquidated. If it were, the Comintern would become a sect concerned with ideological propaganda and unable to intervene directly in mass industrial struggles. Schumacher urged that the negotiations with the IFTU should be dropped. To liquidate the RILU would in the end involve the liquidation of the Comintern. Heckert, KPD, like the majority of his delegation, was critical of the rapprochement between the Russian and British unions. Zinoviev assured him that no diplomatic considerations were involved, the repercussions in Britain would be all to the good. A KPD memorandum on the negotiations between the Russian unions and the IFTU suggested that this 130 the Communist International would hinder mobilization of the masses against the Dawes report. This, said Zinoviev, was not true. The IFTU feared rapprochement with the Russian unions, which would make it their first condition that no support should be given to the Dawes proposals. Heckert argued that the KPD had fought bitterly against United Front from above tactics, and now they were suddenly confronted with these from above negotiations. Their effect on the masses would be deplorable, as no preparatory explanations had been given. Lozovsky, replying to the debate, said we are for unity because it gives us the opportunity of expanding the field of our communist activity. On a resolution submitted by the Russian, French, Polish, British, American, and Balkan parties, the theses were approved and referred to a commission for final drafting. The section on the attitude to the IFTU was to be discussed by the ECCI. The KPD, while urging that the proposed steps were untimely, condemned and rejected any attempt to exploit the statement as a difference of principle between the Russian and German parties on the trade union question. When the ECCI met after the Congress, Zinoviev admitted that there was some point in the KPD criticism. Top-level negotiations must be accompanied by work among the masses. The Russian unions would not act independently of the Profintern, but the opportunity to negotiate with Amsterdam must be used. The executive, with Bordiga dissenting, agreed on July 12 to the following formula: 1. The enlarged executive is in principle in favor of the amalgamation of the two trade union internationals on certain conditions. 2. The amalgamation of the two internationals will be possible only if this question is made the central point in the attention of the working masses, i.e. if we are successful in initiating a serious movement from below. 3. Therefore it is necessary to begin a far-reaching international campaign, primarily in the name of the Comintern and the Profintern, for the idea of unity of the trade union movement on a world scale. For this purpose the Comintern-Profintern Manifesto can be used. Section 4 of the theses adopted by the Congress was rejected as inexpedient, it was omitted from later texts. After the Congress, the KPD Zentrale passed a resolution repeating the grave misgivings of its delegation about the proposed moves towards unification. This could be accepted only if the RILU program were adopted as the basis of the united organization. The Third Congress of the RILU, held in July 1924, proposed a joint IFTU-RILU conference with proportional representation. A joint Comintern-Profintern manifesto issued in July 1924 accused Social Democracy and Amsterdam of splitting the unions, and called on the working class to rid the unions of the splitters. In September 1924 Manuelski wrote, "When a few years ago we organized our Red Trade Union International, we were confronted with a rising revolutionary wave in Europe. We were convinced that by direct pressure we would be able in a short while to wrest the trade union movement from the reformists. We have had tremendous success in 3 years, and can without exaggeration say that at the present time our strength and influence in the trade union movement equal those of Amsterdam. But just recently we have noticed that this relation of forces shows a tendency to set. For the Amsterdam leaders, who represent the dying tendencies in the movement, this July 1924 131 standstill is exceptionally favorable. But for the young communist sections in whose hands lies the future of the movement, such a state of affairs can be highly injurious. They had made no conditions for calling an IFTU-RILU Congress, knowing that these would be rejected. What they wanted in a unified movement was a broader field of activity. 2. The struggle for unity. By fighting inside the unions for unity, communists extend the sphere of influence of the communist parties and the Communist International, without for a moment losing contact with the masses. The fight for the unity of the trade union movement is the best way of winning the masses. The old Comintern slogans of winning, not destroying the unions, of opposing flight from the unions, of fighting for the re-entry of those who have left, of fighting for unity, these slogans remain in force and must be carried through with resolution and energy. 3. The Amsterdam International and its left-wing. Our attitude to the Amsterdam International as defined by previous congresses remains in force. In its top ranks, the Amsterdam International is a bulwark of international imperialism, an organization expressing particularly blatantly the conservatism, backwardness, national narrow-mindedness, bourgeois imperialist sentiments of the workers most corrupted by the bourgeoisie. The fight against the Amsterdam International remains the most important task of the Comintern and its sections. In our fight there are two things we must remember: a. that there are millions of workers in the Amsterdam unions, b. that a left wing has arisen there, still formless and politically vacillating. These workers will be emancipated from reformist illusions to the extent that communists manage to take the lead in the industrial struggles of the working class. Industrial disputes are particularly favorable occasions for the application of united front tactics and for exposing the fascist strike-breaking role of the leaders. The left wing of the Amsterdam International has no clear program and tactics. A beginning has been made on the question of the attitude to the Russian unions, but on the fundamental political questions, reparations, Dawes Plan, colonial policy, coalitions with the bourgeoisie, etc., the left wing does not yet differ in essentials from the right. The fundamental and cardinal defect of this left wing is that it wishes to reconcile reformism and communism, and cherishes the hope that it can find a middle way between these two deadly enemies. The Comintern and the Communist parties support the left wing insofar as it really fights against the program and tactics of the Amsterdam International. To overestimate the left wing, to ignore its timidity and inconsistency would be a grave error. Communists and the trade union organizations they control must propose to the left wing of the Amsterdam 132 the Communist International the formation of joint committees of action. Communists must demand of the left wing in the Amsterdam International, who say that an understanding with the revolutionary unions is desirable, that they put these proposals into action in every country in the daily struggle. For the struggle for the unity of the World Trade Union movement, the 4 years' work of the RILU has brought together and united all revolutionary elements in the World Trade Union movement into a single world organization. The Amsterdam International has long lost its monopoly. It is the task of the Comintern and its parties to fight energetically for the further unification of the revolutionary unions, for their organization in the RILU, and for the extension of communist influence and communist leadership in the Red Unions of all countries. These tasks can be accomplished only if the fight for the unity of the trade union movement is carried through with all consistency. Unity could be re-established by convening an International Unity Congress at which all unions affiliated to Amsterdam and the RILU are represented on a proportional basis. Such an International Unity Congress, at which all unions throughout the world would have to be represented, could lay the foundations for a new United Trade Union International. The creation of a United International on the basis of freedom of agitation and the strictest discipline in all actions against the bourgeoisie would naturally lead to the dissolution of the existing parallel internationals, RILU and IFTU. But so long as we do not succeed in re-establishing the international unity of the trade union movement, the Communist International and the Communist parties must continue to give support and assistance to the RILU and all organizations affiliated to it. The weaknesses in our work. The weaknesses in our trade union work are in general the following: 1. In many countries there are no communist fractions, where they exist they have been created from above. 2. The failure to form fractions in organizations led by communists or communist sympathizers. 3. The failure to form fractions in reformist unions when there are parallel revolutionary unions, France. 4. Inadequate discipline applied to party members who follow their own line, leading to flight from the unions and the pursuit of their own independent trade union policy, regardless of the decisions of the parties and the Comintern, Germany. 5. The parties pay too little attention to the revolutionary unions which have been formed alongside the reformist unions, America, Belgium. July 1924 133. Holland, they should systematically guide these revolutionary workers and train them in the use of communist tactics. 6. Propaganda in the unions is too abstract. 7. With few exceptions, Germany, work in the factory committees lacks care and thoroughness, inability to exploit mass industrial struggles to build up factory committees. 8. Craft traditions and prejudices, still deeply rooted even among revolutionary workers, are not combated strongly enough. 9. Preparations for trade union and trade union federation congresses and conferences are extremely bad from the political and party angles. Speeches by communists at such meetings are quite casual. 10. Excessive nervousness in regard to reformist splitting measures, inadequate exploitation of individual and particularly mass expulsions from the unions. 11. Underestimation of the fact that the factory committee, and the trade union are the natural field for organizing the workers' united front. 12. Underestimation of the importance of trade union work. All these weaknesses exist in different degrees in almost all countries. The basic defect, and the origin of all weaknesses in our trade union work, is the absence of party cells in the factories. 6. Our immediate tasks. 1. The central task of all communist parties is to build fighting fractions, beginning with the factory, and to strengthen the control of party organizations over the activities of individual members and particularly over trade union fractions. 2. Work must be concentrated on the masses and the factories. Hence the necessity of forming factory committees where they do not yet exist, and of revolutionizing and intensifying the work of those already in existence. 4. All independent revolutionary unions, and unions of those expelled by the reformists, must be united in every country and brought together with the opposition in the reformist unions through committees of action. 6. Where the trade union movement is split, systematic work must be carried on among the masses for the re-establishment of unity by the calling of a unity congress on the basis of proportional representation and freedom of the ideological struggle. 7. Unrelenting struggle must be waged against communists leaving the unions. The slogan must be "Back to the Unions." 9. Particular attention must be paid to the organization of workers in those industries which may play a decisive part in the working class. 134. The Communist international struggle for power, transport, mining, engineering, chemicals, electrical power stations, and gas works. The success of Communist Party work in the unions will be measured by its success in uniting and organizing these most important branches of the national economy. 10. A start must be made on the formation of mixed committees, French-German, German-Polish, German-Czech, English-Russian, Russian-Polish, etc., to organize joint parallel action on both sides of the frontier. 11. The communist parties in countries where the bourgeoisie exploit colonial and semi-colonial peoples must pay particular attention to the growing trade union movement in the colonies. 13. It is a condition of success in the struggle that we should know our enemies. Therefore the communist parties and the unions must make a thorough study of employers' organizations, their structure, their agencies, and the means they use to corrupt and disintegrate the workers' organizations. 14. All communist parties must establish close contacts between the unions and the members of the unions doing military service. In particular, we must try to establish close contact between merchant seamen's organizations and sailors in the Navy. 7. Conclusion. The Fifth Comintern Congress endorses all decisions of previous Congresses on the tasks of communists in the trade union movement, and directs the attention of all communist parties to the extreme importance of this work. This is a question of life or death for the social revolution. That is why the Fifth Congress summons all its sections not to depart by one hair's breadth from the decisions, and to carry through to the end the winning of the unions, that is, the winning of the masses. Extracts from the resolution of the Fifth Comintern Congress on the British Labour Government, July 1924, in Preker, 4, 119, p. 1580, September 16, 1924. Bukharin, reporting to the 13th RCP Congress, said that the Russian model, which in 1919 they thought would, by and large, be reproduced in other countries, was now shown to be inadequate. It did not cover such developments as the Left Bloc in France or the Labour government in Britain. At first the British Communist Party had given too much support to MacDonald, and its policy had to be corrected by the ECCI. In his opening report to the Comintern Congress, Zinoviev said that, politically, the CPGB was its most important section. It had only between 3,000 and 4,000 members, and conditions were ripe for it to become a mass party. This would bring them halfway to July 1924 135 victory in Europe. MacDonald was bound to fall, but the CPGB should not wait for that. It should attack the Labour government from the start, so that the masses, when they lost their faith in the Labour Party, would realise that the Communists had been right. In the debate, Murphy, CPGB, said, "The Labour Party is the organised working class of England, and those who suggest that we leave the Labour Party are suggesting that we should also leave the unions, that we should draw away from the working class. The only way of making the CPGB a mass party was through the United Front." Larkin argued that if the Communists put up candidates against the Labour Party in elections, this would automatically make any work inside the Labour Party impossible. McManus, for the British delegation, put in a memorandum describing the Labour government as quite simply a capitalist and imperialist government. The CPGB would try, through mass campaigns, to get its candidates adopted, but was too weak to put up its own candidates if they were not adopted by the local Labour parties. Roy said the British party's tasks extended beyond Britain, as the enemy it was fighting did. Britain's strength was in its colonies, and the CPGB had to organise the working class throughout the empire. The resolution was moved by Ruth Fisher and passed unanimously. Zinoviev, winding up the debate, recalled Lenin's advice that the Communists should support a Labour government in England as the rope supports a hanged man. MacDonald's government was objectively counter-revolutionary, but it might unintentionally make the position of the bourgeoisie worse. In his report to the 7th Congress of the CPGB in 1925, Campbell said that it was now clear that the Labour government was not a victory for the working class, but a capitalist experiment which had caused confusion in working class ranks. The Labour government in England is a bourgeois imperialist government and not a government of the working class. It is a faithful servant of His Majesty the King of the Empire of Capitalists, divorced from socialism, divorced from the labour movement, and bound only to the ruling classes. As manager for the bourgeoisie, it is continuing the policy of imperialist oppression and exploitation of the masses in India, Egypt, Africa, etc., and defends the policy designed to protect capitalism, strengthen English imperialism, and carry out the economic and financial colonization of the countries defeated in the war. The formation of a Labour government is not a specifically English phenomenon. It is a product of the period of capitalist decay, in which the old forms of capitalist rule prove incapable of solving the problems, national and international, social, political, and economic, created by capitalism. In this period the capitalist class resorts to the most varied means of defense, from the use of labor parties, ministerial socialism, with their social pacifism, to fascism in all its forms, according to the degree of acuteness reached by class contradictions and the class distribution of power. Labor governments and fascist governments are the two extreme methods used by the bourgeoisie to maintain their dictatorship. 136. The Communist International. Behind a screen of trivial concessions, the Labour government pursues a bourgeois imperialist policy as energetically as and certainly more successfully than its predecessors. It has made no attempt to break the power of the aristocratic officer class over the armed forces, or to weaken in any other way this powerful weapon of English capitalism in its anti-working class activities. Under a cloak of pacifist promises it has gone to the limit in the construction of cruisers and air forces, and has energetically set about improving armaments. Under a cloak of pacifism this Labour government is preparing a new slaughter which in its horror will surpass the mass murder of the so-called Great War. The fight of the working class against the Labour government has therefore become a fight to safeguard humanity from mass annihilation. As guardian of English imperialism, the Labour government refuses the Indian workers the elementary rights of political organisation, allows them to be persecuted and starved, and supports with its authority the bombings, shootings, and terrorism against the masses in India, Egypt, and Mesopotamia. Ireland remains in the clutches of English imperialism, and hundreds of workers in Ireland remain in prison with the consent of the Labour government. The Labour government has become the administrator of the Versailles Treaty and allies itself openly with English and French imperialism and the German bourgeoisie to carry through the Dawes Plan and to enslave the German workers completely. Even in its relations with the USSR it showed, by its shameful support of the bondholders and bankers against workers and peasants Russia, the falseness of its assertion that it guards the workers' interests. It is the task of the Communist International and its sections, of the English Communist Party, to rescue the labour movement from its reactionary leadership, to destroy the illusions in the minds of the masses that their emancipation can be a gradual process of parliamentary reform, and to make clear to the workers that they can free themselves from capitalist exploitation only by ruthless class struggle and by destroying the power of the bourgeoisie. For this purpose, and only for this purpose, the English Communist Party must continue its fight for affiliation to the Labour Party. The movement to the left has now become noticeable even in the leading circles of English trade unionism. It has no clear program, it is timorous and vacillating. Nevertheless, it reflects the growing discontent of the workers with the old leadership. Instead of a formless left movement, organized minority movements are appearing. They have a clear program, they consist of revolutionary and disciplined workers, and are spreading from district to district, popularizing the policy of the RILU. Although derided and condemned by the trade union bureaucracy, they July 1, 924 137 are taking the first steps to organize the workers' rejection of the treacherous leadership. They are a pledge that the revolutionary spirit of the masses is growing and, led by the Communist Party, will save the labor movement from catastrophe. To win the victory, the English Communist Party must, a. support the left in all their actions against the trade union bureaucracy, in strikes and in propaganda. It must fight against all hesitation in their ranks and also against the weaknesses and inconsistencies in this movement. b. reinforce the solidarity of the minority movement and mobilize it on a national scale around a program based on the platform of the RILU. c. strengthen the minority movement by the struggle for the creation of factory cells and so lay the foundations for industrial unions with the factory cells as the basic union organization. d. fight for the active participation of the English trade union movement in the international struggles of the proletariat. Extracts from the resolution on fascism adopted by the Fifth Comintern Congress. July 1924 in Preker, 4, 119, p. 1581, September 16, 1924 Bordiga opened the debate on fascism. He had referred to it earlier in the proceedings, arguing that, like social democracy, it was basically a bourgeois party seeking mass support. It differed from the traditional party of reaction and terror by being more up-to-date, more cunning, and more experienced. They could expect a joint fascist social democratic offensive against the revolutionary movement, and must avoid the danger of being moved in self-defense to enter into coalitions with socialist and non-fascist bourgeois parties. In his main speech Bordiga said that although at first sight fascism might appear to be a movement of the middle class, the organized expression of their discontent, it was in fact initiated and led by the conservative big bourgeoisie with the help of the state machine. It had no new program or aims, its purpose was to defend the existing bourgeois order. What was new about it was its political and military organization, unknown to the traditional bourgeois parties, which had never sought to win over the proletarian masses. From the outside, its goal seemed to be the elimination of all economic and social conflicts, but in fact it was anxious to eliminate them only among the bourgeoisie. Its assumption of power in Italy marked not a revolutionary change, but a change in the management of the forces of the bourgeoisie, effected with the silent complicity of the state apparatus. The maintenance of the old policy of equality before the law did not mean that the proletariat was not being persecuted. The workers' press was not forbidden by law, but their premises were broken up and their papers burnt. The old unions were not officially dissolved, but workers were being forced into fascist unions. In the elections the fascists had not completely excluded the opposition. 138 The Communist International, because they realized that if they had done so the elections would have lost all political significance. The reformist socialists had won 22 seats, the left socialists 22, and the communists 19. Referring to Italian recognition of the USSR, which had taken place earlier that year, Bordiga reported that many Italian comrades thought the Russian declaration of friendship went too far. It sounded as though approval were being extended to official fascist Italy, and should, they thought, have been omitted. This reproach put the case very mildly. The unpublished papers of Humbert Draws reveal how strong the feeling was, particularly during the Matadi crisis in July. Later in the year, on October 14, he wrote from Rome to the Comintern Presidium about the Italian situation, reporting the growing hostility to Mussolini. It is in this atmosphere of political isolation and of scandal that our Soviet ambassador here intends to invite Mussolini to a banquet on the November 7th anniversary. It would scandalize the Italian proletariat. On November 7 the workers who try to demonstrate will be beaten up and arrested in the streets, and on the same day Mussolini will be the guest of the Russian ambassador. He suggested that Urena, the ambassador, should be replaced by a communist who did not pay court to fascism. A week later Humbert Draws wrote that the social democratic idea that the Communist Party was, au fond, philo-fascist, was unfortunately nourished by the policy of Soviet diplomacy, the interviews and speeches in which Mussolini was referred to as a great man. The Russian party should show far more reserve. Its policy was strengthening Mussolini's position at home. The Central Committee of the Italian CP had written in the same vein. A German delegate, appearing under the name of Fremuth, reported that at the Frankfurt Congress of the KPD it had been decided to oppose fascist demonstrations by force. We began a truly revolutionary small-scale war. This had encouraged the party, and had exposed the armchair communists, the Social Democrats in official positions who had tried to give the fascists protection, and the fascists themselves, who, despite their program, sought the protection of the bourgeois republic. In the elections the fascists had obtained large votes in a number of strongly industrial areas where the communist vote was also large. To fight fascism they would have to fight the reformists. In this fight against the Social Democrats we shall win back from fascism, for the proletarian class struggle, all those elements and groups which are the foundation of the fascist mass movement. He proposed to answer fascist terror with terror, to organize armed defense corps against armed fascism, to drive known fascists out of the factories, etc. There was no discussion of the Bordiga and Fremuth speeches. Reporting for the Russian delegation to the ECCI at the 13th RCP Congress earlier in the year, Bukharin argued that fascism and Laburism were both manifestations of the bourgeois united front. It took the form of fascism in countries which had lost much in the war, and where the class struggle was acute. Fascism is one of the classic forms of counter-revolution in the epoch when capitalist society is decaying, the epoch of proletarian revolution, particularly where the proletariat has taken up the struggle for power, but July 1, 924 139 where, for lack of revolutionary experience, and in the absence of a leading revolutionary class party, it has been unable to organize the proletarian revolution and to intensify the insurrection of the masses to the point of establishing the proletarian dictatorship. Fascism is the bourgeoisie's instrument for fighting the proletariat, for whose defeat the legal means at the disposal of the state no longer suffice, but in its social structure fascism is a petty bourgeois movement. It has its roots in the middle classes doomed to decay as a result of the capitalist crisis, and in the elements, such as ex-officers, déclassés as a result of the war, and partly also in the embittered proletarian elements whose revolutionary hopes were disappointed. As bourgeois society continues to decay, all bourgeois parties, particularly social democracy, take on a more or less fascist character. Fascism and social democracy are the two sides of the same instrument of capitalist dictatorship. In the fight against fascism, therefore, social democracy can never be a reliable ally of the fighting proletariat. Because of its internal contradictions, fascism, after its victory, becomes politically bankrupt, and this leads to its disintegration. Italy, where, without having won formal victory, it is forced openly to support and defend the bourgeois regime, as in Germany, it gets into a similar state of crisis. 2. The communist fight against fascism must be waged with the means and methods to secure both its political defeat and the defense of the revolutionary proletariat against its armed attacks. These are, inter alia: a. In the political sphere, 1. Genuinely revolutionary strategy and tactics, which give the proletarian, petty bourgeois and peasant masses confidence in the communist movement. 2. Educating the working class to understand the counter-revolutionary and anti-working class character of fascism. 3. Explaining to the petty bourgeois and peasant masses the functions of fascism in the service of capitalism. 4. An active foreign policy. Fight against the imperialist peace treaties, reparations, League of Nations swindle. 5. Fight for revolutionary unity with the Union of Soviet Republics. An active Leninist policy in the national question. Fight for the right of self-determination and secession of all oppressed nations. 6. Fight for the International United Front under Comintern leadership. 140. The Communist International be in the organizational and military spheres. 1. Formation of armed defense detachments against armed fascism. 2. Disarming of the fascists. 3. Fascist demonstrations to be answered by counter-demonstrations of workers with armed protection. 4. Terrorist fascist actions, destruction of trade union offices, printing works, etc., attempts on workers and workers' leaders, etc., to be answered by general strikes, the use of working-class mass terror by reprisals against the fascists, their leaders, their printing works and other undertakings. 5. Stopping railway transport when the fascists organize marches, meetings, and demonstrations. 6. Driving the fascists out of the factories, sabotage, passive resistance, strikes in factories where fascists are employed or are used to supervise and to split the workers. Extracts from the resolution of the Fifth Comintern Congress on the Russian question, July 1924 in Preker, 4, 125, p. 1665, September 25, 1924. By the end of 1923 the dispute within the Central Committee of the Russian Party had come out into the open, and had widespread repercussions in the Comintern. On October 8, 1923 Trotsky had written to the Central Committee of the RCP about the incorrect and unhealthy regime in the party, demanding party democracy in the place of secretarial bureaucratism. A week later the platform of the 46 was sent as a secret document to the Political Bureau. It echoed Trotsky's criticisms. The signatories included some members of the Central Committee. Radek wrote separately, appealing for reconciliation. Stalin's first open attack on Trotsky was published on December 15, and at the same time Zinoviev attacked him at a meeting in Petrograd at which the term Trotskyism was first used to denote a deviation from an opposition to Leninism. Although at first Trotsky acted independently of other critics of the Central Committee majority, he was everywhere regarded as the leader of the opposition. In the Polish CP in particular, there was at the end of 1923 very strong support for Trotsky, whose name, it was said in a letter from the Polish Central Committee to the RCP, was indissolubly bound up with the victorious October Revolution, with the Red Army, with communism, and the World Revolution. The Polish Central Committee had asked for an open statement from the Russian CC that there was no intention of removing Trotsky from his party and government posts. A statement signed by Prukniak, January 21, 1924, for the Polish delegation at the ECCI, ran in part, since Lenin, the greatest and most authoritative leader of the revolutionary world proletariat, no longer takes part in guiding the CI, and since the authority of Trotsky, a leader recognized by the revolutionary world proletariat, has been put in question by the Russian CC, there is a danger that the authority of the CI leadership will be shaken. At the July 1924 141 13th Conference of the RCP in January 1924, Trotsky was accused of failing to obey the decision of the October 1923 meeting of the Central Committee and of continuing his campaign against that body. The October meeting had condemned his profound political error, which threatened the unity of the party and encouraged the formation of fractions. Reporting on the work of the Comintern at the 13th RCP Congress in May 1924, Bukharin said that there had been many members in the sections, and in some cases entire central committees, which leaned towards the Russian opposition, but now that they had seen how rapid progress was in Russia, they had all come to agree with the Russian majority. The crisis in the Russian party, he said, was one link in the chain of crises within the International. Communism had suffered defeats in Germany, Poland, and Bulgaria, and a number of parties had made serious mistakes, which the ECCI had had to correct. Trotsky was invited to speak at the Comintern Congress. His appearance at the opening session was greeted with applause, but declined to do so, explaining in a letter that, as nobody had disputed the resolution passed at the 13th Congress of the RCP, a statement by him on the platform of the opposition would create unnecessary difficulties. At the meeting of the ECCI which immediately preceded the opening of the Congress, Trotsky had been nominated, together with Stalin and Bukharin, to represent the Russian party in the Congress Presidium. Rykov reported fairly briefly on the discussion in the RCP at the end of a long report on the economic situation in the USSR. Forces hostile to the RCP, both inside and outside Russia, he said, were attracted to the opposition and rested their hopes on them, whether the opposition wanted this or not. Every attack on the party apparatus, which was no more than the organizing agency of the party, weakened discipline and unity. There was no discussion in the plenary sessions, and none when Kolarov reported for the Russian Commission. The resolution was carried unanimously. A declaration put forward by the German, French, British, and American delegations, said that they spoke on behalf of parties which from the beginning followed the Russian party discussion with the greatest attention and with considerable concern, and which give wholehearted support to the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. They are actuated by the conviction that the proposals of the opposition will imperil the dictatorship of the proletariat and the unity of the Russian Communist Party. Therefore, they maintain that the action of the Russian Communist Party opposition was directed not only against the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, but objectively, irrespective of its subjective intentions, against the interests of the entire Communist International. 4. By imperiling the dictatorship of the proletariat in the Union of Soviet Republics, and by weakening the Russian Communist Party, which alone is capable of maintaining this dictatorship, it attacked the legacy of Lenin, which is dear to every communist throughout the world. Therefore, the Communist International must insist on the unequivocal rejection by all members of the International and by all its sections, of such un-Leninist conceptions, which are contrary to the interests of the world revolution, and which bring into contempt the authority of the Bolshevik Old Guard, which is the leader not only of the Soviet state, but also of the Comintern. 142 The Communist International. The RCP was the essential force in the foundation of the Comintern, and still remains one of the chief factors determining the success of the international communist movement. The successes of the RCP, as well as its failures, and even more the formation in its midst of fractions and groups, are therefore of the most serious consequence for the revolutionary movement in other countries. The debate in the RCP in the autumn of last year and the formation in its ranks of an opposition to the majority of the Central Committee made it necessary for the Congress to study this question attentively, although the RCP itself at its 13th Congress unanimously condemned the opposition as the outgrowth of petty bourgeois influences, and emerged from the discussion stronger and firmer. Although the Communist International asked the representatives of the RCP opposition to put their point of view to the Congress, and although the RCP delegation gave their consent, they declined on a formal pretext to appear. On the other hand, the Congress has seen no evidence that the opposition has understood its errors and has fully adopted the views of the 13th RCP Congress. In these circumstances, there is a danger that the discussion in the RCP will be revived. The Congress also observes that the opposition in the RCP was supported by groups in other parties, in the Polish, German, and French parties, etc. This, like the RCP opposition, is a manifestation of a right, opportunist, deviation in these parties and was condemned as such by the 5th Congress of the Communist International. Having heard a special report on the situation in the Soviet Union and in the RCP, and having examined the material relating to these questions, the Congress resolves, to endorse the resolutions of the 13th Conference and the 13th Congress of the RCP, which condemned the platform of the opposition as petty bourgeois, and its conduct as a threat to the unity of the party and consequently to the proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union. Extracts from the Theses on Tactics adopted by the 5th Comintern Congress. July 1924 KIV Dokumentik, p. 397. The Saxon experiment made the workers' government slogan a focus of controversy, and United Front tactics continued to cause confusion and discord. Humbert Droz had reported earlier from Paris that at bottom the disputes in the Central Committee of the French Party were concerned with the nature of the United Front proposals. Were they really seeking a united front, or were they to make proposals only in order that they should be rejected? At first, Zinoviev said, these tactics had expressed the realization that the Communist Party did not have on its side the majority of the working class, that the reformists were, July 1, 924 143, still strong and the Communists on the defensive. But they were not evolutionary tactics, an attempt to form an alliance with social democracy. They were a strategic maneuver designed to mobilize the masses in a period when the revolution was temporarily halted. It was never right to have a united front from above alone, and it was nearly always right to have it from below. The use of these tactics from above and below was correct in a country such as England. But they had to revise the exaggerated, imprudent, and incorrect formulation of the tactics introduced by Radek at the 4th Congress. Radek replied that no objection had been raised at the time to his speech at the 4th Congress. He had said then that it might mean temporary coalitions with Social Democrats. If the tactics were meant merely to unmask them, on the assumption that they would not and could not fight, it was a misleading trick. They did want a united front, and were prepared to go along with the Social Democrats as long as they were willing to fight. That was the idea behind the conference of the three internationals in the spring of 1922. They had no confidence in the Social Democratic leaders, but the struggle of the working class demanded unity of action. Saxony was a tragicomedy for the party because it had not been prepared for. It was a united front from above only, with nothing below. A number of speakers admitted that they were confused on these questions. Bordiga was opposed to a united front with organizations that could not be won for communism. He asked for a third-class funeral for these tactics and the workers' government slogan, which had become a synonym, not for the proletarian dictatorship, but for vulgar parliamentarism. He was also opposed to the admission of sympathizing parties into the Comintern. The left wing of the Italian Socialist Party had been admitted in this capacity. Zinoviev replied that these tactics had proved their worth in the case of the USPD and the Labour Party. Clara Zetkin suggested that if the Communist Party were strong, centralized, and disciplined, neither tied to another party nor lost in the masses, it did not matter whether the United Front, assuming that the unity was based on unity of principles and tactics, was from above or below. In the end it was always from below, because it was a response to mass pressure. Nor was the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government free from ambiguity. According to Zinoviev, it was a pseudonym for the dictatorship of the proletariat. She disagreed. It was taken from the history of the Russian Revolution, where it had proved to be the most attractive, accessible, and popular way of winning the masses for the proletarian dictatorship. This was not true of developed capitalist countries. There it would come about as the result of a revolutionary mass movement, when the bourgeoisie could not maintain power, but the proletariat was not mature and united enough to seize power, still believing that the old state forms could be utilized. Such a government could not last long. It would have to take the road to the proletarian dictatorship. Rossi said that if a workers' government was just the proletarian dictatorship in simple language, they had to realize that it could result only from a direct frontal attack for the seizure of power. Radek also contended that the slogan of a workers' government was not a synonym for the proletarian dictatorship, but a possible stage on the road to it. It was part of genuine United Front tactics. He pleaded for a return to the position of the Fourth Congress on these questions. 144 The Communist International Thulman reported for the Commission. It had had two sets of theses to consider, one drafted by Zinoviev and submitted by the Russian delegation, and the other by Bordiga. The two coincided in many respects, but Bordigas rejected the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government even for agitational purposes. Bordiga announced that the Italian left would vote for the theses, since they approximated more nearly to their position than the theses of the Fourth Congress. The theses were adopted unanimously. The international situation 1. The democratic pacifist phase. What is new in the present international political situation is the opening of a certain democratic pacifist phase. A change of this kind in the world policy of the bourgeoisie was predicted by the Fourth Comintern Congress, which met at a time when bourgeois world reaction had reached its climax. The shift in policy now apparent is indicated by the following signs. In England, the so-called Labour government, with the leaders of the Second International at its head, is in power. In France, the so-called Left Bloc won an electoral victory, as a result of which the French Socialist Party, one of the chief parties of the Second International, has virtually become a part of the present French government. In Germany, there is also a tendency, connected with propaganda for the Dawes report, for democratic pacifist illusions to grow stronger, together with social democracy, which embodies this policy. At the same time, there is a marked trend in the opposite direction, because in order to operate the Dawes plan, the ruling class with the help of the SPD must proceed more openly and brutally than before to suppress the revolutionary movement. In America, that wing of imperialism which condescends to interfere in European affairs, and is ready to support the so-called experts' report, has triumphed. The growing movement to found a third, petty bourgeois, party in America also represents a certain shift towards a democratic pacifist phase in American politics. In Japan, the democratic bourgeoisie are approaching power and getting ready to take over the government from the feudal party. 2. The real significance of the present stage in international politics. What is now happening is in reality not the beginning of the stabilization of the capitalist order on the basis of democracy and peace, but merely the concealment of its rule while bourgeois world reaction is intensified and the people betrayed. The democratic pacifist era has not brought any reduction in armaments and cannot do so. Every democracy is arming more or less openly for the irreconcilable imperialist conflict with other democracies. July 1924 145. The fundamental antagonism between American and Japanese imperialism has not been eliminated, but continues automatically to work, and must inevitably lead to a new imperialist war. The conflict of interests between the imperialist cliques of England and France has not been eliminated or mitigated by the victory of democracy in the two countries. The form, not the substance, of their competitive struggle has changed. The looting of the colonies and semi-colonial countries continues as a natural precondition of progress and civilization. 3. The experts report. The gospel of present-day pacifism and modern democracy is the so-called experts' report. In reality, their plan is intended to plunder the German working masses. It is furthermore an attempt by the imperialists of the countries which only yesterday were at war with each other to improve their business at the expense of the workers. The experts' report, which has now received the approval of the entire international counter-revolutionary social democracy, is in fact the most disgraceful document of the present age. It will become a halter round the neck not only of the German workers, but also of the working masses of a number of other countries. Social democratic support of the Dawes report is as much a betrayal of the cause of the working people as support of the imperialist war, for it is nothing but the continuation of that war by other means. For the international position of the Soviet Union, the one country which is consistently pursuing a policy of peace is the Soviet Union. The USSR has recently had considerable success in consolidating its international position. The improvement in welfare at home, the support which the country received from all honest and conscious elements in the international working class, the intelligent policy of the Soviet government led to de jure recognition of the Soviet Union by some of the largest states. Nevertheless, it is by no means impossible that it is precisely this democratic pacifist era which will create new difficulties for the first proletarian state. There is no doubt that the most treacherous part of democracy is now working to build an international united front against the Soviet Union, in order to force the victorious proletarian revolution to its knees and compel it to repay the old debts. The nearer capitalism draws to its end, the more difficult and contradictory the situation of the international bourgeoisie, the more probable becomes the instigation of outright war against the Soviet Union. The participation of social democrats in present-day democratic governments only increases the danger of such a military adventure. 146. The Communist International 5. The international policy of social democracy. In all countries where social democracy represents a substantial force, it continues as before to support its own imperialists, but conceals this treacherous policy behind talk about democracy and pacifism. There is no doubt that it is the social democratic leaders who display the greatest zeal in carrying out the policy of the experts' report, in preparations to isolate the Soviet Union, and even in preparations for a military campaign. To lull the vigilance of the masses, the counter-revolutionary social democratic leaders indulge in hypocritical talk about fighting war by means of a general strike. 2. The problem of power. 1. The dissolution of the bourgeois order. Although the First Imperialist World War towards its end released a violent outbreak of spontaneous mass discontent, bourgeois society has managed to prolong its existence for a certain time. The forces of the international proletariat turned out to be not well enough organized, the parties of international proletarian revolution not strong enough, and so at the end of the war the proletarian revolution could not triumph. Nevertheless, the war provoked deep upheavals. Its consequences will continue to be felt for a number of years. At times symptoms of failing capitalist stability are to be observed even more clearly in the political than in the economic field. The constant and rapid changes of government in a number of countries put the problem of power on the order of the day, in a form unknown before the imperialist war. 2. Trends in the policy of the world bourgeoisie in the last few years, and to some extent even before the war, 2 trends in the policy of the world bourgeoisie have become clearly apparent, one openly reactionary, and the other democratic reformist. The first aims at crushing and defeating the revolutionary forces in open and furious struggle before they have ripened, while the other, more far-sighted, aims at changing the relations of power in favor of the bourgeoisie by small concessions, by bribing the top men in the working class, in short, by the methods of democracy, pacifism, and reformism. 3. Between social democracy and fascism, the bourgeoisie can no longer rule by the old methods. That is one of the symptoms of the slow but certain growth of the proletarian revolution. July 1924. 147. The bourgeoisie make use at one time of fascism, at another of social democracy. In both cases they are concerned to screen the capitalist character of their rule. For social democracy as the third party of the bourgeoisie in America, a great fuss is being made about the foundation of a third party of the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie. In Europe, social democracy has already become, in a certain sense, the third bourgeois party. This is particularly obvious in England where, in addition to the 2 classical bourgeois parties which took it in turn to rule, the so-called Labour Party has now become a governing party, a labor party which in fact pursues a policy close to that of one of the two wings of the bourgeoisie. For a number of years social democracy has been caught up in a process of change. From being the right wing of the labor movement it is becoming one wing of the bourgeoisie, in places even a wing of fascism. That is why it is historically incorrect to talk of a victory of fascism over social democracy. So far as their leading strata are concerned, fascism and social democracy are the right and left hands of modern capitalism. 6. Between white terror and labor governments. Despite the apparent consolidation of the bourgeois order, its power is in fact being more and more undermined. The situation as a whole is extremely unstable. Parliamentarism is approaching its end. Day by day it becomes more difficult for the bourgeoisie to establish even a moderately safe position on the ruins of the old parliamentarism. The bourgeoisie will have to turn now to one side, now to the other, resorting to open white terror or attempting to find support in a so-called labor government. It is not unlikely that in the next few years we shall see so-called labor governments in a number of countries. These labor governments are a function of the struggle of the revolutionary proletariat for power and of the vacillations within the bourgeoisie which are unavoidable in the present epoch. Objectively, these so-called labor governments signify an advance in so far as they testify to the progressive decline of the bourgeois regime, to irresolution in the policy of the ruling classes. In this sense even the counter-revolutionary MacDonald government, in reality a liberal government, represents historical progress. But the job of true adherents of the proletarian revolution is naturally not to praise such labor governments but to mobilize the proletarian army for irreconcilable revolutionary struggle, and to work for the quickest possible transition from so-called labor governments to the proletarian dictatorship. 148. The Communist International. 3. The building of mass communist parties as the cardinal task of the Comintern. 1. The crisis of capitalism and the subjective factor at the end of the imperialist war. The world bourgeoisie were not defeated primarily because there were in the decisive countries no communist mass parties able to organize the revolution and to lead into struggle the masses who rose spontaneously against the war criminals. Consequently, capitalism obtained a respite. In a situation in which capitalism can no longer rule without the support of the Social Democrats, in which the capitalist crisis becomes steadily, if slowly, more hopeless, the subjective factor, that is, the degree of organization of the proletarian masses and their communist vanguard, is the cardinal question of the entire historical epoch. To the slogan, to the masses. The slogan, to the masses, put out by the Third World Congress of the Comintern, remains in force, unchanged. The successes which the Comintern has had in the preceding period are only initial achievements. The successes of the individual sections have not yet been consolidated. If we make no progress in winning the masses, a retrograde movement may easily set in. 3. Winning the majority. The Fifth World Congress of the Comintern confirms in full the formulations of the Third and Fourth Congresses. It decisively rejects as incorrect those right-wing tendencies which insist on the winning of a statistical majority of the working masses as a preliminary, and believe that there can be no serious revolutionary struggles unless the communists have already won, if possible 99% of all the workers. It equally rejects the errors of the ultra-left, who have still not grasped the decisive world historical importance of the slogan, to the masses, and who even occasionally go so far as to maintain that communist parties may be parties of a terrorist minority, that is, they believe that, without having become mass parties, communist parties can at any moment lead the masses into struggle. 4. The basic conditions for the formation of mass communist parties. These conditions are, 1. The methodical building up of the party on a factory cell basis. The great majority of European communist parties still adhere to the organizational principle of party structure taken over from the Social. July 1, 1924. 149 Democrats. That is a survival from the times when the party was still regarded as an electoral machine. There can be no talk of building a serious internally solid mass communist party so long as it is not based on party cells in the factories themselves. This is not merely an organizational, but a serious political question. No communist party will be in a position to lead the decisive masses of the proletariat to struggle and to defeat the bourgeoisie until it has this solid foundation in the factories, until every large factory has become a citadel of the Communist Party. To correct communist work inside the trade unions, further basic preconditions for the building of solid mass communist parties are the creation of a network of communist fractions in the trade unions, legal where possible, illegal if necessary, not merely on paper but in fact, and a systematic, unyielding, prolonged struggle to capture the unions, a struggle which replies to splitting and to provocations by the social democratic leaders, designed to drive communists out of the unions, with more intensive activity for unity in the unions. 3. Launching a factory committee movement. Factory committees are a new form of proletarian organization, which will gradually give rise to new and genuinely revolutionary unions, and which in favorable circumstances may form the kernel for councils of workers' deputies. A communist party which has not yet succeeded in establishing a serious factory committee movement in its country, or in securing for itself strong influence within an already existing factory committee movement, cannot be regarded as a serious mass communist party. 4. The correct attitude to the peasantry. The proletariat cannot triumph and establish the Soviet regime unless it steadily pursues a policy of neutralizing one section of the peasantry and winning over other sections to its cause. Communist parties which have not learned to do revolutionary work among the peasantry cannot claim to be mass communist parties dealing seriously with the question of capturing power. Obviously, our sections must remain Marxist workers' parties, and not be transformed into workers' and peasants' parties. 5. Correct policy on the national question. In a number of countries, as a result of the redivision of the world after the First Imperialist War, there is greater national oppression and dismemberment. In a number of European countries, and still more in 150 the communist international colonial and semi-colonial countries, a mass of inflammable material has been heaped up which may blow bourgeois rule sky high. Correct communist policy on the national question, which was thoroughly analyzed in the theses of the Second World Congress, forms one of the most important constituents in the policy of winning the masses and preparing a victorious revolution. Nihilism and opportunist deviations in the national question, which still prevail in a number of communist parties, are the weakest side of these parties, which will never be able to accomplish their historical mission if they do not overcome these weaknesses. Between two waves of the proletarian revolution, signs have been apparent in the last year of the rise of a new revolutionary wave. The beginning of the revolutionary struggle in Germany, the risings in Bulgaria and Poland, the big industrial strikes in a number of countries bear witness to the ripening of new revolutionary events. It is precisely the period between two revolutions, or two rising revolutionary waves, that encourages both opportunist right deviations and ultra-left tendencies towards passivity, Menshevism upside down, clothing itself in radical phrases. 6. Ruthless struggle against right opportunist tendencies. The period between the 4th and 5th Comintern Congresses showed that opportunist tendencies in the communist movement are stronger than was to be expected. At the 5th Congress it has become unmistakably clear that in some countries, of the utmost importance for the workers' movement, the representatives of the right-wing tendency tried to distort completely the tactics of the United Front and of the Workers' and Peasants' Government, interpreting them as meaning a narrow political alliance, an organic coalition of all workers' parties, that is, a political alliance of communists with social democracy. While for the Comintern the main purpose of the United Front tactics consists in the struggle against the leaders of counter-revolutionary social democracy and in emancipating social democratic workers from their influence, the representatives of the right-wing tendency tend to interpret the United Front as a political alliance with social democracy. 7. Clearing up ultra-left tendencies. Bolshevism, as the movement of the Russian revolutionary proletariat, developed in relentless struggle not only against Menshevism and centrism, but also against ultra-left tendencies. From the first day of its existence the Comintern, as the international organization of Bolshevism, July 1, 1924-151 has waged a relentless struggle not only against right opportunism but also against the ultra-left, which is often only the reverse side of opportunism. In the period between the Fourth and Fifth Congresses, ultra-left tendencies took on a peculiarly threatening character in regard to work in reactionary trade unions. The movement in favor of communists leaving the unions is extremely dangerous for communism. If the Comintern fails to reject decisively these tendencies, which can profit only the counter-revolutionary social democratic leaders who want to get rid of communists in the unions, we shall never be able to create genuine Bolshevik parties. Ultra-left tendencies were also apparent in the rejection on principle of the tactics of maneuver as such, particularly in the failure to understand the United Front tactics, the refusal to operate them in practice. 8. The United Front tactics. Despite serious opportunist errors and the distortion of United Front tactics by the right, which in many cases might have meant the outright ruin of the Communist parties, the application of United Front tactics between the Fourth and Fifth Congresses was, by and large, of undoubted use to us, and furthered the development of a number of Comintern sections into mass parties. In a period when the Communist parties in a number of the most important countries are still in a minority, when social democracy for a number of historical reasons is still supported by large proletarian masses, when the capitalist offensive is continuing in various forms and the working class cannot summon up sufficient energy to wage serious defensive struggles, United Front tactics were and are correct and necessary. United Front tactics are only a method of agitation and of revolutionary mobilization of the masses over a period. 1. The tactics of the United Front from below are necessary always and everywhere, with the possible exception of rare moments during decisive struggles when revolutionary communist workers will be compelled to turn their weapons against even groups of the proletariat who out of deficient class consciousness are on the enemy's side. 2. Unity from below and at the same time negotiations with leaders. This method must frequently be employed in countries where social democracy is still a significant force. It is understood that in such cases the communist parties maintain their complete and absolute independence, and retain their communist character at every stage of the negotiations and in all circumstances. Therefore all negotiations with the social democratic leaders must be conducted publicly, and communists must do their utmost to get the working masses to take a lively interest in the negotiations. 152. The Communist International. 3. United Front only from above. This method is categorically rejected by the Communist International. The tactics of the United Front from below are the most important, that is, a united front under Communist Party leadership covering communist, social democratic, and non-party workers in factory, factory council, trade union, and extending to an entire industrial center or area or industry. United Front tactics were and remain a method of revolution, not of peaceful evolution. They are the tactics of a revolutionary strategic maneuver of the communist vanguard, surrounded by enemies, in its struggle against the treacherous leaders of counter-revolutionary social democracy. United Front tactics were and are a means of gradually drawing over to our side the social democratic and the best non-party workers. They should in no circumstances be degraded to the tactics of lowering our ideals to the level of understanding reached by these workers. 9. The Workers' and Peasants' Government. The slogan of a workers' and peasants' government was and is formulated by the Comintern as a deduction from the United Front tactics as defined above. Opportunist elements in the Comintern tried to distort the slogan too by interpreting it as a government within the bourgeois democratic framework and as a political alliance with social democracy. The Fifth World Congress emphatically rejects this interpretation. For the Comintern, the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government is the slogan of the proletarian dictatorship translated into popular language, into the language of revolution. The formula workers' and peasants' government, derived from the experience of the Russian Revolution, was and can be nothing but a method of agitation and mobilization of the masses for the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of Soviet power. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie, making them harmless, overcoming their resistance, and creating the conditions for a true workers' and peasants' government can only be accomplished by an armed uprising of the proletariat supported by the best part of the peasantry, only by the workers in civil war. For communists, the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government never means the tactics of parliamentary agreements and coalitions with social democracy. On the contrary, communist parliamentary activity must be directed to exposing the counter-revolutionary role of social democracy and to making clear to the working masses the treacherous nature and sham character of so-called labor governments which owe their existence to the bourgeoisie and are in fact liberal, bourgeois governments. July 1924 153. X. Partial demands. Whereas reformist partial demands are designed to replace the proletarian revolution, partial demands put forward by communists are designed for the exactly opposite purpose of preparing the proletarian revolution more successfully. Communist agitation for partial demands links each of them to the program of revolutionary overthrow. This is particularly valid for those countries where the crisis of the bourgeois system has begun. 12. The West and the East. The Communist International is an organization for world revolution. But as a result of a number of special circumstances, the attention of the Comintern has been claimed in far too great a degree by the West. Far greater attention than before must be paid to work in the East, using that word in its broadest sense. In India, Japan, China, and Turkey the seeds of a communist movement have taken root. In all these countries a widespread economic struggle is opening, to which the Comintern must give the utmost attention. It must also give all-round support to the anti-imperialist movement of all oppressed nationalities in the spirit of the Third World Congress resolution, bearing in mind that this movement is one of the most important elements in the universal movement for emancipation. 13. Two perspectives. The era of international revolution has opened. But the tempo of its development, particularly of its development in one continent or another, cannot be predicted with certainty. The situation as a whole is such that two prospects are possible. 1. The possibility of slow and postponed development of the proletarian revolution, or 2. Since capitalism is already seriously undermined and its internal contradictions are in general growing rapidly more acute, the catastrophe may occur very shortly in one country or another. Comintern tactics must reckon with both these possibilities. The Comintern must develop its capacity to maneuver and to adapt itself to changes in the tempo of development. 14. Bolshevizing the parties and forming a unified world communist party. In the present period the most important task of the CI is the Bolshevization of its sections. This slogan should not be interpreted as the mechanical 154 the Communist International transference of the entire experience of the Russian Bolshevik Party to all other parties. The basic features of a genuine Bolshevik party are, 1. The party must be a real mass party, that is, it must be able, both when legal and illegal, to maintain the closest and strongest contacts with the working masses and express their needs and aspirations. 2. It must be capable of maneuver, that is, its tactics should not be sectarian or dogmatic. 3. It must be revolutionary, Marxist in nature, working undeviatingly towards its goal. 4. It must be a centralized party, permitting no fractions, tendencies, or groups, it must be fused in one mold. 5. It must carry out systematic and persistent propaganda and organization in bourgeois armies. Bolshevization of the parties means that our sections take over for themselves everything in Russian Bolshevism that has international significance. Only to the extent that the decisive sections of the CI really become Bolshevik parties will the Comintern become, not in words but in fact, a homogeneous Bolshevik world party permeated with the ideas of Leninism. 15 Concrete tasks of the most important sections of the CI. The tasks of these sections are in essentials as follows. 1. England. Because of the present world situation, England, with its possessions, is in general playing the premier part in all international questions. It follows that the CPGB also acquires greater importance. To train the CPGB to fulfill its tasks is one of the most important CI tasks. In its attitude to the Labour government, the CPGB displayed some ideological and tactical deviations. In the forthcoming period, the CPGB must concentrate its forces on the following questions: a. Inside the Labour Party, to support and drive forward its left wing so that it becomes a genuinely revolutionary wing, and to carry on most intensive work in the trade union minority movement. B. to combat MacDonald's so-called labor government among the masses, openly and unambiguously, by exposing its bourgeois anti-working class character, c. at all by-elections and in the next election campaign. To follow a clear, decisive, unambiguous communist line, d. to wage industrial struggles in such a way that the main emphasis is laid on the formation of united front bodies built from below, strike committees, factory committees. July 1, 924-155, e. The CPGB must conduct an active campaign to set up committees of action in the factories and unions, to exert pressure on the so-called labor government to carry out that part of its program which it has dropped, namely the nationalization of the railways and mines, higher unemployment benefits, more workers' housing, etc. Only if the CPGB exposes the treachery of the labor government in relation to the workers' daily needs will it be able to destroy their illusions about the so-called labor government. F. Particular attention must be given to contacts with the colonies, to supporting the national revolutionary movements in the colonies, to militarism, disarmament, England's relations with the Soviet Union and imperialist France, and to the Dawes Plan. G. The CPGB must also begin serious work to influence the unemployed. 2. France Congress notes with satisfaction the substantial successes of the French party, but at the same time points to the necessity of carrying out the following tasks without delay. A. The building of a real party apparatus, without which a proletarian party cannot exist. H. The party must do its utmost to get rid of the survivals of right-wing attitudes, bring the entire organization together under the Comintern banner, and set up a really capable, solid nucleus at the center. Friction between the left and the former center must be eliminated. I. The international contacts of the French CP must be improved. Above all, permanent and unbroken relations with the KPD must be maintained. J. French heavy industry is becoming of steadily greater importance in imperialist conflicts and inter-imperialist relations. The CPF must wage a struggle against the growing influence of French heavy industry, particularly in connection with the experts' report, and in closest fighting collaboration with the KPD. K. The recruitment of class-conscious communist elements in the CGTU must be accelerated. L. The CGTU leaders must adopt a clear position in the struggle against anarchism and vulgar syndicalism of the old type. In this struggle no concessions must be made to the false theory of neutrality. 156. The Communist International 3. Germany. The prospects for the German Revolution, as outlined by the ECCI in the autumn of 1923, remain unchanged. It is not impossible that the victory of democratic pacifism in England and in France will give a temporary access of strength to the German bourgeoisie and German social democracy. All this complicates the political situation in Germany and may mean a slowing down of development. Nevertheless, by its very nature the international position of the German bourgeoisie and social democracy remains hopeless. The internal crisis may come to a head very quickly. The party crisis has been surmounted. But to ensure that no trace of it survives and to avoid new dangers, the present Zentrale of the party must, a. vigorously oppose any inclination to leave the social democratic unions, oblige all party members without exception to carry out the decisions of the CI and the Frankfurt Congress on the trade union question, reorganize the party on the basis of factory cells, which will be a tremendous advantage to the party when it becomes illegal. The ECCI and all fraternal sections must give unreserved support to the present KPD Zentrale. Then the KPD will be able to overcome easily the right-wing tendencies which caused it such tremendous harm and which might here and there again arise. Extracts from a manifesto to the peoples of the East issued by the 5th Comintern Congress July 1924 Protocol, v. p. 1048 in the debate on the ECCI report Nguyen Ai Quoc, Ho Chi Minh, complained that this question was neglected, and Katayama echoed his complaint. Simone, Java, said the Dutch party had done very little to encourage the Indonesian party. Manuelski reported on the national and colonial question. His speech, for the first time at a Comintern Congress, linked Stalin's name with Lenin's as a source of revolutionary theory. The question was being brought up again because many parties had made mistakes, and because the formation of the USSR showed how the national question could be solved under the proletarian dictatorship. The new problem they had to consider was the attitude of the CP to parties like the Kuomintang and peasant parties. The Comintern had allowed the Chinese CP to join the KMT, and the Indonesian party to join the Java Workers and Peasants Party. Where such parties did not exist, should the CP take the initiative in founding them? The leadership of the national revolutionary movement must not be left to the nationalist elements. The ECCI report to the Congress stated that the KMT was moving to the left and waging a genuine revolutionary struggle against imperialism. It reviewed the differences between the ECCI and the Central Committee of the Chinese CP on the correct attitude. July 1, 924 157 towards the KMT. Manuelski also dealt with this question. In the discussion, a Chinese delegate whose name is given as Qin Hua, stated that by joining the KMT the Communists hoped to correct its false attitude and to get the leadership into their hands. They accounted for 20% of the delegates to the first KMT Congress, and had helped to draft its program and resolutions. When, in March 1924, China had refused to ratify the Sino-Soviet Treaty, they had persuaded the KMT to organize a protest demonstration. Irredentist movements raised particular problems. If there were a revolution in Germany, what should their attitude be to the Germans in the Sudetenland? It was a mistake to think that the national question could not be solved until after the proletarian revolution. This would mean passivity in regard to a question of burning importance, or that it could be settled by constitutional changes, as the Austrian Social Democrats had believed before the war. Not enough anti-colonial propaganda was done by the parties in the metropolitan countries, not enough attention paid to the common interests of bourgeoisie and proletariat in the national struggle. When, a year earlier, they had issued a summons to the colonial slaves to rise against their masters, a French communist group in Algiers had protested that France was bringing civilization to its colonies. The French party did nothing to organize colonial workers in France. It had put up 7 candidates in the colonies, but all were French. The British party was also passive. In the discussion, Roy suggested that the metropolitan parties had failed to work well in this respect because they were confused. There was not one comprehensive formula covering all cases. Colonies could be divided into the patriarchal feudal, the semi-colonial, which were nominally independent but actually under outside financial and military control, and the colonies which were under the political, economic, and military rule of an imperialist power, and even these categories had to be subdivided. The national bourgeoisie were forced to fight imperialism because it hampered the development of the country's productive forces. Communists should organize the masses to support that fight so long as it was genuinely conducted. But imperialism needed allies inside. Sometimes it relied on the feudalists, sometimes on the intellectuals. With the growth of internal class contradictions, imperialism tried to split and weaken the national movement by making concessions to the bourgeoisie, who, when they came to power, would be hostile to the proletariat. They could not therefore be given unconditional support. Some nationalist demands supported by the Comintern caused dismay in the sections concerned. In Central Europe and the Balkans, the communist parties were to support the demand for a federation of national republics, and to organize their fractions within the organizations of the national movement and try to gain control of them. Manuelski reported that the manifesto in favor of Macedonian independence published by the Balkan Federation had provoked a strong protest to the ECCI from the Greek Communist Party, which refused to publish the manifesto. On October 15, 1924, an ECCI Presidium statement reported strong opposition from the Czech party to the Comintern policy on the national question, which, applied to Czechoslovakia, would imply the breakup of the state. Speaking at the ECCI plenum a year earlier, in June 1923, Zinoviev had said, 158 The Communist International. What we ask is that those of our parties in countries where the national question is important should learn how to make use of the nationalist element against the bourgeois regime. Our parties must try to set in movement against the government those elements which are naturally discontented, as the Russian party had stirred up Ukrainian nationalists against Kerensky. Of course we did not admit Ukrainian nationalists into our party, there was no question of that. But we did exploit their discontent for the good of the proletarian revolution. They had been told that after the revolution they would be independent, not that Karl Marx had said that the proletariat had no fatherland. Manuelski reported for the commission, they had agreed on 5 resolutions, covering the colonies, the Far East, the Middle East, Central Europe, and the Balkans, and Negroes. He proposed referring them to the enlarged executive. At the meeting of the enlarged executive on July 12 he proposed that they be referred to the Presidium. The proposal was accepted. The Communist International and the entire world proletariat are following with tense and steady attention your heroic struggle for national independence, for liberation from the crushing pressure of international capital. In their drang nach Außen to capture new markets, the international bourgeoisie are accustomed to thinking of the Eastern countries as the object of pitiless and rapacious exploitation, as the source of their colonial power. In your millions, you, the masses who inhabit the vast spaces of the Near, Middle, and Far East, are in the eyes of the bourgeoisie their inalienable slaves, born for the sole purpose of creating wealth for the ruling class of Western Europe and America. During the World War the capitalists of all countries were generous in high-sounding declarations and promised the colonies they rule autonomy, home rule, virtual independence. That was a cunning diplomatic maneuver of the exploiting bourgeoisie, designed at a critical moment to keep their colonies obedient and to secure fresh reinforcements for their depleted armies from this rich human reservoir. But once the bloodbath was over, the imperialist world bourgeoisie cynically forgot their promises and turned with fresh and unexampled force to the throttling of India, the robbing of China, the division of Turkey, and the enslaving of Persia. In reply you, the oppressed peoples of the East, have risen as one in the struggle for your national freedom. Remember that in this selfless struggle you are not alone. On your side you have the unbounded sympathy of the most advanced proletarians of all countries. The same rapacious bourgeoisie who oppress and exploit you in the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the East oppress and torment equally ruthlessly the working class of Western Europe and America. July 1924 159. Our roads, which lead to the overthrow of capitalist forced labor and imperialist oppression, coincide exactly. For you, as for the working class of the West, true and final liberation is possible only in close alliance and common struggle against world imperialism. The 5th Congress of the Communist International extends a brotherly hand to you for mutual help and support in the common struggle. It sends greetings to you, young communist parties of the East, working and fighting in conditions of extreme difficulty, economic backwardness, feudal survivals, and barbaric torture. In unceasing struggle against the imperialists and native feudalists, the communist parties of the East will now as before support every honest expression of the movement for national liberation directed against the exploiting yoke of foreign capital, thus confronting the rapacious international bourgeoisie with the anti-imperialist united front. The 5th Congress of the Communist International welcomes you, too, peoples of Turkey and Afghanistan, who have thrown off the vassal's yoke and repelled all the attacks of the imperialist bandits. At the same time the Congress sends fraternal greetings to the Chinese Kuomintang Party and the People's Revolutionary Party of Mongolia, who are forging a great and bright future for their peoples. Decision of the Sovereign Commission of the 5th Comintern Congress July 1924 Thiessen UND Resolutionen, v. p. 187 Sovereign was an outspoken follower of Trotsky from the outset of the dispute in the Russian Communist Party, and the first prominent foreign communist to be expelled for Trotskyism. Trotsky's new course, which Sovereign published in French with a wholly tendentious preface, was a collection of articles that had appeared in the Russian press criticizing bureaucracy in the party, and the excessive power of the party apparatus, urging a greater measure of inter-party democracy, etc. It was published in Russia early in 1924. It was in a letter to a party meeting, included in this collection, that Trotsky referred to the pressure of the bureaucracy on young members, the basis for the subsequent charge against him that he had attempted to turn the younger generation against the old guard. In November 1923, Humbert Droz had written to Moscow from Paris deploring Severin's return to France. There had been many painful incidents since his arrival. He quarreled with Traint, who was still at loggerheads with Sellier. At the 13th Congress of the RCP, Manuelski accused the opposition of carrying the debate within that party into the Comintern. It was no accident that in the French party the right wing, led by Severin, supported the opposition in the RCP and the Brandler Group in Germany, and favored communist support for the British Labour government. Severin spoke at the Congress and denied Manuelski's charges. Like many others in the French party, 160 the Communist International, he said, he had been shocked by the bitterness of the Russian dispute. Trotsky was an international figure. For the world proletariat his name was a synonym for the revolution, and the tone of the attacks on him was unworthy. By 22 votes to 2 the French Central Committee had asked its representative on the ECCI to intervene, not in support of the opposition, but to put an end to the polemics which reflected on the entire Russian party and the Comintern. There was no question of principle involved. The lies spread about Trotsky had impelled him, Severin, to come to his defense. He knew the Central Committee would carry the day at the Congress, but he thought it his duty to maintain his position. The Congress of the French CP at Lyons in January 1924 had passed a resolution put forward by Severin and his followers complaining of over-centralism and mechanical discipline in the party. It was directed against Traint, known to be a supporter of Zinoviev. Traint replied in Bulletin Communiste, but Severin was not allowed to reply to Traint, although he was at the time editor of that periodical. He published a statement in the Bulletin explaining that he obeyed from discipline, but would appeal to the party. A meeting of the political bureau summoned by Traint agreed to ask the ECCI to remove Severin from the editorship and from the post of French representative in Moscow. This was endorsed by the French Central Committee. The ECCI report to the Comintern Congress stated that, after a vote in the French Central Committee which gave a majority of 22 against 3 on the position in the Russian party and on the communist attitude to the Labour government, Severin, in the minority, had resigned from the Politburo, and Rosmer from his post as general manager of El Humanite. A conference of district secretaries in April, and of the National Council in May, had given overwhelming support to the majority. At the ECCI meeting preceding the Congress, the French delegation disavowed Severin, who was present as a member of the ECCI, as a member of the French delegation and proposed that he should be accorded only a consultative voice. He had published the Cours Nouveau on his own responsibility. Severin in reply criticized the prevailing desire for 100% unanimity. As to the letter from the CPF congratulating the Labour government, which had not in fact been sent, it was drafted at the request of the CPGB and had been approved by the French Central Committee against 1 vote. It was decided to set up a commission to inquire into Severin's conduct. The question was referred by the Congress to the session of the ECCI, which met immediately afterwards. Severin had been asked to attend, but had not done so. The Italian delegates, Ercole and Bordiga, pleaded mitigating circumstances in his favor. Discipline in general in the French party was lax, and personal policies were being pursued at the time. Nor would the French workers understand his expulsion, since in the past he had been considered the strongest advocate of adherence to the Comintern line. Sellier insisted that Severin had misused his authority. The 5 Italian votes were cast against the resolution. In the course of its work, the Severin Commission has come to the conclusion that communist discipline in the French Communist Party is still far from being completely and unconditionally applied. The Commission is of the opinion that it is absolutely essential for the enlarged July 1, 924 L6L executive of the CI to intervene energetically by means of an open letter to the party membership, to remind them of the real meaning of party discipline, and to demand of them to ensure its strictest application, with severe penalties for every serious breach of discipline and all personal policy, from whatever member of the party it may proceed. After hearing several comrades of the French delegation and Comrade Boris Souvarin, and after a careful examination of all the material concerning the breaches of discipline with which Comrade Souvarin is charged, the Commission is unanimously of the opinion, 1. That Souvarin has committed breaches of discipline of the gravest kind, by a. his statement in the Bulletin Communiste, b. his letters to the subscribers to the Bulletin Communiste containing attacks on the party's Central Committee, c. his publication, without the knowledge of the customary party authorities, of Comrade Trotsky's pamphlet The New Course, with an introduction hostile to the party and the CI. 2. That these actions show that Souvarin's conduct is governed by a petty bourgeois spirit which places personal feelings above party interests. 3. That this attitude on the part of a particularly responsible party comrade has brought confusion into the ranks of the CPF, and has indeed endangered party discipline as such. 4. That the explanations given by Comrade Souvarin do not mitigate the gravity of his breaches of discipline, which were repeated over many months, and that they bear witness to the same petty bourgeois cast of mind which characterized his entire attitude during the events which aroused such excitement in the party. The Commission therefore recommends to the ECCI 1. To agree to the request put forward by the CPF delegation to the 5th Congress to expel Comrade Souvarin. 2. To grant the French section of the CI the right to propose Souvarin's readmission at the 6th World Congress of the CI if, during the interval, he shows a loyal attitude to the party and the CI. Resolution of the 5th Comintern Congress on the Program of the Communist International July 8, 1924 Protocol, v. p. 1008 Bukharin reported on this question. He asked the Congress to accept a draft for discussion by the sections. The program was needed to train the party ideologically, to determine the Comintern's goal and the road to it, and to demonstrate and promote its international unity. A number of parties were showing 162 the Communist International signs of old Galeanism, Lassalleism, idealistic voluntarism. The revolutionary philosophy of Marxism must be clearly stated in the program. A German comrade had asserted that it was nonsense to talk of a labor aristocracy and surplus profits for German imperialism. High wages were paid because the workers had fought for them and increasing productivity made them possible. But if they discarded the theory of surplus profits and the corruption of the labor aristocracy, they would lose the theoretical basis for the fight against imperialism and the labor aristocracy. The program must also answer one of the communist charges of the Social Democrats, that revolution interrupted the continuity of production and exposed the workers to suffering and starvation. Revolution, like war, had its overhead costs, and one of them was the temporary destruction of productive forces. Bukharin and Thalheimer, who also reported on the program, discussed the value of war communism and the new economic policy introduced in Russia in 1921. War communism was a political measure, designed to break bourgeois resistance. NEP ensured the growth of productive forces. Maturity for revolution and maturity for socialism after the revolution were two different things. It was incorrect to think that NEP was something to be excused on the grounds of political expediency, a concession to the petty bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it was clear that NEP was the only policy which ensured the growth of the productive forces. War communism had been a necessary corrective required for the purposes of the direct struggle against the bourgeoisie. There was never a clear-cut case of only proletariat and only bourgeoisie. There were various intermediate stages and subordinate classes and forms of economy. In this mixture the proletariat must retain hegemony, and socialized industry must keep hegemony in economic life. Socialism could not be established at one stroke because of the existence of these intermediate forces. The transition period, in which they were gradually eliminated and replaced, was NEP. War communism represented the rational consumption of stocks in hand to guarantee victory in the Civil War. Thalheimer referred to the need to reformulate their position on the role of the party. As given in the Communist Manifesto, it was out of date. He also suggested that bourgeois projects for agrarian reform should not be opposed or passively accepted, but pushed forward in a revolutionary direction. For example, to bourgeois proposals for breaking up large estates they should add without compensation. In reporting back from the Commission later in the Congress, Bukharin stated that they had deleted the entire passage about the right to red intervention, etc., but not on theoretical grounds. 1. The Congress accepts the draft worked out by the Program Commission as a basis for discussion in the sections. 2. An editorial commission shall undertake the final editing of the draft in accordance with the decisions of the Commission. 3. The Congress instructs the Executive to appoint a standing Program Commission, which shall as soon as possible publish the draft together with the necessary explanatory material, take charge of its discussion within the International, and evaluate the results. July 1924 163-4. The final decision on the program shall be taken at the next Congress. The Fourth Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI. The Enlarged Executive met for 1 day, June 12, 1924, before the Fifth Comintern Congress opened, and for 2 days after it had ended, on 12 and July 13. On July 12 the Executive dealt with the work referred to it by the Congress. Manuelski reported for the Italian Commission. McManus reported that the Japanese Commission had been unable to work owing to a number of incidents, and the Japanese question was referred to the Presidium. The resolution submitted on behalf of the Bulgarian Commission was adopted unanimously, but does not appear to have been published. The resolution on Poland, adopted unanimously, confirmed the charge of right-wing deviations among the Polish communist leaders as shown in their attitude to the Russian opposition, to the disputes in the KPD, and to internal Polish affairs. They had systematically obstructed the Polish minority, which truly reflected Comintern policy. An extraordinary conference of the Polish party was to be called to correct the line and choose a new central committee. In the meantime the executive was to appoint a committee of 5 to take charge. The resolution on the question of the intellectuals was referred to the executive. The report of the Swedish Commission was given by Thullman. Höglund held the ECCI responsible for the split in the Norwegian party and resigned from that body, but in December 1923, after a conference between representatives of the ECCI and the Swedish party, he withdrew his resignation. The plenum adopted the resolution of the Swedish Commission against the 2 votes of Höglund and his followers, who described it as a catastrophe. Höglund, contrary to Comintern statutes, had called a Congress of the Swedish party without consulting the ECCI. Asked if he would cooperate in its executive, Höglund said that if the Swedish Central Committee thought it possible to continue on the lines of the resolution he would cooperate. The resolution amounted to a vote of no confidence in the Swedish party leaders, Samuelsson, for the Swedish minority, and Bukharin said that the Central Committee majority had always been anti-Comintern. Zinoviev suggested that, to avoid humiliating Höglund, the discussion and the resolution need not be published, but only circularized to the parties, if they were assured that the decision would be carried out. They did not wish to change the composition of the Central Committee, but to send an ECCI representative to see that Comintern decisions were carried out. The resolution was published. An ECCI resolution of August 11, 1924 warned Höglund for the last time. He had referred to the resolutions of the Fifth Congress as a Jesuit comedy. At the end of August he and his followers were condemned by the ECCI as renegades and enemies of communism. Although he carried with him a majority of the Swedish Central Committee, the opposing faction was led by Kihlbom and Samuelsson. Höglund took only a minority of the party with him when the split came. The plenum approved the formation in January 1924 of the Scandinavian Communist Federation, consisting of the Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, and Finnish. 164 The Communist International Communist Parties, with headquarters in Oslo. It was agreed to set up a standing Negro Commission, with representatives of the British, French, and Belgian parties, to organize propaganda among Negroes. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the Dawes Report July 1924 in Preaker, 4, 99, p. 1267, August 1, 1924. On May 1, 1924 the ECCI called a conference in Berlin of representatives of the German, French, Belgian, and Italian parties. The British were invited but did not attend. to discuss the Dawes Report and draw up a provisional program of action to fight the second and more cynical Versailles. The conference issued an appeal to the European proletariat to oppose the report, which meant the colonization of Germany and the enslavement of its working class. On June 24, 1924, a conference was held in Cologne of representatives of the French and German communist parties and revolutionary unions. The Dawes Plan, said the resolution adopted at the conference, was a scheme to organize world capitalism for the fight against the proletariat and against Russia. German capitalists would act as the slave drivers. It was agreed that the communist parliamentary fractions in both countries would oppose the report. On October 9, 1924, after the adoption of the Dawes Report, communist deputies from France, Germany, Britain, Belgium, Holland, Switzerland, Italy, and Czechoslovakia met in Cologne to coordinate action. The resolution adopted, which dealt with hours, wages, unemployment, etc., described the plan as an attack on working-class standards. A manifesto issued by the Comintern said that this attack could be met effectively only if the trade union movement were united. It was therefore essential to clear the reformist splitters out of the unions. To the proletarians of all countries. After 4 years of war and 6 years of fruitless conferences on the division of the spoils, the victorious imperialist robbers are planning to squeeze out of the German proletariat the profits of their robbery. American capital is once again joining the old European robber band. After 4 years of a fruitless reparations war, America, the most frightful and furious of the belligerents, is again entering the European scene. Once again the working millions are to be mowed down by the tanks of hunger and the poison gas of pacifist illusions. This is the new method of reparations policy. The old fascist war method, which culminated in the occupation of the Ruhr as a solution of the reparations problem and as a means of strengthening capitalism, did not stand the test. It frightened the invader with the specter of communism in Germany, brought down the franc, furthered the decline of world capitalism and the destruction of the European market, and so brought about an economic and to some extent even a political crisis in America. July 1, 1924, 165. The World War ended with the peaceful War of the Versailles Treaty, which was followed by the Ruhr War. After the Ruhr War, the peaceful war has begun again, this time in the form of a systematic, elaborate, considered squeezing of the German proletariat according to the Morgan Group plan, which goes by the name of the experts' report. Anglo-American capital needs Europe as a market, as a colony. With this in mind, finance capital thrusts the Labour government forward as a screen and turns to civilized and peaceful methods, recommended by the best experts, of throttling the proletariat. International social democracy, the trusted servant of the hangman, comes to their aid. 10 years ago it voted the war credits, everywhere it supported its national bourgeoisie, it supports the Versailles Treaty, dictated to the defeated peoples, and set its signature to it. In all countries it promotes efforts to restore capitalism at the expense of the proletariat. Only on the surface did it fight against the Versailles Treaty, against its robberies, against the Ruhr occupation. And now it is the first to sing the praises of the Morgan Group plan. This is being done in order to bind the revolution in the chains of pacifist democratic illusions. In every treachery to the working class, the Amsterdam International was a loyal ally of the Second International. Even its left wing did not utter a single word at the Vienna Congress about the need to liquidate Versailles. The Dawes Plan was subjected to formal criticism, but at the joint conference of the two internationals it was stated to be the only possible solution. What is French imperialism after? It wishes to establish the political and military hegemony of France on the European continent forever. It wants to perpetuate the Versailles Treaty. It wants to perpetuate the enslavement of the German proletariat. It wants to arm for a new war. It wants to squeeze the blood out of the veins of the German proletariat, and the marrow out of its bones, to ensure the payment of reparations. What is English imperialism after? It wants to frustrate and break French hegemony in its own interests. MacDonald is carrying out the program worked out by the conservative Baldwin for the construction of an air force, and reduces the old military budget by a few miserable pence. The Allies, France and England, can neither get on together nor part. For the present they are avoiding war, because neither has its armaments ready, and above all because America has not yet decided which of the two hostile imperialist groups it will support. Germany is to be turned into an international colony, a field of exploitation for the robbers of all countries. All the bourgeois German parties are wholly in favor of the experts' report. The London Conference imposes crushing taxes on German industry, but these are to be shunted to the last penny onto the German proletariat, the urban middle classes, and the working peasantry. That is why all the German bourgeois parties, 166 the Communist International, are in favor of the report and only seem to be carrying on a struggle against Entente capital. The Social Democrats and trade union bureaucrats, traders by profession, have again offered their services to world capital and are helping to establish the dictatorship of American imperialism throughout Europe. The London Conference means for the German proletariat a 12-hour day, the dismissal of half the railwaymen, a steep reduction in the number of public employees, work to the point of exhaustion, insane taxation, higher tariffs, higher fares and prices. The German workers will become the white slaves of democracy, coolies of pacifism, involuntary strike breakers for the whole world. The London Conference may lead to a new attempt to build an imperialist united front to exploit Soviet Russia and to introduce imperialist supervision of Germany's trade with Russia. Down with the International Stock Exchange and its branch, the Second International. Down with the Versailles Treaty. Statutes of the Agitation and Propaganda Department of the ECCI, August 1924, in Preker, 4, 107, p. 1381, August 15, 1924. The statutes were published over the signature of Bellicon. 1. The Agitation and Propaganda Department is an organ of the executive of the Comintern. Through this department the Executive Committee and its organs organize, unify, and guide the entire agitation and propaganda activities of the Comintern and its sections. 2. Task of the department: to organize the agitation and propaganda activity of the Comintern, to guide the corresponding activity of its sections, to bring uniformity into the activity of the sections by studying, systematizing, and generalizing the experiences of the sections. Structure of the department. 1. The general management of the department, in accordance with the instructions of the Executive Committee of the Comintern, is in the hands of the head of the department or his deputy. At least once a fortnight, if necessary more often, the head of the department shall convene a meeting of the Collegium, consisting of I. The heads of the sub-departments, 2. The heads of the Agitation and Propaganda Department and the Press Section of the CC of the RCP, or their representatives, 3. The head of the Organization Department of the CI Executive, as well as the head of the August 19, 167 Agitation and Propaganda Department of the Executive of the YCI, and a representative of the International Women's Secretariat. If necessary, representatives of other departments of the Secretariat, members of the Executive, and the rapporteurs for individual countries or groups of countries may be called in. 2. Important questions of agitation and propaganda work shall be discussed twice a year at meetings of the enlarged Collegium, which shall consist, in addition to those enumerated above, of representatives of all departments of the Comintern Secretariat and the heads of the Agitation and Propaganda Departments of the German, French, Czechoslovakian, Italian, and English sections, and possibly others. 3. The work of the department shall be divided among the following sub-departments. A. Sub-department for agitation. B. Sub-department for propaganda. C. Sub-department for press and publications. D. Sub-department to collate the experiences of the sections. 4. Other sub-departments and commissions may be set up if necessary, with the agreement of the executive. 2. Sub-department for agitation. The tasks of the sub-department for agitation are the following: A. To work over and carry out the political agitation tasks set by the Executive Committee, to popularize the idea and the slogans of the Comintern. B. To determine the general direction of the agitation work of the sections, to work out general directives, to take charge of and distribute material for particularly urgent political campaigns, c. to work out and communicate the methods, forms, and techniques of mass agitation. For this purpose the subdepartment draws up circulars and periodical instructions in close collaboration with the Subdepartment for Press and Publications. 3. Subdepartment for Propaganda 1. The tasks of the Subdepartment for Propaganda are the following: a. To make uniform, to systematize, and to guide party education work, propaganda of Marxism-Leninism. b. To work out the forms and methods of education work within the party. 168. The Communist International. c. To help draw up the material for education, curricula for party schools, lecture courses, Marxist reading circles. d. To work on questions concerning the school policy of communist parties and to give them political direction. e. To guide and supervise the cultural societies connected with the communist parties. 2. The Subdepartment for Propaganda pays special attention to the party life of the Comintern sections, devises measures to organize the theoretical forces of the communist parties, attends to the development of their theoretical and literary activity. 3. The Subdepartment for Propaganda shall promote the organization of party schools in the Comintern sections by working out programs and teaching plans. The Subdepartment shall set up a methodology commission to examine and work out the methods for the propaganda of Marxism-Leninism. The Subdepartment shall maintain the closest relations with the Marx-Engels Institute, the Lenin Institute, and the Communist Academy, as well as the Institute of Red Professors in Moscow, and shall utilize the results of the research of these institutes for the propaganda activities of the communist parties. 4. Subdepartment for Press and Publications 1. The tasks of the Press Subdepartment are: a. To guide and supervise the Communist Party press and publications, and to issue instructions for them. b. To guide the periodical and information organs of the Executive Committee of the Comintern, with the exception of those in the direct charge of the Presidium. c. To assign tasks to the periodical press of the sections in matters concerning agitation and propaganda, to inform the workers' press about the Soviet Union, and the Russian Party. Press about the activities of the Comintern and its sections. 2. The Subdepartment for Press and Publications shall work out plans and material for agitation campaigns in conjunction with the Subdepartment for Agitation. 3. Arrangements for non-periodical publications shall be dealt with by the Press and Publications Subdepartment in conjunction with the Subdepartment for Propaganda. 4. The Press and Publications Subdepartment shall use for translation work the general machinery of the Comintern Secretariat. August 1924 169. V. General Regulations 1. All circulars of the Agitation and Propaganda Department shall be approved by the Secretariat or the Executive before being issued. The most important documents, as well as documents on special questions which have general political significance, must also be signed by one of the secretaries. 2. The Agitation and Propaganda Department takes part through its representatives in all the agitation and propaganda work of the Profintern, the International Peasants' Council, the Women's Secretariat of the Comintern, the Youth International, the Cooperative International, etc. 3. The Agitation and Propaganda Department shall take steps to enlarge the Comintern Secretariat Library. ECCI Manifesto on China, September 4, 1924 in Preker, 4, 117, p. 1538, September 9, 1924. In the summer of 1924 a body called the Merchants' Volunteers, armed and financed by the local compradors in association with British commercial undertakings, challenged KMT control of Canton. On August 10 a boatload of arms destined for the volunteers was seized by the KMT authorities. On August 26 the British Consul General threatened naval intervention if the volunteers were attacked. Protests from Sun Yat-sen to the League of Nations and to Ramsay MacDonald remained unanswered. In October the KMT forces disarmed the volunteers, the British took no action. The ECCI in collaboration with the RILU Bureau started a Hands-Off China Society in the summer of 1924, with branches in a number of countries. The British government, which is a Labour Party government with a leader of the Second International at its head, is preparing armed intervention in South China with the object of overthrowing the government of the Chinese National Revolutionary Kuomintang Party. The consul of the British Labour government has transmitted a note to the Chinese national government, according to imperialist custom. The note threatens the Chinese population with shooting if the Chinese national government defends itself against the revolt of the merchants, who were aided and provided with munitions from the British port of Hong Kong. The leader of the revolt is a Chinese merchant, an agent of the Shanghai Hong Kong Bank, which belongs to British shipping interests. Before the eyes of the entire world, of the international revolutionary workers' movement, the MacDonald government is destroying the basis of the national liberation movement of the long-suffering Chinese people. Sun Yat-sen, the tried leader of China's Revolutionary Party, who overthrew the despotic Manchu dynasty in 1911 and is now head of the 170 the Communist International Government of South China, has stated with full justice that the imperialists have assumed the role of the fallen feudal despotism. The imperialism of the pacifist democratic MacDonald does not serve Chinese interests, but only those of the English financial system and the Chinese feudal counter-revolution which has tormented China for more than a century. Comrades, American imperialism is taking the offensive against North China, while English imperialism advances against South China. Herriot's French government is sending warships from Saigon to Tientsin and Shanghai. The lesser imperialists are attaching themselves to these stronger powers. Thus world imperialism has organized a conspiracy against the Chinese liberation movement, against the working masses of China, which is being put into operation by the MacDonald government. The ink has not yet dried on the MacDonald-Herriot Declaration at the London Conference, which proclaimed the opening of an era of peace and disarmament, and already these governments are sending warships to massacre the working millions of China. Workers of England, you cannot allow British imperialists to shoot down, in your name, Chinese revolutionaries, as they did in the summer in Hankow and Yangtsekiang, when English hangmen shot the leaders of the Railwaymen's Union and the dock workers. You cannot allow a government which calls itself a Labour government to encourage feudal reaction in order that British banks and British colonizers can get their profits more easily. Comrades, English workers, you must make the Trade Union Congress now meeting in Hull intervene to stop the bloodbath in China. You must raise a mighty protest against armed intervention in South China and stay the hand of the imperialists who are training their guns on the center of the Chinese National Revolutionary Movement. Long live the Chinese National Revolutionary Movement. Down with the imperialism of MacDonald and Herriot. Instructions from the ECCI to the CPGB on the conduct of the CPGB in the British general election of October 1924. October 10, 1924. Command 2682, p. 48. The instructions were accompanied by the following letter from Kyo Sinan, of the ECCI Secretariat, herewith a copy of the instructions adopted by the Executive today, which have already been sent you by cable. We are also sending you the speeches of Comrades Zinoviev and Bukharin at today's session of the Presidium. The instructions given in these speeches should also be considered as instructions from the Executive to your party. October 1924 171. We expect that you will energetically carry through the election campaign already begun. In particular, we want to emphasize the importance of immediately issuing your weekly paper as a daily newspaper. It is the opinion of the Secretariat that your party should take advantage of the election campaign in order to transform the Workers' Weekly into a permanent daily. We know that this demands the greatest efforts on the part of the British Communist Party and great self-sacrifice on the part of the sympathetic working class masses, but it is not impossible. Conscious of the great historical importance of your fight, we wish you every luck, and for our part will of course give you our help. The 1924 conference of the Labour Party had voted by 4 million against 200,000 not to accept Communist Party affiliation, and by a smaller majority that no Communist was to be endorsed as a Labour Party candidate in elections. It also voted that members of the Communist Party were not eligible for individual membership of the Labour Party. To the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Great Britain, the Executive sends the following instructions for the election: Sharp criticism in principle of the conduct of the MacDonald government. The imperialist character of the government should be unmasked. A bitter fight should be carried on against MacDonald's policy in China, India, and Egypt. Against the League of Nations. Against the danger of war and naval policy. Against the economic exploitation and national oppression of the Irish working class by the English bourgeoisie. A sharp fight should be conducted for the acceptance of the Communist Party of Great Britain into the Labour Party. The adoption of bourgeois politicians as Labour candidates and the rejection of old working class leaders should be criticised. Active agitation should be conducted against the ILP. In general, we support Labour candidates. Certain candidates should be put forward where this will not help the bourgeois candidates. The appeals for support of the Labour candidates should contain a sharp fundamental criticism. Slogans for the election campaign for the Anglo-Russian Treaty. Not His Majesty's Labour government but a real workers' government. Down with the Dawes Report. Put the Workers' Charter into effect. £4 per week for every unemployed worker. 172 The Communist International a 6-hour day. For international trade union unity. The fraternization of soldiers and workers. Soldiers should not shoot upon workers on strike. Votes for soldiers and sailors. Instructions for conducting the campaign. Every candidate should distribute and sign Campbell's appeal. Campbell should issue another manifesto to the soldiers and sailors. Roy should be put forward as candidate. If possible, he should be brought into the election campaign. Send him a telegram. During the elections the Workers' Weekly should come out daily. Further instructions follow. Representatives of the German, French, and Chinese workers will take part in the election campaign. Invitations have been sent from here. The Georgian trade unions will send an appeal to the British trade unions. A manifesto from the German, French, and British parties to the British proletariat follows by the next post. Extracts from the model statutes for a communist party drafted by the Organization Department of the ECCI January 1925 in Preaker, v. 17, p. 212, January 29, 1925. This draft was discussed and accepted unanimously at the organization conference called by the Orgbureau of the ECCI, which met at the same time as the Fifth Enlarged Plenum. The resolutions of the organization conference were ratified by the ECCI in April and published in May. The ECCI report to the Sixth Comintern Congress stated that from the middle of 1925 the sections had begun to revise their statutes under the guidance of the organization department. A great deal of resistance had been encountered, but for most European countries the work had been completed. In the colonial and Latin American countries it had only just begun. The name of the party 1. The Communist Party is a section of the Communist International and is called Communist Party of Dash, section of the Communist International. 2. Party membership. 2. Membership is open to those who accept the program and statutes of the Communist International and the Communist Party. The membership of a primary unit of the party consists of those who take an active part in its work, submit to all decisions of the Comintern and the party, and pay their membership dues regularly. January 1925 173-3. Acceptance of new members is effected through the party cell, and must be confirmed by the area or district committee. 3. Party structure. 6. Like all sections of the Comintern, the Communist Party is built up on the basis of democratic centralism. Its chief principles are, a. Party organs, both lower and higher, are elected at aggregate meetings of the party membership, at conferences and at congresses. b. Periodical reporting by party organs to their electors. c. Binding recognition of the decisions of higher party organs by lower, strict party discipline, and prompt and precise execution of decisions of the ECCI and leading party organs. Party questions shall be discussed by the membership only until the question is decided by the appropriate party organ. When a decision has been taken by a Comintern Congress, a party congress, or a leading party organ, it must be unconditionally carried out, even when part of the membership or some local organizations do not agree with the decision. 7. In conditions of illegality, it is permissible for higher party organs to decide the composition of the lower, as well as to co-opt members, subject to ratification by higher organs. 8. On local questions, party organizations are autonomous, within the framework of Comintern and party decisions. 9. The highest instance of any party organization is the aggregate membership meeting of that organization, the conference, or the congress. 10. The aggregate meeting, conference, or congress elects the leadership, which serves as the leading organ between such meetings and carries out the current work of the organization. 11. The outline structure of the party is as follows. A. For the entire national territory, Party Congress Central Committee. B. For the territory of a district, District Conference District Committee. C. For the territory of a sub-district, Sub-District Conference Sub-District Committee. D. For the territory of part of a town, Area Conference Area Committee. E. For a small town, village, etc., Local Cell Conference, Village Cell Conference, or Local Aggregate, Village Aggregate, Local Committee. F. For individual factories, offices, shops, estates, streets, etc., Cell Meeting Cell Committee. 12. To carry out special party tasks, party committees set up special departments, e.g. for organization, agitation, propaganda, trade unions. 174. The Communist International Women, etc. These departments are subordinate to the party committee and work on its instructions. 4. The Cell 13. The primary organization of the party, its foundation, is the factory cell, in factory, mine, workshop, office, etc., to which all party members working at that place must belong. It must have at least 3 members. 14. In factories in which there are only 1 or 2 party members, they shall be attached to the nearest factory cell. Note, party members who do not work in a factory, etc. shall, as a rule, be attached to factory cells in their neighborhood, otherwise they form street cells. 15. The cell is the organization which connects the party with the workers and small peasants. The functions of the cell are to carry out party work among the non-party working masses by means of systematic communist agitation and propaganda, to recruit new members, distribute party literature, issue a factory newspaper, conduct cultural and educational work among the party members and workers in the factory, to work persistently and uninterruptedly to win all official positions in the factory, to intervene in all industrial conflicts and demands by the employees, to explain them from the standpoint of the revolutionary class struggle, to win the leadership in all struggles of the employees by persistent and unflagging work. 16. To conduct its current work, the cell elects a committee, consisting of 3 to 5 members. The committee is responsible for the work of the cell. V. The local group. 17. The local group consists of the cells in a given area. 18. At least half of the local committee must be members of factory cells. The committee elects a responsible secretary or chairman. The committee is responsible for the work of the group. It is in charge of fraction work in the area. 19. As a rule, a local aggregate membership meeting is held once a month. 6. Area organization. 20. The highest party instance within the town area is the area committee, elected by the area conference. The basis of representation at the area conference is decided by the district committee. 21. The area committee carries out the decisions of higher party bodies and guides the entire party work of the area. It convenes an area conference at least once a quarter. The area committee chooses an area secretary in consultation with the district committee. January 1925, 175-22. The area conference is attended by delegates from the cells. It receives and approves the reports of the area committee, and elects the area committee. 23. The area committee is in charge of fraction work in the area. 7. The sub-district organization. 24. The Subdistrict Committee is elected by the Subdistrict Conference. The basis of representation at the conference is determined by the District Committee. 25. The Subdistrict Committee guides all party work in its area. It convenes a subdistrict conference at least twice a year. The secretary is selected in consultation with the District Committee. 26. Cell delegates attend the Subdistrict Conference, which receives and approves the reports of the Subdistrict Committee, and elects the Subdistrict Committee. 27. In the town in which the Subdistrict Committee has its seat, party work is conducted by the committee. 28. Fraction work in the subdistrict is in the charge of the Subdistrict Committee. 8. District Organization. 29. The highest party instance in a district is the District Conference, which meets twice a year. Extraordinary conferences may be convened by the District Committee at the request of half the party organizations in the district or of the Central Committee. The District Conference receives reports from the District Committee and the District Audit Commission, and elects the District Committee and the District Audit Commission. 30. The District Committee is the highest party organ in the district in the period between district conferences. It must consist in part of factory workers, and include representatives from the chief towns of the district and other important centers. It determines how often it shall meet in plenary session, but this shall be at least once a month. The District Committee elects a bureau to conduct current work. The number of members on the committee and the bureau is determined by the party center. The District Committee also elects a district secretary, subject to confirmation by the center. The secretary must have been a party member for at least 3 years. Exceptions can be made with the consent of the center. 31. The District Conference elects an audit commission, whose function it is to check the entire administration and finances of the district, and any district party enterprises. 32. The District Committee carries out the decisions of the Central Committee and is obliged to set up special bodies to deal with various tasks. 176. The Communist International, organization, agitation, propaganda, trade unions, work among peasants, women, etc. These bodies shall as a rule be in the charge of a member of the District Committee, and shall carry out their work under the direction of the District Committee. The District Committee, in agreement with the CC, appoints the editorial board of the district party paper. The District Committee is in charge of all party work within the district. It is responsible for its work to the District Conference and the CC, to which it is obliged to send written reports about its work every month. 33. The town in which the District Committee has its seat has no party committee of its own. The work is done by the District Committee. 9. The Party Conference. 34. The Party Conference meets as a rule twice a year. The basis of representation and the composition of the conference are decided by the center. The district representatives are chosen by the District Committee. The center may call in individual party workers to the conference meetings, with consultative voice. 35. Decisions of party conference enter into force after ratification by the CC. 36. The party conference may elect the delegation to World Congresses of the Comintern if it is held immediately before the World Congress. The Party Congress. 37. The Party Congress is the highest party instance and is as a rule convened once a year by the Central Committee in agreement with the Executive Committee of the Comintern. Extraordinary congresses may be convened by the CC either on its own initiative or on the initiative of the ECCI, or at the request of at least 1/2 of the total membership represented at the previous Congress. An extraordinary Congress cannot, however, be held without the consent of the ECCI. The convening of the Congress, as well as its agenda, must be notified to the members at least 1 month in advance. The Congress will be entitled to take decisions if at least 1/2 of the total membership is represented. The basis of representation at the Congress is decided either by the Central Committee or by the Party Conference held before the Congress. 38. The Party Congress, A, receives the report of the CC and the Central Audit Commission, B, decides questions of the party program, c. takes decisions on all political, tactical, and organizational questions, d. elects the CC and the Central Audit Commission, etc. 39. The Party Congress is composed of delegates, who must be elected by the district conferences. In conditions of illegality, the election of Dele. January 1925, 177 gates may as an emergency measure be replaced, with the consent of the ECCI, by the appointment of delegates by the district committee. The Congress may also with the consent of the ECCI be replaced by a party conference. 11. The Central Committee. 40. The CC is the highest party organ between party congresses. It represents the party vis-a-vis other party institutions, sets up various party organs, guides the entire political and organizational work, appoints the editorial board of the central organ, which works under its guidance and control, organizes and directs those undertakings which are of importance to the party as a whole, distributes the forces of the party, and manages the party's finances. The CC is in charge of the work of fractions within those organizations which have a national character. 41. The number of members in the Central Committee is determined by the Party Congress. 42. The CC elects from among its members a political bureau to take charge of political work, an organization bureau to conduct the organizational work, and a secretariat, or secretary, for current work. The CC further appoints the heads of the different departments. These should if possible be members of the CC. Note, Para 42 applies only to the larger parties. In smaller parties it is enough for the CC to choose a presidium. 12. The Central Audit Commission. 45. The Party Congress elects a Central Audit Commission to take charge of the party's finances, keep its books, and supervise all the party's business affairs. 13. Party Discipline. 46. The strictest party discipline is the highest duty of all party members and all party organizations. Decisions of the CI, the Party Congress, the Party Center, and all the higher party bodies must be carried out promptly and precisely. All questions which provoke differences of opinion may be freely discussed so long as no decision has been reached on them. 47. A breach of party discipline involves punitive measures by the relevant party body. In regard to organizations, the following punitive measures may be employed: reprimand, dismissal, and appointment of a provisional committee to exercise the functions of the dismissed body until a conference is convened, dissolution of the organization and re-registration of its members. In regard to individual members, the following: 178. The Communist International measures will be taken: party reprimand, public reprimand, dismissal from post, expulsion for a stated period, final expulsion. 49. The question of the expulsion of a member from the party is proposed by a meeting of the party organization concerned, CEL, to the party committee above it. The decision on exclusion enters into force when ratified by the district committee. Appeals may be made up to the highest party instance. While confirmation of expulsion is pending, the member concerned must be withdrawn from party work. Expulsions are as a rule to be published in the party press. 14. Party finances. 50. The funds of a party organization are derived from members' dues, special collections, returns on party enterprises, contributions from higher party bodies, etc. 51. Membership dues should account for not less than % of party income. The rate of dues is decided by the Party Congress or Party Center. 52. Those members of the party who, without sufficient cause, fail to pay their dues for 3 months are to be regarded as expelled from the party. The meeting of the CEL concerned is to be informed. 15. Fractions. 53. In all non-party organizations of workers and peasants, trade unions, cooperatives, educational associations, sports leagues, factory committees, committees of the unemployed, municipal councils, parliaments, congresses, conferences, etc., in which there are at least 2 communists, a communist fraction must be organized to increase the influence of the party, and to put communist policy into effect in the non-party environment. 54. Fractions are the organs of the party in non-party organizations. They are not independent bodies, but are subordinate to the appropriate party committee. In regard to its internal affairs and to its current work, the fraction is autonomous. Should differences arise between the fraction and the committee is obliged to discuss the question afresh with representatives of the fraction, and to reach a conclusion which must be unconditionally obeyed by the fraction. On appeal by the fraction, the question is finally decided by the next higher committee. Pending the appeal, the fraction must carry out the decision of the committee. 55. When discussing questions referring to the work of a fraction, the committee must invite a representative of the fraction to take part, with consultative voice. January 1, 925 I-7956. Communist fractions elect their leadership. The choice must be ratified by the relevant party committee. Fraction leaders are responsible to the committee for the work of the fraction. The committee is entitled to attach members to the fraction leadership. 57. For all important posts in the organizations in which fractions are active, candidates will be put forward by the fraction in agreement with the appropriate party committee. The transfer of individual comrades from one fraction to another is effected in the same way. 58. Every question to be decided by the body in which the fraction is working must be discussed in advance by the fraction as a whole or by its leadership. On every question about which the fraction has taken a decision, the members of the fraction must, in the meeting of the organization concerned, speak and vote as one. Disciplinary measures will be taken against any fraction member who infringes this rule. Extracts from the draft rules for the organization of agitation and propaganda work by the sections of the Comintern, submitted by the Agitprop Department of the ECCI March 1925 and Preker, v. 34, p. 514, March 12, 1925. In endorsing these rules at its meeting on April 3, the ECCI emphasized the need for ideological training of the party membership. Its resolution said, in part, the enlarged executive, while directing the attention of all sections to the decisions of the Agitprop conference held in connection with the executive meeting, underlines the following current tasks in this field. 1. An end must be put to the passive attitude of sections hitherto towards the question of the party training of the entire party membership. 2. For the theoretical training of the basic party cadres, every party center must establish a central party school, with a 2 to 9 months course, according to the practical possibilities. The Agitprop Department of the ECCI must promote and support these schools in every way. 3. The enlarged executive approves the plan to organize international party courses in Moscow, and instructs the Presidium to see that work begins in this school in the autumn of the present year. 6. The steadily growing interest of the broad working masses in the economic and cultural life of the Soviet Union, and the continuing campaign of calumny in the bourgeois and reformist press, make it necessary to devote special attention to supplying correct and comprehensive information about conditions in the Soviet Union. All sections are obliged to maintain the closest contact through their Agitprop departments with the Agitprop Department of the ECCI. Speaking at the Agitprop conference, Bukharin underlined the importance of theoretical training for future practical activities, and the need to raise the 180 the Communist International theoretical level of the party press. The English party press was best at dealing with its own local problems. He could not say that the British or American party press showed deviations, because there was no theory at all in their journals. At the same meeting on April 3 a resolution was passed on the tasks of the communist press, which should carry party propaganda into the factories. The press was to be intelligible to the broadest masses. Information about the USSR was a powerful propaganda weapon and should receive special attention. Lies in the bourgeois and reformist press were to be answered promptly. Since the experience of one country could be useful, both as warning and as lesson, to other countries, sections were to report regularly on their propaganda work, and assign members to collect and study reports. A. Central Committee 1. For the unified conduct of party agitation and propaganda work in all its forms, verbal as well as printed, every section of the Comintern, regardless of the party's influence or the political conditions in which it works, must have an agitprop department attached to its central committee. 2. Instructed by the CC of the party, the agitprop department works out the entire plan of party agitation and propaganda in their various branches, and supervises the execution by all local party organizations of Congress and CC decisions concerned with these questions. 3. The CC appoints one of its members to take charge of the work of this department. 4. The head of the department works with an agitprop commission, consisting of 4 to 8 members appointed by the CC, the head acting as chairman. The commission carries out all preliminary work on general agitprop questions, drafts the plan of work for the department. The commission meets regularly, at least once a week. 5. In order to maintain contact with other departments of the CC, and with organizations related to the Communist Party, and to bring uniformity into their work, representatives of the Organization Department of the CC, of the Women's Secretariat, of the Young Communist League, of the Red Sports Organization, the International Red Aid, and others will be attached to the Commission. Care should be taken in appointing the Commission to see that comrades concerned with educational work in the trade unions and cooperatives are included. 6. In allocating functions within the Agitprop Commission, the department should bear in mind the following 3 chief spheres of work: a. Agitation work among the masses, b. Work concerned with propaganda or party education, c. The political periodical press. The Commission may set up special subcommissions to coordinate the work in these 3 fields. Their composition, and the choice of a responsible head of each. March 1925 181 Subcommission, is determined by the Agitprop Commission and must be ratified by the CC of the party. They may include comrades who are not members of the Agitprop Commission. 7. In sections which have not yet developed very far, it is enough to form a small agitprop department, consisting of a head of department and a commission of 3, including the head, without any subcommissions. A subcommission for the press should be set up only where the party press is already well developed or where good opportunities are open for our comrades in the trade union press. 8. It is desirable that 2 or 3 leading party members should receive regular pay for this work, so that they can devote all their time to it. 9. The entire work of the Agitprop department of the CC must be carried out on the basis of a thorough study of the working experience of all local party organizations. If it issues a circular or directives, the department must see that the instructions really are carried out. 10. About twice a year the CC should call a meeting to discuss general questions of the Agitprop department, or its subsections, to be attended by members of the department and the Agitprop leaders of the most important district and local committees, as well as the Agitprop organizers of the 3 to 5 largest factory cells. B. District Committees 11. Agitprop departments shall also be attached to the district committees, on the same lines as the CC department, but on a smaller scale. See Local Committees 12. One member of the Presidium or Bureau of the local committee must be appointed to take charge of the entire agitation and propaganda work of the area, for which he is responsible to the local committee. 13. For all the preparatory work there will be an Agitprop department consisting of the leader mentioned in Para 12 and a commission of 5 to 7 members. One of these must be a member well versed in the theory of Marxism-Leninism, who will be in charge of all propaganda, party education, work in the area. At the meetings of this commission the cell Agitprop organizers shall report on their work and take part in discussing and deciding general questions of the commission's work. 15. All decisions of the Agitprop Commission which have a general character must be endorsed by the Presidium or Bureau of the local committee. 17. At least once every 2 months the committee shall call a meeting of the secretaries and Agitprop organizers of the factory cells and area party committees, to hear the report of the department and discuss Agitprop work. 182 The Communist International 18. The Agitprop department of the local committee must send regular reports to the Central Party Agitprop department. E. Factory cells 22. From the very beginning of the work to organize factory cells, it is necessary to give great attention to the agitation and propaganda work of the cell among the working masses of the factory. One member of the cell shall be appointed agitprop organizer to take charge of the work and supervise the execution of all decisions. 23. It is the job of the agitprop organizer to a. Draw up a list of members of the group suitable for agitprop work, b. Organize a group to study the party program and party tactics, c. Organize individual agitation among non-party workers, in the first place those who sympathize with the party, d. Organize agitation meetings, e. Organize party participation at meetings called by trade unions and other bodies, f. Organize the distribution of party literature, etc. Telegram from Zinoviev to the Kuomintang on the death of Sun Yat-sen, March 14, 1925 in Preker, v. 36, p. 543, March 17, 1925. Zinoviev's telegram was in reply to one from the Kuomintang announcing Sun Yat-sen's death and ending, "We are convinced that you, as true pupils of Lenin, will fight together with us, the heirs of Sun Yat-sen." An article by Zinoviev on the dead Chinese leader said that, though not a communist, he was a great revolutionary leader. His watchwords of nationalism, democracy, and socialism, the usual rendering of the three principles is nationalism, people's rights, and people's livelihood, reflected the backward social conditions of his country. Unlike Gandhi, whose policy was tantamount to a surrender to imperialist oppression, Sun Yat-sen hated the imperialists who had subdued his country. The Russian Revolution can be proud of the great influence it has exercised on the national liberation movement of the Eastern peoples. At the same time, the ECCI published a manifesto to the masses of China calling on them to rally more closely around the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, and to fight all those who would compromise with the imperialists. In the autumn of 1925, the Sun Yat-sen University was opened in Moscow. It was directed first by Radek, then by Pavel Mif. Of its 147 Chinese students, about 20% were members of the Communist Party, the rest of the Kuomintang. It was more predominantly Chinese in character than the Communist University of Toilers of the East, of which Vasiliev, in an article celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, wrote, "The whole world knows of the existence in Moscow of the March 1925 183 Communist University of Toilers of the East. Its students occupied and occupy many of the responsible posts of the Chinese Revolution. There are many such Moscow agents now in the capitalist and colonial countries. The news of Sun Yat-sen's death will be received with sorrow by thoughtful workers throughout the world. Sun Yat-sen died at the moment when his life's work was beginning to bear fruit. Slowly but surely the movement of the revolutionary proletariat is growing stronger, and is uniting with the national emancipation movements of the oppressed peoples against imperialism, which will only be successful if they develop hand in hand with the international proletariat fighting against imperialism. The national emancipation movement of the Chinese people is of the greatest world historical importance. With the utmost attention the Communist International follows the struggle of the Chinese people. It knows that the Chinese working class, which has only just begun to tread the path of history, has a great future before it. Faithful to Lenin's legacy, the Communist International teaches the workers of all countries to support all the forces of the national revolutionary movement of the Eastern peoples, particularly in China. The executive of the Communist International will do everything in its power to explain to the broad working masses of all countries the significance of Sun Yat-sen's work. It is convinced that all sections of the Communist International will give support to the Kuomintang Party, which will carry Sun Yat-sen's cause to a successful end, and it does not doubt that the Communist Party in China, too, which is cooperating with the Kuomintang Party, will be equal to the great historical tasks confronting it. The independence and freedom of the Chinese people will be secured, despite all the efforts of imperialism. To the eternal memory of Sun Yat-sen. Long live the workers and peasants of China. The fifth enlarged plenum of the ECCI, 2 articles published at the time the session opened, one by Stalin and one by Zinoviev, suggested that while the situation in Germany and Europe had achieved a certain stability, the situation in the world as a whole, and particularly in the East, was objectively revolutionary. Stalin wrote that the revolutionary movements of the Western proletariat and the colonial peoples had to be brought closer together, and the working class and peasantry drawn in to support the Soviet Union, because to preserve and strengthen the Soviet Union is to accelerate the victory of the working class over the world bourgeoisie. The session met from March 21 to April 6, 1925. There were 244 delegates representing 34 sections, and including 32 members and 5 candidate members. 184 the Communist International of the ECCI. Of the total, 104 had voting powers. The affairs of most of the parties came up for discussion. The resolution approving the ECCI report was passed unanimously. It stated that events had confirmed the correctness of die analysis made at the Fifth Congress, called for a more vigorous campaign for trade union unity, which undermines the influence of the trade union leaders, and recommended the Bolshevization of all sections. Zinoviev, reporting on the international situation, said the center of gravity of the Second International had shifted from Germany to Britain, and perhaps the central revolutionary focus too, as a result of Britain's loss of power to America, the revolts in the colonies, and the militancy of the British working class. In an article on the opening of the plenum he had said that the British Party was now progressing on the right lines. The time is not far off when it will be clear to everybody that this fact alone gives the Comintern tremendous strength. He criticized sharply those, Trotsky and Radek, who overemphasized the significance and durability of the Anglo-American rapprochement and thus hinted at the possibility that Anglo-American superimperialism would eliminate contradictions in Europe. England's deteriorating economic position was destroying the basis of the old labor aristocracy. Our entire trade union campaign arose historically in connection with the conditions which developed in the English labor movement. The consolidation of the trade union left wing, and the influence of the minority movement had led to Anglo-Russian trade union cooperation. Lozovsky also spoke on this question. Since the Fifth Congress, he said, there had been the Tug delegation's visit to Russia. Long extracts from its report were reproduced in a special number of Inpriker, and the negotiations between the British and Russian unions and the IFTU. He repeated Zinoviev's warning against treating the unity campaign as a mere maneuver, or alternatively of advocating it at any price, which would be prejudicial to their fight against reformism and encourage the tendency towards liquidating the revolutionary unions and even the RILU. There was no question of unconditional unity. The reformist demand to dissolve the RILU was unacceptable. That could happen only after unity had been achieved. Purcell, Bramley, and Tillet, of the TUC General Council, attended the 6th Congress of Russian Trade Unions in October 1924, while Russian delegates had attended the British Trade Union Congress in Hull in September. It was at these meetings that the decision to form an Anglo-Russian Trade Union Unity Committee was taken, and endorsed by the TUC and the ARCHU, All-Russian Central Committee of Trade Unions, in April of the following year. Manuelsky wrote at the time that this presented the CPGB with wonderful opportunities. The resolution on trade union unity passed by the plenum on April 1, 1925 contained the following passage: the enlarged session of the ECCI attaches immense importance to the rapprochement between the English and Soviet trade unions, in which it sees a pledge that the international unity of the trade union movement is beginning to assume practical shape. The enlarged executive welcomes the activities of the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Conference and calls on workers of all countries, without distinction of political belief, to support resolutely and energetically the formation of the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union bloc, and to fight untiringly for the re-establishment of unity in the international trade. March-April 1925 185 Union Movement. The IFTU Council had in February 1925 rejected by 13-6 a British proposal for an unconditional conference between the IFTU and the Russian unions, and by 14-5 agreed to invite the Russian unions once more to affiliate to the IFTU. On United Front tactics, Kosinin said they had to consider the possibility that for a time the Social Democratic leaders will go along with us, but in our United Front tactics we must always fight them, expose them, and defeat them. On a workers' and peasants' government, he said, "To us of course the slogan is a pseudonym for the proletarian dictatorship and nothing else. But for the masses, the backward masses who stand aside, it is not that. They are not mature enough to fight for the proletarian dictatorship, and that is why we need the slogan." He referred to the charge made by Thalheimer and Krabik, Czechoslovakia, that the Russian leaders of the Comintern wanted to get rid of the independent people in the leadership of the Western parties in order to be able to control those parties directly from Moscow, and that the decision as to who was to be left in the leadership and who got rid of was determined by their attitude towards Trotsky at the Fifth Congress. These independent communists, said Kosinin, were opportunists who were really fighting the Comintern, and what they called Russian was really revolutionary. Krabik was also attacked by Zinoviev as Radek's deputy for asserting that there was a regime of terror in the party. He had nearly split the Czechoslovak party. The affairs of the Balkan parties also came up for discussion. In July 1924 the Balkan Communist Federation, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Romania, Greece, had moved its headquarters to Moscow. Disputes within the federation, which were at times very bitter, reflected the preoccupations of Soviet foreign policy. Greece was a tool of Britain, Yugoslavia, and Romania tools of France. Romania moreover had seized part of Russian territory. Bulgaria was not a client of the Entente and had no territorial disputes with Russia. The Bulgarian leaders, furthermore, had been closely associated with the Russian revolutionary movement in the past, and it was therefore on all grounds natural for them to be given the leadership of the Balkan Federation. To strengthen their position, Bulgarian revisionist claims, against Greece, Romania, and Yugoslavia, were endorsed by the Comintern. The other parties in the federation resented Bulgarian domination. One section of the Greek party broke away in protest against the endorsement of Bulgarian claims to Macedonia and Thrace, and at the enlarged plenum the Yugoslavs, who had unsuccessfully contested Comintern and Bulgarian communist policy, which implied the virtual dissolution of the Yugoslav state, at the Fifth Congress, were vigorously attacked by Kolarov and Stalin. They had openly criticized Bulgarian CP policy at the time of the Tsankov coup, and their opposition at the enlarged executive was followed by a severe purge of the party's ranks. Bordiga's position in the Italian party had created difficulties. He had been invited to attend the plenum but had refused. Skoximaro said he had great influence in the party and the working class, but he refused to change his ideas in accordance with the changing situation. They were absolute. He thus deprived the Italian party, by his abstract schematism, of any possibility of maneuver and condemned it to passivity. He and his followers had refused to work in the 186th the Communist International Central Committee, and their attitude could be interpreted only as a belief in the political degeneration of the party and the Comintern. The resolution on the Italian Communist Party was largely an attack on Bordiga for his failure to support the program of action approved by the Fifth Congress, and for his support of Trotsky. It claimed progress for the Italian party, and attributed this to the abandonment of Bordiga's policy. The writings of Graziadei, a professor of economics who, with Lukács, had been attacked at the Fifth Congress for revisionism, were said to represent the right-wing danger in the Italian party, but this danger was less than the danger from the ultra-lefts. The report on the French Communist Party was given by Trained, who said that membership had increased from 50,000 to 75,000, the parliamentary fraction and the central press had now been brought under the leadership of the Central Committee, their links with the revolutionary movements in the colonies were still weak. Simard asked whether Trotsky had authorized Rosmer and Minut to quote him in their struggle against the party, and whether he sympathized with them. In a letter to the Central Committee of the Russian Party, Trotsky wrote that the struggle in the French party arose partly from the reactions in France to the discussion in the Russian party. Rosmershenminet's expulsion had been ratified by the Fifth Comintern Congress. Had he taken part in the Congress discussion, he would have opposed their expulsion. When, later, he read their journal Revolution Proletarienne, he concluded that their expulsion was justified. He rejected their defense of his position. Though excluded, they should have behaved like good soldiers of the revolution, and thus found their way, sooner or later, back to their place in the CPF. The American delegation was, as usual, sharply divided. The majority of the Central Committee, led by Foster and Cannon, disappointed by their failure to make headway in La Follette's Farmer Labour Party, argued that the policy of trying to form a Labour Party on the British model was opportunist, and wanted to concentrate on capturing the unions. The minority, led by Ruthenberg and Lovestone, disagreed, and were supported by the ECCI. The Workers' Party, said the resolution, drafted by a commission composed of Bukharin, Zetkin, and Kusenin, should not proceed immediately to the formation of a Labour Party, but should try to get support for the idea among the unions. The United States had temporarily overcome the economic crisis, at the expense of the workers and small farmers. The working class, though not revolutionary, was becoming more class-conscious. The politically inexperienced masses followed the La Follette Party, which acted as a capitalist safety valve. The party's organization by language groups, of which there were 13, each tending to concentrate on special interests, was incompatible with Bolshevik principles of organization. The party was urged to double its membership, and quadruple its American, i.e. not foreign-born, membership, and develop the Trade Union Educational League into an active left-wing trade union opposition. The differences dividing the party, which had led to the formation in many cities of two separate local party organizations, were to be settled by a commission, to meet before its next, fourth, Congress, with equal representation for both sides and a neutral chairman. The new Central Committee should give 13 seats to the majority, 8 to the minority. Both sides agreed to the resolution. March-April 1925 187. The Congress, held at the end of August 1925, was attended by Guesave, appearing under the name of P. Green, for the ECCI. He replaced Pepper, whose conduct appears to have antagonized many of the American CP leaders. The majority had 40 delegates, the minority 21. A telegram from the ECCI during the Congress recommended equal representation on the Central Committee, since the Lovestone Group was more loyal to Comintern decisions. The majority split between the followers of Foster and Cannon, the latter joining the Ruthenberg Group, which then obtained a majority on the Central Committee and the Political Bureau. The post of chairman, held by Foster, was abolished, and Ruthenberg was made party secretary. On September 14, 1925, the Orgbureau discussed the Negro Congress to be held the following month in Chicago, organized by the American CP. It was attended by 40 delegates and set up a national committee to convene a World Congress of Negroes. The executive adopted unanimously a series of resolutions put forward by the Colonial Commission on India, Java, Egypt, and other dependent countries. These do not appear to have been published. In a speech shortly after the meeting, Stalin referred to the differentiation that was proceeding in the colonies, which made it necessary to distinguish between that part of the native bourgeoisie which was prepared to compromise with imperialism, and that part which was still revolutionary. In certain countries such as China and Egypt, alliance with the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie could take the form of a single party, provided the communists were not in any way restricted in their agitation and propaganda. In articles published shortly after the ECCI meeting, Zionism was described as an imperialist instrument designed to direct the movement for national independence among oppressed Jews into safe channels, and to direct the movement among Arabs onto an anti-Jewish instead of an anti-imperialist line. The agreement between Zionist organizations and the Polish government concerning Jewish emigration from Poland was an anti-Soviet move instigated by the British. Zionism being a British tool, the agreement strengthened Britain's position in Poland and hence automatically destroyed the rapprochement with Russia contemplated in Poland. Reporting on the ECCI meeting to the RCP conference at the end of April 1925, Zinoviev noted that turning points in the Comintern almost always coincided with turning points in the Russian Party, just as the Second International followed the ups and downs of the bourgeoisie. The conference resolution on Zinoviev's report stated that while continuing to support revolutionary movements in other countries as the international proletariat would support the USSR, the Soviet Union, by developing its own socialist economy, must increase its weight as a factor in the world revolution. Even without the world revolution, the Soviet Union could maintain itself for a long time. By and large, the victory of socialism, not in the sense of its final victory, is certainly possible in one country alone. 188 The Communist International extracts from the Theses on the Bolshevization of Communist Parties adopted at the 5th ECCI plenum April 1925 in Preker, v. 7780, p. 1017-1069, May 11, 1925. In an article in January 1925 on the forthcoming plenary session of the ECCI, Zinoviev wrote that Bolshevization was the slogan of the third period, the period of relative capitalist stabilization and the ebbing of the revolutionary wave. The first was the period of revolutionary upheavals from the Russian Revolution to 1921, the second was the period of the capitalist offensive, when genuine communist parties were being built up. The bourgeoisie were helping to Bolshevize by repression and reaction, proving that there was no peaceful road to socialism. The theses were passed unanimously in both the Political Commission and the plenary session. In the introduction to the German edition of the theses, the KPD Zentrale urged the membership to grasp the necessity of maneuvers and compromises made for the purpose of exposing the social democratic and petty bourgeois deceivers, and of winning the masses of workers, middle classes, and peasants. Later in the year, at the 14th Russian Party Congress, when the name was changed from Russian Communist Party to Communist Party of the Soviet Union (CPSU), Zinoviev said, "Bolshevization of the Comintern parties means utilizing the experience of the Bolshevik Party in the three Russian revolutions, and the experience of the best Comintern sections, in its application to the concrete situation of the given country." In the period of comparative quiet through which they were passing, though the revolutionary wave would soon rise again, the important question was who would gain the confidence of the masses and so secure the leadership at the critical moment, the communists or the reformists. Bolshevization would give leadership to the communists. Part 1. Formulation of the question. The resolution of the Second World Congress on the role of the party. The resolution of the Second World Congress of the Comintern on the role of the party in the proletarian revolution, retains its full significance today. It was drafted at a time when the Comintern was being established, and outlined the role of the party in the proletarian revolution in general. Now, when the Communist International has taken definite shape, and mass communist parties have arisen in a number of countries, it has become necessary to formulate the ideas of the Communist International not only about the role of the Communist Party in general in the proletarian revolution, but also about what must be done if our parties are to become Bolshevik parties, in the fullest sense of the word, in the shortest possible time. April 1925, 189. It should not be forgotten that in 1919-20 we had parties in Germany and Italy which were part of the Comintern, but they were not equal to the demands which history made on them, despite the tremendous spontaneous surge of the mass movement, precisely because they were not out-and-out Bolshevik parties. 2. The slowing down of world revolution and the slogan of Bolshevization. Already at the time of the Third World Congress of the Comintern it was becoming clear that we were approaching a slowing down phase in the development of the world revolution. This gives the slogan of Bolshevization not less, but more importance. A Bolshevik is not one who joins the party at the height of the revolutionary flood, but one who knows how to go on for years, if necessary for decades, building up the party even when the tide is ebbing and revolutionary development slows down. A Bolshevik party does not come into existence by itself when the revolutionary wave reaches its climax. It takes part in every struggle and builds itself up over the years in the course of these struggles. The Communist Party must be elastic enough to be able to make the transition to illegality in good order, should circumstances require it, without getting into a panic. Legality should not be lightly surrendered, however, and legal must be combined with illegal work, and every legal foothold utilized by the party to break through the constraints of illegality and place itself at the head of open mass movements to prepare the revolution. 3. Right-wing dangers and ultra-left deviations. The slogan of Bolshevization arose in the struggle against the right danger. The correct slogan of the Third World Congress, "To the masses," was so wrongly applied in a number of countries over the past 2 years that there was a real danger of independent communist tactics being replaced by a policy of communist coalition with the counter-revolutionary social democracy. But Bolshevization is impossible without a simultaneous struggle against ultra-left tendencies, which are frequently only the obverse of opportunism. The mistakes of the ultra-left, for example in regard to communist participation in reformist and reactionary unions, could destroy communist parties for years to come. 4. Communist parties and Bolshevik parties. In themselves communism, Marxism, and Bolshevism are one and the same. Communist Party and Bolshevik Party are, in themselves, identical. 190. The Communist International concepts. In practice, however, they are not always one and the same. Some important sections of the Comintern still have to complete the development from left social democracy, and in some cases from anarcho-syndicalist ideology, to genuine communism. V. Bolshevization and the conditions of struggle. It should not be thought that there is one panacea which can be applied uniformly in the Bolshevization of all Comintern parties. True Bolshevization requires careful consideration of the concrete circumstances of time and place. Bolshevization of the Comintern sections means studying and applying in practice the experience of the RCP in the 3 Russian revolutions, and of course the experience of other sections which have serious struggles behind them. But it would be the greatest mistake to transfer Russia's experience mechanically to other countries, a mistake against which Lenin uttered a warning. There is much in the experience of the Russian Revolution which Lenin considered of general significance for other countries. Bolshevization is the application of the general principles of Leninism to the concrete situation of the given country. It is a permanent and continuing process which has only just started in the best European parties of the Comintern. The work still to be done in this direction is tremendous, and will require a number of years to accomplish. Part 2. Marxism and Leninism. 6. Marxism and Leninism. In the present epoch the sections of the Comintern can become really communist parties only if they rally under the banner of Leninism. It goes without saying that Leninism cannot be in any way opposed to Marxism. There is no Leninism without Marxism. But Leninism has enriched Marxism with the experiences of the 3 Russian revolutions and with the experience of a number of other revolutionary movements. Above all, Leninism has enriched the general theory of Marxism by mastering the following problems. 1. The theory of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. 2. The conditions and forms of realizing the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. The interrelationships between proletariat and peasantry. 4. The significance of the national question in general. April 1925 191-5. The special significance of national movements in colonial and semi-colonial countries for the proletarian world revolution. 6. The role of the party. 7. The tactics of the proletariat in the epoch of imperialist wars. 8. The role of the proletarian state in the transition period. The Soviet regime as the concrete type of the proletarian state in this period. 10. The problem of social stratification within the proletariat as a source of the division in the workers' movement into opportunist and revolutionary tendencies. 11. The struggle against right-wing social democratic tendencies and also against left deviations in the communist movement. The idea that Marxism is only theory, and Leninism only practice, is false. Leninism is the theory and practice of Marxism in the period of imperialism, of imperialist wars and proletarian revolutions ushered in by the proletarian dictatorship in Russia. 7. Bolshevization and revolutionary traditions. Bolshevization does not mean abandoning the legacy of previous generations of revolutionaries. The study of the history of the revolutionary struggles of their own and other countries is absolutely essential for all Bolshevik parties. 8. Bolshevization and some theoretical mistakes in the communist camp, particularly the mistakes of the Luxemburgians. Mastery of Leninism and its practical application in building communist parties is impossible unless attention is paid to the errors of some prominent Marxists who tried, but not quite successfully, to apply Marxism to the conditions of the new epoch. These include the errors of the left communists in Russia, the group of Dutch Marxists, Gorder and Pannekoek, and also the errors of Rosa Luxemburg. The closer these political leaders stand to Leninism, the more dangerous are their views in those respects in which they do not coincide with Leninism. Among the most important mistakes of the Luxemburgians of practical significance today are, a. the un-Bolshevik treatment of the question of spontaneity and consciousness, of organization and the masses. Their false ideas on this question prevented them from appraising correctly the role of the party in the revolution. b. Underestimation of the technical factor in preparing insurrections was, and is in part today, an obstacle to the correct treatment of the question of organizing the revolution. c. Mistakes in regard to the attitude to the peasantry. 192. The Communist International a tolerant attitude towards theoretical deviations, etc., makes genuine Bolshevization impossible. Mastery of the theory of Leninism is essential to successful Bolshevization. Trotskyism is a particularly dangerous deviation from Leninism. It is a variety of Menshevism combining European opportunism with left radical phrases which frequently conceal its politically passive character. Trotskyism is not an isolated deviation towards Menshevism, but a year-long system of struggle against Leninism. Nor is Trotskyism a purely Russian phenomenon, it is international in character. To achieve Leninism in the Comintern means to expose Trotskyism in all parties and to liquidate it as a tendency. Part 3. Bolshevization and winning the majority of the working class. 9. Bolshevization and the slogan, to the masses. A Bolshevik is, above all, a man of the masses. The slogan of the Third World Congress, to the masses, remains in full force. Far from removing the slogan from the order of the day, the Fifth World Congress gave it a deeper and broader meaning. Bolshevization and trade union work. Deviations in communist trade union work involve the greatest dangers for the cause of true Bolshevization of the parties. Throughout the capitalist world, trade unions are the most important form of the mass organization of the proletariat. Work in the existing Social Democratic and other, Yellow, National Socialist, Confessional, and Fascist trade unions is a most important and integral part of Bolshevization, to which 100 times more attention than before must be devoted. Only in this way can the monopoly of the reformist leaders, the labor aristocracy, in the unions be broken. Only in this way can the unions be liberated from the disintegrating influence of reformism, which seeks to undermine the unions as a reliable instrument of the class struggle. The same, of course, applies to factory committees where they exist. Communists will increase their influence and gain authority among the working masses by backing all immediate demands for higher wages and the 8-hour day, by conducting a fight against unemployment, by placing themselves courageously at the head of all conflicts with the employers. 11. Bolshevization and correct united front tactics. Bolshevization of the parties of the Comintern presupposes the application of united front tactics. United front tactics were and remain. April 1925 I-93 nothing other than a method of revolutionary agitation and organization of the masses, that is, the correct communist approach to the broad working masses in the given stage of development, when in a number of countries social democracy is still supported by the majority of workers. The struggle for the unity of the international trade union movement supported by the Comintern will fill the next few years. The time is not far off when this question will become the most burning one for every union in every country. 12. Bolshevization and partial demands. Bolsheviks make use of every partial demand to explain to the masses the necessity of revolution, to show the masses, by the concrete facts of the case, the impossibility of even a moderately serious and lasting, let alone fundamental, improvement in their position so long as the power of capital is maintained. At the same time, the communists demonstrate to the masses in the light of experience that it is precisely the reformists who sabotage every serious struggle for partial demands, while it is the Communist Party which is alone able to lead a consistent struggle for the day-to-day interests of the working masses and ward off attacks on their standard of living. Bolsheviks place every concrete demand to which the workers rally in the perspective of the fight for the revolution. 13. Work among those belonging to the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals. In the majority of countries, the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals still unite in their ranks, in one way or another, considerable strata of workers. The Bolshevization of our own parties involves the imperative task of constant work among those proletarians who still belong to these hostile organizations. 14. Bolshevization and the youth movement. Communist parties still do not pay enough attention to work among young people. Even in the largest communist parties there are dozens of organizations which have not formed local communist youth groups. One of the tasks of Bolshevization is to win over the youth of the entire world without exception. 15. Bolshevization and work among women. The enlarged executive of the Comintern notes that our work in this field is extremely unsatisfactory. Drawing proletarian women into active work and struggle is a precondition of winning over to our side the majority of the working class. 194. The Communist International. 16. Work among unemployed communist parties throughout the world must devote the most serious attention to work among the unemployed. With the attitude of the bourgeoisie and social democracy to the millions of unemployed what it is, we can win decisive influence among this stratum of the proletariat. 17. Bolshevization and our press. We cannot tolerate a situation in which, as in Berlin, Paris, and Milan, for example, we have a relatively large number of communist voters and a relatively small number of constant readers of our press. Bolshevization requires that our press should become a popular press in the best sense of the word, that is, it should be found in every worker's home and read by everyone who sympathizes with us. Part 4. Bolshevization and the question of the allies of the proletariat in the revolution. 18. The allies of the proletariat in the revolution. The principles underlying the attitude of communists to the petty bourgeoisie as a possible ally of the proletariat in the revolution have been explained with exhaustive clarity in the classical works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. It is a basic task of Leninism to provide a precise and concrete answer to the question, what intermediate strata at any given stage of revolutionary development are capable of becoming allies of the proletariat? What are the demands which in the given situation will unite them with the proletariat? Precisely because Leninism puts the question of the proletarian dictatorship as a practical item on the agenda of history, it places the question of potential allies of the working class in the revolution in the foreground as one of the most important tactical problems of the day. By and large, Leninism divides the petty bourgeoisie into three groups. Certain strata of the petty bourgeoisie can and must be won as direct allies, if only temporarily. Other strata we must manage to neutralize. A third group, the upper ranks of the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie, will inevitably have to be fought outright. 19. Bolshevization and proletarian policy towards the peasantry. The Bolshevik Party is an industrial workers' party. The doctrine of the proletarian dictatorship is the basic tenet of Bolshevism. Nevertheless, the April 1, 925 I-95 question of the peasantry as the class closest to the working class and the most important of the potential allies of the proletariat in the revolution is of cardinal importance for Bolshevism, both before and after the seizure of political power by the proletariat. XX. Bolshevization and proletarian policy on the national question. The national question in colonial and semi-colonial countries, and not only in these, is very largely a peasant question, since the majority of the population there are peasants. The experience of the last few years has shown that in different countries, in different situations, communists have again and again made the mistake of underestimating the national question, a mistake which deprives them of the opportunity of winning over substantial, at times decisive, strata of the population. Part 5. The concrete tasks of the various parties. XXI The immediate practical tasks of the various parties. A. For the Soviet Union, here the task of Bolshevization at the present time consists primarily in the following: 1. The final liquidation of Trotskyism as a tendency within the party. 2. To take all measures to carry out the wholly correct policy of the party in the peasant question, to develop systematically, with the help of the dictatorship, the elements of socialist economy, and so strengthen the economic basis of the proletarian dictatorship and the transformation of Russia from a country of the new economic policy into a socialist country. B. For the English Communist Party, which is now having its first considerable successes in its development into a mass party, the central task of Bolshevization consists in: 1. Work in the trade unions. Particular attention for the minority movement. 2. Agitation against the imperialist sentiments of the English labor aristocracy. 3. The creation of a firmly centralized party organization and liquidation of dilettante methods of work. 4. Systematic application of United Front tactics. See in France at the present time Bolshevization consists in: 1. The campaign for trade union unity. 3. Closest contact between the party and the CGTU at any cost on the basis of the principles and tactics laid down by the CI. 196 The Communist International. 4. Despite all earlier French traditions, the creation of a firmly organized mass communist party. 8. Anti-militarist propaganda. 10. Energetic work in the colonies. D. Germany, here Bolshevization consists in the first place of the following tasks: 1. Liquidation of left errors in regard to trade unions. 3. Application of United Front tactics. 4. Greater attention to winning the masses organizationally. 7. Propagation of the slogan Workers' and Peasants' Government as interpreted by the Fifth Congress, that is, in its revolutionary sense. 8. To take all steps to secure the normal and healthy internal development of the party, and to eradicate the effects of the previous fractional struggle, to guard party unity from any new fractionalism. F. Italy. 1. To increase still further the organizational influence of the party on the broadest strata of the workers, breaking through the restrictions of illegality imposed on the party by fascism. 4. To begin systematic work to create, consolidate, and capture the factory committees. 5. To penetrate the countryside more deeply. 6. To pay greater attention to Marxist ideology. 7. To fight against all ideological deviations, against Bordiga's theoretical and tactical ideas, and against Graziadei's revision of Marxist economic theory. XXII Bolshevization and anti-monarchist agitation. It is incorrect to refrain from anti-monarchist agitation on the ground that even under a monarchy it is the bourgeoisie who rule. Communists must put forward the slogan "Down with the monarchy" in England, Italy, the Balkans, etc. In Germany, too, communists must know how to combine their anti-monarchist agitation with the day-to-day political and economic struggle. XXIII The numerical growth of a number of parties, illegal parties in a number of countries: France, Germany, England, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Holland, and America. Communist parties are today working in conditions in which the size of their membership could be and must be considerably increased. Those parties which are forced to work illegally must use every means to extend their organized influence over the broadest strata of workers and April 1, 925 197 peasants by carefully exploiting every legal opportunity. Illegal parties must take advantage of every opportunity, even a passing one, to unite sympathizing workers in organizations, however loose, and so secure for the party legal channels for propaganda and agitation activities. Part 6. Bolshevization and Questions of Organization. XXIV Bolshevization and Questions of Organization. The basic form of organization of every Bolshevik party is the party cell in the factory. Besides the factory cell, and work in such organizations as trade unions, factory committees, consumers' cooperatives, etc., steps should be taken to establish a whole series of non-party subsidiary organizations, tenants' leagues, unemployed committees, ex-servicemen's associations, etc., with communist cells working in them. Bolshevization requires our parties to use every opportunity to make this organizational network as dense and closely woven as possible. The initiative in creating such organizations must be taken by the party leadership through the party members, who must then take the management of these organizations into their own hands. Communists must form fractions in these organizations, receiving instructions from the party leadership. XXV Bolshevization and Comintern resolutions on organizational questions. The Third World Congress resolution on questions of organization is far from having been carried out. One of its most important points dealt with the necessity for every member being given a definite party job to do. The enlarged executive is of the opinion that the practical carrying through of this point is essential to Bolshevization. The enlarged executive directs the attention of all parties to the Fifth World Congress resolution on questions of organization. It also ratifies the resolutions adopted by the Organization Conference of the CI sections and recommends their execution in their entirety. XXVI Bolshevization and the problem of party cadres. To create a Bolshevik party, it is necessary over the years to forge strong party cadres. Such cadres are not formed by means of formal elections, but rather by selection in the course of practical work. The process of selection is necessarily slow. From the party cell up to the party center it occurs in the course of the struggle which tests the members. The communist cadres of organizers must be trained in the sense that 198 The Communist International. Their work in preparing the revolution should not be a spare time job. All their time must be given to the revolutionary struggle. They must be wholly and completely at the disposal of the party. The communist organizer and cadre worker must live and work among the masses in the factory, the shop, or mine, always ready to be sent elsewhere by the party in the interests of the cause. XXVII Bolshevization, party democracy, and discipline. The forms of internal party organization are subordinate to the overriding interests of the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship. But in all circumstances the Communist Party must preserve a certain freedom of criticism within the party, a spirit of equality among the party members. This is in accordance with the interests of stimulating the entire party mass, securing the cooperation of all the lower party bodies and the cells in the political and organizational life of the party, and arousing the initiative of the workers in the party. Iron proletarian discipline is one of the most important preconditions of Bolshevization. Parties which carry on their banner dictatorship of the proletariat must realize that there can be no talk of a victorious proletarian dictatorship without iron party discipline, acquired in the course of years and decades. Bolsheviks must realize that the civil war cannot be fought, political power conquered, or the proletarian dictatorship maintained and strengthened, without the strictest internal discipline founded on ideological unanimity. Without this the civil war is doomed in advance to failure. XXVII Bolshevization and the party apparatus. A centralized, firmly welded, and strictly organized Bolshevik party is impossible without an appropriate party apparatus. At present a few Comintern sections have a thoroughly unwieldy, disproportionately large, and hence frequently bureaucratic party apparatus. Other sections have practically none at all. The enlarged executive of the CI instructs the Presidium to work out, with the Orgbureau and the representatives of the parties concerned, a series of measures which will enable the parties to establish an apparatus in harmony with the interests of their work. XXIX Bolshevization and self-criticism. The struggle against what Comrade Lenin called communist boasting, against self-satisfaction and conceit, is a most important precondition of Bolshevization. April 1, 925 I-99. XXX planned work and checking its execution. In all countries in which communist parties carry on their work in comparatively normal conditions, it is necessary to draw up a general plan of work for 6 months, a year, etc., in order to learn how to concentrate the party's forces. There must be a check by all organizations on the carrying out of any decisions taken. Better have fewer decisions, but see that they are at all costs carried out in practice. Part 7. Bolshevization and the international leadership. Bolshevization is incompatible with separatist and federalist tendencies. The World Party of Leninism must be strongly fused, not by mechanical discipline, but by unity of will and action. Every party must give its best forces to the international leadership. It must be brought home to the broadest masses that in the present epoch serious economic and political battles of the working class can be won only if they are led from one center and on an international scale. 1. No communist party should recoil from illegal work. Illegality is a condition in which many communist parties must now work and which in the epoch of the increased intensification of the social struggles might extend to many parties of the Comintern which today are still legal. Every communist party must reckon with illegality as a possible and probable condition, and must be prepared to transfer to illegal work. Whenever the political situation becomes seriously acute, it must take the proper measures which will enable it to continue its work illegally after its organization has been prohibited. It must keep its whole technical apparatus for illegality in readiness. But all unnecessary playing with illegality must be avoided and the party must defend its legality to the bitter end. On the other hand, the parties which are compelled to work illegally must take advantage of every passing opportunity of conducting legal activity and for the extension of such opportunities. The party should not allow any form of legal activity to be taken from it: election campaigns, parliamentary activity, the legal press, factory councils, trade unions, educational societies, cooperatives, sick benefit societies, etc. The masses of workers and peasants must become accustomed to protect the legal opportunities of their party, and to meet every attack of the bourgeoisie and the social traders against these opportunities with mass demonstrations, strikes, demonstrations, etc. 1. The German text as given in Preker ends here, as does the Russian text in the official collection of documents edited by Bellakun. The following section is taken from the theses as given in Bolshevizing the Communist International, London, CPGB, 1925, p. 167. 200. The Communist International. The principal basis of the activity of an illegal party is strict party discipline, which must be much more strict than that of the legal parties. But this discipline should not be confounded with bureaucratization. Even under the most extreme illegality, there is still the possibility of party democracy, freedom of discussion, and of election of all party representatives. Any unnecessary limitation to this democracy would cause the separation of the party from the masses, would make it pedantic and transform it into a group of conspirators. But once the party officials have been elected, they must be able to count in all their activities on the iron discipline of the party membership, and party discussion may be carried on only until the party comes into action. Party discipline in an illegal party also includes the strictest methods of conspiracy. The composition of the party organs, the internal party affairs and such like, must be kept strictly secret from the party members. Any breach of conspiracy must be ruthlessly punished, by the dismissal of the responsible party officials, party trial and expulsion from the party. In the illegal parties, more care must be exercised in the acceptance of new members. The moral value of the new party members, their strength of character, etc., must be very carefully investigated. The behavior of communists under arrest, cross-examination and in prison is extremely important. Such situations serve as the fiery ordeal for the firmness of a communist and his devotion to the party, and are of extreme importance for the authority of the whole party. Especially during cross-examination, a revolutionary must be doubly careful in his demeanor. Every word carelessly dropped might endanger both the party and the communist movement. One of the most important tasks of illegal parties is the fight against spying and provocation. The most important weapon in the fight against provocation is to mobilize the opinion of the working class against it and to train the workers to react to all acts of provocation and denunciation with the most determined methods. In factories we must continually be on the watch to discover and drive out police informers. Extracts from the theses of the 5th ECCI Plenum on the Peasant Question, April 1925 in Preker, v. 7780, p. 1026-1078, May 11, 1925. The theses were drafted and introduced by Bukharin. The discussion was brief and uncontroversial. The voting is not recorded. Introduction 1. The general communist line towards the peasantry was laid down in the agrarian theses drafted by Lenin for the Second CI Congress. The April 1925 201 Fourth Congress endorsed these theses and supplemented them with considerations drawn from the subsequent experience of various communist parties. The Second Congress theses still remain the basic principles on this question, to which all parties affiliated to the CI are committed. 2. Since the overwhelming majority of the world's population are peasants, the struggle for the peasantry becomes a vital political question, from the point of view of the proletarian struggle for power, the consolidation of that power, and the economic prerequisites of that consolidation. The colonial question is at bottom nothing but the question of the relations between town and country on a world scale, in which the countryside suffers under the threefold pressure of feudal land ownership, capitalist exploitation, and national inequality. 3. As a result of the instability of capitalist relations, the question of the peasantry has also become extremely acute for the ruling classes too, for the bourgeoisie and the large agrarians. The ruling classes are trying to extend their influence along the entire peasant front, to win it for the fight against the revolutionary proletarian front. 6. The peasantry, which in the past was the basic class in feudal society, is not a class at all, in the real sense of the word, in capitalist society. But insofar as we are dealing with a society which is passing from feudal relations to the relations of capitalist production, the peasantry as a whole is in a contradictory situation. In relation to the large landowners it is a class, but insofar as capitalist relations have invaded and disintegrated the peasantry, it ceases to be a class. In countries with strong feudal agrarian survivals, the peasantry, whose interests are sharply opposed to those of the landowners, may therefore at a certain phase of the revolution become as a whole allies of the proletariat. This applies above all to the colonial and semi-colonial countries. 8. The essential factor dividing the proletariat and the large peasants is the interests of capitalist property, that is, the contradiction between the buyer and seller of labor power. In the proletarian revolution which destroys capitalist property, the large peasants therefore become a reserve of the anti-proletarian forces. But in those countries where the agrarian revolution against feudal land ownership is still to come, even the large peasants may revolt against the landowners. 9. The essential factor which divides the interests of the middle peasantry from those of the working class is the interests of private commodity economy. The interests of grain sellers, peasants, and grain buyers, workers, are in this respect in conflict. But a number of other factors connected with the entanglement of the medium peasants in the process of capitalist exploitation, money lending, the high price policy of industrial trusts, taxation, the pressure of the imperialist state machine. 202 The communist international wars, etc., may far outweigh those which divide the medium peasants from the proletariat. Therefore these strata can be neutralized. 10. The factors dividing the small peasantry also derive from the character of private commodity interests. But the proportion between dividing and unifying factors is quite different in this case. The smallholder often has to buy grain, and often has to hire himself out as a wage laborer. The small peasants can therefore be won over as allies of the proletariat. 12. Agricultural laborers are a part of the proletariat. But there are special features in their situation which often make their fight against capitalist society difficult. These arise from their geographical dispersal in the labor process, and from the strongly patriarchal character of rural conditions, which make the agricultural proletariat a backward stratum of the working class. It is obviously the job of proletarian parties to win this stratum over first of all. 3. The agrarian problem of the peasantry immediately before the seizure of power by the working class. 20. The period of proletarian revolution creates a situation, in which absolutely everything must be subordinated to the task of seizing power and establishing the proletarian dictatorship. 21. In countries with large-scale capitalist production, the proletariat must aim at transforming large land holdings into state undertakings farmed by wage labor. But the principle of the technical superiority, economically, of large-scale agricultural production should not stop communists from dividing part of the large estates among the small, and in some cases even the medium, peasants. In the great majority of countries, the proletarian dictatorship cannot be established without the direct help of the small peasants and the neutralization of the middle peasants. The negative experience of the Hungarian, Italian, and Polish movements, and the positive experience of the Russian, show that mistakes on this question are absolutely fatal. 23. Since the proletarian dictatorship in the most important industrial countries creates conditions enabling development in countries of a colonial type to take another course, the basic task in these latter is not the struggle against anti-capitalist, pre-capitalist, and other ideas, it is to criticize irresolution and timidity in the fight against foreign capital and feudal land ownership, and to give the movement greater scope and impetus. For the problem after the seizure of power. 24. With the seizure of power by the working class, with the expropriation of the capitalists and landlords, there is a radical change in the April 1925 203 conditions of economic life in general, and the life of the rural population in particular. 25. These new conditions make possible a non-capitalist evolution of peasant farming, which can pass through cooperation to socialism. 26. It is obvious that this process of evolution will occur only as the result of the struggle of various economic forms which reflect the struggle of classes. The proletarian state must so regulate the capitalist relations which are bound to arise that in the final result the victory of socialism is ensured. 27. It will equally be possible for the colonial countries to bypass the stage of capitalist development if the developing proletarian revolution gives the proletariat mastery of the important industrial centers. This does not mean that there will be no capitalist development at all in these countries. The entire process will occur in contradictory forms, but there will be a powerful socialist tendency which will determine the character of the process as a whole. 28. The most important guide for the ruling proletarian party must be, to reach agreement with the peasantry. It must be clearly recognized that this problem cannot be avoided, for the peasantry form the majority of the world's population. But agreement can be reached only if the proletarian state's economic policy takes account of the inclination of small producers towards private economy and, taking this as its starting point, gradually guides the small producer to combine and to engage in more and more comprehensive forms of collective economy. 31. The partnership with the peasantry does not by any means imply a sharing of power. But to the extent that the peasantry is really drawn into socialist construction and in the process subjected to socialist re-education, its most advanced elements will naturally have to be drawn into cooperation with the state apparatus. The Soviet form of the proletarian dictatorship, as the experience of the revolution has shown, ensures the proletarian class character of the state organization and enables the peasantry to be drawn to a growing extent into the process of constructing socialism. 33. The final goal of the movement is the organization of collective large-scale agricultural production, the elimination of contradictions between town and country, and an end to the backwardness of agriculture which is inherent in the laws of capitalist development. 6. The peasant movement and the communist parties. 41. The most fundamental task to be accomplished by the communist parties is to study the agrarian problem in their own country and their colonies. Very little has so far been done in this respect. 42. The chief object of Communist Party work is to emancipate the 204 the Communist International relevant strata of the peasantry from the influence of the bourgeoisie and the landowners. In agrarian countries with strong feudal survivals, the agrarian question must be given first place. 43. In most countries of developed capitalism, the emphasis in our propaganda and agitation must be placed on questions of taxation, the high monopoly prices of industrial products, the pressure of the imperialist state machine, and future wars. 48. In the colonies all these questions appear in a more acute form: the pressure of feudal land ownership and land hunger, high prices, excessive taxation and dues, and the threat of war. All this is further complicated by the addition of exploitation by foreign capital and national oppression. It is therefore the task of communist parties to expand the struggle in all these directions. 7. Work among the peasantry and the attitude to peasant organizations. 50. Where various strata of the peasantry are united in a common organization led by the landowners and the capitalist large peasants, communist parties must aim at detaching the small peasants, and, as far as possible, the medium peasants also. If it is impossible to capture such organizations, i.e. to get rid of the landlord leaders, as in the majority of cases, then efforts should be made to detach and form separate organizations of the small peasantry. For this it is necessary to adopt the tactics of a bloc between the Communist Party and associations of small peasants. 51. In those capitalist countries where the small peasants are badly organized or not organized at all, efforts should be made to organize them into peasant unions, peasant committees, etc., in which the party should wield influence through party fractions. The formation of separate political peasant parties by the communists is inadvisable and cannot be recommended. By peasant unions, irrespective of the names they bear, should be understood broader organizations than political parties in the specific sense of the term. These unions have no definitely defined programs, discipline, or strict organizational forms. For that reason they can embrace a larger section of the masses, and also permit the existence in their ranks of various political tendencies and shades. 52. Where the peasantry is organized in political parties, heterogeneous in class composition, the Communist Party must support the small peasant left wing and, at the necessary moment, promote its organization as a separate organization. 53. Communist parties form a bloc with small peasant parties, and aim at bringing them under their ideological influence. They propagate the idea of the necessity of an alliance of workers and peasants as the April 1925 205 indispensable prerequisite for the victorious struggle of the working people against the exploiters. 57. All parties must try to get peasant organizations to affiliate to the International Peasant Council. They are obliged to support this international body. 58. Communists must make it clear to the peasantry everywhere that the peasants have always been defeated and betrayed when they have tried to act as an independent third power, without allying themselves with the proletariat and without its leadership. The experience of so-called peasant governments, Stambulski, has also shown that the peasantry are not able to maintain power. Therefore it is only the dictatorship of the proletariat, supported by the peasantry, which can really ensure victory in the struggle of both classes against the exploiters. Extracts from the resolution of the 5th ECCI plenum on the discussion in the Russian Communist Party April 1925 in Preker, v. 7780, p. 1033-1085, May 11, 1925. The Central Committee of the RCP, together with the CCC, met from 17 to January 20, 1925 and passed, against the votes of Pyatakov and Rakovsky, and one abstention, a resolution on Trotsky's attacks on Bolshevism, which were said to be interpreted as cracks in the proletarian dictatorship by the bourgeoisie and the Social Democrats, who drew practical conclusions therefrom for their policy. Inside the country they were regarded by all hostile elements as a signal to rally against the party's policy. The resolution traced differences with Trotsky, after his entry into the Communist Party, back to the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of 1918. It removed Trotsky from his post as Commissar for War and warned him that if he continued to violate party discipline he would be expelled from the Politburo. Trotsky himself was absent from the meeting because of ill health. Bukharin reported to the ECCI on this question. Examination, he said, had revealed the existence of a bloc within the Comintern formed by the members of the Russian opposition and the right wing, as exemplified by Kravik in the Czech Party, as well as the ultra-left, as shown by Bordiga's support of Trotsky. The question of the Russian opposition had thus become an international question. Moreover, many who had left the Communist Party, for example Hoagland, Tranmere, Balabanova, Rosmer, Minute, expressed their solidarity with Trotsky and also supported the right deviationists Brandler, Thalheimer, and Radek. Support also came from the bourgeois press, although nobody believed that Trotsky personally was connected with these elements. The chief elements in Trotskyism were his underestimation of the peasantry and an overestimation of the role of the state apparatus and the possibilities of centralization and planning at that time. His introduction to the lessons of October repeated his incorrect theory of the permanent revolution. Subjectively Trotsky was an absolutely honest party comrade, but objectively he had a disruptive effect. That was why hostile elements in the USSR supported the opposition, and why. 206 The Communist International. The Central Committee had removed him from his post as commissar and condemned him politically. Some comrades had asked whether differences of opinion about industry, currency, etc., had to have organizational consequences. They had to because this was not a literary but a practical question. None of the speakers at the plenum supported Trotsky, and the resolution received a unanimous vote. The enlarged plenum of the ECCI observes that Comrade Trotsky's behavior, which has provoked a new discussion within the RCP, represents an attempt to revise Leninism and to change the leadership in the RCP. The enlarged plenum observes that this behavior is supported by all the forces hostile to Bolshevism. Within the CI it is supported by the right-wing elements in the parties, that is, by those whose tactics have been repeatedly condemned by the international congresses as semi-socialist. Outside the CI it is supported by various people expelled from the communist ranks, Levi, Rosmer, Minute, Balabanova, Hoagland, etc. Finally, the social democratic and bourgeois press has also tried to exploit this behavior. It is thus objectively not merely an attempt to disorganize the ranks of the RCP, it has also done the greatest damage to the entire CI. The enlarged plenum of the ECCI declares that it fully and completely approves the resolution of the plenum of the CC of the RCP. Extracts from the decision of the Central Control Commission of the Russian Communist Party and the International Control Commission of the Comintern regarding Brandler, Thalheimer, Radek, and others. April 4, 1925 in Preker, v. 53, p. 743, April 10, 1925 the KPD Zentral had asked the Central Committee of the RCP to examine the case of Brandler and Thalheimer, who were living in Moscow and were members of the RCP, of Radek, and of others accused of fraction work in the KPD. The question was referred to a joint meeting of the Control Commission of the RCP, the ICC, and the ECCI, which came to the conclusion that their views were fractional, anti-Bolshevik, semi-Trotskyist, and in opposition to the resolutions of the Fifth Comintern Congress. The fraction work had been designed to change the political line of the KPD Zentral and restore Brandler and Thalheimer to their old posts. Fraction meetings had been held in Moscow, and friends in Berlin had been used to get reports about the situation in the KPD. Radek had given money to expelled right-wing members of the KPD, he admitted this, but denied that it was for fractional purposes, it had been given only to help them in their difficult material situation. Although they deserved April 1925 207 expulsion, the Commission proposed that they should only be severely reprimanded and warned. If Brandler and Thalheimer engaged in any activities in connection with the KPD they would be expelled. None of them was to work in the Comintern. In a statement on March 23, 1925 the three accused replied that their differences with the Fifth Congress resolution on a workers' government were of historical importance only. The situation had now changed and they agreed that, because of capitalist stabilization, the slogan now could only be an agitational one. This statement, said Manuilsky for the Russian delegation, was unsatisfactory. The three bore the greatest responsibility for the social democratic distortions of KPD policy which had been so harmful in 1923. Their expressions of solidarity with the Comintern line could not be taken seriously. Radek had supported Trotskyism and Brandler's and Thalheimer's attitude was ambiguous. The KPD delegation endorsed these views, although they would have preferred more severe measures against the three. Ruth Fisher urged the need to continue the fight against Brandlerism and Rodekism, and to go even further back, to Luxemburgism. The KPD had been criticized by the Agitprop department of the ECCI for allowing favorable reviews of Trotsky's October to appear in the communist press. Trotsky's Lessons of October was published in November 1924 as an introduction to a volume of his collected writings. Not every deviation could be called Trotskyism, Ruth Fisher explained. There were thousands of members in the KPD who agreed with the argument in that pamphlet that the defeat of October 1923 was due to the mistakes of the leaders. There were no groups or fractions in the KPD, but in practice there were several right deviations on such questions as municipal policy and the trade unions. Clara Zetkin objected strongly to Ruth Fisher's tirade against the so-called right who had spent their lives in the forefront of the German working-class struggle. In a letter to a member of the Central Committee of the KPD, Stalin wrote that Brandler and Thalheimer belong to the category of the old type of leaders who have outlived their time and are being pushed into the background. The new leaders had few successes to show. Since October 1923, the Communist fraction had fallen from 400 to 42 in the Metal Workers Union, from 100 to 6 in the Transport Union, and from 2,700 to 200 in the unions as a whole. The resolution was endorsed by the Politburo and the Central Committee of the RCP and approved unanimously by the ECCI at its fifth plenum amid stormy applause. The CCC considers that organized fractions do exist in the KPD, and there exists a fraction to which a few groups within the party belong, as well as a group of members of the RCP, Brandler, Thalheimer, Rodek, and others, and which carries on fractional work on the basis of a political platform formulated in a series of articles and documents. The CCC is of the opinion that the German Zentrale, proceeding from the facts cited above, was quite right to demand the expulsion of Brandler and Thalheimer from the RCP, for they had deserved expulsion. Nevertheless, prompted by the desire to liquidate the fractional groups in the KPD as painlessly as possible, and to give comrades Brandler, 208 the Communist International, Thalheimer, Rodek, and others the opportunity of proving in action the sincerity of the declaration they made at the CCC meeting that they will not carry on any fraction work, the CCC thinks it possible to restrict itself to the following measures: 1. To issue a sharp reprimand and a warning to comrades Brandler, Thalheimer, Rodek, Felix Wolf, Heinz Mahler, and Etta Baum about their systematic fraction work and grave breaches of party discipline. 2. To forbid these comrades to intervene in any way in the work of the KPD. 3. The CCC warns these comrades that any further fraction work on their part, or any interference in the affairs of the KPD, will inevitably place them outside the ranks of the RCP. 4. Comrades Brandler, Thalheimer, and Rodek shall not be permitted to take part in the work of the Comintern. 5. The CCC considers that the KPD Zentrale should carry out a broad campaign within the party to explain the political significance of this decision to all party members. Resolution of the Information Conference of the ECCI on the Work of Information Departments, April 6, 1925 in Preker, v. 69, p. 934, April 27, 1925. The Information Conference was held on April 6, 1925, attended by 25 representatives of 17 countries. The report on the work of the ECCI Information Department was given by Pepper. The department had been set up in the previous December to keep the ECCI and its agencies informed about the national sections, to keep the sections informed about the ECCI and each other, to report to the ECCI on problems arising, and to make proposals. It drew up daily and special reports and distributed information letters to the sections on special subjects. Questionnaires had been sent to all sections, but communication between the ECCI and the sections was still faulty and incomplete. The conference had been called to put that right. Sections were to send in monthly or bi-monthly reports. The failure to defeat social democracy was due in part to lack of information. The collection of information about the reformists was to be assigned to a responsible member in each party. In the discussion, Bell, CPGB, reported that they already had an information center in London, the Labour Research Department. This was not formally a party institution, but it was completely under communist control. The Information Conference notes that detailed information about the work of the sections, about the economic and political situation in the different countries, and about the enemy is essential to the successful work of the executive and its sections. April 1925, 209. The conference notes further that the work of the Information Department of the ECCI, still in its early stages, has been satisfactory, but emphasizes the urgent need to expand that work both in the ECCI apparatus and in the individual sections. It therefore proposes, 1. That the Central Committee of every section appoint an information officer, preferably a member of the Central Committee, to maintain regular contact with the Information Department of the ECCI and provide it with material. 2. Further, those parties which are in a position to do so should set up special information departments as part of the central apparatus. These departments should create an information network from the factory cell up to the center, and should be adapted to the special circumstances of each section. The Information Department of the ECCI should coordinate and centralize their work by suggestions, advice, and proposals for action. 3. The Information Department of the ECCI shall expand its activities by issuing monthly bulletins on the world's situation, the work of the ECCI, and the activities of the sections, for the central committees of all the sections. 4. A special section of the ECCI Information Department shall be set up to fight social democracy. Its job will be to collect, in close cooperation with the sections, all material exposing the treacherous role of social democracy, and, in collaboration with the Agitprop Department of the ECCI, to work up this material for the use of the entire CI. These new tasks of the Information Department and the work it has done hitherto require the utmost attention and support from all sections of the CI. Extracts from a letter from the organization. Department of the ECCI to the Organization Bureau of the CC of the CPGB, April 22, 1925. Command 2682, p5. The Party Congress of the CP of Great Britain, which is to be held in a few weeks' time, will no doubt turn its attention to a number of organizational questions which are awaiting solution. The thesis elaborated by the CC of the CP of Great Britain deals with several important points, namely, 1. Utilization of the experiences of the reorganization of the party on a factory nucleus basis. 2. Strengthening and consolidation of the local leading party organs. 3. Recruiting of new members. 4. The work of the fractions. 210. The Communist International. The question of making secure by organizational measures the great amount of sympathy which the CPGB has gained, has assumed enormous importance. Therefore, the party should pay special attention to making its position secure among the masses, in order to make the fullest possible use of the present favorable veering to the left of the masses. If the CPGB is to gain political influence over the proletariat, it must concentrate on the question of reorganization. Therefore, the party should not only make the most of the experiences of the already existing nuclei, but must also take the necessary measures to break down the resistance which still exists with respect to the formation of factory nuclei. The main obstacle in the way of the formation of factory nuclei is the workers' fear of dismissals. To remove this obstacle, a systematic ideological campaign is essential. In this campaign it should be made perfectly clear that the nuclei are not to work openly. As to the factory nuclei themselves, we would like to point out that the unemployed too should be given an opportunity to join them. Wherever no factory nuclei exist, the unemployed connected with the factories should endeavor to form nuclei from outside. Party officials, trade union officials, including members of the Central Committee, must also join factory nuclei. Party organs, and above all, local committees, should do their utmost not only to form more nuclei, but also to develop the already existing factory nuclei. The decision of the CC concerning the appointment of an instructor is most welcome. Of course, the appointment of an instructor is not everything. We would like to propose to the CPGB to introduce the system of instructors in general. This system has been tried with great success in other parties of the CI. These instructors, of the C.C., the districts, etc., need not become party officials. The reorganization of the party is not a mechanical measure, but should always be connected with the campaigns of the party. With respect to this, recruiting campaigns are of particular importance. We draw the particular attention of the CPGB to the importance of recruiting party members in the nuclei and in the factories. This does not of course mean that we are against the other forms of recruiting, through the minority movement, trade union fractions, etc. The question of factory newspapers is closely connected with the factory nuclei. We have hitherto received 4 copies of your factory newspapers. We must say that one cannot see by their outward appearance that they are organs of Communist Party nuclei. This must be remedied in future, for our aim is that the factory nuclei should use factory newspapers as one of the means by which they will be able to control the masses. Moreover, another object of factory newspapers is the activization of the nucleus itself. We must, therefore, reiterate that factory newspapers must be produced at the cost of the nucleus and must be written and made up by April 1925 211 the nucleus itself. At the same time, the corresponding party committee must exercise its control over the factory paper. But we must draw your attention to the following point: factory newspapers should also have in view the connection of the factory with the main party organ and should look upon themselves as a means to arouse the interest of the indifferent masses in our party newspaper. Another important ORG question is that of the party apparatus. The further development of the CPGB makes it incumbent on the latter to consider the question of the formation of new party organs. Hitherto, there was a direct connection between the different local S of the same town and the district party organizations. In such towns the various local branches were only loosely connected through a coordination committee. Such a state of affairs impedes the activity of the party, and therefore the question of the formation of town committees endowed with all the rights of a leading party organ, has become very acute. The question of the apparatus is also closely connected with the question of the central committee. Closer collaboration between the POL and the org bureaus should be established. With respect to this, we would like to suggest that 2 members of the POL bureau be also members of the org bureau. The departments of the CC which functioned hitherto as departments of the POL and org bureaus should be converted into departments of the CC as a whole and coordinated through the Secretariat. The POL and org bureaus should carry out their decisions through the Secretariat. Concerning the construction of the party apparatus, there are also special decisions of the org conference to go upon. As ORG questions grow in importance, it will become necessary to form a special org department in the Central Committee. We want to draw your special attention to this point. The development of the minority movement and the campaign which is already proceeding for the formation of factory committees makes it incumbent upon the party to form strongly welded together fractions, which should be entirely under the control of the party. Otherwise, there would be the risk of the strongly developed minority movement slipping out of our hands. The reorganization of the party on factory nuclei basis and the other alterations in the structure of the party, made it incumbent on the Central Committee to elaborate new party statutes and to place them before the Party Congress, or it should obtain from the Party Congress a mandate for their elaboration. The model statutes elaborated by the org conference should be used as a basis for the new statutes. 212 The Communist International. Statement by the ECCI on the Sofia Cathedral explosion April 23, 1925 in Preker, v. 66, p. 891, April 24, 1925 On April 16, 1925 a bomb exploded in Sofia Cathedral where a funeral service was being held, attended by members of the government. There were a number of casualties. The Bulgarian government attributed the explosion to a communist plot, the prelude to a planned rising of which it had knowledge. On March 3, 1925, the Prime Minister, Tsankov, had published what he claimed to be the text of an ECCI resolution instructing the Bulgarian Communist Party to start an insurrection on April 15. The ECCI immediately denied the authenticity of the resolution, and declared that the fabrication was designed to justify the murders and executions, past and to come, carried out by the Bulgarian government. The Foreign Bureau of the Bulgarian Communist Party, in a statement signed by Kolarov and Dimitrov published on May 7, denied any plan for an uprising and any complicity in the explosion. Like other terrorist acts, the statement went on, it was an inevitable retort to government terror. The ECCI also issued a denial of the Bulgarian government's charges, as did Chicherin on behalf of the Soviet government. Their statements, as well as a number of articles in the Russian and other communist papers, attributed the incident to public indignation against the Bulgarian government's policy of judicial and extrajudicial murder. To justify that policy, Tsankov had forged documents about a planned rising and a plot to assassinate the king. The Bulgarian communists continued to deny the charges until 1948, when Dimitrov, in his report to the Fifth Congress of the Bulgarian CP, described the explosion as an ultra-left deviation. An act of desperation perpetrated by the leadership of the military organization of the party. About 1,500 arrests were made in the few days after the explosion, and many communists, socialists, and peasant union members were executed. Forgeries and deceptions are being more and more frequently used by enemies of the Communist International. Month after month, and recently week after week, cruder and cruder forgeries are published, now in one country, now in another, of alleged letters, instructions, decisions, and other documents attributed to the ECCI. The fascist Tsankov government has broken the record. Following the explosion in the Sofia Cathedral, this fascist government published some hastily fabricated documents designed to prove the complicity of the Communist International in that act of terrorism. It is superfluous to explain that neither the Communist International nor any of its sections could, if only because of their opposition on principle to acts of individual terror, have had any connection whatever with the Sofia explosion. The executive of the International declares emphatically that all the documents attributed to it concerning this event, as well as the alleged fixing of a date for a Bulgarian insurrection, are forgeries from beginning to end. The frenzied enemies of the Communist International, who are April 1925 213 conducting a holy war against communists, are growing more insolent every day. The ECCI calls on the workers of all countries to get ready to defend themselves, and to condemn the treachery of the fascist Tsankov government as it deserves. No white terror will stop the fight of the workers and peasants for their emancipation. The sympathies of progressive workers everywhere are wholly on the side of the workers and peasants of Bulgaria and their vanguard, who do not shrink from the struggle even in the face of death. Extracts from an ECCI statement on the election of Hindenburg as German President April 27, 1925 in Preker, v. 72, p. 961, May 1, 1925 in the presidential election in Germany at the end of March 1925 the KPD vote dropped by 800,000, while the SPD remained unchanged. This continued the decline in the KPD vote shown in 1924, when it had fallen by more than 1 million between May and December, with the loss of 17 seats, while the SPD vote had increased by nearly 2 million, with a gain of 31 seats. At the first ballot for president, the KPD polled 1.9 million votes, the SPD 8 million. When the size of the nationalist vote in the first round became known in Moscow, Zinoviev advised the KPD to support Braun, the SPD candidate. The majority of the Central Committee were opposed to this, and made the offer only after the SPD had committed itself to support Marx, the Centre Party candidate, in an attempt to defeat Hindenburg. Radek said later that the ECCI gave no guidance on the election, and its advice after the first round arrived too late to prevent Thulman standing again. KPD policy was sharply criticized by the ECCI and French Communist Party representatives who attended the meeting of the German Central Committee in May, and by the Polish Central Committee. When reporting on the 5th plenum to the 14th conference of the RCP, Zinoviev cited the election of Hindenburg as proof of the relative stabilization of capitalism and the reduced tempo of the revolution. This could not, however, improve Germany's relations with France and Poland. On the contrary, it would make them worse. It might also mean a change in German policy towards Russia. According to Ruth Fischer, Moscow was shocked by the results of the election, and feared an Anglo-German bloc against Russia which would be supported by the SPD. The peaceful, democratic, bloodless tactics of evolution have set Hindenburg on the throne. Niesky and Ebert bring forth Hindenburg, predecessor of the new Hohenzollerns. Among those responsible for the belief in Hindenburg as national hero among the more backward sections of the population, the SPD is not the last. The Entente imperialists contributed in no small degree to this result. 14.5 million votes were given for Hindenburg. A part of 214 the Communist International. These votes was not so much for Hindenburg as against the Entente, for the idea of revenge on those who made the Versailles Peace. In the hands of the Hindenburg clique these votes will become instruments of social reaction, of white terror, of monarchism. There are two ways of struggle against monarchy. The first was taken by the Russian workers in 1917 and 1918. The other road, the evolutionary democratic road, is the one the Second International, embodied in German social democracy, wanted to demonstrate. The Social Democrats did not want to overthrow Wilhelm, but they were the first to come out for the overthrow of the German Soviets. They beheaded the Soviets in 1918. Niesky is for democracy against any dictatorship, the German Social Democrats maintained. Now even the blind can see that Niesky and the SPD are not against all dictatorships but against the proletarian dictatorship and in favor of the bourgeois dictatorship. The Communist International suggested that the KPD support the Social Democratic candidate in the second round if the SPD put its candidate forward again. But, faithful watchdogs of the bourgeoisie that they are, the Social Democrats withdrew their candidate in favor of the bourgeois candidate Marx. Once more the SPD leaders showed the world that they are as dubious Republicans as they are bad socialists. There is not the slightest doubt that the SPD leaders and the Second International will try to place responsibility on the German communists. They will throw sand in the eyes of the masses. Once again they will take up the campaign against the vanguard of the German proletariat. The class-conscious workers of Germany and the whole world must reflect on the political significance of Hindenburg's election. The workers who still sympathize with social democracy must realize clearly that social democratic tactics lead inevitably to the triumph of bourgeois reaction. There is a monarchist danger in Germany. The workers and the communists must see this clearly. Communists cannot take up the position that the choice between monarchy and bourgeois republic is a matter of indifference. They again propose a united front with social democratic workers for the revolutionary struggle against the monarchist danger. The black shade of reaction is covering more and more of the political map of Europe. In a number of countries reaction is growing stronger. Throughout the world the communists lead the struggle for trade union unity. The Second International is making wild attacks against unity, and again demonstrating that it is the most faithful pillar of the bourgeoisie. The same social democrats who are responsible for Hindenburg's victory are the most deadly enemy, among all parties of the Second International, of trade union unity. The Communist International summons you to close your ranks, to April 1925 215 establish the unity of workers of all countries, under the banner of class struggle, for the common fight against the monarchist danger. Remember that Hindenburg's election does not improve the prospects for peace, but conjures up the danger of new wars. Bear in mind that only the iron unity of the international proletariat can ward off this danger. If the working masses do not turn away from the social democratic leaders, they will themselves be preparing new imperialist bloodbaths. The 15 million German proletarians could free their country from the capitalist yoke and establish a Soviet republic if they were not split, if they would recognize and reject the counter-revolutionary tactics of the SPD. Extracts from the Rules on the Organizational Structure of Communist Parties approved by the Orgbureau of the ECCI May 4, 1925 in Preker, v. 83, p. 1132, May 15, 1925. The organization conference called by the ECCI met on March 15, 1925 and held 7 sessions under the chairmanship of Piatnitsky. The 2 chief subjects were progress in the formation of factory cells and the organization of fractions in non-communist organizations. At the beginning of the year there were said to be 1,000 cells in Germany, 600 in France, and 30 in Britain. By March the total in 22 parties was 8,800, not all of them working well. In an article on fraction work, published while the executive was meeting, Piatnitsky explained that the members of a fraction must vote according to party instructions, whether they agreed or not. The votes given to communist candidates in national or local elections were given not to the individual but to the party, and the mandate therefore belonged to the party in the person of its central committee. In trade unions fractions must be formed whether the union was reformist or revolutionary, and various organizational schemes were outlined to suit different unions. Fractions in factory committees were of the utmost importance. The committees covered the widest field, trade union and non-trade union, reformist and revolutionary. The fractions, working under the control of the factory cell, must capture the committees. The importance of party organization. Correct party organization has an important part to play. The party can accomplish its mission only if its policy is communist, that is, a class policy. But however excellent the policy, it can only be realized if the party organization is so constructed that the policy can really be carried out among the broad strata of the working class. The party organization and its leadership must organize communist fractions in all mass organizations of workers and peasants. These fractions are the agents of the party in those organizations. Party campaigns should be so organized that all party bodies, wherever they are operating, act on uniform lines and with complete unanimity. It is therefore necessary for 216 the Communist International the party leadership to issue clear directions and precise instructions about the campaigns. Only an organization with such a structure is in a position to strengthen the influence of the Communist Party on the working masses. Democratic centralism and party discipline. The Communist Party is a living party of action. Consequently, differences of opinion are bound to arise among the members in discussions of program and tactics. Frequently a majority and minority opinion is to be found. In these cases the minority must obey the majority, and conscientiously carry out all decisions. The factory cell. The basis of the Communist Party is the working class. The Communist Party is only the most class-conscious, most active, and most revolutionary part of the working class. To exert influence over the working class, to lead it in the struggle, is possible only where the workers are gathered together, that is, at their place of work. In the factory communists must intervene actively in all disputes between workers and employers, formulate the workers' demands, and show how the struggle is to be conducted. Economic struggles must be linked up with the party's political demands. The factory cell has the opportunity of drawing the best elements in the factory or other place of work into the factory cell. Local party organization 1. All members of factory, street, and other cells hold regular aggregate meetings to discuss and decide on all party questions. After these have been dealt with in all cells and the cells have agreed about their attitude, they elect representatives to the district conference and elect the local committee. 2. The local committee guides the entire party work of the locality, issues directives to the cells, organizes and leads all party campaigns. It organizes cells in factories, workshops, etc., where they do not exist, and may direct party members to such factories, etc. in order to carry out this work there. It organizes all communists in trade unions, municipal councils, cooperatives, and all other organizations into communist fractions, instructs them and guides their work. The District 3. The district conference discusses all party questions, receives reports from the party center and the district committee, elects delegates to the party congress, and elects the district committee. May 1925 217-5. The district committee elects a presidium and a secretary, who is a full-time party worker, and sets up various bodies for party work in the district, such as organization, agitprop, and trade union departments, which maintain contact with the corresponding party organizations at a lower level exclusively through the district secretary. The Center 1. The Central Committee of the larger legal parties may consist of 25 or more members, and a few candidates. 2. The Central Committee of the larger parties elects a Politburo and an Orgbureau. 3. The Central Committee meets in plenary session at least once a month. 5. The Politburo and Orgbureau deal with all current work at the center. 6. The Politburo consists of 3 to 7 members of the Central Committee and meets at least once a week. Its decisions can be revoked only by a plenary meeting of the Central Committee. 7. The Orgbureau consists of 3 to 7 members. Appeals against decisions of the Orgbureau can be made to the Politburo, which can reverse these decisions. 8. The plenary meeting of the Central Committee appoints a secretariat of 2 or 3 comrades, who must be Central Committee members, who carry out decisions of the plenum, the Politburo, and the Orgbureau, and prepare material for the meetings of these 3 bodies. 10. At least one of the secretaries must be a member of the Politburo, and all are members of the Orgbureau. Communist fractions. To exert influence on the broad working and peasant masses outside the party, the Communist Party must have agencies pursuing a communist policy in non-communist surroundings. Among these agencies are the communist fractions. 2. As soon as a fraction is formed, it elects a leader or, if the fraction is large enough, a presidium. 3. Fractions are subordinate to the local, district, or central committee of the party, according to the scope of the organization in which they are working. 4. The leader or presidium must be endorsed by the relevant party committee, as well as the fraction's choice of candidates for election in the trade union, cooperative, etc. For parliamentary and local elections, the party committee or conference decides in advance on the choice of party members as candidates. 218. The Communist International 7. The Center maintains contact with all fractions operating on a national scale. 9. Communist fractions in the national committees of trade unions maintain direct contact with the communist fraction in the central body of the trade union federation and work according to its instructions. 13. Where there is no communist fraction in the central body of the trade union federation, the trade union department of the party center must set up a body to take the place of such a fraction, consisting of representatives of the fractions in the national committees of the individual trade unions. Extracts from a manifesto of the ECCI, RILU, and YCI against imperialist atrocities in China, June 8, 1925, and Preker v. 93, p. 1260, June 12, 1925. Large-scale strikes and student unrest in Shanghai culminated in a demonstration on May 30, 1925, when 13 demonstrators were killed by the concession police commanded by a British sergeant. This was followed by a general strike in Shanghai, and anti-British and anti-Japanese demonstrations throughout the country. The influence of the Chinese Communist Party, already strong among students, who had their own communist newspaper, and among industrial workers because of its active promotion of trade unionism, increased greatly, membership rising from roughly 900 to 20,000. The Second Conference of Chinese Labor Unions, held in Canton in May 1925, decided to affiliate to the RILU, and a Russian trade union delegation visited Shanghai in July-August 1925. From the middle of 1925 onwards, affairs in China began to occupy a more and more prominent place in the communist press, where they were compared with events in Russia in 1905, and in Preker ran a regular hands-off China section. The Central Committee of the CCP issued a manifesto in June 1925 explaining that the bloody events in Shanghai were a result of imperialist policy, The movement started by May 30 had to be turned into a permanent movement to abolish foreign rule in China, and all classes in China must be drawn into it. The lead had to be taken by the working class. The strike movement spread from Shanghai, and was particularly powerful in Canton, where the Kuomintang established its government on July 1, 1925. Hu Hanmin, a member of that government and commander of the Canton Army, arrived in Moscow at the end of 1925 to study the structure of the Red Army. In a speech at the end of 1925, Zinoviev said, "Canton is already very like Moscow." At the 14th CPSU Congress he placed China at the center of the world revolutionary movement. The events of the present year in Shanghai, in my opinion, may boldly be described without any exaggeration as the most important events of the year in world history. Now the Chinese movement has sunk in, has gone deep, the experience of the whole movement is being digested by the masses. There was a time when the Chinese CP faced the question, whether to lead the revolutionary masses. The Chinese Party received, June 1925 219 a directive proposing to put on the brakes to a certain extent. There was a tendency which spoke in favor of dying nobly, of carrying the movement to an acute phase, even to armed insurrection. The Comintern gave a directive against these moods. If they waited they would have not thousands but millions of followers. The Congress sent greetings to the Second Kuomintang Congress, which met in Canton in January 1926, and compared its role to that of the Communist Party in Russia to destroy the bulwark of imperialism in Asia. This could be accomplished only if the KMT created a fighting alliance of the workers and peasantry, guided its actions by their interests, and supported every movement genuinely opposed to imperialism. World imperialism, which oppresses and exploits the Chinese workers and peasants, and grows ever more insolent, has with a savage cynicism worthy of the Russian Tsars allowed fire to be opened on a peaceful crowd of striking textile workers in Tsingtao, whose only fault was that they dared to raise their voice for an alleviation of their bitter lot. For a long time the Chinese working class endured in silence this prison of international capitalist oppression, now their patience is at an end. In March the Chinese workers in the Japanese cotton mills of Shanghai decided to put an end to their unbearable sufferings and went on strike for an improvement of their economic position. In April the strike was supported by the Chinese workers in the Japanese factories of Tsingtao in the province of Shantung. The Japanese industrialists were forced to yield to the pressure of the working masses. This struggle ended on May 9 with victory for the workers. Meanwhile orders came from Japan to withdraw the concessions made. Encouraged by this support, the Japanese exploiters in Tsingtao, taking advantage of the weakness of the Chinese government, sent their gendarmes and spies into the factories on strike. The Chinese workers did everything to preserve the peaceful character of their movement. But on May 29 the warlike clique of Japanese militarists organized a bloodbath among the workers of Tsingtao, which shook the millions of Chinese workers and awakened the slumbering but mighty revolutionary forces of this people to action. A mighty wave of indignation swept over China. On the very next day, on May 30, many thousands of people, including the revolutionary students, led by the Communist Party and the Kuomintang Party, demonstrated their indignation and uttered a flaming protest against the insolence of the imperialists. As though by agreement the English and American police in Shanghai, while the Japanese gendarmerie were shooting unarmed workers in Tsingtao, took over the job of shooting demonstrators who expressed their sympathy with the Tsingtao workers and protested against Japanese militarism. 220 The Communist International. These acts of atrocious violence were the foreign capitalists' revenge for their recent defeat. The blood of workers and students compensated them for their unsuccessful attempt to break the resistance of the trade unions and destroy the trade union movement. A detachment of 2,000 English, American, and Italian soldiers has been landed in Shanghai. Warships are being concentrated in the harbor and further troop disembarkations prepared. This means the beginning of a new war, open armed intervention. While French imperialism wages war in Morocco, the English, American, and Italian imperialists are beginning war with China. This united front of aggressive imperialism must be opposed by the unbreakable iron front of the European and American workers and peasants with the oppressed workers of the East. The recent events in China bear eloquent witness to the uninterrupted growth of the national emancipation movement and the dominating role of the working class in this movement. The greater the pressure exercised by the workers in the West on world capital, the better the prospects for the movement of the oppressed millions of the East, who from their end are undermining the rule of capitalism, which with equal ruthlessness oppresses the working masses of East and West. Extracts from a manifesto of the Eastern Bureau of the ECCI against the war in Morocco, June 8, 1925 in Preker, v. 93, p. 1264, June 12, 1925. Fighting between the French in Morocco and Abd el-Krim's RIF forces followed hostilities in 1924 between the Rifais and Spain in Spanish Morocco, in which Abd el-Krim had been very successful. On September 10, 1924, Simard and Doriot, on behalf of the French CP, sent congratulations to Abd el-Krim and urged him to fight all imperialisms, French imperialism included, until Morocco was free. The frontier between French and Spanish Morocco was undefined and uncertain, and the RIF forces opened an attack on the French on April 13, 1925. A French CP manifesto in May 1925 demanded the evacuation by the French of their zone in Morocco and the recognition of a RIF republic. Abd el-Krim surrendered to a combined Franco-Spanish offensive in May 1926. The CPGB endeavored to organize a campaign against the war in Morocco in the Middle East and India. The communist parties in Syria, Palestine, and Egypt were asked to organize a joint conference and to set up a committee of action, and some Indian socialists visiting London were persuaded to write to India in similar terms. Due to lack of finance, our party is absolutely unable to send anyone to either India or Egypt to develop the connections made. An Algerian delegate at the 6th Comintern Congress in 1928 said that during the demonstrations and strikes in France against the Moroccan War, the North African workers in France had made no response at all. The Communist. June 1925, 221 party organizations in the areas where they lived having done no work among them. This failure was followed by the appointment of a colonial organizer, and in 1926 the French CP set up a colonial bureau. The Pain-Le-Briand-Cailliau's government has launched a war in Morocco that Herriot had for months been preparing, in agreement with the resident General Marshal Lyautey. The imperialism of the left bloc, concealed behind symbolic gestures of peace, is now seen to be as dangerous as the imperialism of the national bloc. The proposals for negotiations made by Abd el-Krim were systematically rejected by Lyautey and Herriot, who organized a blockade of the Rifais. Events in Morocco in 1907-11 and the stroke at Agadir were the forerunners of the great battles of 1914-18. The robber campaign now being conducted by France against the RIF again threatens to provoke serious international complications. Italy and England, as well as France and Spain, are interested in plundering Morocco. France is waiting for Spain's defeat to annex the RIF area. England and Italy are awaiting a suitable moment to claim their share of the booty for the sake of their national prestige. The socialist leaders, who belong to the left bloc and support the government, are equally guilty with Herriot of preparing the war, and with Painlevé of launching it and carrying it on. They are the same as they were in 1914, giving an ideological cover to the imperialist adventure of the left bloc, and helping to spread lies about the peaceful and legitimate character of the events in Morocco. If the Democrats and Social Democrats of the left bloc do not demand the complete destruction of the RIF Kabyles as openly as do the reactionary imperialist clique of the National Bloc, that is only for tactical reasons and with the object of the better deceiving the broad masses of peasants and workers, who are opposed to the war. The war in Morocco will be long and murderous, and will provoke new conflicts and new international complications between the rival imperialists. England will resist to the utmost the establishment of a French Gibraltar on the conquered RIF shores, and is intriguing in Spain to prevent an understanding between the two countries. Italian imperialism is exploiting these events to demand Tunis, it is condemning French ambitions in order to mask its own desire for colonial expansion and to conceal the preparations it is making to this end in Tripoli. The horrors of the last war will be as nothing in comparison with what may now be unleashed on the world by murderous imperialism and militarism. Comrades, workers and peasants, the Communist International warns you of the danger and summons you to call it to a halt. On you alone does 222 the Communist International it depend to put an end to the slaughter. Unite and organize, and raise such a protest that your criminal governments will retreat and hasten to conclude peace with the Riv Kabyles. Extracts from a resolution of the Orgbureau of the ECCI on immediate organizational tasks July 14, 1925 in Preker, v. 117, p. 1627, August 4, 1925 introducing the resolution. Piatnitsky said the department was concentrating on organizing factory cells and trade union fractions. It had issued instructions to all parties and circulated reports received from the sections. Some parties had organized instruction courses on factory cell and fraction work. The department offered advice on how to start factory news sheets, and issued a number of special booklets. Having heard the report of the Org Department on its activities since the meeting of the enlarged executive, and on the position of organization work in the CI sections, the Orgbureau declares that cell work in the Communist parties still leaves much to be desired. Consequently, the Orgbureau decides, 1. The Org Department is instructed to issue ideological and organizational directives for giving a more political character to existing cells and for the formation of new cells. The leadership in the parties should aim at getting the factory cells to deal in particular with the following questions: the campaign for trade union unity on a national and international scale, the war in Morocco, intervention in China, the campaign and conspiracies against Soviet Russia. The leadership should energetically promote factory cell work by directives, instructions, publications, supplying speakers, etc. 2. The Org Department should aim at getting the cells to discuss all party questions. That is the only way of reducing passivity. The state of affairs at present, in which a small circle of officials do the work for the entire membership and make the decisions, must be liquidated as quickly as possible. Every party member must be assigned party work. 3. Because of the difficulties of communist factory cell work, employer terrorism, danger of dismissal, denunciation by social democratic officials, etc., the party leadership and members in countries with deeply rooted social democratic traditions still neglect factory cell work, for their work in the area where they live is easier and makes fewer demands on. July 1925 223 The members. These tendencies are an obstacle to the political activity of communist parties and their development into mass parties. 4. Some hostile parties, Social Democrats and Fascists, have recognized the importance of winning the factory workers. It must be clear to every communist that the fight against those hostile parties which still have workers in their ranks can only be won by the systematic and untiring work of the communist factory cells. Many workers organized in trade unions and social democratic parties do not read our press or attend our meetings. Planned cell work, and personal contact in the factory, helped by the factory cell newspapers, are the best method of winning the workers and weakening the influence of hostile parties. 7. Communist parties must try by steady and assiduous recruiting work to get sympathizers to join the Communist Party. Where the parties are legal, the admission of factory workers as members should not be made difficult by a candidate system, trial period, or other formality. 8. The Org Department should as before vigorously direct the attention of sections to the formation of fractions in all non-party organizations, in the first place the trade unions. 9. The Org Department of the ECCI should work closely with the Eastern Department, in order to promote organizational and particularly cell work in Eastern countries. 11. It is necessary for the Org Department to do more than it has done hitherto to instruct the sections of the CI on organization work by sending out instructors, and to keep under review the execution of the organizational decisions of the CI. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to all organizations and members of the German Communist Party, August 20, 1925 in Preker, v. 128, p. 1863, September 4, 1925. The Russian Party was becoming more and more uneasy about the position of the KPD, and distrustful of the Moslow-Fischer leadership. It had taken to sending its own delegations, independently of the ECCI, to other parties, including the British, French, and Polish, and was suspected of a westward orientation. The KPD had lost support at elections, and its influence on the trade unions was at a low ebb. Moreover, its distrust of the moves towards a rapprochement with the IFTU endangered that policy. The Fifth ECCI plenum, which admitted the temporary stabilization of capitalism, had urged the KPD to be more conciliatory to social democratic workers. The weakness of the KPD was explained primarily in terms of the October 1923 fiasco. In an article published in June 1925, Manuelski wrote that the Dawes Plan, the partial stabilization of capitalism, American dictatorship in Europe, the transformation of the German proletariat into colonial slaves, the new offensive against the 224 the Communist International Soviet Union, and the growth of fascism all over the world were interlocking links in the chain of events which started with the defeat of the German Revolution. At the 10th KPD Congress, which met from 12 to July 17, 1925, the ECCI delegates made a sharp attack on the ultra-left wing of the party, led by Rosenberg and Skolem. They were attacked as part of the international fraction against Bolshevism. The ultra-left, in their turn, accused the majority of the Central Committee of centrism. Zinoviev sent a letter in the name of the ECCI to the Congress, urging it to recognize as a fact the temporary stabilization of capitalism in Germany. It was this that in part explained the strength of the SPD, which the workers believed was useful in getting reforms. To apply the tactics required for this situation, the ultra-left fever must be eradicated. The new Central Committee should have more working-class members, and more members engaged in trade union work. The party should not hesitate to give responsible posts to former right-wing members if they really followed the party line. The letter urged greater freedom of discussion in the party, and a careful review of all expulsions. Manuelski, who appeared at the Congress under the name of Samueli, again advocated a more conciliatory attitude to the SPD rank and file against their leaders. The political theses of the Congress, carried by 166 votes to 4, made the destruction of the counter-revolutionary influence of the SPD among the masses the chief task of the party. Another resolution referred to the ECCI resolution of March 1925, which said that Brandler and Thalheimer deserved expulsion, and added that the KPD expects this decision to be executed without delay if this group, in defiance of the International's decisions, should continue its anti-party fraction work. Manuelski asked for Rosenberg's and Skolem's names to be removed from the list of candidates for election to the Central Committee, but the Congress in closed session refused this request, and they were elected. Added to this and other acts of insubordination, Moslow, in prison in Germany, had been extremely critical of the situation in Russia, where, he said, the pressure of the kulaks was forcing the Russian party and the Comintern to the right. The ECCI Presidium, meeting on July 29, 1925, approved the action of its delegates to the 10th KPD Congress, and decided to intervene again in the German party against the ultra-left danger. The KPD was invited to send a delegation to Moscow. It consisted of 9 members, including Thälmann and Fischer. According to Borkenau, they were given the choice of abandoning Moslow and Fischer, or breaking with Moscow. With Thälmann taking the lead in support of the ECCI, the open letter was then sent to the KPD. Ruth Fischer, who voted against the letter at the meeting, was induced to sign it as a matter of discipline. At the end of September 1925 she was again called to Moscow, and temporarily prohibited from returning to Germany. At the meeting in August, Bukharin urged the pressing need for more democracy in the party and more conciliatory language to the SPD. The fate of the KPD was at stake. Some weeks later, an article in Inpriker elaborated these arguments. It is a question of developing the greatest possible recruiting strength to expand and reinforce the eastward orientation of the proletarian Red Front against the western orientation, against the Black United Front of the bourgeoisie. From the outside, the KPD Congress had appeared virtually unanimous, but it was not Bolshevik unanimity based on agreement with the August 1925 225 Comintern and the KPD membership. It reflected a system that was estranging the party officials from the membership, and the party itself from the masses. Affairs in the Central Committee were moving towards a personal dictatorship, to a policy independent of the CI, to the revision of Leninism in a West European direction, and to passive resistance to the Comintern's trade union policy. The open letter was signed by all members of the ECCI and by the KPD delegation, and was published in the Rotfani on September 1. On the same day, the Central Committee of the KPD passed, against 1 vote and 1 abstention, a resolution approving without reservation the report of the negotiations of its delegation with the ECCI, and endorsed the ECCI's criticism of the KPD leaders. A conference of party secretaries and editors passed a similar resolution against 7 votes and 2 abstentions. It agreed that the German bourgeoisie were turning west, but the working class, oppressed by the Dawes regime, was turning to the Soviet Union. The resolution enjoined a new language, a new tone, and new forms of agitation towards social democratic workers, and persuasion rather than dictatorial methods towards KPD members. There must be no hesitation or reservation in working as one with the Comintern. At a meeting of the Central Committee of the RCP on October 10, 1925, Zinoviev said that the ECCI had from the first been dubious about the Maslow-Fischer group, but it had had no choice because of the extreme disappointment in those who had led the KPD at the time of the October defeat. The Comintern trade union line had been put through at the Frankfurt Congress only thanks to an ultimatum from the ECCI. The wall between the KPD and the social democratic masses was growing higher. The rank-and-file members of the KPD had been unaware of the dispute between the ECCI and Maslow-Fischer before the open letter, and that was why the ECCI had been compelled to put Thälmann's workers' group at the head of the German Central Committee. At a conference called by the KPD on October 30 to discuss the open letter, the ECCI delegate spoke of the serious crisis in the KPD. Although it took the form of a dispute between the ECCI and the Fischer-Maslow group, it was at bottom an internal KPD question, concerned with the relation of the leaders to the rank and file, of the party to the masses, and of the present leaders to the Comintern. They were trying to establish their own dictatorship by discrediting the International. The KPD needed left leadership, but there was a difference between the proletarian and intellectual left. The party needed at its head not literary bohemians, but left-wing workers, who could inspire confidence in the non-party masses. At the conclusion of the conference, a resolution was adopted by 217 to 30 votes, with 1 abstention, which condemned the sectarianism of the Fischer-Maslow group, their neglect of trade union work, their underhand fight against the Comintern, their theoretical deviations, and their suppression of party democracy. During the last session of the enlarged executive in March-April 1925, and shortly afterwards, we discussed fully with the representatives of the KPD the questions on which, in our opinion, party work showed the 226 the Communist International greatest defects. The most important question, the question of the German party, was then and is now the problem of increasing the recruiting strength of our party, the problem of winning the masses, and particularly the social democratic masses. It was from this standpoint also that we considered other questions, such as work in the trade unions, convincing the social democratic workers, normalization of party life, which is itself a prerequisite for the correct attitude to the non-party masses, the liquidation of the concealed struggle against the International, liquidation of the practice of sending so-called independent emissaries to other parties. Before the 10th KPD Congress, the representatives of the executive discussed matters once more with the German delegation. The three most important subjects were, first, the executive pointed out that the leading Ruth Fischer Maslow group showed some right-wing deviations, too great an emphasis on parliament, etc. Second, it was decided to make a real change in the trade union question, and, to advertise this, to elect at the Congress a strong and capable trade union department, or to instruct the new party center to do so. Third, the representatives of the executive insisted that fresh and capable personnel should be elected to the Central Committee, particularly comrades familiar with trade union work, including some oppositional comrades. Subsequently, the executive was consulted 3 times about the composition of the Central Committee, and 3 times gave its advice. At the Congress, these decisions were for the most part not carried out. Comrade Ruth Fischer's group not merely sabotaged the decisions, but instigated such treatment of the executive's delegates that they were compelled to make a statement on it. At the close of the Congress, an offer of alliance with the Skolem-Rosenberg group against the executive was silently accepted. This caused a severe crisis. The first delegation which came to us with the instruction to ask the executive to disavow its delegates was forced to admit, after a vigorous discussion, that the executive was right. The entire delegation declared that it considered the ECCI's criticism correct, and the speeches of the ECCI delegation correct. The second delegation was divided. Comrade Ruth Fischer at first fought against the ECCI's criticism, but after long discussion in the ECCI Commission, at which representatives of all the important parties were present, she too made a statement recognizing the correctness of the ECCI's criticism. August 1925, 227. The general situation. The world political situation can be described as very critical. Despite the relative stabilization in Central Europe, the most important contradictions of present-day capitalism show a high degree of tension. The rapid growth of the Soviet Union and the decline in England, the successes of the International Red United Front, and the unprecedented accentuation of the colonial and semi-colonial liberation struggles. The concentration of imperialist forces against the Soviet Union, all these are signs that the situation is becoming more acute. A most important phenomenon is Germany's new orientation to the West. This gives rise to a change in popular attitudes, and is to some extent reflected among the least class-conscious sections of the proletariat. 2 processes can be observed among the German working class. First, a new wave of sympathy for the Soviet Union. Social democratic workers are beginning to move towards communism, although not directly towards the Communist Party. Secondly, there are growing among corrupted sections of the working class so-called anti-Muscovite tendencies, which reflect the new orientation of the bourgeoisie. This process is in fact to be found also in the KPD. The so-called ultra-left tendency is often only a cover for social democratic sentiments which threaten to turn into direct treachery to the international working class. Both these processes are international in character and therefore particularly important. The Ruth Fischer Maslow group did not understand the need to fight energetically against the ultra-left but actually anti-communist tendencies, and even supported them by playing a highly ambiguous part on international questions. To trade union work, the Comintern, and the leading party center group, these defects of leadership were most obvious in the trade union question. As early as the Frankfurt Congress in 1924, marked differences arose between the executive and the new German party leadership on this question. The failure to understand the importance of trade union work meant that for months on end the decisions of the Comintern were inadequately carried out by the Maslow-Fischer group. A confidential telegram from the Executive Central Committee after the Frankfurt Congress was circularized to all district secretaries in order to incite them to protest against the executive. Not enough was done before the Fifth World Congress to combat anti-trade union propaganda in the party. The Fifth World Congress put the slogan of international trade union unity on the order of the day for the first time. It considered this the basic 228 the communist international element of our entire Bolshevik strategy. At the Fifth Congress, the German delegation led by Ruth Fischer at first opposed the executive's proposal. Their attack concealed the charge that the struggle for trade union unity was only a move in Russian foreign policy, an attempt to establish better relations with MacDonald's social democratic government. Long negotiations were necessary to convince the delegation of the baselessness of their policy. The charge that the fight for trade union unity was part of a diplomatic game being played by Russian foreign policy can be explained only by the basically anti-Bolshevik, social democratic mentality of the leading group. The same charge was made by MacDonald himself and all English and international social traders to discredit the struggle for trade union unity. Thus the severe losses which our party has suffered in recent years in all spheres of trade union work were multiplied. At the ADGB Congress in 1922 the opposition had 88 delegates, this year there were only 2. We have lost a number of trade union branches and local union posts. Our ideological influence on the 80% and more of the members of the Free German Unions not organized in political parties has dropped steeply. We have already mentioned that Comrade Ruth Fischer's group frivolously dissolved the former trade union department of our party center. The explicit promise of the representatives of the center to propose, at the 10th Party Congress, the formation of a new and strong trade union department, was not kept. 3. The attitude to the Communist International broad political tendencies within the working class are not without their influence on the party of the proletarian revolutionary vanguard. The vacillations and treacheries of certain groups of workers influenced by the bourgeois campaign against Moscow are reflected in anti-Muscovite tendencies within our party, that is, tendencies directed against the Soviet Union, against the RCP, and against the Comintern. This danger is greater in the KPD because all the present tendencies and shades within it are still without exception strongly influenced by social democratic, West European traditions. Every deviation in communist policy in Germany has begun with an attack on Soviet Russia, the RCP, and the Comintern. The 7 years' experience of the German Revolution has made it clear that all such deviations, whether masked as left or right, lead straight towards social democracy or to an alliance with it. The change in the political situation, the final turn of the German bourgeoisie towards the West, the Social Democrats' intense anti-Russian August I 925-229 campaign, make the present danger of anti-Bolshevik deviations in the KPD greater and more acute than ever before. The ultra-left group of Skolem, Rosenberg, Katz, who accuse the Comintern and its most important parties of opportunism, have not only nothing in common with Leninism, in their attitude to the Comintern and to the problems of the German Revolution, they have an explicitly anti-Bolshevik character. Dangerous social democratic deviations are also to be found among the leading members of the Fischer-Maslow group. Comrade Maslow's ideology is not only in tactical contradiction to Leninism, the contradiction is also one of principle. It is one of the roots of the resistance within the KPD to Comintern tactics. It is one of the roots of the failure of the leading group of the German Zentrale over many years to understand trade union work, the core of our policy. Since the Third World Congress, the attitude of Comrade Maslow's group to the Comintern has been incorrect, un-Bolshevik. At the Jena Congress, this group opposed the views of Lenin and the executive. They expressed every possible misgiving and reservation about the Comintern's United Front tactics and the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government. During the past year, Comrade Ruth Fischer, despite the protest of the executive, sent emissaries to several sections of the Comintern, whose mission it was to change the executive's tactics by fractional means. The result of these journeys was to discredit and alienate the German party among the fraternal sections of the Comintern. The entire German party, and above all the best comrades of the German left in all party organizations and districts, are in duty bound to do their utmost to break the un-Bolshevik system of the party's attitude to the Comintern encouraged by the Maslow-Ruth Fischer group. Events since the Frankfurt Congress have shown that in all disputed questions the Comintern was completely right as against the Maslow-Ruth Fischer group. It was right about United Front tactics and the trade union question. It was also right on the question of the presidential elections. We are firmly convinced that the communist workers of Germany will quickly recognize that the Comintern is absolutely right in the present struggle about the inner party line of the KPD, about its attitude to the Comintern and to the German working masses, about its attitude to Leninist theory, while the Mosler-Ruth Fischer group are absolutely wrong on all these questions. For the inner party line, the leading group in the Party-Zentrale were incapable of devising measures which gave them access to the masses. And they could not do so because their internal party policy was incorrect. As already mentioned, questions of inner party life were discussed fully. 230 The Communist International with representatives of the German Zentrale at the meeting of the enlarged executive. The executive representatives pointed out that ultra-centralism, mechanical pressure, administrative methods, the absence of propaganda and of methods of persuasion in general, fear of new forces, etc., were bound to have damaging effects. At that discussion it was decided to strengthen inter-party democracy. We believe that without these internal reforms the party will be unable to pursue a correct policy among the masses. Consequently, the executive demanded these reforms to normalize party life. At the executive, the German delegation, with Comrade Ruth Fischer at their head, accepted these proposals. But the German Party Congress was organized and conducted in such a way that despite all the promises made, the exact opposite was achieved. Although there are strong groups on the wings of the party, ultra-left and right, this fact found no reflection whatever at the Congress. There was no political discussion, since the delegates had decided beforehand what they were going to say. Freedom of discussion was annulled at the Congress itself, the highest party instance. What is lacking in the party is control from below, that is, from the party membership. At the same time, the leading group continued to fight against control from above, that is, by the Comintern executive. This has created a situation in which all sense of responsibility is lost, which has had a number of intolerable results. With such a structure it is impossible for the party to develop its recruiting powers. With such a system the party itself is being ruined. The system must be broken, in order to avoid a still greater crisis, which would have really catastrophic results. 5. The danger of lack of principle. Practical Bolshevism consists, inter alia, in acting on theoretically valid and honestly thought-out political lines. Among the Mosler-Fischer group, however, innate convictions and subjective appraisal of the situation are in glaring conflict with the accepted line. They are at bottom profoundly pessimistic. There are no revolutionary perspectives. On the contrary, the masses are completely passive, they flee from the daily reality and play at being soldiers, etc. It is impossible to win them over. The Comintern, however, demands that the masses be won over. Hence the ambiguity in the actions of this leading group. Pessimism is connected with flirting with the ultra-left. The demands of the International are met by recognition on paper, and by the attempt to fulfill them without any belief in the possibility of their fulfillment. Hence the vacillating position and political instability of this group, accompanied by the worst kind of diplomatic attitudes in their relations with the Comintern. August 1925 231. 6. The tasks of the party. Criticism of the mistakes of the group who have up to now led the party will be of real and lasting use only if it leads to a better and more resolute fulfillment of the party's positive tasks in winning the masses. At the present time the most important task of the party is to respond promptly and actively to the political regrouping which is beginning to take place within the German working class. The most significant phenomenon in recent months has been the beginning of resistance among broad working masses to the westward orientation, that is, to the going over of the bourgeoisie to the side of the Entente imperialists, resistance to the leadership of the Second International. These working masses are turning to the Soviet Union and, although by roundabout ways, to the proletarian revolution. Without exaggerating the importance or speed of this development, the party must place these new phenomena at the center of its attention, carefully follow their development, and pay due regard to them in all its practical political activities. What it all comes down to is that the party must greatly improve its recruiting work. The way to reach the best part of the German Social Democratic workers is to take up the fight against those excesses which had their origin in the time when the struggle was being waged with arms in hand. Great harm is done to the working class cause, for example, when communists and social democrats come to blows. This still happens, and the communists are not without blame, as well as the social democrats. These fights are grist to the mill of the counter-revolutionary leaders of German social democracy, who of course deliberately stir them up. Communists must take the initiative in putting an end to these fights, and this naturally requires the goodwill of the social democratic workers. The drive towards trade union unity must be embodied, as rapidly as possible, in a trade union left wing, as it is in England. That is the next step forward which the German party must take. The serious intention of the party leadership to make this the basic task of the party must be demonstrated in the formation of a strong trade union department at the KPD Center. What is the significance for the Communist Party, in a country like Germany, of winning influence in the trade unions? It means, above all, winning influence over the organized workers in factory, mine, workshop, and railway, in all industrial undertakings. Only those communist workers can have substantial influence in the German unions today who have influence in the factory. But it is precisely in the factories that communist influence has recently grown weaker, and we should not conceal this fact. We must grasp the simple truth that in the long run the struggle between